Lin Xiu, as one of the thousands of shut-ins who graduated only to face unemployment, was feeling down today. He had just used a smurf account in League of Legends to thoroughly thrash his opponent. Unexpectedly, as soon as he exited the game, a pop-up appeared on the screen. Are you already tired of reality? Do you want to truly live? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes helplessly. Nowadays, browser games all rely on these strange pop-ups to grab attention. The person who created this pop-up must have read too many novels, right? He was about to click close when he realized that this window surprisingly had no close button, nor a cancel option, only a confirm button. Lin Xiu frowned and instinctively clicked confirm. In an instant, the computer screen suddenly began to flicker. Got a virus? Lin Xiu froze, just about to react when suddenly, with a bang, the computer exploded. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Lin Xiu opened his eyes again, he found that the surroundings had completely changed. He held his head and slowly sat up. Shaking his head, his vision gradually cleared in a daze. In front of him was a dorm room, very much like a four-person college dorm, but the surroundings were filled with a high-tech vibe, and a huge screen hung on the wall. At that moment, a flood of information suddenly surged into his mind. Time traveled. As the information in his mind merged, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh and cry. That's right, he had indeed time traveled, and it was to a futuristic world. In the year 2666 of the Earth era, a sudden alien invasion dealt a devastating blow to the unprepared humanity. Where is this place? After centuries of fierce battles, the nations of Earth formed a federation and finally eradicated those alien creatures using mushroom cloud weapons. However, the virus codenamed X, carried by those alien creatures, swept across the globe. Infected humans turned into zombies, while animals became terrifying mutant beasts. Yet, a portion of people not only remained uninfected but also experienced bodily evolution, with their strength and speed greatly enhanced. This group of people is called warriors. 30 years have passed, and Earth has become a world dominated by warriors. Powerful warriors, wielding weapons forged from special metals collected from other planets, can slay mutated giant beasts that even missiles cannot kill with a single strike. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu felt like crying but had no tears. The owner of this body, although ranked top in theoretical knowledge at the academy, has an extremely poor talent for strength, even worse than an average person. Even worse, both parents have passed away. If not for the inheritance left by them, he wouldn't have been able to study here at all. Having a handsome face for nothing, but ending up as a good for nothing. Lin Xiu stood in front of the mirror, pinched his cheeks, and secretly complained in his heart. Surprisingly, the owner of this body is also named Lin Xiu. What a coincidence. There's even a cockroach here. Standing in front of the mirror for a long time, Lin Xiu finally had to face reality. Looking down, he saw an enormous creature underfoot, even larger than any cockroach he had ever seen before. Lin Xiu instinctively stomped on it, instantly crushing it flat on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing one mutated cockroach and gaining 1 experience point. Congratulations, Master, on successfully leveling up. Current level, level 1, potential points gained, 1. What is this? What is that sound? Lin Xiu froze, turned his head to look around, but saw nothing. Wait, this sound seems to be coming from inside my mind. At that moment, Lin Xiu's vision went dark and his consciousness seemed to dive deep into his mind. A system framework emerged. Host, Lin Xiu. Experience points, 0, 100 experience needed for the next level. Strength 35. Constitution 33. Speed 32. Note, normal individuals have all indicators above 38. Skill, Eye of Analysis. Rage charge, 0/100. Comprehensive combat power, 250. Psi. System. Lin Xiu opened his mouth wide, then burst into laughter. It seems this transmigration is quite favorable. Without it, he definitely wouldn't survive. But what the heck is this comprehensive combat power of 250? The potential points he just gained from leveling up, he added them to strength without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Xiu clearly felt a slight increase in the strength of his arm, but it was still insignificant. It seems he must kill a few more cockroaches, but are there any cockroaches left in this dormitory? Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Several men stood at the doorway, laughing. The tall and burly man standing at the very front is called Ma Chang, and the two behind him are Zhang Dong and Chen Li. They are also residents of this dormitory, known as roommates, but in reality, Lin Xiu has always been bullied by them. Chores like mopping the floor and doing laundry all fall on Lin Xiu, and whenever they are in a bad mood, they use Lin Xiu as a punching bag and beat him up mercilessly. Lin Xiu, hurry up and clean the mud off my shoes. Ma Chang walked into the room, spat casually, and said coldly to Lin Xiu, "What? Still not coming? Be careful, or I'll shove your head into the toilet." Ma Chang glared angrily, watching Lin Xiu stand there with a defiant look on his face. Get lost. Lin Xiu was no longer his former weak and powerless self. The anger in his heart erupted instantly as he shouted at Ma Chang and the others. Ma Chang and the others were stunned upon hearing Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu had always let them boss him around, but they hadn't expected him to talk back this time. Looking for death, Ma Chang roared as he charged forward, delivering a fierce fierce kick to Lin Xiu's abdomen. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving Lin Xiu no time to react. With a loud bang, Lin Xiu was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Pain, it hurts like being pricked by needles. Eye of analysis activated. Target, Ma Chang. Beginner martial artist. Strength 55, Constitution 45, Speed 47. Overall combat power 480. A cold voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xiu clutched his painfully aching stomach and immediately recalled the skill he had seen earlier, Eye of Analysis. This should be a skill to analyze the opponent's strength. Damn it, Ma Chang's combat power is over 200 higher than mine. I'm no match for him. You still dare to curse at me? Ma Chang approached and kicked Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground, again. Bah, truly shameless. Zhang Dong and Shen Li also came over, launching a fierce attack on Lin Xiu with punches and kicks. They were the lowest level warriors in the academy, only able to find a sense of presence by bullying Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu sat up clutching his head, his hands clenched into fists. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Level 1. I must become stronger. I have to become stronger. At this moment, the number on the rage charge icon in my mind kept climbing. It's about to reach 100%. Ding! Rage charge complete. Master, would you like to use the charged strike? Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then immediately overjoyed. Use it! Lin Xiu shouted loudly in his heart. You still dare to play dumb? Ma Chang, seeing Lin Xiu remain silent, became furious out of embarrassment and prepared to stomp down again. This stomp was aimed directly at a vital spot, practically cutting off Lin Xiu's escape route. But at that very moment, before Ma Chang could react, Lin Xiu suddenly stood up and threw a fierce punch at his body. Bang! A dull, heavy sound echoed as Ma Chang, unable to respond in time, flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Along with the sound of impact, the door ahead was smashed open, and Ma Chang's entire body slammed heavily into the iron fence outside, deforming the metal railing. Ma Chang rolled his eyes and completely passed out. Zhang Dong and Shen Li saw this scene, their mouths wide open, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. They simply couldn't imagine how Lin Xiu had suddenly become so strong. Ma Chang was just a beginner-level martial artist, and they were even weaker than Ma Chang. Since Ma Chang had been sent flying with a single punch, wouldn't they be easily defeated as well? You stay away. Shen Li couldn't help but swallow hard, his expression starting to show traces of fear. Get lost! Lin Xiu roared angrily. Zhang Dong and Shen Li quickly fled, not forgetting to drag the unconscious Ma Chang away. Lin Xiu sat on the ground, feeling intense pain all over his body. If it weren't for that charged strike, he would probably have been beaten to the ground just now. Strength. I must improve my strength quickly. Just stepped on a cockroach and only gained 1 experience point. Does that mean I have to step on 100 cockroaches to level up? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for using charged strike for the first time. You've earned a chance to draw a prize. Lin Xiu, who was originally sitting on the ground panting heavily, suddenly trembled and quickly stood up. He checked the system and lightly tapped the lottery option on the screen behind his head. The spinning wheel appeared and began to rotate slowly. The wheel was divided into 10 sections, each filled with dazzling, golden items. 3 of the sections contained various knife techniques, sword techniques, and spear techniques. 3 are alliance coins, the universal currency of the current world. 3 are potential pills. The last slot emits a golden glow, with the words, Grand Prize, written on it. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. Those blade techniques are completely useless to him now because practicing them requires the strength of a level 1 warrior or higher. Alliance coins are equivalent to the old world's currency, and while useful, they are not an immediate priority. On the contrary, the potential pill is what Lin Xiu needs most urgently. As for the grand prize, although it looks tempting, the slot is too small, and the chances of landing on it in the roulette are very low. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and decided to start the lottery. With a thought, the wheel began spinning rapidly. The pointer, spinning quickly, gradually slowed down, passing the martial arts category and almost stopping near the potential pill. Stop! Lin Xiu's face turned red with excitement. However, the pointer leisurely moved again, seemingly sliding toward the grand prize slot. Could it be? Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining 10,000 alliance coins. The pointer slightly shifted and finally stopped at the alliance coins. A card instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiu, containing those 10,000 alliance coins. The prices in this world are similar to before. 10,000 alliance coins are equivalent to about 10,000 RMB. Now, with injuries all over the body, this money can be used to get treatment at the school infirmary. This world is completely different from the original one, with a level of technology far surpassing the past. The surrounding buildings are filled with the style of sci-fi worlds from movies. Ordinary bicycles people used to ride have been upgraded to magnetic levitation bicycles. The power generated while pedaling is transmitted through magnetic force to the gear at the center of the rear wheel, allowing these bicycles to glide freely in urban areas, unaffected by stones and bumps. The school infirmary is also highly intelligent, equipped with numerous medical pods. As long as you lie inside and add the cultural culture fluid, wounds can be automatically repaired. Bang bang bang, it seemed no one was responding here, but Lin Xiu still knocked on the door out of courtesy. According to the information provided by Zhang in his mind, there should be a specialist in charge of managing this place. Could it really be that no one is here? Just as Lin Xiu was about to knock on the door again, he realized that it wasn't locked. After a moment of thought, he directly turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. A faint light emanated from inside the room, and the entire decor was pure white. At that moment, Lin Xiu heard a faint sound. He cautiously walked forward and, through the slightly ajar door, saw a long-haired woman in a white coat intently staring at something. Who is it? The woman in white suddenly stood up, her gaze sweeping toward the door. Lin Xiu reacted quickly, hurriedly stepping back several paces and pretending to ask calmly, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" At that moment, the woman walked out of the house, and Lin Xiu was instantly stunned. "Oh, so it's you, Lin," she said with a smile. "You know me?" Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then muttered softly to himself, "Who doesn't know little Lin, the bottom of Xingyo Academy?" The woman chuckled at this moment. "Don't call me little Lin," Lin Xiu replied, his face dark with frustration. At this moment, the woman said seriously, "So, which repair solution will you choose?" "Just the one for 9,800 alliance coins will do," Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and replied. He was really afraid that if he wasn't careful, he'd leave the title of Little Virgin here. As he spoke, Lin Xiu handed the bank card to the woman. "Wasn't Xiao Chang the one here before?" Lin Xiu asked with a hint of doubt. "He took a day off today, so I'm covering for him. By the way, my name is Xiao Ruoshui." Hearing the word Shui in her name, Lin Xiu's mind immediately conjured up some inappropriate images. "Alright, lie down." After swiping the card to deduct 9,800 alliance coins, Xiao Ruoshui said to Lin Xiu. Walking into the nearby intelligent medical pod, Lin Xiu felt a bit awkward. "Because you must take off your clothes to enter the medical pod, but you can keep one pair of underwear. You're not feeling shy, are you?" Xiao Ruoshui squinted her eyes and smiled. "Ahem." Lin Xiu's face turned red, but he tried hard to stay calm. She looked at the scars on Lin Xiu's body, somewhat surprised. The whole body was covered with various red marks, along with numerous hidden injuries, clearly the result of years of beatings. After lying in the medical pod, Xiao Ruoshui poured in green culture fluid from the other side. The more expensive the repair fluid, the better the repair effect. Although Lin Xiu's soft tissue contusions were severe, ordinary repair fluid was sufficient. Out of 10,000 alliance coins, only 200 were left. It's ridiculously expensive. Soon, Lin Xiu felt the repair fluid slowly covering his entire body. The medical pod is about to close. Estimated repair time, 5 hours. 5 hours passed quickly. When Lin Xiu woke up, the repair fluid had gradually disappeared, and the pod door opened. The injuries on his body completely disappeared without a trace. Phew! The hidden ailments from before the transmigration were also healed at this moment, making him feel full of vitality. He put on the clothes nearby and walked out of the room, but the woman was already gone. Lin Xiu didn't think much about it, glanced at the time, and quickly headed toward the classroom. This time, there are 20 spots for the practical training in Area A20, and all entry-level warriors in our class can participate, said the homeroom teacher Luo Yu, standing on the podium. There are exactly 20 entry-level warriors in the class, so there's no need to compete for spots. Where's Ma Chang? Luo Yu glanced at everyone and asked. Ma Chang, he's having surgery in Area C. Zhang Dong and Chen Li exchanged a glance and replied. Undergoing surgery? Luo Yu was stunned. What exactly happened? He was beaten by Lin Xiu, all his ribs are broken, and there are cracks in his spine, Chen Li said through gritted teeth. You must be joking. A man nearby burst into laughter. Others also burst into laughter. Lin Xiu was the last in the academy rankings. Who would believe he could beat Ma Chang like this? I'm telling the truth. Chen Li's neck turned red, his tone resolute. He couldn't understand how Lin Xiu had unleashed such powerful strength, defeating Ma Chang in a single blow. Forget it. For this practical training in Area A20, Ma Chang won't be going. Luo Li said, rubbing his brow. Teacher, can I go? Lin Xiu walked in from outside the door at this moment and asked. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. Chen Li and Zhang Dong's expressions changed, showing a hint of fear. Ma Chang was beaten like this by him, who wouldn't be afraid? Lin Xiu, Zone A20 is full of zombies and mutated beasts. You haven't even reached the strength of a beginner martial artist. You're simply courting death, a man sneered disdainfully. The others also looked at Lin Xiu with eyes as if they were looking at someone foolish. Lin Xiu, don't be impulsive. Zone A20 is dangerous. You should focus on training more first, Luo Li advised after a moment of silence. Lin Xiu had strong theoretical knowledge, but his body was truly too weak. If I can defeat you, does that mean I can go? Lin Xiu calmly said, his gaze lightly sweeping over the man who had just shown utter disdain. Just you? The man's name was Su Jun, tall and imposing. At this moment, he suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiu. Hearing Lin Xiu dare to provoke him, he immediately felt a burning embarrassment. How could a useless weakling with the lowest combat ability dare to challenge someone like him with such financial and influential backing? Want to give it a try? Lin Xiu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. At that moment, the eye of analysis activated instantly. Su Jun. Level, Beginner Warrior. Strength 52. Physique 41. Speed 37. Overall combat power 443. This guy is slightly weaker than Ma Chang. As long as I carefully dodge and wait for my rage meter to fill up, I can unleash a charged strike and take him down directly. Alright. Su Jun, burning with anger, instead let out a cold laugh, secretly thinking to himself that he must beat Lin Xiao half to death. You guys? Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, but Su Jun had already followed Lin Xiao out of the classroom. Lin Xiao, don't fight him, he's already an entry-level martial artist. As soon as they walked out, a chubby man shouted to Lin Xiao. This man was Yang Tian, the only person in the class who didn't look down on Lin Xiao. Don't worry, I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly as he clenched his fists. This Su Jun bullied him terribly in class, and Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger in his heart. Look, that useless Lin Xiao is actually challenging someone to a duel. Isn't this just asking for death? Although it was class time, many classes were conducting combat training on the playground. Seeing Lin Xiao and Su Jun standing in the center of the martial arts arena immediately attracted a large crowd of spectators. Su Jun, take it easy. Luo Yu felt a headache at this moment. He never expected Lin Xiao to be so impulsive, but now he could only remind Su Jun. After all, they were classmates, and if something happened, as the class teacher, he would naturally have to bear the responsibility. Alright, I'll make sure to teach Lin Xiao a good lesson. Su Jun nodded and said with a cold smile. At this moment, Su Jun suddenly made his move. As an entry-level martial artist, his physical fitness was excellent. He quickly charged at Lin Xiao, raising his massive fist and striking directly at Lin Xiao's body. Bang! Lin Xiao forcefully blocked the blow with both hands, but still felt intense pain. After using the restorative liquid to heal the hidden ailments in his body, his physical stats had increased from 33 to 35 points. Although it was only a 2-point increase, Lin Xiao could clearly feel that his body was much better than its previously frail state. The rage value instantly soared to 20 points because of Su Jun's punch. Great! Just keep dodging and blocking. Where are you running to? Seeing Lin Xiao constantly evading, Su Jun immediately burned with anger and quickly charged toward Lin Xiao again. Ha! As expected, a useless coward who only knows how to run. Someone nearby saw Lin Xiao's fleeing posture and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Dong and Chen Li increasingly felt that Lin Xiao was pretending to be weak while secretly strong, as they had personally witnessed Lin Xiao unleash powerful strength and deliver a heavy blow to Ma Chang. 30 points. 40 points. Useless trash. If you've got guts, stop dodging. Su Jun was furious to the extreme, and with the crowd watching around him, he almost wanted to knock Lin Xiao down with a single punch. But Lin Xiao kept dodging, showing no intention of fighting back. Su Jun managed to hit Lin Xiao a few times, but each time his blows were blocked by Lin Xiao's arms. Luo Li's eyes flashed with surprise. As the homeroom teacher, he understood Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao had put in a lot of effort to cultivate, his physique was naturally weak, and he was self-conscious. Being bullied in the class and even the academy was a common occurrence. However, today's Lin Xiao seemed like a different person. Although his strength was still insufficient, his eyes revealed an unprecedented determination. Die! Su Jun roared in fury, throwing a fierce punch. There's no way to dodge this. The others stared intently at the scene, as if they had already foreseen Lin Xiao being knocked down. Ding! Rage value is full. Would you like to use a charged strike? Yes. Just as Su Jun's fist was about to smash down, that familiar voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xiao laughed wildly and also threw a punch, meeting Su Jun head-on, courting death. Su Jun's eyes narrowed sharply when he saw Lin Xiao not dodging but counterattacking, actually intending to clash head-on with him. Done. Some girls couldn't help but cover their eyes. Su Jun was a beginner-level martial artist, and a single punch from him was enough to shatter Lin Xiao's hand bones. Ah! A wail rang out, but it wasn't from Lin Xiao, it was from Su Jun. The two fists collided, and Su Jun was sent flying backward, his arm twisted with bones clearly broken. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. No one could have imagined that the weakest student in the school, deemed a useless failure, actually defeated an entry-level martial artist. Impossible! Impossible! Su Jun seemed to forget the excruciating pain in his arm as he roared in anger. Quick, take him for treatment. Luo Yu, though shocked, hurriedly arranged for classmates to carry Su Jun away for bone setting. From now on, no one is allowed to call me a failure again. Lin Xiao stood his ground, scanning the crowd as his thunderous voice roared out. So handsome. Some girls couldn't help but feel their hearts race upon seeing Lin Xiao's imposing demeanor. Lin Xiao was already good-looking and excelled academically, but due to his frail body, he couldn't become a martial artist and was often bullied, with no one thinking highly of him. Yet at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Mr. Luo, can I go to the A20 zone for combat training now? Lin Xiao walked over, his gaze firm as he spoke to Luo Yu. Although the A20 zone is filled with zombies and mutant beasts, as long as I can get there and slay those mutant beasts, my experience points will definitely definitely increase significantly, and the zombies can count as well. As long as I can enhance my potential points, not to mention becoming an ordinary person, surpassing the strongest in the class or even the entire academy is only a matter of time. You can. Luo Yu was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. How did you do it? He was somewhat puzzled. The student in front of him left him utterly confused. The power unleashed in that strike just now had almost reached the level of a true martial artist. But looking at Lin Xiu now, it was clear he hadn't even reached the level of a beginner martial artist. Could it be that he had practiced some kind of technique capable of instantly unleashing immense power? Impossible, his physical conditions simply couldn't support it. That's a secret, Lin Xiu said with a mysterious smile. The news of Lin Xiu defeating Su Jun quickly spread throughout the academy. Although Su Jun was just a beginner-level martial artist and not well known on the school's combat rankings, the key point was that Lin Xiu, a perennial underdog with a combat power of only 250, actually managed to defeat Su Jun, making this matter quite extraordinary. Moreover, insiders dug deeper and discovered that Ma Chang was also defeated by Lin Xiu on the same day, causing rumors in the academy to become even more rampant. However, Lin Xiu didn't pay much attention to these rumors. Tonight, Zhang Dong and Shen Li didn't dare return to the dormitory either. Although defeating Ma Chang involved a bit of luck, Lin Xiu had also knocked Su Jun down. These two hadn't even reached the beginner-level martial artist standard, so how could they dare return to the dormitory? They were afraid Lin Xiu might leave them half-paralyzed. Lin Xiu applied ointment in the dormitory. Although he had been on the defensive throughout the fight with Su Jun, the opponent was still a beginner-level martial artist, leaving quite a few injuries on his body. Since he has obtained the qualification to go to the A20 zone for actual combat, Lin Xiu must prepare well. Tomorrow will be the day to kill zombies, hunt mutated beasts, and level up. The A20 zone is located in the northern part of the city. This area has already suffered from nuclear contamination, with viruses running rampant. The surrounding urban areas are full of zombies, along with some mutated beasts. Although fraught with dangers, opportunities are always hidden within crises. The bodies of mutated beasts are composed of extremely hard materials in many parts, and some advanced weapons are crafted from their bodies. In addition, the brain of each mutated beast contains a special product called exocrystal. This crystal-like substance harbors unique energy, which warriors can absorb to enhance their training and significantly boost their cultivation. After all, it was the first time entering Zone A20 for actual combat, so the homeroom teacher leading the team, Luo Yu, inevitably appeared particularly cautious. Early in the morning, everyone took the latest model of the maglev train and arrived at Zone A20 in just a few hours. The train's speed was so fast that Lin Xiu felt as if he were riding a rocket. This was a small town surrounded by high walls, making it difficult for ordinary mutant beasts and zombies to break through directly, and it could be considered relatively safe. Feeling a bit nervous, young Tian said, dressed in protective gear and gripping a machete. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Xiu smiled, appearing much more relaxed, but deep down, he still felt a bit uneasy. After all, this was his first time facing the real slaughter of zombies and mutated beasts. I'm afraid if you're not. Yang Tian muttered, yesterday's events making him start to find Lin Xiu hard to understand. Lin Xiu was able to defeat Su Jun, so his strength must have already reached the level of an entry-level martial artist. Could it be that he had been pretending to be a good-for-nothing all along? This doesn't make sense. Who can endure the title of loser for so long? Gather! At this moment, Luo Yu stepped to the front and commanded sharply. As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately lined up neatly, making Luo Yu nod in satisfaction. You have been training at the academy for a long time. Although you have reached the entry-level warrior stage and can handle ordinary zombies and mutant beasts with coordinated battle knives, only real combat can truly test your abilities, and only real combat can further strengthen your resolve. Last year, several novice martial artists were killed by first-tier zombies because they were overcome with fear when facing them and got bitten to death. These words caused everyone's expressions to suddenly turn grim, and cold sweat had already appeared on the foreheads of a few. We'll be setting off soon. 20 people will be divided into 4 teams, forming groups freely. Lin Xiu, let's be in the same team. Yang Tian glanced around at everyone before calling out to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded. The other two were Zhang Yi and Yi Qiu. However, they seemed somewhat reluctant, as if being on the same team as Lin Xiu was a kind of disgrace. Lin Xiu didn't care about this at all. One last time, are you really sure you want to go? Once you step out of this gate, there will be zombies and mutant beasts everywhere, and your life and death will be your own responsibility. Luo Li said seriously, standing in front of the city wall gate and scanning the crowd. Go! Everyone responded in unison. Luo Li nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't know what the outcome would be, at least there were no cowards in the team. Remember, don't go too deep. The zombies and mutant beasts in the depths are extremely powerful, Luo Li said gravely. Those high-level mutant beasts were not easy to deal with, even for him as a third-tier warrior. 20 people were dressed in the battle uniforms and wielded the battle knives provided by Starshine Academy. The battle uniforms were soft yet capable of withstanding ordinary attacks, and the battle knives were forged from special metal, incredibly sharp. Set off now. Remember to bring back the mutant beast crystals you slay. They can be exchanged for points at the supply station in Zone A20. As soon as Luo Li finished speaking, the group stepped out of the gate. In front lies an endless forest, concealing many buildings. Lin Xiu looked at the scene before him with some shock. The former city had long been covered by massive trees, almost unrecognizable from its past appearance. As soon as they stepped out, the 4 squads dispersed in different directions. Be careful, don't drag us down, Zhang Yi said coldly to Lin Xiu as he walked ahead. Although Lin Xiu had defeated Su Jun, Zhang Yi still remained indifferent. He was stronger than Su Jun, with strength almost reaching that of a formal martial artist. Stop pretending, Yang Tian spat disdainfully. Lin Xiu's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he ignored Zhang Yi's mockery and instead focused intently on the front. Although he had defeated Ma Chang and Su Jun with a charged strike, his own strength was still very weak. Those zombies and mutated giant beasts are extremely frenzied, attacking anyone they see without mercy. It can be said that even the slightest carelessness carries a huge risk of death. Over there! At this moment, several scarlet figures emerged from a building covered in vines. Seeing this scene, Yang Tian's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. Lin Xiu immediately activated his eye of analysis. Characteristics of a level 1 zombie: slow movement, sharp teeth, carries a virus. Overall combat power, 380. Damn, even a low-level zombie's combat power is stronger than mine. Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. At this moment, his overall combat power had risen to 291. Although he had surpassed 250, it was still relatively low compared to others. The zombies also seemed to have noticed the presence of the group and began to slowly move outward. Sure enough, the description from the eye of analysis was correct. They were slow-moving, and as long as they weren't allowed to get close, they should be easy to handle. Zhang Yi, Yi Qiu, and Yang Tian were all sweating on their foreheads at this moment. After all, it was their first time facing real zombies. Their pale and decayed faces, gaping mouths revealing sharp teeth, and drooling saliva were terrifying. For a moment, the three of them seemed somewhat flustered, but Lin Xiu was unusually excited at this moment. Experience. If his guess was correct, killing zombies would definitely grant experience. He gripped the battle knife in his hand, thin as a cicada's wing yet incredibly sharp, and charged straight at the nearest zombie, slashing diagonally from its shoulder. In an instant, he cleaved its body in two. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully killing a tier 1 zombie, gaining 200 experience points. Congratulations, master, on leveling up. Current level, level 2. You have gained 2 potential points. 2 potential points? Lin Xiu's heart instantly filled with joy. He had originally thought that leveling up to level 2 would only grant him 1 potential point, but unexpectedly, he received 2. Does that mean level 3 will grant 3 points? Without hesitation, Lin Xiu allocated both points to strength. At this moment, his strength had already reached 38 points, finally approaching the level of an average person in this world. Just then, the zombie on the other side suddenly lunged forward, scaring Lin Xiu into quickly retreating a few steps. At the same time, Zhang Yi let out a cold snort and charged forward abruptly. After all, he was an entry-level martial artist, far stronger than Lin Xiu. As he swung his weapon, several zombies were slain one by one. Zhang Yi, you're amazing. Yi Qiu quickly stepped forward and flattered him. Who was it just now that was so timid, not even daring to go first? Yang Tian sneered as he spoke. You. Zhang Yi pointed at Yang Tian, his face instantly turning grim. Lin Xiu ignored their argument. The most important thing was still hunting zombies to accumulate experience and level up. The few zombies that Zhang Yi had killed first just now left him feeling slightly unwilling. Those were precious experience points. Continuing forward, Lin Xiu clearly saw the outline of the city and couldn't help but feel amazed. What had looked like a forest from a distance turned out to be trees so tall that they completely obscured the buildings. Yang Tian and the others cautiously looked around, fearing the sudden appearance of any creatures. Zombies again, this time it's my turn. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up. Seeing the zombies wandering not far ahead, he immediately rushed forward excitedly. Let's go too, Yang Tian echoed. After all, this trip was meant for training, and personally taking down a few zombies would make it worthwhile. Roar! Just as Yi Qiu charged to the front, the zombie suddenly lunged at an extremely fast speed. Caught off guard, Yi Qiu was directly knocked to the ground. The zombie opened its bloody maw and bit toward him. Get off! Zhang Yi reacted quickly, kicking the zombie in the chest and sending it flying. Why is this zombie so fast? fast. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly activated the Eye of Analysis. Characteristics of a Tier 1 zombie leader: swift movements, sharp claws and fangs, capable of summoning Tier 1 zombies. Overall combat power, 580. A leader zombie. Yang Tian, don't rush over. Lin Xiu saw this and urgently warned. What's wrong? Yang Tian asked in confusion. This is a leader zombie. It might summon more first-tier zombies here. We're in big trouble, Lin Xiu said with a serious expression. Although he was eager to hunt zombies to gain experience, staying alive was more important. Nonsense. What leader level? Just kill it directly. Zhang Yi was clearly dissatisfied with Lin Xiu's words and charged forward with his blade. The leader zombie moved extremely quickly, constantly dodging Zhang Yi's slashes. Its sharp nails tore through Zhang Yi's battlesuit, instantly ripping it open. Get lost. Zhang Yi roared angrily, slashing fiercely at its arm. With a loud bang, the arm was severed. Roar! The zombie let out a deafening howl, its voice echoing throughout the forest. See that? Useless? Facing a zombie like this is a piece of cake for me, Zhang Yi. He turned and spoke disdainfully to Lin Xiu. Zhang Yi, you, behind you. Yi Qiu scrambled backward, shouting in alarm. Lin Xiu was startled by the scene before him. The information from the Eye of Analysis was indeed correct. Hordes of zombies were charging madly. As soon as Zhang Yi turned around, a zombie lunged at him. More and more zombies surged from behind, seemingly numbering in the dozens. Zhang Yi was instantly terrified, slashing with his knife while retreating. Seeing this situation, he was also startled. Lin Xiu, what are you trying to rush up for now? At this moment, Lin Xiu noticed that the zombie Zhang Yi had cut down didn't seem to be dead yet, so he quickly stepped forward and delivered another blow. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully killing a first-tier zombie and gaining 200 experience points. A crisp notification sound rang out. This cold voice sounded as sweet as nectar to Lin Xiu's ears. However, leveling up to level 3 won't be that quick. I glanced at the progress bar in my mind. 200 out of 500. Just 3 more kills, only 3 left. Lin Xiu, hurry up! Yang Tian shouted urgently, staring at the zombie slowly closing in from all directions. Zhang Yi, who had just been frightened, turned pale and immediately ran away. With so many zombies, getting scratched and infected would be the end. Although he was considered strong in the class, he was equally terrified of death. Zhang Yi, wait for me. At this moment, Yi Qiu was also scared out of his wits and quickly followed Zhang Yi to escape. Lin Xiu saw the group of zombies surrounding him, and the blood in his veins began to boil. His strength wasn't powerful enough yet, but as long as he killed these zombies, he should be able to level up several times directly. Moreover, apart from the leader zombie, the other first-tier zombies moved slowly and should be easy to take down. As for the leader zombie, it had just been slashed by Zhang Yi, losing one arm. Now it stood on the ground, holding the severed arm, seemingly trying to reattach it. The opportunity has come. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Time to go all out. Gripping the battle knife tightly in his hand, Lin Xiu suddenly slashed at a zombie nearby. Bang! With a loud noise, the zombie's head was chopped off in one strike, blood splattering all over the ground. This was Lin Xiu's first time killing a zombie, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous and queasy. Lin Xiu. Seeing Lin Xiu still relentlessly killing zombies, Yang Tian hesitated for a moment, then also raised his machete and began slashing at the surrounding zombies alongside Lin Xiu. These zombies were slow to react and moved sluggishly. Under Lin Xiu's relentless slashes, countless had already fallen. The sound of gaining experience points kept echoing in his mind. Is it really necessary to go this hard? Yang Tian watched Lin Xiu furiously swinging his blade, slaughtering the zombies, feeling a chill in his heart as he couldn't help but mutter to himself, roar! At that moment, the leader zombie's arm, somehow, had already healed and reattached. Seeing Lin Xiu frantically slaying the first-tier zombies, it lunged at him with incredible speed. Roar! The zombie let out an angry roar, its fingernails suddenly becoming exceptionally sharp as it lunged fiercely at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu had just slaughtered numerous zombies, and his body was already drenched in blood, making him look particularly terrifying. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but the zombie leader's speed was astonishing. With a bang, it knocked him to the ground, opening its gaping maw and lunging straight for his neck. Exclamation point! Lin Xiu curled his legs, bracing them against its abdomen, while his hands tightly gripped its wrists to prevent it from pressing down further. Do you know that you have bad breath? He gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Over on Yang Tian's side, he was still desperately slashing and killing the zombies that kept attacking, completely unable to pay attention to Lin Xiu's situation. Right, how much had he leveled up after killing so many zombies just now? Lin Xiu suddenly realized this and was shocked to find that he had already reached level 5. Moreover, there are actually 12 potential points. Add them all to strength. Lin Xiu roared, and the strength value instantly soared from 38 to 50. A surge of immense power instantly flooded into his body, reaching the level of an entry-level martial artist. What? Yang Tian reflexively looked over upon hearing Lin Xiu's roar. Lin Xiu shouted get lost and forcefully kicked the leader zombie, sending it flying. At present, Lin Xiu's strength was not enough to easily kill this zombie, but since Zhang Yi had previously chopped off one of its arms, although it had been reattached, its power was clearly not as strong as before. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiu picked up the battle knife on the ground and charged forward. The zombie clearly did not expect Lin Xiu to be so decisive, and its chest suddenly lunged toward him. It roared, its hands frantically clawing at Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu quickly retreated, easily dodging the attack. As expected of a leader zombie, it hadn't completely died yet and kept struggling on the ground. Lin Xiu broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost been scratched on the neck by its sharp claws just now, and the danger of infection made his heart tighten. He fiercely kicked it down, firmly pressed his right foot against its chest, drew his battle knife, and fiercely slashed at its neck. Its head was instantly severed, and the zombie finally died completely, falling silent. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing the leader zombie. Your level has been upgraded to level 6, unlocking the gene lock system. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 6 potential points. Lin Xiu sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and checked the attribute interface in his mind. Host, Lin Xiu. Level 6. Experience points, 0, 100 needed for the next level. Strength 50. Constitution 35. Speed 32. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skill, Eye of Analysis. Rage charge, 0/100. Overall combat power, 380. Combat power is 380? Lin Xiu felt a surge of joy, but soon he thought the system was simply full of malice. It was 250 last time, and now it jumped straight to 380, as if mocking him. He pondered for a moment. Just increasing strength wasn't enough. If his physique and speed couldn't keep up, he would still suffer in battle. After just a short fight earlier, he was already gasping for breath, so he decided to allocate 3 potential points to physique, bringing it up to the level of a normal person, and another 3 points to speed, raising it to 35. At this moment, many icons locked with chains appeared below the system frame. Gene lock. Humans are the most complex creatures, with a large number of untapped potential segments in their genes that have yet to be activated. The so-called gene lock refers to the basic potential hidden within the human body. Legend has it that if the gene lock is fully unlocked, one can become a godlike being. Lin Xiu held his breath and mentally clicked on the first gene lock icon. Warning, level not high enough to unlock. Exclamation point. Lin Xiu cursed under his breath, but level 15 wasn't too far off. As long as he kept killing zombies, the progress shouldn't be too slow. Thinking of this, a surge of excitement and determination reignited in his heart. Lin Xiu, are you okay? At this moment, Yang Tian had already dealt with the zombies and immediately walked over to Lin Xiu. I'm fine. Lin Xiu shook his head and then got up from the ground. The blood on his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Tian was a bit surprised at this moment. That zombie leader was actually killed so easily by Lin Xiu? Moreover, he vaguely felt that Lin Xiu's body seemed to have undergone some changes, suddenly becoming much stronger. Let's go, we'll continue exploring inside, Lin Xiu said. Now his strength has roughly reached the level of an entry-level warrior, and venturing deeper, he can easily handle zombies. Yang Tian nodded. The two continued walking inward and soon discovered a sign not far ahead, which read, entry-level warriors are prohibited from going further. It seems this is the restricted area teacher Luo mentioned, Yang Tian said after seeing the sign. Let's not go in. Lin Xiu frowned. On the way here, they hadn't encountered any zombies, so there was no chance to gain experience. Should they go in and take a look? Lin Xiu. Just as Lin Xiu was lost in thought, Yang Tian seemed to have discovered something. He tugged at Lin Xiu's arm, his body trembling as he spoke. What is it? Lin Xiu was startled. Following Yang Tian's gaze, his eyes suddenly widened. On the distant tree, a snake was coiled, a massive python. The python's eyes were crimson red, its body as thick as a barrel, and it seemed capable of changing its color to blend with the surroundings. No wonder I didn't notice it earlier. Is this what they call an evolved beast? The Eye of Analysis displays. 3rd tier chameleon python, characteristics, strength, unable to analyze? What kind of monster is this? Lin Xiu's heart trembled. This was the first time he had encountered an existence that couldn't be analyzed. Run, hurry up and run. Lin Xiu shouted urgently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he retreated. You're supposed to chase that fat guy. Why are you coming after me instead? Lin Xiu exclaimed while running, glancing back in surprise to see the giant chameleon-like python heading straight for him. At this moment, Yang Tian was also running non-stop. Out of habit, he glanced back and noticed that Lin Xiu was already heading deeper into the forest. He wanted to remind Lin Xiu that he was running in the wrong direction, but Lin Xiu's figure had already disappeared from sight. Ha! It's gone? Lin Xiu ran with all his might for quite a while, then suddenly turned around, but he couldn't see any trace of the giant python. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, this chameleon-like python could change its color according to the surrounding environment, making it highly concealed and capable of lurking in any corner, ready to ambush him at any moment. Just as Lin Xiu paused to catch his breath, he noticed a few figures appearing ahead. These people were wearing battle uniforms, but they were clearly different from Lin Xiu's. They held various weapons, and one of them was carrying a massive evolved beast corpse on his shoulder. The few of them were burly, clearly all official martial artists. Well, from Starshine Academy? The leading man noticed Lin Xiu's battlesuit, raised an eyebrow, and said. Lin Xiu secretly lamented. These people were obviously members of an adventure team, and all of them were official martial artists. If they decided to act, he would have no power to resist. The situation was dire. Big brothers, I'm just passing through, Lin Xiu said with an awkward smile. Turns out he's just a pauper. A man carrying a large blade stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Xiu closely, a trace of ferocity in his eyes. Leave the battle blade, and you can go. All right. Lin Xiu clenched his fists. Losing the battle blade meant losing more than half of his combat strength. Though unwilling, he had no choice. Hand it over. The man snorted coldly and reached out to snatch the battle knife from Lin Xiu's hand. Just after grabbing the battle knife, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he prepared to swing the knife at Lin Xiu. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, a chilling hiss rang out. Lin Xiu felt a chill down his spine and instinctively leaped to the side. The man who had just snatched the knife was viciously bitten on the waist by a gaping bloody mouth. Ah! The man, completely unprepared, was instantly bitten by the chameleon python. Lin Xiu collapsed to the side, drenched in cold sweat. This was truly too dangerous. If he hadn't been constantly alert to the python, he might have been the one bitten right now. The members of the adventure team were also stunned. The emerald green chameleon python blended seamlessly with the surrounding trees, and coupled with the evolutionary beast's natural ability to conceal itself, it was only now that they realized what had happened. Third order evolved beast, chameleon python, someone exclaimed. Chameleon python. Upon hearing the name, everyone gasped. Although this snake is not the strongest, its ability to change color with its surroundings makes it cunning and deadly, striking fear into all who hear of it. Hiss! The man who had just snatched the knife was instantly swallowed by the python. That massive head, blood-red forked tongue, and scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the crowd, sending chills down their spines. The man holding the great sword scanned his teammates and shouted sternly, "Kill it! The exotic crystal and snake skin of a tier 3 evolved beast can sell for millions." Hearing this, greed flickered in the eyes of the others. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. At this moment, their inner desires were completely ignited. It was precisely because of the appearance of this color-changing giant python that they overlooked Lin Xiu hiding in the bushes. Lin Xiu crouched to the side, observing the situation ahead through the gaps in the leaves. His eye of analysis activated, identifying these people as first-rank martial artists. Martial artist ranks range from 1 to 9, with 9th-rank martial artists possessing immense strength, even compared to a domestic nuclear weapon. It was evident that first-rank martial artists had relatively shallow strength. The man wielding the greatsword charged forward first. As he swung the sword, the air seemed to ripple slightly, and the blade's edge pointed directly at the color-changing giant python. The giant python swiftly dodged through the forest. Just as the sword thrust past, it opened its blood-red maw, ready to bite its opponent. At that moment, a burly man charged forward. His fists were clad in steel gauntlets covered with spikes, and he slammed a powerful punch toward the golden-threaded python's head. What? However, the golden-threaded python seemed unscathed and instead lashed its tail, sending him flying violently. A man's pupils slightly contracted as several daggers flew from his hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, sounds of blades slicing through the air rang out. These short knives were originally aimed at the chameleon python's eyes, but unexpectedly, the python twisted its body in an instant, causing the knives to pierce the area below its neck instead. Hiss hiss. Without the protection of snake scales on its neck, the short knives easily penetrated, instantly enraging the python. With a loud bang, it violently swung its tail, snapping the giant tree behind those people in an instant. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted as he witnessed this scene, and he quickly rolled to dodge. Almost got hit by the falling giant tree. Ah! The man wearing steel gauntlets roared, his muscles rapidly swelling as he frantically attacked the chameleon python. He specialized in hand-to-hand combat, and at this moment, he threw a punch at an extremely fast speed, even producing a sound of air being torn. Bang bang bang! As the chameleon python attacked his companion, his fist fiercely struck the python's head. After being hit with several punches, the chameleon python's head seemed somewhat dazed. Good opportunity! The sword-wielding man suddenly charged at the giant serpent, his great sword aiming straight for its vital spot. Splurt! Unexpectedly, the giant serpent spewed a large amount of green substance from its mouth. Caught off guard, he was drenched in the green liquid, let out a wail of agony, and his body was instantly corroded. Quick, attack its vital spot. The others, their eyes red with frenzy, swore to fight to the death as they fiercely launched an assault on the discolored serpent's vital spot. Lin Xiu was still hiding in the bushes at this moment, holding his breath and focusing intently. Although the third-tier mutated evolved beast was formidable, it ultimately couldn't withstand the siege of numerous warriors. The fatal weakness of snakes lies in their 7-inch point. Despite its massive size, with a loud bang, its enormous body collapsed to the ground. Ha ha, it's dead. Finally dead, a man laughed maniacally. Although he killed the giant chameleon python, almost all of his companions companions were wiped out. The green venom sprayed by the python had already corroded many people into skeletons. With a ripping sound, Lin Xiu was just about to get up when he accidentally brushed against a nearby tree, causing a noise. "Come out!" At this moment, a man holding a longsword pointed toward Lin Xiu's hiding place and shouted angrily. Lin Xiu secretly regretted. How could he make a sound? At this moment, his strength was merely that of a beginner martial artist, with almost no chance of winning against a true martial artist. "You're the one who brought this thing here, aren't you?" The man saw Lin Xiu's shadow and sneered. "What are you standing there for? Come over here." Lin Xiu clenched his teeth and finally obeyed, walking over as instructed. "Help me skin this chameleon python, dig out the exotic crystal, and carry my brother back. If you don't obey, watch out or I'll kill you with one strike." He sneered, the tip of his sword pointing at Lin Xiu. "Hurry up and dig, you useless trash," the man roared, kicking Lin Xiu to the ground. Having just fought fiercely with the chameleon python, this person also seemed to have sustained some injuries. Lin Xiu lay on the ground, a fierce glint surging in his eyes. Since crossing over, he secretly resolved never to be as cowardly as the previous owner of this body. Gratitude and vengeance with abandon. His gaze swept toward the ground, and the battle blade from earlier was right there. That man was already injured, his strength greatly diminished. Kill! A thought flashed, and Lin Xiu quickly anticipated his move, swiftly picking up the battle blade and slashing backward. With a bang, the man's arm holding the longsword was severed on the spot. "You!" He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. "Forgot to tell you, I hate being called trash the most. Also, don't kick me." Lin Xiu snorted coldly. The man who had lost his right arm fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Around them, the venom spat out by the giant chameleon snake had already corroded the corpses completely, leaving only stark white bones. "Ah, go ahead and kill me if you dare. Otherwise, the Zhang family will never let you go." The man's face twisted as he laughed maniacally, staring at Lin Xiu. "The physique of a warrior is extraordinary. Though losing an arm is excruciatingly painful, it is not fatal." "Zhang family?" Lin Xiu frowned. In the future world, there were many warrior families, and the Zhang family seemed somewhat familiar to him. "That's right. You'd better take me to the medical station in Zone A20, reattach my arm, and then break both of your own arms, or else I will make sure you meet a terrible end," the man roared. Clearly, Lin Xiu's strike had driven him nearly insane. Lin Xiu's face was grim as he stood beside him with a knife in hand, sneering coldly. "Who do you think you are? You want to kill me? Do you know the consequences? I'll kill your entire family." The man, seeing the cold glint in Lin Xiu's eyes, turned pale but still responded viciously. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu plunged the knife into his chest. The man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Sorry, I don't have any family." Ding! "Congratulations, Master, for killing a Tier 1 warrior and gaining 2,500 experience points. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up to level 7 and earning 7 potential points. Congratulations, Master, on your first kill of a warrior. You have earned a chance to draw a prize." A cold voice echoed in his mind, but Lin Xiu had no time to savor the joy of leveling up. Looking around, the sight of corpses strewn everywhere made him feel waves of nausea. Clutching his chest, he gagged a few times on the side before gradually easing his discomfort. He had gained another 7 potential points. How should he allocate them next? Strength, physique, and speed, these three must remain balanced. Otherwise, relying solely on strength while being weak in other aspects will result in a lack of coordination. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu decided to evenly distribute the 7 potential points between speed and physique. As a result, both physique and speed were raised to 40 points. As soon as he allocated the potential points, he felt a wave of comfort and his physical condition noticeably improved. At this moment, he asked himself, could he finally be considered a normal person now? His gaze shifted to the ground not far away. The members of the adventure team from earlier were all dead, and the chameleon python was no longer moving. This could be considered a stroke of luck for him. The body of this chameleon python was made of top-quality materials. Selling it would surely fetch a good price, but its massive size made transportation quite inconvenient. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiu gripped his battle knife tightly and swung it fiercely at the python's head. With a dull bang, the snake's head only showed a faint crack. Sure enough, it was too hard. He struck forcefully several times in a row, finally splitting the massive head open, revealing the shining light within. That was the alien crystal, a crystalline substance found within the bodies of evolved beasts, serving as the source of these giant beasts' power. Ordinary martial artists can absorb the energy within through cultivation, thereby enhancing their own abilities. In addition, the exotic crystal can also serve as a power source for certain machinery. This thing should fetch a good price, Lin Xiu said with a smile while holding the exotic crystal. From those people's backpacks, he found 2 more exotic crystals, which were evidently obtained when they had just hunted an evolved beast. However, these 2 were noticeably smaller and likely came from a level 1 evolved beast. Looking around, there didn't seem to be anything particularly valuable to take, and those weapons didn't feel right in his hands either. Without much thought, Lin Xiu continued deeper into the forest. At this moment, his most important task was to to level up quickly and enhance his strength. After all, if he encountered another adventurer team intent on killing and looting, he might not be so lucky next time. Little did he know, he had already gone the wrong way. As he kept moving forward, he was gradually venturing into the heart of the forest. Lin Xiu kept walking forward, and his sense of astonishment deepened along the way. The ground is covered with the remnants of buildings, but many have already been concealed by dense vegetation. No one knows how many years ago this place was once a bustling city, but now it has turned into a forest. Thinking about this, one can't help but feel a surge of emotions. With a clang, Lin Xiu accidentally kicked an empty can while walking. It turned out to be a Coca-Cola can. He curiously stared at the jar, discovering that its surface was no different from those of his own era. Looking down, he saw the production date clearly printed on it, 2016. Seeing this item from the same era as when he had traveled through time, Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile wryly. Strange, why hadn't he seen his companions or classmates for so long? And where had that chubby Yang Tian gone? There is a sign ahead that reads Danger Zone, but just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Lin Xiu fell to the ground without realizing it. With the tremor, the massive birds and beasts perched on the giant trees scattered and flew away in fright. A deafening beast roar instantly echoed through the forest. Lin Xiu covered his ears, his legs almost giving out. What on earth is this? His gaze was fixed on the depths, and he immediately saw a massive figure rushing toward him. Not good. Crackling sounds echoed as bolts of lightning shot out wildly, instantly charring and snapping the thick branches around. Lin Xiu swallowed nervously, quickly leaping onto a sturdy tree and holding his breath in concentration. He cautiously looked ahead to the center and was startled to see a massive evolved beast. The beast was enormous, resembling a bull but shaped like a leopard. Its open mouth revealed sharp, elongated fangs, and even more astonishing, its body was surrounded by lightning. With a swipe of its claws, the surrounding trees were charred and shattered by electricity. Fourth order evolved beast, lightning leopard. Lin Xiu gasped in shock. Although his physical condition was poor, he had a wealth of knowledge, with many evolved beast illustrations etched in his memory. The third order chameleon python just now had nearly taken his life. As for this fourth order lightning leopard, he stood no chance of resisting it. Escape. I must escape immediately. Just then, a woman appeared in the distance. She was dressed in a battle gown, holding a long sword emitting a cold white glow. Her face was delicate, and her expression was calm and unperturbed. With a single swing of her sword, a crescent-shaped white sword aura slashed out, instantly cutting down the nearby trees. Roar! The lightning leopard let out an angry roar, and lightning suddenly erupted from its body. The crackling sound of electricity rubbing against the air echoed in all directions. Die! Even from a distance, Lin Xiu still felt his whole body trembling. Strong, unbelievably strong. The eye of analysis activated, Lin Xiu's gaze fixed on the woman confronting the lightning leopard, his curiosity growing stronger. Unable to analyze. He was stunned. How could it be unanalyzable? Even that chameleon-like giant lizard, though its combat power couldn't be analyzed, at least its rank could be discerned. Is the eye of analysis powerless against beings far beyond its own strength? He used the eye of analysis on the lightning leopard again, but it still displayed unable to analyze. The intense battle ahead continued, with the lightning leopard and the woman at the center. The surrounding trees were all broken, forming an open area. Seemingly sensing the terrifying aura, many low-level evolved beasts fled in panic. Clang! The woman's long sword, as white as frost, thrust out once more, but the blue-purple lightning on the lightning leopard's body formed a natural barrier, fending off the attack. Roar! The lightning leopard let out a thunderous roar and swiped its claw downward, but the woman easily evaded it with her exquisite footwork. Swish! Another slash struck out, leaving deep cracks on the ground from the sword's energy, an utterly terrifying sight. This is the power of a high-level martial artist. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xiu's blood boiled with excitement. As long as he continued to cultivate, one day he would also reach that level, or even become stronger. The battle was still raging fiercely. Lin Xiu kept his eyes fixed on the fight, as the clash between the expert and the high-level evolved beast was undoubtedly a valuable learning opportunity for him. Not long after, the lightning on the lightning leopard's body gradually dimmed. The woman seemed to seize the moment, swung her longsword, and with a sharp burst of sword energy, the lightning leopard was sent flying, the lightning on its body instantly dissipating completely. Solved? The woman frowned slightly, gripping the long sword tightly in her hand, and slowly approached the lightning leopard. The lightning leopard seemed to have been struck by the sword's aura, with blood gushing out profusely, appearing on the verge of death, perhaps already unconscious. The woman's frown gradually relaxed, her long sword pointed directly at its head, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, at this moment, the lightning leopard, which had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly flipped over and stood up. A massive burst of lightning erupted, forming into a huge lightning ball that charged fiercely toward the woman. How insidious, pretending to be dead. Lin Xiu was also startled. It seemed this lightning leopard already possessed a certain level of intelligence. The crackling sound of electricity was clearly audible to Lin Xiu. The woman obviously hadn't expected the lightning leopard's counterattack to be so terrifying. She held her long sword in front of her, quickly releasing energy from her body to form a shield. However, the power of the lightning ball was astonishing, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted. With a loud bang, the woman was violently sent flying. Lin Xiu then saw clearly that it was a cliff over there, with broken trees, and the woman was directly blown away by the force, falling down. Could she have died? The lightning leopard stopped in place at this moment, the lightning on its body gradually dissipating. With a bang, its massive body suddenly collapsed to the ground. A desperate counterattack before death? Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement. He wasn't sure if the lightning leopard was truly dead. If it hadn't completely stopped breathing, would delivering a final blow at this moment count as him killing this big boss? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, gripped his battle knife tightly, and cautiously climbed down the tree trunk step by step. Hold your breath and approach cautiously. After observing from a distance for a while and confirming that the lightning leopard was lying motionless on the ground, Lin Xiu slowly walked over. Looks like I really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud, once again becoming the one to reap the benefits of others' efforts, feeling an unusual joy in his heart. Just as he reached out to draw his blade, his body suddenly trembled, as if something was staring at him. This sent a chill down his spine. He tried hard to turn his head to look to the side, and sure enough, in the depths of the nearby forest, a pair of eyes faintly flickered. The pupils of those eyes were like hooks, exuding an unsettling aura. Lin Xiu instinctively activated the eye of analysis, but he still couldn't discern the specifics of that creature. It seems this guy is definitely a third-tier or higher evolved beast. Damn it, didn't the homeroom teacher say there were only low-tier zombies and low-tier evolved beasts around here? Why are the evolved beasts we encounter getting scarier and scarier? Though unwilling, that monster is already charging toward us at an extremely fast speed. If we don't run now, we're in big trouble. Run! Hurry and run! Lin Xiu ran with all his might and soon reached the edge of a cliff, quickly stopping in his tracks. Looking back, the figure of the pursuing evolved beast was already clearly visible. It's a lightning leopard. Another lightning leopard. At this moment, Lin Xiu's memory surfaced, and he recalled that lightning leopards usually acted in pairs, one male and one female. It seems that this lightning leopard is very likely the mate of the deceased lightning leopard. Damn, could it think that I killed its mate? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt an overwhelming bitterness. Don't come any closer, or I'll cut you. Lin Xiu swallowed nervously and said in a low voice, "Roar!" The lightning leopard let out a furious roar, surging with electricity all over its body. Its sharp, elongated fangs made Lin Xiu break out in a cold sweat. Damn it! Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse. His eyes glanced at the ground below, and he gritted his teeth, making a decision. Better to jump than be bitten to death. Roar! Just as the lightning leopard pounced, Lin Xiu had already leapt off the cliff. Pain, extreme pain, as if being hit repeatedly by dozens of cars. Where is this? Lin Xiu struggled to open his eyes, shook his head, and his vision gradually cleared. A chill spread over his body, and upon closer inspection, he found himself submerged in a pool of water. Ahead, there is a small waterfall, with the water continuously crashing onto the surface, producing a roaring sound and forming a small river. Surrounded by various strange and lush green plants, the sky gradually darkens, as if the sun has already set. I remember jumping down before noon, but I didn't expect to have been unconscious for so long. Fortunately, I had added quite a few points to my physique earlier. Although the pain throughout my body is unbearable, the injuries are not too severe. He slowly stood up and looked upward. The cliff towered into the clouds, and it was likely the collision with the trees earlier that had reduced the impact, otherwise, he might have already lost his life. But how could he get back up now? Lin Xiu was immediately at a loss. Ha! At that moment, Lin Xiu noticed a figure floating on the water beneath the waterfall. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the woman who had been struck and sent flying earlier. Her skirt was severely damaged, with some parts even scorched. In this world, female warriors are equally powerful, so combat skirts were specifically designed. These skirts, made of special materials, offer protection far superior to ordinary battle attire. Lin Xiu finally got a clear look at her face. Up close, her beauty was even more breathtaking. Her flawless, fair cheeks and features seemed as if they were meticulously sculpted by God. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? No, it should be said a young girl. Judging by her age, she's probably around 17 or 18. Blood was still trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that the dying strike of that lightning leopard earlier had inflicted a serious injury on her. If she were left here, and an evolved beast appeared later, she might end up being eaten by them. Just as warriors yearn to hunt evolved beasts to enhance their strength, evolved beasts equally crave devouring warriors to strengthen themselves. Lin Xiu didn't think much and directly pulled her body away from the edge of the waterfall. Her body carried a chill, and when the skin of her arm touched Lin Xiu's, he clearly felt the smoothness, softness, and elasticity of her skin. However, why does she feel so heavy? By the river, he supported her and leaned her against a sturdy, large tree, half sitting up. She was still unconscious, and no one knew when she would wake up. Her right hand was still tightly gripping that chillingly terrifying long sword. Lin Xiu was not a doctor and had no medicine with him, leaving him helpless for now. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach suddenly growled. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, and he was already feeling a bit hungry. There didn't seem to be any fruit trees in this forest, but there should be evolved beasts. From the water source in front of the waterfall, Lin Xiu noticed that there seemed to be quite a few fish swimming in the water, and he immediately felt a surge of joy. These fish were also evolved beasts, about twice the size of regular fish, but their temperament wasn't particularly fierce. They were considered relatively docile evolved beasts. Evolved beasts are different from zombies. The virus in their bodies seems to have mutated. Eating their meat does not cause infection, and their protein content is extremely high, making them excellent as food. Lin Xiu didn't think much about it and broke off a long and sturdy tree branch from the side, with the broken end conveniently sharp. Using this branch as a spear, Lin Xiu jumped into the water. As soon as he entered the water, Lin Xiu felt a wave of coolness spread throughout his body, exceptionally refreshing. The fish in the water swam swiftly, but relying on Lin Xiu's quick reflexes at the moment, he easily pierced through several fish. Grabbing the fish and heading ashore, Lin Xiu found a small wooden stick and a thick piece of dead tree bark, then gathered a tuft of fluffy grass nearby and placed it inside. Pressing the dead tree bark with the wooden stick, he quickly spun the stick with both hands. Since Lin Xiu was a martial artist, starting a fire by drilling wood was not difficult for him, and he completed the task in no time. The tuft of fluffy grass gradually caught fire. Lin Xiu took the opportunity to throw the surrounding dry branches into the fire, and the flames quickly spread, blazing into a roaring fire. He skewered the fish he had caught onto a wooden stick and began roasting them. If only there were some salt. At this moment, the ravenous Lin Xiu didn't think much and soon devoured an entire fragrant grilled fish. The taste of the fish surprised Lin Xiu. Even without any seasoning, it was far more delicious than the fish from his previous world. Just then, the previously unconscious woman furrowed her brows slightly and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw a man in front of her wearing only pants and bare-chested, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she raised her long sword to stab directly at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu happened to turn around and saw the sword thrusting toward him, cursing inwardly, exclamation point. Instinctively, he dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the sword. What are you doing? Lin Xiu, who had dodged the blade, let out a sigh of relief. If she hadn't been injured, the speed of this sword would have been much harder for him to block. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been fish food by now, Lin Xiu said angrily. He wasn't wrong. Although the fish in the water were gentle, they were still evolved beasts. If they sensed she had lost consciousness, they might very well have attacked her. You saved me? The woman furrowed her beautiful brows. Noticing that her clothes, though soaked through, showed no signs of being undone, and seeing Lin Xiu's battlesuit drying off to the side, she finally let out a sigh of relief, her brows relaxing. She tried to move her body but was restrained by intense pain, making it difficult to budge. Lin Xiu saw the coldness in her eyes gradually dissipate, and felt a wave of relief in his heart. He then put on his almost dry battlesuit and said, "Don't worry, I won't make you repay me with your body." The woman was momentarily stunned, then replied indifferently, "Shameless." "The way you say shameless still sounds so pleasant," Lin Xiu said with a smile. Seeing that she was injured and unable to move easily, his mood gradually relaxed as well. "By the way, do you want to eat some?" Lin Xiu sat back down by the fire and asked her while leaning against the grilled fish. The woman remained silent, her gaze wandering as if lost in thought, making Lin Xiu feel a bit bored. After a while, her lips moved slightly, and she softly said, "Give me one." Although she had never tasted this type of food before, given her severe injuries, the consequences would be dire if her body lacked sufficient energy to sustain itself. Lin Xiu pursed his lips, thinking that he had just given it to her and she didn't eat it, but still handed over a grilled fish. The woman held the wooden stick with the fish on it, first bringing it close to her nose to sniff lightly, then opened her mouth and took a bite. The taste was unexpectedly good. "By the way, what's your name?" Lin Xiu asked as he sat by the fire. "Luo Yu." The woman responded indifferently, her face expressionless. "Luo Yu? The name sounds nice, but the person seems cold, her face like a poker face." "My name is Lin Xiu. Judging by your age, you should already be a formal martial artist, right?" Lin Xiu said with a smile. Becoming a formal martial artist is not something that can be achieved easily. Most people typically reach this level during their university years. Only a small number of high school students possess the talent of a martial artist. And this young girl, able to contend with a 5th-tier lightning leopard, must at least be a 4th-tier martial artist, right? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a sharp breath, secretly marveling at her intimidating strength. "What do you want?" Luo Yu did not answer Lin Xiu's question, her gaze calmly fixed on him as she softly asked, What do you want?" Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, still not reacting. "I don't like owing favors." Her gaze swept toward Lin Xiu, and she continued, "Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. After that, we'll be even, with no debts left between us. Or, I'll settle it with one strike." As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, making Lin Xiu's heart involuntarily tighten. This crazy girl is really ruthless. "Alright, I just want to become as strong as you. Does that count?" Lin Xiu said helplessly, spreading his hands. Luo Yu sized him him up for a moment, then hesitated before saying, "Your talent is too poor." Lin Xiu almost stumbled and fell. His eyes widened as he screamed in his heart, "What on earth does this mean?" At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and the bonfire blazed brightly, attracting quite a few mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were noticeably larger than usual, and when they bit Lin Xiu, he grimaced in pain. "Repel the mosquitoes." Luo Yu, whose arm had already regained its freedom of movement, pulled up some strange grass nearby and threw it into the fire. A faint fragrance immediately wafted out from the fire, and the mosquitoes gradually disappeared without a trace. Luo Yu closed her eyes to rest, while Lin Xiu seemed full of energy. He suddenly remembered that when he killed that martial artist earlier, he seemed to have earned a chance to spin the lottery. Entering the system interface, sure enough, the lottery icon was glowing brightly. With a thought, he clicked to enter, and soon the familiar roulette interface appeared. This lottery is similar to the last one, but with slight changes. The wheel is divided into 10 sections, 3 for secret manuals, 3 for alliance coins, and 3 for potential pills. However, the potential pills have been reduced from 3 sections to 2, with 1 section replaced by a weapon. The last section remains a very small grand prize. It seems that the prizes on the wheel are random each time. Sometimes these items appear, and next time they might be replaced with something else. At the moment, I don't need alliance coins or secret manuals. What I desire most is a weapon. I must land on the weapon. Lin Xiu held his breath, his mind focused, and the wheel began to spin. Weapons! Weapons! As the wheel spun, Lin Xiu couldn't help but get excited. Soon, the pointer on the wheel started to slow down from its rapid rotation. Damn, it's alliance coins again. At this moment, the pointer seemed to slowly stop at the position of the alliance coins. Immediately, Lin Xiu's heart sank, filled with extreme disappointment. Could this lottery be a scam? Why is it alliance coins every time? However, just as he was feeling dissatisfied, the pointer suddenly moved slightly and happened to slip into the grand prize area. Exclamation point! Lin Xiu exclaimed in shock, his heartbeat accelerating. Congratulations, master, on obtaining the grand prize, 100 birds facing the phoenix. The system's cold voice rang out, but it sounded exceptionally pleasant to Lin Xiu's ears. 100 birds facing the phoenix. What exactly is this? Before Lin Xiu could react, a floating card suddenly appeared in front of him. Martial arts card. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted slightly. Martial skill cards are precious cards that can only be crafted by martial artists of the 6th rank or above. The card contains the martial artist's insights into the cultivation of the martial skill and the complete cultivation process. In today's era, people no longer rely on reading ancient manuals for cultivation but instead learn martial skills through these cards. Martial skill cards are divided into levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond. Theoretically, the higher the level, the greater the power. Why is it a bronze card? Lin Xiu held the card in his palm, feeling a cool touch. The card was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet made of a special metal. Lin Xiu felt a bit frustrated. This martial skill was performed using spear techniques, and it was only at the bronze level. This grand prize is a bit disappointing. However, he suddenly noticed a 1 mark on the back of the card, and his eyes lit up instantly. Is this a growth-type martial skill card? Lin Xiu was shocked. This type of card is even more precious than diamond cards, as it can advance along with the user's cultivation. In other words, as long as he cultivates this martial skill to the bronze level, the card will advance to the silver level, and so on. This is simply a treasure. Lin Xiu quickly tucked the card into his chest and hid it. Before becoming a formal martial artist, one can already start choosing the weapon they will use in the future. Pairing weapons with martial techniques will greatly enhance strength. Originally, Lin Xiu was still hesitating about which weapon to use. Now, after obtaining this martial technique card, he has decided to choose a spear. As the saying goes, a month for the staff, a year for the blade, and a lifetime for the spear. The spear is the king of all weapons, and mastering it is extremely difficult. If it weren't for this martial arts card, Lin Xiu wouldn't have easily chosen the spear. What are you grinning about? At this moment, a cold voice came through. Luo Yu had opened her eyes at some point and was staring at him like he was a fool. Cough, cough. No. Did you hear a sound? Luo Yu glanced into the distance and said calmly, "A sound?" Lin Xiu paused for a moment, then perked up his ears to listen carefully. In the night, the surroundings were silent, but upon closer listening, faint rustling footsteps could be heard. It seemed as if someone was quietly passing through the grass. Someone's coming? Luo Yu nodded and said calmly, "It should be an adventuring party." Some evolved beasts are only active at night, so warriors who specialize in hunting these types of evolved beasts often venture out together at night. Lin Xiu had encountered these adventure squads before, and they were practically like bandits. His expression immediately darkened. "What do we do now?" "Let's go," Luo Yu said softly, frowning. "She is seriously injured and has not yet recovered. If she encounters hostile martial artists at this moment, it will be a big problem." Lin Xiu nodded and was just about to get up when he saw Luo Yu still lying beside the tree branch, her eyes coldly fixed on him. "You still can't move?" Luo Yu did not answer, her gaze remaining icy. After spending a day together, Lin Xiu had roughly figured out her personality and simply stopped talking, directly carrying carrying her on his back. "Did I ask you to carry me?" Luo Yu's expression changed slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. It was her first time being in such close contact with a man, and she felt strange, seemingly a bit shy and annoyed. "Alright, you didn't say it. I took the liberty." Lin Xiu ignored her and turned to run forward. At this moment, he heard the sound from over there getting closer. "It seems those people are about to arrive." Someone was here just now?" Lin Xiu, carrying Luo Yu on his back, had just left when he suddenly noticed a group of people approaching the fire pit from earlier. The flames were still burning, and it was obvious at a glance that those people had hurriedly left after hearing their footsteps. "It seems there are other warriors here. When we see them later, kill them directly," the leading man said with a sinister smile. In this forest, incidents of killing and robbing treasures happen frequently. "Phew, you're so heavy," Lin Xiu couldn't help but complain after running for quite a while. Luo Yu listened, lightly biting her silver teeth. If it weren't for her status, she would have wanted to bite him right then and there. Although she had a cold personality, she was still a girl. How could any girl tolerate being called heavy? "It's a sword," Luo Yu replied with a cold laugh. "A sword?" Lin Xiu asked in confusion. Ahead, a pair of scarlet eyes glimmered under the moonlight. It was faintly visible that it was a snake. Damn, running into something like this at a time like this, troubles never come alone, and misfortunes pile on like a leaking roof during a stormy night. Lin Xiu instinctively activated the Eye of Analysis. Second-tier winged red snake, traits, serpentine, nocturnal, venomous fangs, overall combat power, 670. Combat power of 670? Luckily, that's not too high. My current overall combat power is 462. But the trouble is, I didn't bring any weapons. Fighting this winged red snake barehanded is risky. A single careless bite could spell trouble. Take this. At this moment, Luo Yu handed over the long sword in her hand. Lin Xiu took it without hesitation, but as soon as he did, with a bang, he realized the sword was astonishingly heavy. It fell straight to the ground, and the sharp blade sank more than halfway into the ground. "I told you, it's a sword," Luo Yu's voice came through. Lin Xiu finally understood that she was refuting his earlier comment about her being heavy. "What kind of material is this made of?" Lin Xiu couldn't help but click his tongue. It was probably a special metal collected from another planet, otherwise, it couldn't possibly be this sharp. "Stop wasting time and put me down quickly. Let me handle it," Luo Yu said coldly at this moment. Lin Xiu hurriedly placed Luo Yu beside the giant tree, then used all his strength to pull out the long sword, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. The sword was truly heavy. Seeing how she had wielded it so effortlessly before, just how strong were those small arms of hers? "On the left, watch the left side," Luo Yu suddenly called out in warning. The left side. The winged red snake was now lunging forward at an incredible speed, its tongue flicking out as its scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Xiu, as if it had spotted a delicious prey. With a swift whoosh, Lin Xiu swung his sword with all his might. However, the scarlet-winged snake was too fast and easily dodged away. "Turn around, thrust downward." Luo Yu frowned, her voice still indifferent. This type of evolved beast would have been easy for her to handle under normal circumstances. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, gripping his sword with both hands and thrusting fiercely behind him. The sword tip accurately pierced the midsection of the winged red snake, pinning it firmly to the ground. Hiss, hiss. The winged red snake let out a series of hissing cries, desperately trying to bite Lin Xiu, but its body was nailed to the ground by the sword, completely unable to move. "Solved so easily. Well, are you angry?" Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and mocked the snake head that was desperately trying to bite him. "Bite me, bite me." Just then, the head of the scarlet-winged snake suddenly snapped off with a whoosh, flying straight toward Lin Xiu's arm to bite him. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's lips curved slightly, seemingly revealing a hint of a smile, but she quickly restrained it. "Damn it!" Lin Xiu forcefully pulled the snake head off his arm, threw it heavily to the ground, and stomped it into mush. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a second-tier winged red snake and gaining 2,500 experience points." Hearing the cold voice of the system, Lin Xiu immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lin Xiu angrily looked at Luo Yu, clearly aware that she knew the secret about the snake's head being able to detach from its body. "You didn't ask." Luo Yu glanced at him and said indifferently. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched as he picked up the exotic crystal from the snake head that had been trampled into mush. A second-tier exotic crystal, selling it could fetch quite a bit of money. But just then, Lin Xiu felt his body tremble, and the wound from the earlier bite suddenly throbbed with intense pain. Immediately, his whole body became feverish. "Oh no, the Eye of Analysis just warned me that the snake's fangs are poisonous. There's cold water over there." Luo Yu glanced to the side and said calmly, "Cold water can neutralize poison?" Lin Xiu was stunned. Could cold water really counteract snake venom? Without much thought, he quickly moved to the side and plunged headfirst into the clear river water. Under the moonlight, the river water was crystal clear, and the icy cold water soaked his entire body, instantly suppressing much of the burning sensation. "Ah!" Lin Xiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The poison made his body unbearably hot, but with the cold water's suppression, the effects were greatly reduced. Hee, so it was you. Not long after, a group of people approached. Seeing Luo Yu sitting against a tree, the man leading them couldn't help but laugh. Leave, or I will kill you. Luo Yu frowned slightly, glaring at them coldly. Zhang Liang noticed she was leaning against the tree, with her sword placed diagonally not far away. His heart leapt with joy, guessing that she might be injured. Previously, he had seen her slay a third-tier evolved beast with a single strike, which left him secretly amazed. What was even rarer was that she was still so young. Boss, she must be seriously injured and unable to move, a man whispered close to Zhang Liang's ear. Zhang Liang nodded, thinking the same in his heart. Clang! At this moment, Luo Yu's pupils slightly contracted, her right hand extended, and with a swish, the long sword flew back into her hand. Get lost! Her gaze was icy cold as she stared intently at those people, shouting coldly. Don't try to scare me. You probably can't muster any strength now, can you? Zhang Liang, though startled, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile as he spoke. Roar! Thinking this way, Zhang Liang stepped closer to Luo Yu step by step. Such a beautiful woman ever since their first meeting, his heart couldn't help but itch, wanting to get closer. At this moment, Luo Yu was gently biting her lip, her movements with the sword already appearing extremely strained, completely unable to fight back. What should I do? Just as she was at her wit's end, Lin Xiu quietly walked over. After being soaked in the icy water, his consciousness and strength had recovered significantly, and at least that burning desire no longer tormented him. But seeing those people quickly closing in, Lin Xiu was instantly taken aback. How could they be chasing so fast? There are about 5 or 6 people, all of them martial artists. Hee, don't worry, I'll treat you well. Zhang Liang approached, looking at Luo Yu, who could only point her sword at him but was unable to attack, becoming even more certain of his guess. Do you want to die? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Luo Yu was stunned upon hearing the familiar voice. This guy actually dared to show up? Doesn't he know that with his strength he can't possibly deal with these people? Who is it? Zhang Liang was startled, his gaze turning toward the direction of the voice, only to see a man, completely drenched, slowly walking over. The others also stared vigilantly at Lin Xiu. Zhang Liang, second-rank martial artist, skilled with a blade, with a total combat power of approximately 1540. Li Hong, first-rank martial artist, skilled with a sword. Lin Xiu stood there, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke in a calm yet powerful tone. Zhang Liang and the others were shaken upon hearing Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu wasn't wearing a combat power calculator, yet he could accurately state their strength and even knew the martial artist levels of himself and the others. This made them involuntarily feel a chill. I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't leave, don't think about walking away alive. Lin Xiu's face was expressionless, his gaze coldly fixed on them, as if scrutinizing a group of ants. Zhang Liang's face turned grim. Although he couldn't sense Lin Xiu's strength, he could clearly tell from his words that this was no ordinary person. He understood that some high-level martial artists could conceal their strength and disguise themselves as ordinary people. Thinking of this, a chill ran through his heart. Senior, let's go now. Zhang Liang exchanged glances with his subordinates and quickly retreated. No one wanted to risk their lives. Lin Xiu watched them leave, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he sat on the ground. You really put on quite the act. Luo Yu glanced at him and said indifferently. However, she was somewhat puzzled in her heart. How could Lin Xiu understand their levels so well? He was clearly just a novice martial artist, a rookie who could barely defeat even a first-level martial artist. Forget it, we better leave quickly. If they realize and come after us, it'll be trouble. Lin Xiu rested for a moment and continued. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Without thinking much, Lin Xiu directly carried her on his back and ran toward the other side. Because Luo Yu was still holding that long sword, Lin Xiu felt the burden was heavy. Boss, I always feel like something's not right, one of Zhang Liang's men said with a frown as they quickly retreated. Not right? Zhang Liang also stopped in his tracks, pondering carefully, his expression grim. This brat, how dare he trick me? Go after them and kill them for me. Lin Xiu ran while carrying Luo Yu, panting heavily. Those fools were so easily deceived by him. Fortunately, the Eye of Analysis exists. It seems that the Eye of Analysis can analyze the strength of evolved beasts or warriors within 2 levels higher than itself, but is powerless against those above 3 levels. He kept running to the other side, and after an unknown amount of time, he was so exhausted that he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Xiu woke up, he found that the horizon was faintly turning white. Surrounding him were towering giant trees, with many vines hanging down between the branches and leaves. He suddenly felt a soft body in his arms, and was instantly awakened in surprise. Upon closer inspection, it was Luo Yu in his embrace. She seemed to be in a deep sleep as well, her fair and delicate cheeks showing, with her eyelids tightly shut and long eyelashes clearly visible. A faint fragrance emanated from her, making Lin Xiu involuntarily take a deep breath. By the way, I was rushing around all day yesterday and didn't even realize I had fallen asleep on the way. At this moment, Luo Yu's brows furrowed slightly, her eyelashes trembled gently, as if she was about to wake up. Seeing this, Lin Xiu quickly let go of her and gently placed her beside the giant tree nearby, then half sat up himself. If she found out that he had held her while sleeping the whole night, with her temperament, she would probably kill him. The stomach started growling, but there was neither a water source nearby nor any sign of other creatures, making Lin Xiu let out a helpless sigh. His luck was truly at rock bottom. At the same time, Luo Yu's eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing Lin Xiu in front of her, her pupils suddenly contracted, and the long sword in her hand instinctively thrust toward him. "It's me!" Lin Xiu hurriedly turned around. Seeing the scene, cold sweat immediately drenched his forehead. The sword tip was already pressed against his throat, just one step away from piercing it. Swish! Seeing Lin Xiu's panicked expression, Luo Yu revealed a trace of surprise, then withdrew the long sword and placed it back on the ground. "You're recovered?" Lin Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked her. Luo Yu's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and she gently shook her head. "It will probably take another 2 days." The lightning leopard's counterattack before its death was truly ferocious, with the electric current carrying a paralyzing force that coursed through her entire body. "It will probably take another 2 days to fully recover." SSS. Not long after, bursts of noise came from not far away. Lin Xiu was startled. Could it be that those warriors had caught up again? Evolution beast. Luo Yu glanced in the direction of the voice and said calmly. As soon as the words fell, the long sword that had been stuck in the ground suddenly flew toward Lin Xiu with a swish. Time flew by quickly. Over the past 2 days, Lin Xiu had been using the long sword from Luo Yu's side, continuously slaying those evolution beasts under her guidance. This woman was truly terrifying. So young, yet she had an intimate knowledge of the living habits and attack methods of various evolution beasts. Lin Xiu could no longer remember how many evolved beasts he had slain. On the morning of the second day, Lin Xiu's level finally rose to level 9. He instinctively brought up the attribute panel. Host, Lin Xiu. Level, 9. Experience points, 11,280. 1,008 needed for the next level. Strength, 67. Constitution, 40. Speed, 40. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skill, Eye of Analysis. Rage charge, 0/100. Overall combat power, 588. Don't you want these alien crystals? Lin Xiu was holding a small sack at the moment, filled with quite a few alien crystals. Luo Yu shook her head. She seemed to have completely recovered and had become even colder. "Where are you going?" Seeing her carrying a long sword and heading in another direction, Lin Xiu asked instinctively. After spending these past few days together, he already understood that her cold demeanor was merely superficial. Chapter 16. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. Time flew by, and over the past 2 days, Lin Xiu had been using Luo Yu's long sword, continuously slaying those evolved beasts under her guidance. This woman was truly terrifying, so young, yet she had an intimate knowledge of the habits and attack methods of various evolved beasts. Lin Xiu could no longer remember how many evolved beasts he had slain. 2 mornings later, Lin Xiu's level had already risen to level 9. He instinctively brought up the attribute panel. Host, Lin Xiu. Level 9. Experience points, 11280. Experience needed for next level, 1008. Roar. Strength, 67. Constitution, 40. Speed, 40. Note, normal individuals have indicators above 38. Skill, Eye of Analysis. Rage charge, 0/100. Comprehensive combat power, 588. Don't you want these alien crystals? Lin Xiu was holding a small burlap sack at the moment, filled with many alien crystals. Luo Yu shook her head. At this moment, she seemed to have completely recovered, appearing even more indifferent. "Where are you going?" Seeing her walking in another direction with her sword, Lin Xiu asked instinctively. After spending the past few days together, Lin Xiu had come to understand that although she appeared cold on the surface, her heart was not entirely so. Lightning leopard. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and said coldly, "You still want to go kill that thing?" Lin Xiu thought of the terrifying lightning leopard from before and couldn't help but frown. "I won't fail." Luo Yu's gaze was icy, her tone resolute. After regaining her strength, her entire aura became even more intimidating. "Also, next time we meet, I'll kill you," Luo Yu said as she walked forward. "What do you mean?" Lin Xiu was stunned, his eyes wide open. This woman is truly repaying kindness with enmity. Luo Yu did not answer. She knew that what happened that night had already left a shadow in her heart, but she had to focus on her cultivation and not be distracted by emotions. "When is the next time we meet?" Lin Xiu shouted loudly in the direction she was leaving. However, there was no response from that side. About a minute later, a faint voice came from afar. "Sanctuary. Sanctuary? Where is that?" Lin Xiu hadn't reacted yet when her figure had already completely disappeared. Shaking his head, Lin Xiu slung the sack over his shoulder and turned to walk in another direction. After these past few days of battles, his demeanor had undergone some changes, becoming more resolute and his movements more agile. He now handled ordinary evolved beasts with ease. However, he still had to be cautious. Although high-level evolved beasts were rare here, they still existed. Holding a slightly rusty battle knife he had picked up, Lin Xiu walked deeper inside. With his current strength, climbing along the vines on the cliff should allow him to return to the previous location. He cautiously continued forward and soon approached the area where the river wherever was located. At this moment, Lin Xiu was even more vigilant. While fighting with the evolved beasts over the past 2 days, he had also been on guard against the movements of those people from that night. After all, that adventuring team had 5 or 6 people, all of whom were first-rank martial artists, with one being a second-rank martial artist. By noon, as he was about to reach the spot where he had previously gone fishing, he vaguely heard a noise. Lin Xiu frowned tightly. Was it an evolved beast or a person? He hesitated for a moment and decided to approach cautiously. Just then, a flash of cold light suddenly streaked by. Lin Xiu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he quickly bent his waist to dodge. Swish! A strand of hair was sliced off by the sword's edge and fell to the ground. "Kid, you've walked right into the trap," Li Hong said with a cold sneer. He was one of the martial artists from that night, and thinking about how he had been flustered by Lin Xiu, a mere novice, his anger surged. Lin Xiu's gaze shifted and he noticed Li Hong was alone. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Li Hong hadn't reached the second-tier warrior level, he still had a chance to fight. The long sword in Li Hong's hand thrust toward Lin Xiu like a serpent's tongue, and Lin Xiu swung his blade to block it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a significant amount of rust fell off the battle blade. The long sword swayed like a snake's tongue, its tip constantly trying to pierce Lin Xiu's palm. If it succeeded, the flesh of his palm would likely be torn open in an instant. Extremely dangerous. Bronze martial skill. White snake flicks its tongue. Li Hong sneered viciously, watching as his long sword coiled around Lin Xiu's blade, repeatedly thrusting toward the hand gripping the knife. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that unless Lin Xiu abandoned his weapon, his hand was surely doomed. Lin Xiu also sensed the danger within, his brow slightly raised, and then he lifted his foot and fiercely kicked toward his abdomen. This is nothing but a petty trick. Li Hong let out a cold laugh, his left hand suddenly meeting the attack, blocking Lin Xiu's kick. With the physique of a first-tier martial artist, this kick couldn't possibly cause him any substantial harm. However, something unexpected happened. The left hand that blocked Lin Xiu's kick actually made a crack sound. Fractured. A sharp pain struck instantly, and Li Hong's expression changed dramatically. The long sword coiled around the blade was immediately withdrawn. How is this possible? This entry-level martial artist, who doesn't even know any combat techniques, actually managed to kick his left hand into a fracture. How immense must this strength be? A trace of seriousness flashed in Li Hong's eyes. Having lost one hand earlier due to underestimating his opponent, he would never make the same mistake again. After all, he was just a novice martial artist. Even with one arm lost, it was impossible for him to be easily defeated. Gripping his longsword tightly in his right hand, as Lin Xiu prepared to press the attack with his battle blade, Li Hong's sword swiftly thrust forward. The sword was incredibly fast, striking Lin Xiu's chest first. Rip! With a tearing sound, Lin Xiu's battlesuit was instantly torn open, and blood spurted out. This hit restored Li Hong's confidence at once. He thought to himself that Lin Xiu was, after all, just a novice martial artist and was no match for him. But Lin Xiu's reactions were exceptionally quick. Every time Li Hong's longsword attempted to strike a vital point, Lin Xiu always managed to evade it skillfully. The areas that were struck were all insignificant parts, giving the impression that Lin Xiu was deliberately dodging. Go to hell! After several failed attacks, Li Hong's fury finally erupted. At this moment, Lin Xiu, who had been dodging the attacks all along, suddenly raised his blade and slashed fiercely. Kid, do you think a rusty blade can kill me? The battle blade slashed down at an extremely fast speed, as if a sound of air being torn echoed through the atmosphere. Li Hong's longsword originally intended to entangle Lin Xiu's battle blade, but unexpectedly, the powerful shock force directly dislodged the longsword from his hand. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the battle blade slashed diagonally down from his shoulder. Who said a rusty blade can't kill? Lin Xiu sneered, his gaze filled with disbelief. The gap between a novice martial artist and a first-tier martial artist is still quite significant, especially since a first-tier martial artist can cultivate martial techniques. Just now, I kept dodging repeatedly. Although I was struck by him a few times, it was all to accumulate rage points. This strike was unleashed with full power, leaving Li Hong no time to react. You will be killed by them. Li Hong's voice trembled, but before he could finish his sentence, his body was instantly split in two. Congratulations, Master, for killing a Tier 1 warrior and gaining 3,100 experience points. Congratulations, Master, for reaching level 10 and earning 10 potential points. Congratulations, Master, for reaching level 10 and unlocking the skill, Rage. Hearing the system's pleasant notification, Lin Xiu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Finally, level 10. What excited him even more was that he had actually unlocked a new skill. Click to view, Fury, active skill, significantly increases strength, speed, and constitution for 10 minutes after use. Note, causes fatigue for 5 minutes after use. Lin Xiu was not sure exactly how much this significant increase was, but at this moment, he immediately allocated all 10 potential points to speed. Speed increased from the original 40 points to 50 points. Just as Lin Xiu had no time to relax, several auras suddenly approached from all directions. Swish, 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 the sound of sharp blades slicing through branches echoed, and several trees around were instantly cut down. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed sharply, and his figure instantly dodged aside. However, his clothes were still slashed, leaving a tear. He was grateful that he had just added 10 points to his speed, otherwise, there was no way he could have avoided that strike. Li Hong. A man rushed over first, seeing the corpse on the ground that had been chopped in half. The scene was exceptionally gruesome. Boss, it's that kid. The man looked up, and not far away was Lin Xiu's figure. Zhang Liang leapt down from a nearby tree. Just now, his silver martial skill, Blade of the Whirling Wind, had failed to strike Lin Xiu, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. How could this kid be so fast? Observing from a distance, Lin Xiu now was clearly very different from that night. Looking at Li Hong's corpse, Zhang Liang's eyes erupted with killing intent. This boy must not be allowed to live. Attack together, kill him. Zhang Liang's eyes turned cold as he charged fiercely toward Lin Xiu. The strength gap between a first-rank warrior and a second-rank warrior was too vast. Just as Lin Xiu raised his battle blade to block, Zhang Liang had already slashed, splitting Lin Xiu's blade directly in two. Silver martial skill, Shadow Hunter Blade. Zhang Liang roared without hesitation, unleashing his most powerful martial skill. His battle blade transformed into countless blade shadows, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. Lin Xiu secretly cried out in alarm. The level difference was too great, making it impossible to resist head-on. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the newly acquired skill, Fury. Go to hell! Zhang Liang roared. At the same time, Lin Xiu felt a surge of power erupting within his body, his arm muscles suddenly swelling, and his senses becoming exceptionally sharp. With a backward roll, he dodged the shadow of the blade. Although there were many blade shadows, as long as he didn't confront them head-on, they could still be avoided. Lin Xiu suddenly leaped up, darting onto a nearby tree and quickly concealing his figure. Where is he? Zhang Liang widened his eyes. With Lin Xiu's speed, it was clearly impossible for him to react in time. He was surely doomed. But why did he suddenly burst out with speed comparable to a second-tier martial artist? The other four also vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The area was dense with trees and lush foliage, making it nearly impossible to spot anyone hiding within. Lin Xiu seemed to hold his breath, disappearing without a trace. Search! Be careful, Zhang Liang said with a grim expression. Being fooled once by a novice martial artist was bad enough, but to be tricked again now was simply intolerable. At this moment, Lin Xiu leaned against the tree trunk, holding his breath and focusing intently. The boost from the rage was completely beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. He felt that all his abilities had nearly doubled. Now, his strength had already reached the level of a beginner martial artist. However, defeating 4 beginner martial artists and 1 second-tier martial artist was still somewhat challenging. To kill them, there was only one way. Lin Xiu looked down from the treetop and immediately noticed that one of the 4 novice martial artists was holding a gun. Search separately. Zhang Liang's eyes were dark and cold. He knew Lin Xiu must be hiding among the nearby trees, and as soon as Lin Xiu made a move, he would detect it immediately. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, the group cautiously dispersed in 5 different directions. Perfect. The man holding the long gun was heading in Lin Xiu's direction. Lin Xiu seized the opportunity through the gaps in the leaves, suddenly exerting force and swiftly charging down from the tree. At that moment, Zhang Liang's ears caught a sound, and he abruptly turned around to look behind him. With a loud bang, Lin Xiu took advantage of the moment when the novice martial artist hadn't reacted yet, locking his legs tightly around the man's neck. With a sudden force, he slammed him to the ground. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of a neck breaking filled the air. The man's neck twisted to a 90-degree angle. He widened his eyes, unable to rest in peace. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and directly snatched the long spear from the man's hand. It was a silver long spear, forged from an unknown metal. The spear was heavy, its tip sharp, glinting with a cold light. Although Lin Xiu had never used a spear before, techniques and moves for spear martial arts suddenly surfaced in his mind. That's right, he had previously used a martial arts card, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. Bastard, go to hell. A warrior, seeing Lin Xiu's successful sneak attack, was instantly enraged, tightly gripping his battle blade and slashing toward Lin Xiu. In this world, the mainstream weapons are still swords and blades, while those who use firearms are relatively fewer. Clang! The man swung his battle blade down, while Lin Xiu met it with the body of his spear. Then, he suddenly exerted force, directly deflecting the opponent's battle blade. At this moment, Lin Xiu's eyes gleamed sharply as he suddenly thrust his spear forward. Martial skill, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. In an instant, Lin Xiu channeled all his strength into the spear. Although he felt as if much of his energy had been drained, the tip of the spear suddenly seemed to ignite in flames. Boom! As the spear swung, a streak of cold light sliced through the air, carrying a hint of scorching heat. The flames quickly coalesced into a fiery bird, which charged straight at the man's body. Storm and fury. The man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. What kind of martial technique is this? He didn't have time to think further and immediately executed the martial technique in his hands, a move accompanied by a slash of his battle blade, with fierce winds howling around. Although its practicality was low, he thought that the wind force might be able to blow away the flames. Boom! The fiery bird was completely unaffected and instead enveloped his entire body. Ah! The excruciating pain made made him cry out miserably. Relying on 100 birds facing the phoenix alone was not lethal, but with the aid of the flame's pull, Lin Xiu immediately swung his spear fiercely. Bang! With a dull thud, the spear directly pierced through his chest. A first-rank warrior, successfully slain. Kill! Zhang Liang and the others were greatly alarmed. That martial technique just now appeared extremely strange, making him even more determined not to let Lin Xiu go. 100 birds. Toward the phoenix. Facing the enemies charging at him, Lin Xiu showed no fear. One man, one spear, like a lone warrior holding the pass, unyielding against 10,000 foes. This was precisely the martial technique capable of growing into a diamond-level skill. 100 birds toward the phoenix. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt a surging power erupting from the spear. Clang! The gun barrel seemed to emit a mournful cry. At the moment Lin Xiu swung it, every move and technique of the martial skill clearly imprinted itself in his mind, making the execution smooth and natural. Flames encircled the spear, transforming into a massive fiery bird that soared into the sky. Watch out! Zhang Liang and the others' pupils contracted sharply as they cried out in alarm. This momentum is akin to performing a golden martial technique. The crowd immediately retreated in unison, fearing they might be affected. However, strangely, just as the flamingo spread its wings, it vanished in an instant. Damn it! He got away! Zhang Liang angrily punched the giant tree beside him, gritting his teeth. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth and ran forward desperately. After an unknown amount of time, he finally hid under a giant tree at the bottom of a cliff and was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Exhausted, truly exhausted, he leaned against the sturdy tree trunk, panting heavily. Using 100 birds facing the phoenix, for the first time felt as if all the strength in his body had been instantly drained. The second attempt was merely a bluff, but unexpectedly, the enemy fell for it and temporarily dared not act recklessly. The aftereffects of rage also became apparent, leaving him unable to move even a finger. Closing his eyes, Lin Xiu finally managed to rest. Time passed second by second, and by the afternoon, he felt his strength had almost recovered. The silver spear was already covered in cracks. Snap! As Lin Xiu gripped it tightly once more, the spear instantly shattered into countless fragments. This martial technique is just too extreme. Even a silver spear forged from refined steel was tormented to this state. Gazing at the scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Regaining his strength, he naturally wanted to return to the town in Area A20. After all, he came here for combat training, and it was about time to head back after 3 days. He forcefully tugged at the thick vines on the giant tree and began climbing. Along the way, Lin Xiu didn't dare to relax for a moment, fearing another fall that could cause trouble. Su Jun, 3 first-tier alien crystals. Li Yan, 1 second-tier alien crystal, 4 first-tier alien crystals. Luo Li stood at the city gate, watching the students return one after another, a satisfied smile on his face. The 3 days of practical training had completely transformed the temperament of most students, making them more resilient and decisive. Only real combat can truly temper a person. One after another, people returned. At this moment, everyone had come back into the city. Luo Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this time, no one should have died, right? Yang Tian's gaze, however, was fixed on the city gate, his expression somewhat dazed. Yang Tian, did you see Lin Xiu? Luo Li furrowed his brows as he counted the numbers. It seems that one person is missing, and that is Lin Xiu, who has never been very strong in combat but recently unleashed astonishing power. I didn't see him either. Yang Tian's expression changed, and he shook his head before recounting the events of that day to Luo Li. You said he ran in the direction of the deeper area? Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Luo Li was immediately startled. That area is teeming with high-level evolved beasts, and even he wouldn't dare venture in lightly. If Lin Xiu really went in that direction, the chances of survival are slim. Humph, trash is trash. If they're not bitten to death by zombies, they'll be torn apart by evolved beasts. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. Hearing Yang Tian say he ran away after seeing many zombies, Zhang Yi felt quite uncomfortable. After all, he was only startled at the time, and dealing with a first-tier zombie was no big deal for him. The others had varying expressions, some watching coldly as if enjoying a show, while others gloated. Let's wait a bit longer. He probably won't be back so soon, Luo Li said at the city gate, trying to reassure everyone. The setting sun gradually sank in the west, and the sky was about to darken. Forget it, he's definitely dead, Su Jun sneered as he spoke. He still harbored resentment over being defeated by Lin Xiu earlier. Although his fractured arm would heal quickly, the humiliation of being defeated by a loser was not so easily erased. As long as Lin Xiu was dead, sooner or later, no one would remember that he had once been defeated by that loser. Who said I was dead? At this moment, a commotion came from not far away. The figure of a young man appeared in the distance. Lin Xiu! Yang Tian saw the scene and shouted excitedly. Lin Xiu walked over. On his way back, he had already realized that when he fled earlier, he seemed to have run in the wrong direction, which led him to encounter that high-level evolved beast. Humph, still alive? Your luck is ridiculously good, Zhang Yi sneered coldly upon seeing Lin Xiu's figure. However, he felt a bit strange. Today, Lin Xiu seemed to exude an aura of oppression, even making him feel a trace of unease. Chinese. Could it be he's gotten stronger again? Su Jun's expression was even darker, and he hid behind the others, not daring to step forward. Lin Xiu, are you okay? Luo Yu saw Lin Xiu with tattered clothes, without his battle knife in hand, looking rather disheveled. Lin Xiu, these past few days, you haven't killed even a single evolved beast, have you? Zhang Yi's lackey, Yi Qiu, stared at Lin Xiu's empty hands and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others also turned their gaze toward Lin Xiu. This field training actually had a hidden competition. Those who hunted the most evolved beasts and obtained the most exotic crystals were said to receive a reward. This was the biggest highlight of the annual field training. However, as long as no one has more alien crystals than Zhang Yi, he will be the first place this time. Who said I didn't kill? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and retorted. As he spoke, he took off the sack hanging behind him like a small backpack, and everyone was instantly stunned. Could it be the sack is full of alien crystals? Impossible. Even Zhang Yi, the strongest in the class and considered the closest to becoming a formal martial artist, has only hunted 8 first-tier evolved beasts and obtained 8 exotic crystals. Lin Xiu let out a cold snort and directly spread open the sack, revealing a pile of colorful exotic crystals inside. 16 first-tier exotic crystals, 5 second-tier exotic crystals. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. A Tier 2 mutant crystal can only be obtained by killing a Tier 2 evolved beast. What's more critical is that the strength of a Tier 2 evolved beast is equivalent to that of a formal Tier 1 martial artist. How could an entry-level martial artist possibly kill so many? Just as everyone was in shock, Yang Tian rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, a Tier 3 mutant crystal. That completely emerald green mutant crystal instantly reminded Yang Tian. Could it be that the Tier 3 chameleon snake was taken down by Lin Xiu? This is too exaggerated. That's a 3rd-tier crystal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Yi exclaimed. Lin Xiu's number of exotic crystals far exceeded his, especially the 3rd-tier exotic crystal, which completely wounded his pride. Teacher Luo, Lin Xiu must have cheated. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Qiu also shouted loudly. Other students in the class also cast doubtful glances. Cheating? You want to show me how you cheat? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, glanced around, and responded coldly. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately fell silent. The value of a 3rd-tier exotic crystal was beyond what they could afford, and no one was foolish enough to buy an exotic crystal to cheat just for the sake of ranking first in the practical combat. Alright, this time everyone's performance in the actual combat exceeded my expectations. Let's head back to the tavern, Luo Li said aloud. The town tavern in Zone A20 isn't actually a real tavern, it's a place for free trade and task assignments. The tavern is quite large, surrounded by computers. Through these computers, one can log into the Warrior Alliance website where you can pay for information as well as buy and sell weapons, exotic crystals, and more. However, these privileges are only available to those who pass the official warrior assessment and obtain formal warrior status. Students, the exotic crystals you hunt can be sold to the tavern owner, or you can wait until you become official warriors and absorb their energy through cultivation techniques to enhance your strength, Luo Li explained, standing in the center and sharing knowledge with everyone. However, almost all the students chose to sell the exotic crystals. A first-tier exotic crystal can be sold for about 1,000 alliance coins, which is quite valuable. Selling a few crystals, earning several thousand alliance coins, is enough to cover a month's living expenses. You actually have a 3rd-tier exotic crystal? Seeing Lin Xiu sell the 3rd-tier exotic crystal to the tavern owner, the owner was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He knew that students from Starshine Academy came here every year for training, but he had never seen anyone obtain a 3rd-tier exotic crystal. This left him utterly astonished. How much? Lin Xiu asked. Is this the exotic crystal of a 3rd-order mutant python? This item is quite rare. How about purchasing it for 500,000? The tavern owner pondered for a moment before speaking. 500,000. The surrounding companions and classmates, upon hearing this number, all opened their mouths wide and gasped. 500,000. That's really 500,000. Deal. Lin Xiu sold all the exotic crystals, earning a total of over 600,000 alliance coins. Although this number seems significant, Lin Xiu knew deep down that it was far from enough. Purchasing martial skill cards and weapon equipment in the future would require a large amount of alliance coins. For a warrior, hundreds of thousands are merely a drop in the ocean. Oh, aren't these students from class 29? At that moment, another group of people walked in through the tavern door. They were dressed in combat uniforms bearing the Starshine Academy logo, clearly fellow students participating in practical training. Class 1? Yang Tian saw this scene and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Class 1 was reputed to be the elite class, with its members almost all reaching the peak level of entry-level martial artists. It was said that a few exceptionally gifted ones had already advanced to become official martial artists. They're just a bunch of losers, why bother with them? As the class monitor, Zhang Yi was naturally very upset upon hearing this, clenching his fists tightly, unable to hide his anger. Hiss. What? Zhang Yi, with your skills, you still want to cause trouble for me? A man sneered upon seeing this. His name was Sun Chen, and he had already advanced to become a formal martial artist, ranking 108th on the Starshine Academy Combat Power Leaderboard. In the Starshine Academy, which boasts tens of thousands of students, this ranking is quite impressive. Zhang Yi's face darkened. His combat power ranking was far beyond the top 1,000, making him no match at all. Though dissatisfied in his heart, he could only swallow his anger. "Move aside, don't get in the way." A disdainful voice came from the other side. "What are you doing?" Yang Tian was furious at this moment. He was staring at the tasks on the screen, thinking about whether he could complete a few simple ones to earn some rewards, but suddenly his body was pushed aside by a force. "What? Want to fight?" The man who pushed Yang Tian curled his lips into a cold smile, looking at his defiant expression, his tone full of disdain. "You?" Yang Tian clenched his fists tightly, feeling aggrieved but powerless to resist. The man in front of him was a prospective martial artist, and Yang Tian himself was no match for him. "Isn't Class 29 just a bunch of losers? So what if you've been through some tough times? You're still the same. Oh, by the way, I heard that useless Lin Xiu is also in your class. Truly a fitting name for a useless class." Li Yuan sneered mockingly. "Apologize." At this moment, a calm voice came from the side. Li Yuan turned his head and saw that Lin Xiu had somehow already walked up beside him. After these 3 days of training, Lin Xiu's demeanor had changed drastically. If one didn't know him, no one would have thought he was once the bottom-ranked loser of Xingyao Academy. "To hell with you." Li Yuan glanced at Lin Xiu, his tone slow and coldly sharp. Lin Xiu's eyes flickered slightly, then he swiftly reached out to attack. "Beginner-level martial artist? Courting death." Li Yuan laughed loudly, clenching his right hand into a fist and forcefully colliding it with Lin Xiu's fist. Bang! A loud crash echoed. By all accounts, he believed his fist was strong enough to shatter Lin Xiu's, but at this moment, he was shocked to find that Lin Xiu's fist was completely unharmed, while his own fist was radiating intense pain. Without hesitation, Li Yuan extended his right leg sharply, aiming to kick Lin Xiu's leg. However, Lin Xiu had already anticipated this move. With a swift motion, he easily dodged. Immediately, he turned around and delivered a fierce kick to Li Yuan's abdomen, forcing him back several steps. How is this possible? Li Yuan was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, using the eye of analysis to discern that although Li Yuan's strength was formidable, his speed was inferior to his own. "Looks like you do have some skills." Li Yuan's expression darkened as he gathered all his strength and charged at Lin Xiu in an instant. Explosive fist. Bronze martial skill, explosive fist. As the name suggests, each punch delivered is as deafening as an explosion in the air. Those struck may suffer fractures at best, or internal injuries leading to death at worst. Lin Xiu frowned deeply. Martial techniques were extremely difficult to master and typically only skilled warriors could handle them proficiently. But Li Yuan's execution of the violent fist was exceptionally adept. Bang bang bang, explosions echoed repeatedly as Lin Xiu swiftly dodged. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? Zhang Yi's face instantly darkened upon witnessing this scene. To be honest, Li Yuan's violent punches were fast and fierce, even he might not be able to easily dodge them. However, Lin Xiu seemed to predict the attack's direction, effortlessly neutralizing every move. Damn it, the rage skill still has a 3-day cooldown. If it could be activated now, he would have already been knocked down. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and kept dodging repeatedly. Li Yuan laughed smugly. The people from Class 29 want to challenge me? However, the next moment, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity, grabbed Li Yuan's right arm as he swung his fist, and twisted it forcefully. With a crisp crack, Li Yuan's hand bone was twisted to a 90-degree angle. 67 points of strength aren't added for nothing. Ah! Li Yuan's eyes widened as he let out a painful scream. Dare to fight against our class? Get them! Seeing this scene, the people over there roared angrily. What do you think you're doing? Yang Tian and the students from his class also rushed over. Although they had previously dared not speak out despite their anger, being bullied directly, who could still endure it? The students from the two classes began to confront each other. At this moment, Luo Li and Class 1's homeroom teacher, Jiang Xiao, walked in. What are you all doing? Jiang Xiao frowned and sternly questioned. Teacher Jiang, someone from Class 29 just broke Li Yuan's hand. A male student took the initiative, glaring viciously at Lin Xiu as he spoke. He was the one who first insulted our class, calling us losers, and even pushed me. Yang Tian retorted angrily, his fury evident. Luo Li frowned slightly, then waved his hand and turned to Yang Tian, saying, explain the whole situation in detail again. Yang Tian nodded and, without any exaggeration, honestly recounted the entire sequence of events. When Luo Li heard that Li Yuan had insulted someone from his class as useless, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. But when he heard that Lin Xiu had broken that person's hand, he actually felt a sense of satisfaction, though his face showed no trace of joy. How could you hit a fellow student from the same school? Luo Li stood in front of Lin Xiu, pretending to look serious and angry as he spoke. What kind of trash are the people from Class 1? At this moment, the students from Class 1 also began shouting indignantly. Lin Xiu, hurry up and apologize to this classmate. Luo Li continued. Although he was asking Lin Xiu to apologize, he deliberately deliberately emphasized Lin Xiu's name. Didn't you say Lin Xiu was a bottom-tier loser? Getting beaten up by a loser like this, so who is the real loser after all? Li, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit so hard just now, Lin Xiu said to Li Yuan, who was crying out in pain. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone's expressions immediately turned grim. What does shouldn't have hit so hard mean? Clearly, it's sarcasm. What's your name? Jiang Shao asked, frowning as he looked at Lin Xiu. Ha, you don't know? Then let me introduce myself. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and said calmly, I am the so-called loser this classmate just mentioned, Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. As soon as they heard this name, those people couldn't help but be stunned. On the combat power rankings of Star Glory Academy, the most attention is naturally given to the first place, but similarly, the last place also garners significant attention. Lin Xiu, who has always firmly held the bottom position, is almost universally known throughout the academy. At this moment, the faces of the students in Class 1 were burning with shame, especially Li Yuan, who had long forgotten the pain in his arm. His mind was filled only with humiliation, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into, defeated by a loser. What did that make him? Are you really Lin Xiu? Sun Shen stared at Lin Xiu with a dark gaze, his tone full of disdain. Although he had heard of the worst name in this academy, he never expected to encounter him under such circumstances. Not to mention, Lin Xiu actually broke Li Yuan's arm. Although Li Yuan was somewhat careless and overconfident, he had to admit that Lin Xiu's strength was far from being as simple as that of a loser. That's right. Lin Xiu nodded, then said to Li Yuan, sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed. I'll cover your medical expenses. You. Li Yuan was so furious upon hearing this that he almost spat blood, looking for death. The man nearby, upon hearing Lin Xiu's arrogant words, was instantly enraged and was about to make a move. Stop. Jiang Shao frowned and shouted sternly. The man, startled by Jiang Zhao's words, immediately halted his actions. Don't disgrace our Xingyao Academy here. Both parties are responsible for this, and Lin Xiu has already apologized, Jiang Shao said firmly. After all, Lin Xiu was the worst student in the class, and if things escalated, it would only tarnish the reputation of their class. Lin Xiu, do you dare to come to the end-of-term combat competition? Li Yuan said, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared intently at Lin Xiu. At the end of each semester, a grand combat competition is held, and the rankings are used to rearrange the combat power leaderboard. The top 100 participants also receive cultivation resources from the academy based on their rankings. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and responded calmly. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It wasn't long before the people from Class 1 dispersed one after another. Meanwhile, the expressions of others grew increasingly astonished. Previously, Lin Xiu defeating Su Jun was already shocking enough, but no one expected that even Li Yuan from Class 1 would be completely subdued without the ability to fight back. Lin Xiu, impressive, he even broke his hand. Awesome, Yang Tian said with a laugh, patting Lin Xiu on the shoulder. Luo Li looked at Lin Xiu, his face full of gratification. He hadn't expected him to grow so quickly in such a short time. By the way, everyone go test your combat power. I want to see if you've improved after this practical training. Luo Li suddenly thought of something and said to the group, the combat power tester is the latest equipment developed by the Federation. By scanning, it can detect a person's muscle strength, explosive power, and overall fitness, then provide a combat power score. Although a high combat power rating usually indicates strong physical fitness, actual combat does not rely solely on combat power. Sometimes, someone with slightly lower combat power can defeat a stronger opponent. The equipment at the tavern is quite advanced and is also equipped with this type of combat power tester. Luo Li watched as everyone took turns stepping onto the tester, carefully recording the data. Yi Qiu, entry-level warrior, overall combat power 450. Ning Mu, entry-level warrior, overall combat power 389. Yang Tian, entry-level warrior, overall combat power 469. Sai, my combat power has only increased by a little over 20 points, Yang Tian said somewhat gloomily. Progress is better than nothing, Luo Li nodded in response. This practical training significantly improved everyone's physical coordination and strength, with combat power increasing by 10 to 20 points accordingly. The results were quite impressive. Zhang Yi, you go up and give it a try, Luo Li called out, seeing that almost everyone had finished their tests. Zhang Yi was the class monitor of Class 29. Although his character was average, his cultivation talent was not bad. Luo Li wanted to see if his combat power had improved. Zhang Yi nodded and stepped onto the combat power tester. As the device started, his various data began to be calculated. The students of Class 29 gathered around, the atmosphere so tense that even their breathing seemed to be held. Soon, a line of text appeared on the display. Quasi-warrior, comprehensive combat power 675. Quasi-warrior. Zhang Yi has already become a quasi-warrior, the students exclaimed in shock. Generally speaking, a combat power of 300 to 600 belongs to entry-level warriors, 600 to 800 to quasi-warriors, and 800-1500 to first-tier warriors. It seems that Zhang Yi is not far from becoming a formal warrior. Becoming a formal warrior before university, around the age of 18, is considered a good talent. Luo Li nodded in satisfaction, a look of joy on his face. Zhang Yi's progress was evident, which made him very happy. Zhang Yi, since you have already reached the level of a prospective martial artist, you can try learning the cultivation technique when you return to school tomorrow, Luo Li said, looking at Lin Xiu. Alright, Zhang Yi revealed a trace of surprise and quickly nodded in agreement. The reason why becoming a formal martial artist is so powerful lies in the mastery of the cultivation technique. There are many energies in the universe beneficial to the human body, and these energies are referred to by humans as the source. By absorbing the source energy from the air, the vitality of the body's cells is enhanced, and both muscles and even bones are continuously becoming stronger. Next, Lin Xiu. After recording Zhang Yi's combat power, Luo Li glanced at the next name, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's name, the surrounding students all turned their gaze toward him. This former bottom-rank loser had unleashed such astonishing energy in such a short time, truly shocking everyone. Even if the loser has gained a bit of strength now, he's still a loser, Yi Qiu said with a cold sneer, standing beside Zhang Yi. Hearing Yi Qiu's words, Zhang Yi's expression became slightly better. He thought to himself, that's right, even if his strength has improved a little in a short time, he's just a beginner martial artist and poses no threat to me. Do you have the ability to break Li Yuan's hand from class 1? Yang Tian couldn't help but retort, hearing Yi Qiu's mocking words. Yi Qiu's face changed drastically, and even the finger he pointed at Yang Tian began to tremble uncontrollably. It's nothing but luck, Yi Qiu said indignantly. Just wait and see, you'll soon witness this useless person's true combat power. Lin Xiu ignored the surrounding mockery, took a deep breath, and directly stepped onto the combat power testing machine. As the machine started, beams of rays shone on Lin Xiu's body, and the machine quickly began intelligent analysis. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the display screen. Once the academy's top loser, what kind of strength will they show now? Soon, as the machine finished its analysis, lines of text began to appear on the screen. With a crisp sound, a line of text prominently appeared on the screen. Quasi-warrior, comprehensive combat power 676! Exclamation point. Yang Tian had already roughly guessed that Lin Xiu's combat power wouldn't be low, but he hadn't expected it to be this high, and just slightly higher than Zhang Yi's. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Yi muttered softly to himself at this moment, full of unwillingness. The others' faces were filled with shock, finding it truly hard to believe. In just a few days, Lin Xiu's strength had improved so rapidly. Could it be that he had been deliberately hiding his strength all along? All the gazes directed at Lin Xiu changed, no longer carrying the slightest hint of disdain. At this moment, Lin Xiu stood in the middle, clenching his fists tightly. Now, he was merely the top of the class, but that was far from enough. What he wanted was to be the #1 warrior. The homeroom teacher, Luo Li, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lin Xiu had brought him too many surprises. Good. Our class finally has 2 prospective warriors. Luo Li laughed heartily with joy. Early the next morning, everyone boarded the hover train to begin their return journey. Having just gone through the fatigue of the previous 3 days, everyone seemed more energetic on the return trip. Lin Xiu, Zhang Yi, come over here for a moment. After half a day's journey, everyone returned to Starshine Academy. After the other students left, Luo Li stayed behind with Lin Xiu and Zhang Yi. Since you have both reached the quasi-warrior stage, you can now start considering your future development direction, Luo Li said as he led the 2 into the martial arts hall and stood before them. Development direction? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, seeming a bit confused. You should know, right? Evolution beasts above the 3rd tier have completely mutated skin. Forget about the old bullet technology, even modern laser guns can't penetrate their skin. However, thanks to the efforts of humanity, we finally managed to collect special metals from other planets. Weapons made from these metals can break through their armor and truly cause them harm. Are you suggesting we choose the type of weapon? Lin Xiu interrupted Luo Li and spoke up. Although Lin Xiu's combat abilities weren't strong before, he had always been a top student in areas like cultural history. That's right, Luo Li nodded. Choosing a weapon that suits you and pairing it with the corresponding martial skills is the key to showcasing the true strength of a warrior. The sword excels at thrusting, capable of injuring enemies in all directions, suitable for both offense and defense. The blade specializes in slashing. Combined with martial skills, it can cause large-scale damage, making it the most lethal weapon. Teacher Luo, what weapon do you use? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Stick. I use a stick, Luo Li said without hesitation, reaching out to pick up a long stick nearby. The stick is known as the king of all weapons. Although it mainly relies on blunt force damage and can't match the instant bloodshed of swords and knives, its power is equally astonishing when combined with martial techniques. As Luo Li spoke, he stepped into the center of the training ground and shouted loudly, "Silver martial technique, sweeping heaven and earth." The moment he swung the long stick, the weapon instantly transformed into a massive phantom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the stick struck the ground fiercely, causing the entire ground to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had erupted. Amazing! Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. He had long heard that Luo Li was a third-tier warrior, but he hadn't expected that the same silver-level martial skill, when executed by a third-tier warrior, would far surpass the power of the second-tier warrior he had encountered in the A20 forest. If that strike had landed on a person, it would probably have turned them into a pile of flesh. This is just a silver martial skill. There are also gold martial skills and diamond martial skills later, which are more powerful, but also more difficult to master, Luo Li said as he placed the long staff back in its original position and continued speaking. I've decided, I want to use a knife. Zhang Yi nodded and said. During the practical training in Zone A20, the combat knife uniformly distributed by the school felt very comfortable to him. Yes, I also think the knife suits you best. Luo Li nodded in agreement, walking over to a nearby computer and starting to input information using a card. Soon, he handed Zhang Yi a card printed with the Starshine Academy logo. Your information has been registered. Take this card to the second floor of the library to collect the Blade Technique manual card and the Cultivation Technique and start your training. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yi took the card, his face lighting up with surprise and joy. After repeatedly expressing his gratitude, he headed toward the library. Lin Xiu, although I don't know why your strength has improved so rapidly, everyone has their own secrets, so I won't ask further. But, what weapon do you plan to use now? Luo Li looked at Lin Xiu with a complex expression and said. In terms of knowledge, Lin Xiu was undoubtedly a genius, but his cultivation aptitude had always been considered poor. Unexpectedly, he managed to reach the level of a quasi-warrior in such a short time, which was truly shocking. A spear, Lin Xiu answered without hesitation. A spear? Luo Li was stunned. He had thought that someone with Lin Xiu's personality would choose a sword or a blade, but unexpectedly, it was a spear. The spear, known as the king of all weapons, is the pinnacle of thrusting weapons and possesses immense destructive power. As the saying goes, a year for the saber, 10 years for the sword, 100 years for the spear. The spear is one of the most difficult weapons to master. Once mastered, its power is undoubtedly immense. Just like Zhao Zilong of ancient times, who wielded a long spear as he charged in and out of battle 7 times. Can you tell me why you chose this weapon? Luo Li asked with great interest, feeling that the current Lin Xiu was becoming increasingly enigmatic. If it weren't for the fact that he looked exactly the same as before, Luo Li would almost suspect he had been replaced by someone else. Teacher Luo, do you know who the world's #1 martial artist is? Lin Xiu didn't directly answer his question but instead stared at him intently. Before Luo Li could respond, Lin Xiu continued, Dongfang Hua, whose weapon is the sword. His signature technique, drowning sword technique, is said to be capable of splitting an entire town with sword energy. The world's second place is an American named Tors, who uses a greatsword. Mr. Luo, have you noticed that among the top 10 martial artists in the world, there isn't a single one who uses a spear? Luo Li opened his mouth wide, his eyes gleaming with a light called ambition. Watching Lin Xiu's departing figure holding the card, Luo Li couldn't help but pause for a moment. He always felt that Lin Xiu might very well become the kind of warrior who dominates the world rankings with a gun. The library of Xingyou Academy is not an ordinary library like those in the previous world. Most areas here no longer use traditional paper books, instead, they have been replaced by e-books. The extensive collection can be searched and viewed through ultra-thin computers connected to the library's network. On the other floors, in addition to housing some historically valuable artifacts, a large number of ancient weapons are also preserved there. The second floor is precisely the storage area for martial arts cards. At Starshine Academy, apart from basic weaponry and body technique training, all other martial arts skills must be purchased with alliance coins or obtained through school rewards. Walking into the library, Lin Xiu saw many students coming and going, in and out. This massive library not only features a design style full of sci-fi elements, but also contains advanced devices that could only be seen in movies from the previous world. Arriving on the second floor, Lin Xiu was greeted by rows of glass display cases, showcasing a dazzling array of bronze martial arts cards. Many students used the alliance coins they earned through work-study programs to select the martial arts skills they needed here. Theoretically, only prospective martial artists could fully unleash the power of bronze martial arts, while silver martial arts could only be practiced by official martial artists or above. Gold-level martial arts were extremely rare, and even if one wanted to buy them, it would require an enormous amount of money. Lin Xiu didn't think much and walked straight to the retrieval device in the center, swiping the card Luo Li had given him at the central scanning area. Before long, 2 cards slowly floated out from the bottom of the device. The cards were adorned with intricate patterns, with bold golden characters in the center reading, Basic Gunmanship Cultivation Technique. Lin Xiu, I won't lose to you. At the same time, Zhang Yi seemed to pass by, glanced at Lin Xiu, and said solemnly. Lin Xiu's strength improved so quickly in such a short time, bringing him immense pressure. At the same time, it also ignited a fighting spirit he had never experienced before. Wait and see, Lin Xiu responded calmly. He now had both marksmanship and cultivation techniques. What he lacked next was a weapon. But he had not yet become a formal martial artist and could not make purchases on the Martial Artist Alliance website, so he could only go to the school's Divine Martial Hall. There, specialized specialized weaponsmiths were responsible for crafting weapons. "Kid, what kind of weapon do you want?" As Lin Xiu had just walked in, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard asked. "A spear," Lin Xiu nodded. "Gun?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "I just forged a batch of spears here. Take a look." Following him, they walked over to where silver spears were neatly arranged on both sides, gleaming coldly and exceptionally sharp. "How about it? Want to give it a try?" "These are all forged from Starry or collected from Moonstar. There's no need to elaborate on their sharpness, they can pierce the skin of a third-tier evolved beast." The middle-aged man picked up a spear and ran it across a piece of giant beast armor hanging on the wall, leaving a deep crack accompanied by sparks that quickly appeared. Lin Xiu picked up a spear from the same series and swung it a few times. When his finger lightly touched the tip, blood instantly seeped out. Indeed, it was astonishingly sharp. "See? Not bad, right? This batch is on special offer. Only 50,000 each," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "But it seems a bit light." Lin Xiu felt something was off. After thinking carefully, he indeed found the weight to be on the lighter side. "The characteristic of Starry Stone is that the weapon is lightweight but sharp enough," the middle-aged man explained. Seeing that Lin Xiu still seemed dissatisfied, he shook his head. "There are heavier ones, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them." "Let me take a look." Lin Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. "Wait a moment," the middle-aged man nodded and walked toward the inner room. Lin Xiu looked around, and before long, the middle-aged man came over carrying a huge wooden box. The wooden box was covered in thick dust, as if it hadn't been touched in ages. Whoosh, the middle-aged man blew, and the layer of dust was immediately scattered. Cough, cough, Lin Xiu couldn't help but cover his mouth. It's been a long time since we've sold a gun of this weight. Either there aren't many people learning to use guns, or there aren't many who can handle such a heavy one," the middle-aged man said with a smile, then opened the wooden box. Inside lay a silver spear, and Lin Xiu's eyes couldn't help but light up. This silver spear was different from the ones earlier. Its color wasn't as dazzling, but it exuded a restrained elegance. The spearhead was also slightly larger than those of other spears, and even in this dim light, the cold gleam reflected from the spearhead was still visible. "Can I give it a try?" Lin Xiu asked with a hint of excitement at this moment. "Sure," the middle-aged man nodded. Lin Xiu took out the spear and almost failed to hold it steady. "Do you know how heavy this gun is?" The middle-aged man leaned his hands on the table, speaking with great interest. "How heavy?" Lin Xiu struggled to lift it with both hands and finally managed to hold the gun steadily. 65 kilograms. Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse. This weight was equivalent to that of an adult, making it impossible for an ordinary person to wield. This gun is called Silver Soul, and it is also made from Starry Stone, but it uses the mother stone of the Starry Stone, making it naturally much heavier than usual. Not only that, its sharpness and toughness are more than twice that of weapons made from ordinary Starry Stone. The middle-aged man originally wanted to see Lin Xiu make a fool of himself, but to his surprise, his mouth soon dropped open. Because at this moment, Lin Xiu was actually starting to wield it more and more skillfully. Lin Xiu liked it more the longer he looked at it. Although the spear was indeed heavy, with gradual practice, he should be able to get used to it. "I'll take it." This spear cost Lin Xiu 350,000 alliance coins, which made his heart ache. Lin Xiu had already moved to a single room on the other side of the dormitory. After all, the original place was no longer suitable for him to stay, and it was likely that Ma Chang and the others wouldn't dare to live with him anymore. Back at the new dormitory, Lin Xiu lay comfortably on the bed. Carrying this spear all the way back had truly exhausted him. Having money really makes a difference. He could immediately switch to a private dormitory. Lin Xiu chose a dormitory area with a rooftop that featured a spacious martial arts arena for students to use during breaks or after classes. At this moment, he held the spear in his hand and headed toward the rooftop. Because it was class time, the rooftop was empty. Lin Xiu didn't waste a single moment. The end-of-term competition was approaching, and he had to improve his skills as quickly as possible. He took out the basic gun techniques card, placed it on his forehead, and immediately the card emitted a dazzling light before merging into his body. In an instant, numerous gun techniques flooded his mind, as if he had been practicing them for years. Lin Xiu understood that although these cards could directly instill a large amount of knowledge about marksmanship, they were merely auxiliary tools, and their effects would gradually fade over time. The most important thing right now was to quickly familiarize himself with basic marksmanship during this period. The gun was heavy. Lin Xiu gripped it tightly with both hands and swung it forcefully. Bang! The silver gun slipped from his hands and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Xiu smiled wryly, clearly realizing he was not strong enough yet, as the weight of the spear made it difficult for him to wield. After a brief rest, he clenched his teeth, picked up the silver spear again, and swung it with all his might. Time was tight. He had to familiarize himself with all the basic spear techniques within 3 days, and then slowly explore the routines that suited him best. Despite the spear's heavy weight, Lin Xiu continued to swing it one strike after another, his sweat soaking through his entire body. At first, even swinging the spear once was extremely strenuous, but gradually he could swing it twice in a row before taking a short break. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lin Xiu eventually collapsed to the ground ground, gasping for breath. Exhausted, utterly exhausted. A few hours of practice had nearly drained all his strength. Taking advantage of the break, he placed the cultivation technique card on his forehead. The earth is constantly filled with various energies that ordinary people cannot perceive, but martial artists can absorb these forces into their bodies to temper themselves. These energies are collectively referred to as source. Generally speaking, cultivation technique can only be comprehended by official martial artists. Prospective martial artists can grasp very little of it, unless they are geniuses. As the card emitted a dazzling light, a large amount of cultivation knowledge instantly flooded Lin Xiu's mind. Taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the energy within his body according to the card's guidance. An hour later, his physical strength had recovered significantly, and he slowly got up. Why does it feel like nothing has changed at all? According to the card's description, after successfully absorbing the source energy, the body should feel a warm and comfortable sensation. No, keep cultivating. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to give up and continuing to work hard. After toiling the entire afternoon, as the sky grew darker, that sensation still did not appear. It seems that only formal martial artists using cultivation technique are more likely to succeed. Lin Xiu muttered softly. At this moment, he unintentionally brought up the attribute panel. Host, Lin Xiu. Level 10. Experience points, 8,565. 20508 needed for the next level. Strength, 69. Constitution, 42. Speed, 50. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage. Rage charge, 0/100. Overall combat power, 689. What's going on? My strength and physique have actually improved without allocating potential points? I remember my strength was 67, and my physique was 40. It seems the experience points have also increased. Could it be that while training the body, experience and various attributes also improve simultaneously? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. In this way, his power growth rate far exceeded that of ordinary people. Time quickly approached midnight, and just as Lin Xiu was about to return to the dormitory, the system notification sound rang out. Ding, the August lottery draw has been updated. Please check it, Master. Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then pleasantly surprised. It turned out that in addition to the occasional rewards from the system, there was also a monthly lottery draw, and today just happened to be August 1st. He did not hesitate, moved his thoughts, and entered the lottery interface. The interface still had 10 slots, but the items inside had clearly changed significantly. What caught his eye were 3 martial skill card slots, consisting of 2 bronze martial skill cards and 1 silver martial skill card. There were also 3 slots displaying weapons, with icons indicating that the weapons would be distributed randomly. A very small square is labeled Grand Prize, while the other 3 squares are each marked with the image of a gift box. Ha! What's this? Lin Xiu was seeing this kind of gift box image for the first time and couldn't help but develop a strong interest in it. As for martial arts cards, he still had 100 birds facing the phoenix to practice, so there was no rush for now. Regarding weapons, he already had one. What he was most looking forward to was still that Grand Prize. However, since he had won it once before, Lin Xiu didn't expect to have such good luck again. Forget it, stop thinking about it. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and the wheel began to slowly rotate. The wheel's speed quickly started to slow down. Please don't be a weapon. Please don't be a weapon. Lin Xiu clenched his fists, silently chanting in his heart. There are many types of weapons, and even if he draws a good one, he might not be able to use it. Lin Xiu was more eager for the gift packs, as the contents of those gift packs had always piqued his curiosity. Stop right now. Seeing the pointer almost land on the weapon slot, Lin Xiu couldn't help but grow anxious. This was just too frustrating. That silver soul had already given him enough trouble, and now he definitely didn't want to draw another weapon. The pointer wobbled a few times on the weapon slot before finally coming to a stop. Damn it! Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Whatever he wanted to avoid always seemed to come his way. At first, he felt a bit frustrated, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pointer hadn't completely stopped. It shifted slightly and finally settled on the gift pack slot. Congratulations, Master, you have received a rapid growth gift pack. Extremely fast. As Lin Xiu clicked claim with his mind, a huge red gift bag suddenly appeared in front of him, almost startling him. A rapid growth gift pack? What on earth is this? His curiosity was instantly piqued, and Lin Xiu couldn't wait to open the gift bag, only to find it filled with various equipment like wrist guards, leg guards, and vests. Would the master like to activate rapid growth now? Just as Lin Xiu was curiously staring at those items that looked like armor, the system prompted again. Lin Xiu was somewhat puzzled but still chose to confirm. Please wear the training gear, Master. Training gear? Is it these things? Filled with curiosity, Lin Xiu put on the vest, wrist guards, and leg guards one by one. Equipment complete. Rapid growth system activated. Progress 0/10,000. Note, 25 potential points can be obtained upon completion. 25 potential points. Lin Xiu was was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. These 25 potential points were equivalent to directly leveling up to around level 12. But Lin Xiao was completely puzzled. How exactly was he supposed to increase the progress? Just as he was about to test it out, with a bang, his whole body suddenly fell heavily to the ground. Exclamation point. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse, because he realized that the previously lightweight protective gear had suddenly become extraordinarily heavy. The wrist guards on both hands are probably around 20 kilograms each. The vest must be about 40 kilograms, and the leg guards are also roughly 20 kilograms. This is practically life-threatening. The earlier fall had already drained a lot of Lin Xiao's energy, and at this moment, he was so furious that he almost wanted to take off the protective gear immediately. Warning, incomplete, detachment prohibited. The cold, mechanical voice of the system sounded. Accompanied by the warning, Lin Xiao immediately felt a surge of electricity from the protective gear, causing his whole body to tremble. Damn system, it actually tricked me. How could it be possible to reward 25 potential points for no reason just now? Alright, there seems to be something else in the gift pack. Lin Xiao struggled to search through the gift pack and finally pulled out a card and a bottle of strange ointment. Quick comprehension card? Lin Xiao looked at the instructions on the back of the card. After use, comprehension ability is enhanced, effective for 1 day. What exactly does this mean? The other bottle of ointment is for healing injuries. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then put these two items into his pocket. The training just now had almost exhausted his physical strength. In his current state, even taking a single step was difficult. Helpless, Lin Xiao struggled to drag his long spear, crawling and rolling his way back to the dormitory. He had no idea that starting from this night, a bizarre and eerie phenomenon would emerge in the dormitory area, the crawling corpse appearing in the early hours. Xingyao Academy, North Campus, Training Ground. A large number of students are continuously running quickly in circles, while others are exercising and competing in the central area, creating a lively scene. 19th lap, Lin Xiao felt dizzy, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The total weight he was carrying was about 140 kilograms, an overwhelming load for the body. Lin Xiao could only clench his teeth tightly and run with difficulty. With each lap he ran, he noticed the progress increased by anywhere from a dozen to over 20, varying unpredictably. The current progress is 321/10,000, and there is still a long way to go before completion. Brother Lin Xiao. At this moment, a voice called out from behind, and Lin Xiao felt someone gently pat his shoulder. With a loud bang, he suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. What are you doing? Lin Xiao turned around and glared angrily at the other person. Already in a state of high-intensity workload, the sudden pat on the shoulder caused him to fall, inevitably stirring anger in his heart. Turning around, he saw a delicate and exquisite young girl. She seemed to be frightened by Lin Xiao's roar, her eyes slightly red, and tears seemed ready to fall at any moment. Schwanger, is that you? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. I'm sorry, brother. Lin Xiao was in a bit of a bad mood just now. Lin Xiao immediately stood up and hurriedly comforted her. Yi Schwanger, the daughter of a weaponsmith near Lin Xiao's home, was familiar with him due to the close relationship between their families. The little girl in his mind had now grown into a graceful and charming young woman. Humph. Yi Schwanger glared at Lin Xiao, then broke into a smile through her tears. Why are you here? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Remember, she was still in 8th grade, right? The high school entrance exam is coming up, so the teacher took us to visit various colleges to see which one we like. Yi Schwanger replied. Aren't you only in 8th grade? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Humph, I skipped a grade. Yi Schwanger raised her little head and said proudly. Impressive. Of course. What, are you planning to take the Starshine exam to come find me? Lin Xiao smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Narcissist, who cares about playing with you? Yi Schwanger seemed to have her secret exposed, glared at Lin Xiao, and her face flushed slightly. Since Lin Xiao started high school, they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. At this moment, having inherited Lin Xiao's memories, he still regarded Yi Schwanger as the little girl next door and sat on the nearby grass, chatting with her. There are so many evolved beasts in Area A20? Listening to Lin Xiao describe the situation in Area A20, Yi Schwanger's expression was both excited and slightly fearful. I want to go for combat training too. You're already an entry-level martial artist now, aren't you? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Yo, isn't this Lin Xiao, the guy who used to live next door to you? Before Yi Schwanger could respond, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted. Tang Ping stared at Lin Xiao with a somewhat unpleasant expression. He was one of the students who had arrived here at the same time as Yi Schwanger. Yi Schwanger was both beautiful and adorable, naturally making her very popular. Tang Ping had long heard that Yi Schwanger had a particularly close brother, and seeing Lin Xiao sitting so intimately with Yi Schwanger at this moment made him feel uncomfortable. I heard that the weakest one in Xingyao Academy is that Lin Xiao. Another student standing next to Tang Ping joined in with mocking remarks. Tang Ping, what do you mean by this? Before Lin Xiao could respond, he turned his head and saw Tang Tian and the others walking over. Yi Schwanger was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. Nothing much, we middle schoolers just couldn't resist wanting to spar a little with Lin Xiao, the senior who's 2 grades above us. Tang Tian spread his hands and said with a smile. He had already inquired and found out that Lin Xiu was nothing more than a useless person who couldn't even reach the entry level of a martial artist. Although Lin Xiu was 2 grades above him, he wasn't worth taking seriously at all. I'll spar with you. Yi Shuang'er immediately stood up upon hearing Tang Ping's words, clenched her small fists, and stared directly at Tang Ping as she spoke. She knew very well that Lin Xiu was not skilled in martial arts, and the words of Tang Ping and the others were clearly meant to bully him. Shuang'er, how would I dare to fight you? Tang Ping responded with a smile. My name is Yi Shuang'er. Yi Shuang'er frowned slightly and let out a soft snort. What? Senior Lin Xiu, are you scared? Tang Ping completely ignored Yi Shuang'er's words and instead continued to show a mocking smile at Lin Xiu. These words were extremely venomous. If Lin Xiu refused, it would mean he couldn't even beat a middle schooler, and his reputation would be utterly ruined. Fine, I'll spar with you. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and stood up. Hearing Lin Xiu agree, Tang Ping's face revealed a trace of a smug smile. Now he finally had the chance to teach Lin Xiu a proper lesson. Brother Lin Xiu. Yi Shuang'er anxiously grabbed his arm. Tang Ping's face grew even darker upon seeing this scene. Boom. It's okay. Lin Xiu patted her little head and smiled. Yi Shuang'er's face instantly turned red, muttering, I'm not a child. Amid the crowd of onlookers, the two had already stepped into the center of the training ground. TSK, brother Tang Ping is a genius close to being a quasi-warrior, and that trash actually dares to spar with him, a nearby student said loudly, laughing. Brother Lin Xiu won't lose. Yi Shuang'er clenched her fists tightly and said angrily. Though she spoke firmly, Yi Shuang'er was still very worried in her heart. Let's begin. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and stared at Tang Ping as he spoke. Genius? He thought to himself, the real genius is that young girl. Just now, he ran 19 laps, and now carrying a load of over 200 pounds, he was already feeling quite strained. However, facing Tang Ping shouldn't be a problem. As soon as the words fell, Tang Ping quickly rushed over, throwing a punch directly at Lin Xiu's body. Oh no! When Yi Shuang'er saw the situation, her face changed drastically. Lin Xiu seemed to have not reacted yet and was still standing in place. Tang Ping revealed a ferocious grin. Just as his fist was about to strike Lin Xiu suddenly swung his fist to counter. Bang! A loud noise echoed. Tang Ping's expression changed as he was forced to retreat several steps by the force transmitted from Lin Xiu's punch. Senior Lin Xiu, not bad. Try this move of mine. Tang Ping's expression changed slightly, let out a cold snort, positioned his palms, and continued to lunge at Lin Xiu. Tang Ping's floating dust palm may only be a bronze-level martial skill, but he's already mastered it to perfection. Lin Xiu is done for. A nearby student laughed. The floating dust palm is extremely fast, with each strike carrying a gust of wind, as if the surrounding air was stirred into waves of sound. Lin Xiu frowned deeply, intending to dodge, but his speed was greatly reduced due to the heavy load. He dodged the first 2 strikes, but when the third strike came, Lin Xiu was hit on the back. His body staggered backward several steps with a loud bang, almost falling. Tang Ping seized the momentum and continued charging toward Lin Xiu. The floating dust palm struck one blow after another, landing heavily on Lin Xiu's body. Seeing Lin Xiu retreat repeatedly under the blows but not fall, Tang Ping grew increasingly furious and aimed his next strike at Lin Xiu's crown. If this palm strike landed, Lin Xiu might not die, but he would likely suffer a brain hemorrhage, or even become a vegetative state or an idiot. Watch out! Yi Shuang'er turned pale, and in her panic, she wanted to rush forward to block this fatal strike for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed sharply, and at the moment the palm was about to land, he mustered all his strength and swiftly raised his arm to block in front of him. His palm strike directly hit Tang Ping's arm. Before Tang Ping could withdraw his hand, Lin Xiu grabbed his wrist with both hands and, without hesitation, twisted it sharply with a crack, turning it 90 degrees. Ah! A piercing pain struck, and Tang Ping's eyes widened as he let out a miserable scream. Lin Xiu immediately followed up with a kick to Tang Ping's abdomen, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden counterattack shocked everyone. No one had expected Lin Xiu, who had been passively taking hits, to unleash such a fierce burst of strength. Lin Xiu, I will kill you! I will kill you! At this moment, Tang Ping was helped up by those people from earlier, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. His originally handsome face had now become twisted and ferocious. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was a genius, the young master of the Tang family, yet this guy had actually twisted his wrist. It was simply unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Brother Lin Xiu, are you okay? Yi Shuang'er stood in front of Lin Xiu, nervously staring at his body as she asked. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Xiu shook his head. Although the vest, wrist guards, and leg guards were very heavy, they also provided a certain degree of protection. Coupled with his quasi-martial artist physique, the floating dust palm that Tang Ping had just used, though powerful, didn't cause him much harm. At that moment, Lin Xiu's peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure flashing by, and his pupils contracted sharply. Watch out! Lin Xiu hurriedly pushed Yi Shuang'er aside, but it was too late for him to dodge. A sharp pain struck his chest, and his whole body was sent flying. His back slammed hard against the wooden stake behind him. With a loud bang, the stake broke apart on the spot. Poof! A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Brother, break his limbs for me!" Tang Ping roared angrily as the man approached, the pain driving him nearly insane. Lin Xiu looked over and saw a man who bore a striking resemblance to Tang Ping, staring coldly at him. After a brief moment of thought, he recognized the man, an aspiring martial artist, Tang Tian. I once saw his photo on the campus bulletin board, ranked 100th on the combat power list, vice president of the Academy's boxing association. If you break one of his wrists, I'll take all 4 of yours. Tang Tian approached Lin Xiu step by step, speaking coldly. "Take all 4 of mine." When Lin Xiu heard this, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Eye of analysis activated, clearly displaying Tang Tian's detailed information. Character: Tang Tian. Prospective warrior. Strength: 102. Physique: 75. Speed: 46. Comprehensive combat power: 752. Seeing these figures, Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted. This guy was already on the verge of advancing to a formal warrior. Except for speed, which was slightly inferior to his own, all other aspects far surpassed him. Damn it! At this moment, Tang Tian had already rushed forward swiftly, throwing a punch directly at Lin Xiu. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu could have dodged, but now he was carrying over 100 pounds of weight. The fist struck his chest, and Lin Xiu felt his blood surging, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. "Stop!" Yi Shuang hurriedly rushed forward at this moment, blocking Lin Xiu. "Move aside, or you'll end up like him," Tang Tian said coldly. "How dare you!" Lin Xiu suddenly got up, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted sternly. Before Tang Tian could strike again, Lin Xiu launched an attack first. "Overestimating yourself." Tang Tian sneered coldly, his eyes filled with contempt as he watched Lin Xiu's slow movements. As Lin Xiu's fist swung out, Tang Tian neither dodged nor avoided, directly meeting it with his own fist. Upon closer inspection, his fist was actually enveloped by a layer of strange energy. Source energy. Lin Xiu's heart jolted. This guy was just a prospective martial artist, yet he had already mastered cultivation techniques and could absorb source energy into his body? The two fists were about to collide when Tang Tian's fist suddenly shifted, his 5 fingers tightly gripping Lin Xiu's arm. With a sudden exertion of force, a crack of bone breaking echoed. A sharp pain surged through him. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth, his eyes involuntarily widening. Tang Tian swept his right leg across, and Lin Xiu's entire body fell to the ground. Crush his legs. Tang Ping had already been sent to the medical room, and those who had followed him, upon seeing the scene before them, began shouting loudly. Tang Tian saw Yi Shuanger trying to rush forward to intervene and immediately swung his palm, the force of which knocked her harshly to the ground. "I want you not only to become useless but to become a cripple." A sinister smile appeared on Tang Tian's face as he raised his right foot, preparing to stomp down hard on Lin Xiu's legs. Even in today's world, shattered bones are difficult to fully recover, and it might even require prosthetics. For a martial artist, this would undoubtedly be fatal. "It's nothing." Lin Xiu's pupils contracted, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. At this moment, he truly had no strength to resist. Weak, he was still too weak. Just as Tang Tian's foot was about to step down, a voice shouted to stop from not far away. Tang Tian glanced in that direction but paid no attention and still did not stop his action. Bang! Just as the foot was about to land, a sudden force came, causing Tang Tian to stagger back several steps. "Tang Tian, what do you think you're doing?" Luo Li's gaze locked onto Tang Tian as he sternly questioned him. Seeing that Lin Xiu was unharmed, he felt slightly relieved. Lin Xiu's progress was truly astonishing. If he continued cultivating at this pace, he could very likely become a formidable figure. If Tang Tian's kick had ruined him, it would have been an immense pity. "Oh, so it's Teacher Luo." Tang Tian responded indifferently, showing no sign of backing down despite the other being an academy mentor. "Third-year students bullying second-year students?" Luo Li frowned deeply, questioning angrily. Tang Tian's attitude made him extremely displeased, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Tang Tian was a member of the Tang family, which held significant influence in the area and even funded the school's construction. He was the one who first broke my younger brother Tang Ping's wrist. Tang Tian's gaze remained icy, staring at Lin Xiu as if looking at a worthless person. His decision is unstoppable. To get Lin Xiu's limbs, even if it can't be done now, after school and during holidays, could Luo Li possibly guard him all the time? Exactly, Lin Xiu bullied our junior grade students first. A few of Tang Ping's followers also started shouting at this moment. It was Tang Ping who suggested sparring, and during the sparring, he even used a palm strike to hit brother Lin Xiu's crown, almost taking his life. Although Yi Shuanger had been blown away by Tang Tian's palm wind, she was completely unharmed at this moment and hurriedly defended. "Who is right and who is wrong? The school will naturally make a fair judgment," Luo Li said with a cold snort. "There are surveillance cameras installed here, and the truth will soon come to light." Tang Tian frowned slightly, then turned around and prepared to leave. "Tang Tian, I want to challenge you to a sparring match." Lin Xiu stood up at this moment, his gaze fixed in Tang Tian's direction as he spoke. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Tang Tian stopped in his tracks, turned around, and sneered, "Are you sure? Lin Xiu, don't be foolish." Luo Li heard Lin Xiu's words and quickly grabbed his arm to persuade him. The martial arts duel has another name, the battle of life and death. When both sides engage, the fight continues until one party admits defeat. The means of attack are unrestricted, and even killing someone does not entail any responsibility. "You don't dare?" Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. "Ridiculous." Tang Tian, furious, laughed instead. 3 days later, see you at the martial arts arena. Brother Lin Xiu, what is a martial arts duel? At this moment, Yi Schwinger watched Tang Tian leave and nervously asked Lin Xiu. "It's just an ordinary sparring match." Lin Xiu smiled and winked at Luo Li. "Then you better be careful," Yi Schwinger said with concern. Not long after, Yi Schwinger left with the team under the teacher's call. "Are you really going to fight him?" Luo Li couldn't help but ask. "Your potential is great, and you've improved a lot in such a short time, but Tang Tian is about to become a formal martial artist. The chances of defeating him are almost zero." "I've already decided," Lin Xiu said firmly with a nod. "Living a lifetime being trampled on and swallowing my anger is not my style. Besides, I've had enough." Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiu took out the bottle of medicine from the gift pack and applied it to his recently fractured hand. "Originally, I just wanted to test the effect, but unexpectedly, the medicine turned out to be so miraculous. In no time, the broken bone seemed to start healing, and a tingling sensation spread through my hand." The decision to engage in a martial arts duel with Tang Tian was made by Lin Xiu after careful consideration, not on a whim. 3 days later, his rage skill cooldown time will recover, coupled with the completion of his rapid growth progress. Defeating Tang Tian is entirely possible. Although the medicine is miraculous and can quickly heal bone fractures, tonight Lin Xiu decided not to practice marksmanship for the time being. Instead, he took out the Quick Comprehension card. Confirmed the use of the Quick Comprehension card? As soon as the card appeared, the system immediately popped up a prompt in Lin Xiu's mind. Remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After confirming the use, the system immediately started the countdown. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if many doubts that had previously puzzled him were instantly resolved. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to slowly operate according to the steps of the cultivation technique. Source energy, source energy. Even though every movement was carried out strictly according to the cultivation technique, Lin Xiu still couldn't sense the so-called source energy. Frowning slightly, he thought to himself, is it really that difficult for an informal martial artist to cultivate? Gritting his teeth and persevering, he thought of Tang Tian, who as a quasi-martial artist was able to cultivate source energy, and resolved not to fall behind. He relaxed his entire body and focused on sensing deeply. Gradually, as he let go of distractions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, it seemed as though something was slowly being absorbed through the pores of his body. A warm feeling surged in his heart, making him unconsciously relax his brows. Success! Lin Xiu suddenly stood up, clenched his fists in excitement, full of joy. With the initial breakthrough, during the subsequent cultivation, source energy began to be continuously absorbed, flowing into every inch of muscle, bone, and even deep into the cells. Although the source energy was still minimal at this moment, as the body gradually grew stronger, the absorption rate would also increase accordingly. Source energy not only directly enhances the body but can also be stored within it, making high-level martial techniques even more terrifying when released. Lin Xiu speculated that the success of this cultivation might very well be due to the use of the Quick Comprehension card. Moreover, he discovered that as source energy was continuously absorbed, his experience points were also slowly increasing. Although the speed was slow, rising by just over 100 per hour, persisting through an entire night could accumulate more than 1,000 experience points. Big news! The loser Lin Xiu will have a sparring match with Tang Tian, who is on the top 100 list. The 3D projection TV in the classroom suddenly broadcasted this news. Lin Xiu, stop joking around. He'll definitely get beaten to death. Ha, the showdown is the night after tomorrow. I can't wait to see how Tang Tian takes him down. Useless Lin Xiu, this is killing me with laughter. Except for class 29, everyone else thought this news sounded like a joke. Although many had witnessed Lin Xiu defeating Su Jun, most still believed it was a fluke. Moreover, the end-of-term competition had yet to begin, and the combat power rankings had not been updated, so Lin Xiu was still at the bottom. How did Lin Xiu end up facing Tang Tian? Yang Tian muttered to himself, staring at Lin Xiu's seat. Lin Xiu took a leave of absence and hasn't attended class for a day. His theoretical grades are good, so the teacher didn't make things difficult for him. Brother, you must kill him. No, not kill him, break his limbs. In a large hall, Tang Ping shouted at Tang Tian. Although his right hand was treated immediately, it won't fully recover for at least 10 days. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Messing with someone from the Tang family is courting death. Tang Tian nodded, his tone resolute. He took a sip of tea, and not long after, a man walked in. Yes, young master, for the past 2 days, Lin Xiu has been running on the training field from morning until night, doing nothing else, the man reported respectfully. Running? Tang Tian frowned. That battle had shown him that Lin Xiu was not not the useless person the rumors claimed him to be. At the very least, he had some combat ability, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to twist Tang Ping's wrist. He had thought Lin Xiu might have a way to defeat him, but now it seemed he had been overthinking. Bronze martial skill, explosive fist, as the name suggests, unleashes a punch capable of causing an air shockwave. It can be said to be the most ferocious fist technique in close combat. Lin Xiu practiced punching while muttering to himself. Although the explosive fist is classified as a bronze martial skill, its destructive power is already comparable to that of a silver martial skill. Lin Xiu found this martial skill card in a dusty corner of the library, where thick layers of dust had accumulated. At first, he found it strange that such a powerful boxing technique had no practitioners. Upon further inquiry, he learned that explosive fist had a terrifying nickname: hurts oneself before hurting others. The air shockwave generated when throwing a punch not only attacks the opponent but also rebounds onto the user. If the body isn't strong enough, attempting to master it could result in crippling injuries. Several students had already tried to practice this technique before. After all, a bronze-level martial art with the power of a silver-level technique was highly tempting for aspiring martial artists or first-tier fighters. However, the results were internal bleeding at best and fractured bones at worst. Lin Xiu chose to practice this set of martial arts not on a whim, but because he discovered that the ointment from the growth package was truly miraculous. Applied externally, it could heal external injuries. Taken orally, it could cure internal injuries. The effects were swift and almost instantaneous. The most dangerous phase of explosive fist is at the beginning. As proficiency increases, the backlash from the shockwaves on oneself will be greatly reduced, and may even cease to cause harm. During the day, he ran to improve his physical fitness, and at night, he went to the back mountain of the academy, continuously punching a massive boulder. Under the moonlight, Lin Xiu was drenched in sweat. He also discovered that rapid growth can be achieved not only through running but also by practicing and using martial techniques to accelerate progress. The sound of bang 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 echoed repeatedly, and fragments of stone continuously fell from the surface. However, Lin Xiu knew this was still far from enough. It is said that the true explosive fist injures the enemy from the inside out, with one punch capable of rupturing the enemy's internal organs. But his current mastery still remains at damaging the surface, unable to reach the inner layers. Late at night, he began practicing marksmanship and the martial skill, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. It must be said, the help from the quick comprehension card was truly immense. The marksmanship that should have taken more time to master was now quite proficient, and the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix martial skill card had also been upgraded to a silver-level martial skill. As dawn approached, Lin Xiu sat cross-legged and began absorbing source energy. His previously exhausted body was instantly filled with a warm and comfortable sensation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, level 11. Leveled up? Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, but upon further thought, it made sense. As he continued to absorb source energy, the experience gained seemed to increase more and more, from over 100 per hour initially to several hundred per hour later. This change surprised Lin Xiu a bit. He quickly brought up his attribute panel to check. Host, Lin Xiu. Level, 11. Experience, 65. Experience needed for next level, 220108. Strength, 78. Constitution, 50. Speed, 52. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage. Rage Charge, 0/100. Comprehensive Combat Power, 699. Remaining potential points, 11. 11 potential points? How should they be allocated? After thinking it over, Lin Xiu decided to add 10 points to physique and the remaining 1 point to strength. Soon, Lin Xiu felt his body become much lighter, and the heavy burden he had been carrying also eased significantly. He continued to look down at the panel. Progress, 9504/10,000. Still so far to go? Seeing this number, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. Although he had gradually adapted to the burden, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable in this state. It was likely that in a battle, his strength would be reduced by at least 30% compared to usual. However, there was no other choice now. Tonight was the martial arts battle, and today was not suitable for high-intensity training. Rest was necessary. Back at the dormitory, Lin Xiu took the remaining medicine one by one, feeling the injuries left from practicing the explosive fist healing at an astonishing speed. Sitting cross-legged, he continued to absorb source energy. Once the cultivation technique is mastered, it is possible to continuously absorb source energy even in sleep, although the effect will be slower. The martial arts battle. The martial arts battle is about to begin. Tonight is destined to be extraordinarily lively, as the martial arts hall has already gathered a large number of students, with almost no empty seats around. Many people are intrigued by this battle, the showdown between a loser and a genius. The last martial arts battle should have been a year ago, right? An elderly man with a long white beard sat at the table in front of the martial arts arena, smiling as he spoke. Yes, Mr. Yi. Luo beside him nodded in response. They sat at the judges' table, with Mr. Yi in the center and the homeroom teacher pictures of their respective students on either side. Roly, later I'll ask Tang Tian to go easy on him and try not to take his life, said Lu Bai, the homeroom teacher of class 2, with a smile. A worthless person fighting a martial arts match against the outstanding student of his class, wasn't this just seeking his own doom? Who's going to win or lose isn't certain yet, Roly snorted coldly. Luo Yu, you're still the same, never admitting defeat. Lu Bai shook his head and smiled. In his view, this battle was a foregone conclusion. The battle is about to begin. Will the combatants from both sides please take the stage? The voice from the loudspeaker echoed through every corner of the martial arts hall as two figures walked onto the stage from opposite directions. Lin Xiu was dressed today in a loose white long robe, holding a silver spear. Paired with his handsome face, he looked exceptionally dashing. That's your brother Lin Xiu, so handsome. Yi Schwanger was already seated in the upper section. Her two little friends beside her gazed at Lin Xiu from afar, unable to help but exclaim, "Of course." Yi Schwanger heard their words and a happy smile appeared on her face. But as soon as she thought about Lin Xiu participating in the martial arts battle, her heart tightened. It was only after that day that she realized how dangerous the martial arts battle was. He must not get hurt. Yi Schwanger clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on the figure on the martial arts stage, silently praying. Tang Tian stood on the other side, holding a wide-bladed longsword in his right hand, his gaze coldly fixed on Lin Xiu. He clearly felt that Lin Xiu's aura had grown much stronger, and he was puzzled. What exactly happened? Could it simply be because he ran like a fool from daytime to nighttime? Lin Xiu, you can do it! Yang Tian shouted loudly from the audience, even though Lin Xiu couldn't hear him on the field. Most of Class 29 was present, watching Lin Xiu and clenching their fists tightly. Lin Xiu, don't lose. Zhang Yi's face was serious as he silently cheered for Lin Xiu. Although he had clashed with Lin Xiu before, this battle concerned the honor of their class. The class rankings at Xingyao Academy were based on performance. Class 1 had the strongest overall strength, while Class 29 was naturally the weakest. Alright, students, the first martial arts battle of the year is about to begin. The opponents are Lin Xiu from Class 29 and Tang Tian from Class 2. At this moment, Mr. Yi, sitting at the referee's stand, spoke loudly, his voice amplified by the speaker system and reaching every corner. Tang Tian, Tang Tian. As soon as the words fell, the majority of the crowd began shouting Tang Tian's name. Although Tang Tian is ranked 100th, every student on the top 100 list is considered a genius, and his popularity within the academy is extremely high. On the contrary, Lin Xiu, who was once regarded as useless, endured the ridicule of many people. Lin Xiu! Lin Xiu! Yi Schwanger and two other young girls shouted indignantly. However, their voices were soon drowned out by the even louder sounds around them. As it approached 8 p.m., Mr. Yi waved his hand and announced, "Time is up. Both sides get ready. If either side concedes, the match will stop immediately. Are you planning to kneel and admit defeat, or should I kill you myself?" Tang Tian coldly stared at Lin Xiu, his tone full of provocation. "Even if you admit defeat, I won't stop." Lin Xiu responded calmly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Courting death. Tang Tian's expression changed drastically as he charged toward Lin Xiu first. The longsword was unsheathed, a cold gleam flashed, and it swiftly thrust toward Lin Xiu's neck. Bronze martial skill, severing throat with blood. Who would have thought Tang Tian would use a killing move right from the start? Some students couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. The key to severing throat with blood lies in its extreme speed, delivering a fatal blow before the enemy can even react. Yi Schwanger cried out in shock at the sight, her heart almost leaping into her throat. Dang! At this very moment, Lin Xiu's pupils suddenly contracted, and the silver soul spear in his hand moved sharply, with the tip of the spear precisely blocking the tip of the long sword. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, a spark instantly burst forth. He blocked it. Lin Xiu actually blocked it. Although this move is a bronze-level martial technique, its sword speed is extremely fast, leaving ordinary people unable to react. However, what was shocking was that Lin Xiu seemed to have predicted Tang Tian's next strike and actually blocked it steadily with his spear. The scene was in an uproar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a bottom-rank loser could actually withstand Tang Tian's move. Phew, luckily nothing happened. Yi Schwanger gently patted her small chest, letting out a long breath, yet still nervously watching the situation on the field. At this moment, Lin Xiu frowned slightly. Although he had just fended off the attack, a sharp pain still emanated from his neck, and faint blood marks quietly appeared. Unexpectedly, that martial technique actually carried sword energy. Humph! Tang Tian snorted coldly. Although surprised that Lin Xiu could block his attack, he did not hesitate to continue his fierce assault, his longsword thrusting forward once again. Clang clang clang. Tang Tian swung his sword like the wind, moving at incredible speed. Lin Xiu was completely unable to counterattack and could only grip his spear tightly while retreating passively. At this moment, his clothes had been slashed in several places, and a bloodstain had appeared on his arm. With your speed, you still want to compete with me? Tang Tian mocked as his movements became even more fierce. The longsword was infused with source energy, and waves of sword aura came attacking. Lin Xiu felt sharp pain just from trying to block them. Amazing, truly amazing. As expected of a top-ranked expert on the 100 names list, the onlooking trainees were thrilled by the spectacular duel. Luo Li's brows furrowed tightly. Tang Tian was formidable and had extensive combat experience, while Lin Xiu had only fought once in Zone A20. His strength was clearly inferior to Tang Tian's, and this situation filled Luo Li with concern. The worry on Yi Schwanger's face grew even more intense. After all, Lin Xiu was facing a formidable opponent on the verge of advancing to become a formal martial artist. Too slow, far too slow. Tang Tian sneered coldly as his attacks suddenly intensified, pouring down like a violent storm. But his jaw was clenched tightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Xiu had been on the defensive the entire time, he had never been defeated. Moreover, as time went on, he seemed to have seen through Tang Tian's attack patterns, and his blocks became increasingly frequent. This brat dares to challenge me, Tang Tian? He deserves to die. Li Yuan sat in a high position, his face twisted with malice, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. The humiliation of having his hand bone broken by Lin Xiu last time was still hard to let go of. No, it's not that simple. Sun Shen shook his head and said. Although Tang Tian's offensive was fierce, it couldn't deliver a fatal blow, or even cause much harm, which was unusual in itself. Die! Tang Tian roared, pouring his source energy into the long sword. Bronze martial skill, blazing strike. The sword's edge swept through, a flame accompanied the longsword as it slashed toward Lin Xiu, blazing fiercely. This time, let's see how you block it. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with extreme ferocity. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Having just expended considerable energy, if he were to take this strike head-on, he might be engulfed by the raging flames. He had originally been waiting to unleash a charged attack, and now his source energy had reached 91 points, just 9 points short. Hard resistance is absolutely impossible. What should I do? Phoenixes gather. At the critical moment, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and took the initiative to strike for the first time. With the silver soul spear in hand, infused with source energy, he slashed through the air. Whoosh! A massive flaming bird instantly soared into the sky. What kind of martial technique is this? Luo Li stood up in shock, never having seen such a martial technique before. The flames contained an extremely powerful source energy. Wait, Lin Xiu actually comprehended the cultivation technique. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, his blood boiling within. With the martial technique enhanced by source energy, its power instantly multiplied several times. The flames collided, and the arena was suddenly filled with howling winds, forming a massive fiery whirlwind. Lin Xiu and Tang Tian fiercely clashed amidst the blazing flames, the sound of metal colliding ringing out incessantly, deafening to the ears. Tang Tian's longsword thrust straight toward Lin Xiu's chest, but Lin Xiu swiftly slashed with his spear. With a resounding clang, he deflected the longsword. The spear in his hand darted toward Tang Tian's body like a venomous dragon. You really think you can beat me? Tang Tian roared, swinging his sword forcefully and splitting Lin Xiu's spear apart. With a metallic clang, Lin Xiu's hand went numb, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. As expected, Tang Tian truly lived up to his strength attribute exceeding 100. His power was astonishing. Immediately after, the longsword struck again like a phantom. Caught off guard, Lin Xiu's shoulder was pierced, and blood gushed out, staining his shoulder and sleeve red. With a bang, accompanied by the dispersal of surrounding flames, Lin Xiu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This scene caused the surrounding people to exclaim in shock. Lin Xiu, who had been steadfastly resisting Tang Tian's offensive, was actually sent flying. To be able to injure me, you can consider your death worthwhile. As the flames dissipated, Tang Tian's face was still marked with black smudges, and his clothes were scorched, making him look utterly disheveled. This was simply humiliating, to be forced into such a situation by a good-for-nothing brother Lin Xiu. Yi Schwanger saw this scene, her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly stood up. Schwanger, don't be afraid. It seems your brother Lin Xiu is standing up again. The girl sitting next to her grabbed her arm and said softly, standing up again? The audience originally thought Lin Xiu had already fallen, but unexpectedly, at this moment, he slowly stood up. However, Lin Xiu now looked even more disheveled, with the upper half of his clothes completely scorched and his face covered in soot. With a ripping sound, Lin Xiu forcefully tore off his shirt. That was just a warm-up. Now the real fight begins. What on earth is he wearing? When Lin Xiu tore open his shirt, many sharp-eyed trainees immediately noticed that he was wearing something like a black tank top underneath. No way. Is this weighted combat? The trainees were instantly in an uproar, discussing it in disbelief. You have to understand, if it really is weighted combat, that's simply too outrageous. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt his blood boiling all over his body. With a sudden burst of strength, he ripped off the tank top, along with the wrist guards and leg guards. As he threw the equipment onto the ground, bang, bang, bang sounds echoed continuously, finally free from the restraints. When he was performing the martial skill earlier, the progress value kept climbing, and now, the progress has reached 100%. 25 potential points. Lin Xiu unhesitatingly allocated all 21 potential points to strength, causing the strength attribute to soar directly to 100, while the remaining 4 points were added to constitution. expression. What is this? Could it be that Lin Xiu has been fighting underweight all along? Luo Yu, who was closest to Lin Xiu, noticed the equipment and sounds on the ground, his eyes slightly narrowing. Interesting, truly fascinating. Mr. Yi stroked his beard and couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the other side, Tang Tian's homeroom teacher, Lu Bai, frowned deeply, his expression grave. Tang Tian's face was somber, and the source energy within his body erupted at this moment, pouring into the long sword. A sudden move, just what I wanted. Lin Xiu, full of fighting spirit, wielded a silver spear and charged straight ahead. Clang clang clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle at the center of the arena, sparks flying everywhere. The spear in Lin Xiu's hand thrust toward Tang Tian with lightning speed, so fast that it was almost impossible to see the movement. At this moment, Lin Xiu seemed like a completely different person. Both his strength and speed had reached a new level. Tang Tian saw the cold gleam of the spear tip approaching and his pupils contracted sharply as he forcefully raised his sword to block. Then he tried to deflect the spear, but Lin Xiu used the momentum to leap into the air, gripping the silver soul spear tightly with both hands. The spear tip pointed straight down at Tang Tian and stabbed fiercely. 100 birds facing the phoenix. Rage meter fully charged, reaching 100%. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted as all the source energy in his body poured into the silver soul spear. With a swing of both hands, a horizontal slash tore through the air, the spear tip gleaming coldly as it traced a fiery red arc. With a whoosh, a torrent of flames erupted from the trajectory carved by the spear tip. A gigantic flaming bird seemed to soar out, charging towards Tang Tian together with Lin Xiu. Zheng zhang. The spear trembled at this moment, emitting a subtle and high-pitched sound. This is too terrifying. Many students stood up one after another, exclaiming in amazement. This flame bird contained immense power, distorting the surrounding air due to the flames. A charged strike, how terrifying martial skills can be. It's over, Tang Tian is doomed. Impossible, how could he possess such powerful martial skills? Tang Tian looked up at Lin Xiu charging from the air, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. Die for me! He roared ferociously, his long sword engulfed in flames as he slashed out. With a whoosh, the massive flame bird instantly enveloped Tang Tian's flame attack, absorbing it completely. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Xiu continued his charge, and with a sharp clang, the tip of his spear struck Tang Tian's sword blade, causing the sword to break apart. The flame bird had completely surrounded Tang Tian, suddenly transforming into a massive fiery whirlwind, spinning wildly. Tang Tian let out a scream of agony as the flames instantly scorched his clothes, the intense pain making his eyes widen in shock. He hurriedly took out a small bottle from his pocket and quickly drank the liquid inside. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't know what it was, he didn't hesitate as his spear was already pointed straight at Tang Tian's chest. At this moment, Lu Bai's pupils suddenly contracted and he shouted in shock. But in that instant, Tang Tian's expression turned ferocious, his muscles rapidly swelled and veins visibly throbbed on the surface of his skin. The tip of the spear gleamed with a cold light, like a silver snake aiming straight at Tang Tian's chest. However, just as it was about to strike, it was suddenly grabbed firmly by a hand, clutching both the spearhead and the shaft. What's going on? Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted. Before he could react, he felt a surge of immense power. The spear in his hand was suddenly snatched away by Tang Tian with great force. Tang Tian then swung it fiercely, sending it flying. Clang! With a resounding noise, the spear flew out and embedded itself deeply into the distant wall. What's going on? The crowd boiled over once again. Just now, Lin Xiu had clearly seen his spear strike Tang Tian, so how has the situation completely reversed now? You took performance-enhancing drugs. Lin Xiu stepped back a few paces, his eyes fixed on Tang Tian as he questioned him. Performance-enhancing drugs. Luo Li's gaze also shifted in that direction, only to see a small bottle not far away, with traces of blue liquid still lingering at the mouth. No way, Tang Tian actually took LPs. Someone recognized Tang Tian's state and exclaimed in shock. This is a potion capable of significantly enhancing human strength in a short period of time. It was originally developed by federal soldiers to combat powerful zombies and evolved beasts. However, the flaws of this drug are obvious. Those who take it are highly likely to become crippled, forever losing the qualification to become a martial artist. I want you dead. Tang Tian, whose clothes were tattered and skin covered in burn marks from the 100 birds phoenix flame, earlier harbored an extreme hatred for Lin Xiu. He suddenly unleashed all his strength and charged at Lin Xiu with incredible speed. Shattering fist. Tang Tian is not only skilled in swordsmanship but also excels in boxing techniques. The cracking fist is considered the strongest boxing technique among bronze-level martial arts. It's over. Although Lin Xiu is highly skilled in spear techniques, he is completely defenseless against Tang Tian, the vice president of the Boxing Association, with bare hands. At this moment, Lin Xiu did not choose to dodge. Instead, his legs erupted with astonishing power, propelling him forward like a bullet fired from a chamber. With a swish, he charged directly ahead, swinging his fist to fiercely collide with Tang Tian's incoming punch. At that very instant, Lin Xiu simultaneously activated the skill rage. Strength, speed, and physique surged crazily crazily at the moment the skill was activated. He lost his gun, yet he still dares to fight head-on? A trace of venom flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as he spoke unwillingly. He never expected Lin Xiu to be so powerful, forcing Tang Tian, ranked 100th in the academy, to resort to taking forbidden drugs. Tang Tian has taken forbidden drugs. I think this fight should be paused, Luo Li said to Mr. Yi beside him. He was increasingly surprised by Lin Xiu's performance. The once bottom-ranked student was now bringing too many unexpected surprises. Based on the talent he is currently displaying, he will definitely become a formidable figure in the future. If Tang Tian were to be killed now, it would truly be a pity. In the martial arts battle, there's no rule against using LPs, right? Lu Bai's gaze turned to Luo Li, carrying a hint of confrontation. Tang Tian's use of banned drugs was completely beyond his expectations. He had thought Tang Tian could easily defeat Lin Xiu, but he hadn't anticipated the situation would come to this. But it doesn't matter. The current LPs is no longer the same as before. Although it causes severe damage to the body after consumption, it will never prevent one from becoming a warrior in the future. Keep watching, Mr. Yi said with a smile, his gaze still fixed on the center of the martial arts arena. His eyes narrowed slightly. The martial technique, 100 birds facing the phoenix, that Lin Xiu had just displayed surprised him greatly. He had never seen such a unique martial technique before. In the martial arts arena, Lin Xiu's fist collided with Tang Tian's fist, producing a deafening sound. The two gritted their teeth and gave it their all. What is going on? The surrounding students were utterly shocked. Tang Tian's shattering fist was actually evenly matched with Lin Xiu's punch. Shattering fist is considered one of the strongest fist techniques among bronze-level martial arts. How exactly did Lin Xiu manage to block it? Before everyone could react, Lin Xiu and Tang Tian began another fierce clash. A series of impacts rang out, each punch landing on the opponent's body, producing the sound of fists striking flesh. Every punch hit its mark. Lin Xiu's gaze was sharp as a torch, tightly clenching his fists and repeatedly pounding Tang Tian's body. Due to taking forbidden drugs, Tang Tian's muscles were astonishingly swollen and unusually solid. Die! Tang Tian was nearly insane, being forced into such a situation by a good-for-nothing, and it was under the watchful eyes of countless students. He had already lost control. If he didn't kill Lin Xiu, this would become an eternal humiliation. The speed of his punches suddenly increased, relentlessly pounding Lin Xiu's body like a violent storm. The shattering fist is indeed formidable. Even with precautions, a single punch is unbearably painful, as if the flesh itself would be torn apart. But Lin Xiu was in a state of rage, with his physique greatly enhanced, and his resistance to blows also significantly increased. After blocking one punch, Lin Xiu suddenly swung a punch, smashing it toward Tang Tian's chest. Another loud and violent collision sound echoed. The rage state won't last much longer. Once it disappears, I'm done for. Lin Xiu intensified his offensive, his fist striking out rapidly. My fist technique is the strongest. Tang Tian roared, channeling all his source energy into his fists. The shattering fist, infused with source energy. The moment the fist was swung, it seemed as if the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Come and try my explosive fist. Lin Xiu roared, showing no intention of dodging, and directly swung his right fist. Explosive fist? No way. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's roar, some trainees were utterly shocked. Legend has it that there is a type of bronze-level martial technique with power comparable to silver-level techniques, and that is explosive fist. Impossible. If it were truly explosive fist, he would have died already, a student exclaimed. This martial technique is practiced by no one because it harms the user before harming the opponent. Almost all beginners end up with their internal organs severely injured by the force of the punch. Coupled with the painful lessons from past students who trained in it, no one dares to practice this move. At this moment, Lin Xiu on the field saw Tang Tian's fist swinging toward him. With a slight shift of his body, he skillfully dodged it. At the same time, the punch he threw landed heavily on Tang Tian's shoulder. Do you think your fists can break through my defense? Tang Tian sneered loudly. Since taking the LP's potion, his muscle strength had reached an astonishing level. Forget about fist strikes, even stabbing with a gun wouldn't easily hurt him. Who said I need to break your defense to kill you? Lin Xiu sneered coldly. What? Tang Tian's pupils slightly contracted, followed by a wave of intense pain surging through his entire body. When he fought Lin Xiu just now, he didn't notice anything, but now, waves of pain are hitting him one after another. The sound of bang 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 echoed continuously. Inside his body, his organs and muscles seemed to shatter as if they were exploding. This is the power of the explosive fist. It ignores surface defenses and directly inflicts damage from within. Tang Tian's eyes widened, and then, with a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out like an arrow. Accompanied by a series of bang sounds, Tang Tian's body heavily fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, but he had completely passed out. Sorry, I won. As these words fell, the entire scene instantly plunged into dead silence, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be clearly heard. Yi Shuanger looked at the crowd around her, who were inexplicably stunned, and shouted excitedly. The surroundings fell silent. As soon as Yi Shuanger spoke, many people finally snapped out of it. Could it be a dream? That useless Lin Xiu actually won? I must still be dreaming. A large crowd stared at the scene in disbelief, yet the members of Class 29 were overjoyed, shouting Lin Xiu's name in unison. Go to hell. Not hearing the system's notification sound indicated that Tang Tian was not dead yet. Lin Xiu stared coldly at Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground, and raised his right foot, ready to stomp on his head. You insolent brat, how dare you! Just as Lin Xiu was about to stomp down, a furious shout suddenly came from the other side. A figure swiftly rushed onto the martial arts stage. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted slightly, and his hands instinctively moved to block in front of him, but he still felt a powerful impact, his whole body sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Falling to the ground, Lin Xiu felt a sharp pain in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man picking up Tang Tian. The head of the Tang family, Tang Mubai, someone exclaimed sharply. Third-tier warrior, and it seems they're about to break through to the fourth tier. For students who have not yet become prospective warriors, a third-tier warrior is an almost unattainable existence. Members of the Tang family, even in martial arts battles, do they need others to help them? Lin Xiu, despite the dull pain in his chest, still stood up, wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, and sneered as he spoke. Tang Mubai's face darkened as he stared at Lin Xiu. If it weren't for the thousands of students around, he would have already rushed forward to teach Lin Xiu a harsh lesson. Lin Xiu is too much. How can he attack a classmate so ruthlessly? Lu Bai slammed the table and shouted angrily, standing up. This is a martial arts battle. Mr. Yi glanced at him coldly and said indifferently. Mr. Yi's words made Lu Bai's face alternate between red and white, but he dared not argue further. Tang Mubai also understood that they couldn't stay here for long. With a grim expression, he quickly left while carrying Tang Tian. Lin Xiu! Yang Tian rushed forward, shouting with a face full of excitement. Following closely behind were the students of Class 29. Not only was this battle spectacular, but Lin Xiu actually won. This was the first time in the history of Starshine Academy that a student from the last-ranked class defeated a top contender from a higher-ranked class, and it was a bottom-ranked student who overcame a powerhouse on the top 100 list. Lin Xiu was lifted high into the air, and countless students in the martial arts hall shouted his name in unison. I knew brother Lin Xiu would definitely win. Yi Shuanger excitedly clenched her small fists. This martial arts battle, which had drawn the attention of thousands of students at Xingyao Academy, finally concluded with Lin Xiu's victory. From now on, no one at Xingyao Academy would dare call Lin Xiu a loser. Have you ever seen a loser who could defeat a top-ranked expert? The day after the martial arts competition ended, Lin Xiu had a thoroughly satisfying sleep, as the training over the past few days had been truly exhausting. Just as Lin Xiu was deep in sleep, a sudden urgent knocking on the door startled him. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly got up. The clock on the wall showed that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Slept for so long, Mr. Luo? Opening the door, it turned out to be Luo Li. Just woke up? Luo Li asked with a smile. Yeah. Lin Xiu stretched lazily, his body still sore. Yesterday's battle with Tang Tian had drained a lot of his energy. I've brought both good news and bad news this time. Which one do you want to hear first? Luo Li looked at Lin Xiu and sighed helplessly. Lin Xiu frowned, wondering to himself what had happened this time. The bad news, I guess. Luo Li nodded and hesitated before saying, the academy has decided to punish you. Punishment? Why punish me? Lin Xiu was stunned, then loudly retorted. Lin Xiu, calm down, Luo Li advised helplessly. The Tang family is a long-term sponsor of Xingyao Academy. Tang Ping's wrist was broken. Tang Tian almost lost his life, and these injuries were actually caused by someone famously known as a good-for-nothing. This made it hard for them to accept, feeling utterly humiliated. But the martial arts competition was conducted in full view of everyone, and coupled with Tang Tian's use of banned drugs, these became reasons they couldn't provide any evidence. However, using the incident of Tang Ping's broken wrist, they accused Lin Xiu of bullying a middle school student and took the opportunity to pressure the academy to punish Lin Xiu. According to the Tang family's wishes, Lin Xiu should have been directly expelled from the academy, but thanks to Mr. Yi and Luo Li's strong opposition, Lin Xiu was able to remain at the school. Damn it! Lin Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Bang! Sure enough, no matter the era, those with money and power can always oppress ordinary people at will. Lin Xiu, don't get angry just yet. Things have developed to this point, and there's nothing we can do about it, Luo Li said, gently patting Lin Xiu's shoulder to comfort him. What is the punishment? Lin Xiu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. To join the soldiers of Starshine City and head to the Bright Fortress to participate in the annual clearing operation, Luo Li replied. Fortress of Light. Lin Xiu was stunned, then he recalled the content recorded in the books. The Fortress of Light, located at the northern end of Starshine City, was once a military fortress built to combat zombies. However, a severe nuclear accident later occurred, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers. Moreover, due to nuclear contamination, the monsters and zombies there underwent terrifying mutations. Around this time every year, not only soldiers from Starshine City but also from other districts would form teams to go there and eliminate the zombies and monsters. Extremely dangerous, many soldiers stayed there forever, turning into the same zombies. I'll go. After hearing the news, Lin Xiao not only didn't get angry but became excited. For others, it was a nightmare-like place, but for Lin Xiao, it was paradise. There, the number of zombies was enormous, and as long as he killed them, he could continuously gain experience points. Combined with cultivation techniques, his level would undoubtedly rise rapidly. Third-level warrior Tang Mubai? Lin Xiao sneered. With the upgrade system and cultivation techniques, he believed he could soon crush the entire Tang family underfoot. Lin Xiao, this isn't a joke. We can still negotiate to avoid going. Luo Yu became anxious upon hearing Lin Xiao agree so readily, fearing he might act impulsively. I'm not joking. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said firmly. By the way, what was the good news you mentioned? Luo Yu asked curiously. He paused for a moment, then took out an exquisite wooden box from his pocket. The wooden box was carved with intricate patterns, giving it an exceptionally elegant appearance. Luo Yu opened it and saw a card inside, shimmering with a silvery glow. Forgot to tell you, Lin Xiao, congratulations on entering the top 100 list. This is your reward. Bang, bang, bang. Reward? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then came to his senses. It had long been rumored that students who advanced to the top 100 list would receive a martial arts skill card as a reward. This martial arts competition victory naturally allowed Lin Xiao to replace Tang Tian's position and become the Academy's 100th ranked. His gaze fell on the martial arts card in the box, and Lin Xiao instinctively reached out to pick it up. The martial arts card was as thin as a playing card but exceptionally hard, clearly made from special materials. The entire card shimmered with a silver glow, covered in intricate patterns. Silver martial skill, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp when he saw this card. This was an extremely precious and rare martial skill card among spear techniques. That's right, it's Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Luo Yu nodded. There were already few students in the academy who used spears, and after Tang Mubai broke the sparring rules to rescue Tang Tian, Luo Yu had to fight hard to secure this rare silver martial skill card as a reward for Lin Xiao. Of course, Luo Yu was well aware that the influence of Mr. Yi behind the scenes could not be overlooked. For some reason, Mr. Yi seems to hold Lin Xiao in particularly high regard, which greatly surprised Luo Yu. After all, Mr. Yi is a unique presence in the academy. Storm Pear Blossom was created by the former Grandmaster of Marksmanship by Li Rui. It is said that he could thrust 100 times in 1 second, hence the name. Although it is a silver-level martial technique, if its full power can be unleashed, it is by no means inferior to any other martial technique. Luo Yu continued. Thrust 100 times in 1 second? Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, imagining the enemy unable to react in time, their body riddled with countless wounds. Looking at this silver martial arts skill card, Lin Xiao's heart grew even more joyful. As the saying goes, fortune hides within misfortune, and misfortune breeds fortune. It truly is so. This is the last reign of Pear Blossom's martial arts skill card. Once you use it, this card will no longer exist in the world, Luo Yu said with a sigh. The Grandmaster of Marksmanship by Li Rui left behind a few Reign of Pear Blossoms cards before his death, but very few managed to truly master them. Creating martial skill cards not only requires being a 6th-tier martial artist but also mastering the martial skill to perfection. Each creation severely drains the martial artist's mental energy, which limits the number of high-tier martial skill cards. The last martial skill card? Lin Xiao stared at the figure holding a gun on the card. Although the face was unclear, he could feel a powerful aura. Don't worry, Teacher Luo, I will definitely succeed in mastering it. Lin Xiao clenched his fist and said resolutely. Silver martial techniques require at least a formal martial artist to practice. For now, it's better to properly preserve this martial technique card. According to Luo Yu, the day after tomorrow they will board the largest plane in Starshine City along with its soldiers, heading to the Bright Fortress in the northern end to participate in the annual operation to eliminate zombies and mutated creatures caused by nuclear pollution. At this moment, within the Tang family, Dad, you must help us get revenge. Tang Ping roared angrily, his face twisted with rage. Ever since he provoked Lin Xiao and ended up with a broken hand, the incident had somehow spread throughout his academy. A genius who was about to become a quasi-martial artist in his 3rd year of middle school had actually been defeated by that loser who had ranked last at Xingyao Academy for 2 consecutive years. What made it even more humiliating was that his brother Tang Tian, who was on the top 100 list of Xingyao Academy, also lost and was now bedridden, unable to move. His eyes eyes widened, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Shut up!" Tang Mubai glared fiercely at Tang Ping with a grim expression. "Mubai, you kill him first. His hand was broken, your brother wanted to kill him, and ended up like this. Don't you think you should reflect on this? The reputation of our Tang family has been completely ruined by you." Tang Mubai's long-suppressed anger erupted at this moment. Tang Ping trembled all over from the angry roar, fear evident in his eyes. "Alright, Mubai, children always need a chance to grow." A woman nearby glanced at Tang Mubai and quickly spoke to persuade him. "A doting mother spoils the child." Tang Mubai snorted coldly. Previously, he had violated the rules by saving Tang Tian during the martial arts battle. If he were to strike again and kill Lin Xiu now, the Tang family's reputation would be completely ruined. "Don't worry, I have already contacted the senior management of Xingyao Academy. Under the pretext of punishment, I arranged for him to be sent to the Bright Fortress to carry out a cleanup mission," Tang Mubai said coldly. "The number of people who return alive from there can be counted on one hand, let alone someone like him, an ordinary student." Thinking of this, Tang Mubai's gaze grew even more grim and icy. "Really?" Tang Ping was overjoyed at this moment. If this was true, then Lin Xiu was finished. Tang Mubai nodded. Lin Xiu had tormented his two sons into such a state, and rumors outside were even spreading that the Tang family head's two sons had been defeated by a good-for-nothing. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow, a ruthless slap to their faces. "I will kill him with my own hands." At this moment, Tang Tian, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke. "You took forbidden drugs, your physique is much worse than before. Do you think you can still beat him?" Tang Mubai, hearing his son finally speak, did not show much surprise but instead responded coldly. He had high hopes for Tang Tian, but he never expected him to take forbidden drugs. No matter how talented he was, it would now be impossible for him to become a 6th-rank martial artist or higher in the future. Thinking of this, Tang Mubai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "I want to go to the road of death." Tang Tian, at this moment, stared at the ceiling and slowly uttered these words. "Road of death." Tang Ping was stunned, as if he had vaguely heard this term in his mind. "Tianer, don't be foolish, going there is simply courting death." Tang Tian's mother, Zhang Xia, anxiously tried to dissuade him. "Shut up!" Tang Tian suddenly roared, startling her into a shiver. "That damned little bastard, he actually caused my son to end up like this." Zhang Xia muttered through gritted teeth. In her eyes, her son had always been obedient, and all of this was Lin Xiu's fault. "Have you really decided to go?" A trace of surprise flashed in Tang Mubai's eyes. Warriors who return from training on the path of death invariably experience a significant boost in strength. The power unleashed at the edge of life and death is not something ordinary people can ignore. Of course, the premise is that you can come back alive. "Yes." Tang Tian's gaze was cold as he firmly nodded. "Today, I took another day off." Early the next morning, Lin Xiu left the academy and headed to the city center to purchase some battle gear and other essential items. This morning, the fog was dense, and visibility was extremely low, with almost no other pedestrians in sight. Lin Xiu continued walking forward when his pupils suddenly contracted slightly. He then abruptly lifted his foot and fiercely kicked behind him. With a bang, a figure was sent flying by his kick. Lin Xiu's heart tightened. The morning fog blurred the surroundings, but with the help of the eye of analysis, he quickly noticed 5 or 6 first-rank martial artists hiding nearby. TSK, you actually managed to react. I can't believe you're not even an official martial artist yet." The man who had been kicked away slowly approached, sneering as he spoke. The man and his accomplices formed a surrounding formation, slowly closing in on Lin Xiu. "Who exactly are you people?" Lin Xiu asked coldly, his gaze icy. "Who we are doesn't matter. The key is, today you must die here." The man sneered and suddenly threw a punch at Lin Xiu. This was the city center, and in the future world, there were still institutions similar to the police. If a martial artist killed someone in the city, they would face severe punishment. But this morning, thick fog blanketed the area, and visibility was extremely low. If someone were to die in such weather, it was unlikely anyone would notice. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, neither dodging nor retreating, and directly threw a punch to meet the opponent's attack. Head-to-head clash. The warrior's face instantly twisted in fury. Dare to confront a warrior's fist head-on? He knew the warrior's fist was enveloped in source energy. The two fists collided, accompanied by the sound of cracking and shattering. The man originally thought he could shatter Lin Xiu's fist, but to his surprise, Lin Xiu's fist remained completely unmoved. Instead, it was his own bones and muscles that seemed to explode inside and out, as searing pain surged through him. This fist technique is extremely ferocious. Lin Xiu gave the opponent no chance to catch his breath, swinging his fists to relentlessly pummel his body. "You've actually learned cultivation techniques." The man felt intense pain, his face contorted in agony. He quickly tried to dodge, but Lin Xiu was too fast, and his fists had already landed on him. One punch after another, continuously. Bang bang bang. The man initially thought Lin Xiu was just a novice martial artist and, due to underestimating him, got caught off guard. Now, he could only defend passively. Even so, he struggled to withstand these terrifying explosive punches that almost ignored his defenses. Lin Xiu swung his fist again to attack. A violent cracking choking sound erupted from the man's body. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, dead, his eyes wide open as if he couldn't rest in peace. Everything happened extremely quickly and ended in an instant. The remaining martial artists were shocked and horrified. According to the information, even if Lin Xiu defeated Tang Tian, he was only a quasi-martial artist. How could he possibly kill a martial artist in an instant? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a level 1 warrior and gaining 2,500 experience points. Lin Xiu's gaze swept toward the rear. Those level 1 warriors were no longer people in his eyes, but experience, precious experience. He who kills will be killed. The strength of warriors lies in their ability to showcase power through martial techniques. These individuals are clearly more skilled with weapons than close combat. For Lin Xiu, their level is not far from his current standard. Let me show you my explosive fist. Lin Xiu sneered at the warriors attempting to rush forward and surround him. The explosive fist rivals silver-tier martial techniques in power. It's might astonishing, leaving those people utterly unwilling to confront it head-on. A martial artist was struck in the chest, and his heart instantly throbbed with intense pain. With a bang, his heart directly burst. Go, run quickly. Lin Xiu cut down 3 martial artists in succession. The remaining 2 were so terrified that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly fled. This was precious experience, and upon seeing this, Lin Xiu immediately gave chase. The scene was truly bizarre. A prospective martial artist was actually hunting down official martial artists. Chasing all the way from the city to the suburbs, the 2 martial artists ultimately escaped, leaving Lin Xiu with a sense of regret in his heart. But who exactly sent these people? Thinking carefully, among those who had recently become his enemies, only the Tang family seemed the most likely. At this thought, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. At this moment, inside the Tang family's mansion, trash! You are all trash! Zhang Qi glared angrily, looking at the 2 martial artists kneeling on the ground, trembling with rage, her chest heaving violently. Although she was over 40, she was well maintained and still stunningly beautiful. However, at this moment, her face was dark and twisted, making her appear exceptionally ugly. 5 first-tier martial artists went to ambush a quasi-martial artist, and 3 ended up dead. How dare you come back? Indeed, her 2 sons had been pampered since childhood, never subjected to even the slightest punishment. Yet, she hadn't expected them to be reduced to such a state by Lin Xiu, deepening her hatred for him countless times over. She secretly arranged for 5 first-level warriors to ambush Lin Xiu, but unexpectedly, the outcome turned out to be so tragic. We didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. The 2 warriors kneeling on the ground responded with lingering fear. The martial arts Lin Xiu practiced were extremely terrifying. In an unguarded moment, he instantly killed 3 warriors, which truly instilled fear in their hearts. If we had been allowed to bring weapons, we definitely could have killed him. Do you still want to commit crimes in the city center? Are you trying to completely ruin the reputation of the Tang family? At this moment, the mansion door was pushed open, and a tall figure walked in. Mubai? Zhang Qi was startled as he saw Tang Mubai enter. Leave. Tang Mubai glanced coldly at the 2 martial artists and said. Hearing this, the 2 martial artists felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly fled. Do you think no one will know if you do this? Truly simple-minded and shallow. Am I not doing this to avenge my son? Zhang Qi defended himself indignantly, his eyes brimming with tears. You don't need to worry about this matter. I've already arranged everything. Tang Mubai snorted coldly. If I hadn't taken care of those bodies, the federal investigators would have easily found out they were from our Tang family. Nowadays, Lin Xiu's matter has already caused quite a stir. If this is done, it will surely make everyone point their fingers at the Tang family. Since action is to be taken, it must be done without leaving a trace. For instance, setting the sacrificial site at the Bright Fortress. Who would know the truth then? Returning to the city center once again, those corpses had long disappeared, likely cleaned up by someone else. After buying everything he needed, Lin Xiu returned to the dormitory. Just after returning, the computer on the wall suddenly made a noise. Lin Xiu was startled and instinctively reached out to press it. Connection starting. Brother Lin Xiu. As the screen displayed a successful connection, a girl's voice instantly appeared before him through a holographic projection. So it's Schwanger. Lin Xiu was startled, then realized that in the future world, holographic projections had long replaced traditional video calls. Looking at Yi Schwanger, who seemed to be standing vividly in front of him, Lin Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of technology. What's up? He asked with a smile. You? A hint of shyness appeared on Yi Schwanger's face, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. I'll say it. Schwanger wants to ask if you're free this weekend. She's asking you out. Suddenly, the projection of another charming and adorable girl appeared, speaking with a playful smile. You're talking nonsense. Yi Schwanger immediately blushed as red as a little flower and pinched the other girl's round cheeks in response. The 2 girls started playfully tussling in front of the screen. Hey, be careful, you're about to expose yourself. They were wearing thin pajamas, clearly looking like they were in the dormitory. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the slightly chubby girl let out a scream, her face flushing red, and the projection quickly disappeared. Don't listen to her nonsense. I just wanted to ask if brother Lin Xiu is free this weekend to help me with some tutoring, Yi Shuang'er said seriously. Although in the future world martial artists are revered, one still needs to master other complex knowledge to get into the academy. But I might have to leave Xingyao City for a while during this time, so I might not have time, Lin Xiu said, deliberately not mentioning that he was going to the Bright Fortress to avoid worrying the little girl. Where are you going? Yi Shuang'er was stunned and asked instinctively. Going with the academy to exchange with academies in other provinces, Lin Xiu lied. Oh, okay then. Although Yi Shuang'er felt a bit disappointed, she quickly showed a cute smile again. The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Lin Xiu, led by Luo Yu, took a maglev car to the airport. During the security check, many soldiers in battle uniforms could be seen gathered there from afar. Lin Xiu, be careful and come back safely, Luo Yu said seriously as he looked at Lin Xiu, who had changed into his battle uniform. When the academy announced this decision, Luo Yu was extremely furious. Sending a student to participate in the Bright Fortress cleanup operation was no different from forcing him to his death. But after calming down, he understood that this was the academy's final decision, and unless Lin Xiu dared to drop out, it couldn't be changed. Don't worry, I will come back. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and said firmly, I will definitely return within a month. In this world, strength determines everything. Becoming a 5th-tier warrior grants a special status recognized by the federal government. Are you Lin Xiu? At this moment, a tall and burly man in camouflage combat gear walked over, frowned, and glanced at him. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded, instinctively activating the eye of analysis, only to find it unable to detect anything, indicating that the other party was at least a tier 3 warrior. This is Captain Qin Chang, one of the leaders for this mission, Luo Li introduced. Qin Chang seemed to recognize Luo Li. After nodding in acknowledgement, he turned his gaze to Lin Xiu and said coldly, this isn't a game. Be careful not to lose your life. As the words fell, Qin Chang walked away directly. That's just how he is, don't take it to heart, Luo Li said to Lin Xiu with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded, bid farewell to Luo Li, and walked forward carrying the box containing the silver soul. Gather up. Roll call begins. Outside in the field, Qin Chang and several senior martial artists were already taking attendance. After calling out a few more names, Lin Xiu finally heard his own name. He mimicked the actions of others and jogged over to that side. The soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms were momentarily stunned when they saw a young boy join them, then burst into laughter. Kid, did you join the wrong team? A burly man smirked slightly and stared at Lin Xiu with a mocking look. The minimum requirement for this mission is a first-rank warrior. This young man who looks like a high school student coming here, isn't he just courting death? Lin Xiu glanced at him indifferently without responding. Be serious. Qin Chang heard the mocking remarks from those people, frowned deeply, and then shouted sternly. Those soldiers were clearly still somewhat afraid of Qin Chang. Upon hearing his words, they immediately stood upright, their faces no longer showing the slightest trace of arrogance. Qin Chang looked around, confirmed that everyone was in place, and then began to speak. This time, Starshine City has dispatched 4 teams, with 40 warriors participating. Report, instructor. It seems like there's a non-warrior mixed into our team. At this moment, a man stepped forward and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. You, and the one who just laughed, immediately drop and do 100 push-ups on the spot. Finish within 5 minutes, Qin Chang responded coldly. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, then reluctantly obeyed the order, quickly dropping to the ground to start doing push-ups. Even though you're a student of Xingyao Academy, as long as you're participating in this mission, you're no different from them. You must always be prepared to face death. Do you understand? Qin Chang's gaze swept toward Lin Xiu, his tone still icy. Understood. Lin Xiu was well aware of how strict the rules of the Federation Army were, even stricter than the world he had come from before. He obediently stood still. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the massive airplane, so enormous it inspired awe, had its stairs automatically extended to the ground. The plane is about to take off. Are you ready? Qin Chang scanned the group, his gaze sweeping over the young faces as he shouted sternly. This new type of airplane was so large that stepping inside felt like entering an ordinary building. Who's there? This time, Starshine City dispatched 40 soldiers, divided into 4 squads, each consisting of 10 people. Most of these soldiers are first-level martial artists, with a few second-level martial artists, while the 4 leading instructors are all advanced martial artists. The Bright Fortress is quite far from Starshine City. The plane is equipped with a massive training ground and various training facilities, where many soldiers have already started training. Hey, are you a student from Starshine City? Lin Xiu was sitting cross-legged in the training ground, using cultivation techniques to absorb source energy. At this moment, a soldier spoke to him. Lin Xiu did not respond and continued meditating with his eyes closed. The man frowned and reached out, intending to push him. Lin Xiu's eyes suddenly snapped open, and his right hand swiftly grabbed the man's wrist. He asked coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" Lin Xiu's icy gaze made the man's heart tighten. "I just want to chat with you, no malice intended," the man said with a smile, though he was inwardly astonished. Lin Xiu's reaction speed just now was incredible. incredibly fast, and his arm strength was not weak either. Bang! Is this really a high school student? My name is Li Yi, and I am a graduate of Starshine Academy, the man said with a smile, introducing himself. Lin Xiu nodded. How did you end up coming here with us? Li Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. Not even a formal martial artist, yet going to the Bright Fortress, doesn't that amount to courting death? The academy required it, Lin Xiu said helplessly, secretly thinking to himself, isn't this guy a bit too familiar? Academy? Does Starshine Academy have such a rule now? Li Yi was stunned for a moment and asked casually, Li Yi, why are you still wasting time with that kid? If you don't train properly and end up dead over there later, don't blame me. At this moment, a burly soldier walked over, interrupting them with a laugh. Poof! Li Yi glared at him fiercely, clearly indicating that their relationship wasn't very good. Hey, kid, what was that thing you were carrying on your back? His gaze shifted to the wide, long wooden box beside Lin Xiu, and he reached out to grab it. Jin Hai, don't touch other people's things randomly. Li Yi stopped him coldly. So what if we bump into each other? Jin Hai sneered disdainfully, but his actions did not stop. Lin Xiu's right hand suddenly pressed down on the wooden box, and no matter how hard Jin Hai tried, he couldn't take it away. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, huh? Jin Hai lost face, his expression turning grim. Kill, huh? So it's that kid, huh? Jin Hai, hurry up and see what's inside his wooden box. The other soldiers gathered around. They had just finished training, took off their outerwear, revealing sturdy black tank tops and bulging muscles, exuding an intimidating aura. Don't go too far, Li Yi stepped forward to intervene. Get lost. Jin Hai snorted, shoved Li Yi aside, and desperately tried to seize the wooden box. Do you really want to see? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke calmly. Stop talking nonsense. Jin Hai exerted force with both hands, and the wooden box was snatched away. The wooden box was so heavy that it almost pressed his wrist to the ground. Snap! Lin Xiu moved his hand, and the wooden box suddenly opened. Jin Hai hadn't reacted yet when he saw a flash of cold light, and Lin Xiu seemed to take something out. With a swift swish, pain shot through his neck as the tip of a silver spear pressed against his throat. The silver soul unsheathed must taste blood, Lin Xiu said calmly. You! Jin Hai's face changed drastically as he felt the sharp spear tip pressing against him, a drop of blood trickling out. He knew that if Lin Xiu really wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. A first-level warrior? Truly. Lin Xiu shook his head inside, retracting his spear with a face full of disappointment. Kid, dare you say that again? As soon as Lin Xiu spoke, he immediately angered the other soldiers. In an instant, they surrounded him, encircling Lin Xiu tightly. Hey, you'd better apologize to everyone quickly. Seeing the situation before him, Li Yi couldn't help but feel nervous and whispered to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded and then said to everyone, I'm sorry. Do you think just saying sorry is enough? The tip of Silver Soul's gun had just moved away from his neck, and Jin Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression suddenly turned ferocious. Oh, sorry, I wasn't finished speaking. What I meant to say is, I'm sorry, I wasn't targeting you specifically, but rather, everyone here, you're all a bunch of useless trash. Lin Xiu swept his gaze around and said coldly, looking for death. Jin Hai's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he suddenly swung a fierce punch at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu neither dodged nor avoided it, countering with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, but it was Jin Hai who was forced back a few steps. How is this possible? At this moment, Li Yi was utterly shocked. Like him, other soldiers were equally astonished. Jin Hai, are you okay? A soldier hurriedly helped Jin Hai up and asked with concern. Jin Hai shook his head, his eyes coldly fixed on Lin Xiu. What exactly was that punch just now? He felt as if the bones in his arm had been jolted painfully. There were no visible injuries on the surface, but the pain inside was unbearable. This kid is too arrogant. Everyone, let's go and teach him a harsh lesson, a soldier shouted loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that everyone around him was standing rigidly, not daring to make a move. What? Bullying the newcomer. Qin Shang had walked over at some point and spoke coldly. Coach, it was this kid who knocked Jin Hai to the ground first, a soldier argued indignantly. Qin Shang walked up to the soldier, sized him up, and mocked, a martial artist, defeated by a high school student, and you still have the nerve to talk? Hearing Qin Shang's words, the soldier's expressions immediately changed. They had just been planning to gang up on Lin Xiu, but now suddenly realized that this teenager was merely a high school student, not a martial artist at all. If you have so much energy for pointless things, you'd be better off thinking about how to survive when you get to the Bright Fortress, Qin Shang said coldly. The earlier incident made the soldiers no longer dare to underestimate Lin Xiu, and until the plane landed, no further trouble occurred. Fortress of Light, once a massive military facility to fend off zombies and mutant beasts, now appears dilapidated. The buildings, eroded by time, are mottled and damaged. The plane landed in the central square of the fortress. Finally here. Lin Xiu tightly gripped Silver Soul, took a deep breath, and stepped off the plane. I'll go to the core area with the 3 instructors to eliminate the most threatening evolved beasts. Soldiers from other cities have already set out in groups to clear the area. You should hurry as well. Form groups of 10 and advance toward the south gate. Qin Shang stood at the front, issuing orders to the crowd. crowd. The team quickly split into groups of 10, with Lin Xiu and Li Yi coincidentally assigned to the same group. This place had once been affected by nuclear contamination, and the air was filled with a strange odor. However, thanks to the physique of martial artists, even stepping into a nuclear-contaminated zone wouldn't affect them, as long as they avoided attacks from mutated zombies or evolved beasts. Have you been here before? Lin Xiu asked Li Yi as they walked forward. Never been here. Li Yi shook his head and said with a wry smile, the selection here is random. I just joined the army not long ago and didn't expect to be chosen. Lin Xiu nodded and continued to follow the team, quickly arriving at the city gate. Everyone held their weapons as 4 squads exited the city gate from different directions, advancing outward. Kid, I hope you don't die so easily. Jin Hai glanced at Lin Xiu and said coldly. The incident on the plane had made him lose face completely. Don't worry, I'll live just fine. As for you, don't count on seeing the sun tomorrow. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. You? Jin Hai was so angry that he almost threw a punch, but recalling yesterday's lesson, his arm throbbed faintly and he held back. Jin Hai, hurry up. A soldier tugged at him. Humph. Jin Hai snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Before long, a town appeared ahead. Those buildings have an old-fashioned architectural style, resembling what Lin Xiu had seen before his time travel. The surfaces of the houses are covered with vines and exotic plants. Continuing forward, they soon entered the town. There are quite a few small towns near the Fortress of Light. Our 10-person team is responsible for clearing out the evolved beasts and zombies here, said a tall and burly man, who was the temporary team leader, Su Wen. As soon as the words fell, a strange sound came from the corner. Lin Xiu's eyes tightened, gripping his spear tightly as he charged forward. Why are you running so fast? Li Yi froze for a moment and quickly caught up. Rushing to the corner, Lin Xiu saw several figures. Their clothes were already moldy and decayed, their faces pale, eyes blood red, with sharp teeth exposed in their mouths, occasionally drooling. When they saw Lin Xiu, it was as if they had discovered a delicious prey, and they charged at him madly. Eye of analysis activated. Second-tier zombie characteristics: fast speed, sharp claws, carrying a mutated virus. Comprehensive combat power, 746. 746 combat power? Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, shocked in his heart. This was simply terrifying. As expected, the strength of second-tier zombies and evolved beasts could already rival that of first-tier official martial artists. Although he felt a bit nervous, Lin Xiu remained fearless. Gripping his spear tightly with both hands, he faced the first second-tier zombie charging at him. With a slash of his blade, he directly split its body in half. Although these zombies had slightly stronger combat power, they were, after all, zombies, completely devoid of reason, only knowing how to relentlessly tear at their prey. Compared to evolved beasts, zombies are still easier to deal with. Just be careful not to get bitten or pounced on. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing a tier 2 zombie, gaining 2,800 experience. So much experience? Just as Lin Xiu was feeling surprised, the zombies behind him had already rushed to his front. They bared their fangs and claws, with bits of flesh still hanging in their mouths from who knows what they had bitten into, looking extremely disgusting. But Lin Xiu did not back down. With a shake of the spear in his hand, the spearhead instantly gleamed with a cold light, thrusting forward like lightning. He first pierced a blood hole directly through the head of the zombie in front, then reversed his grip to stab the chest of the zombie behind, finishing with a kick that sent them all flying. In this corner alley, Lin Xiu instantly killed several tier 2 zombies, and the experience notification sound kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations, master, on reaching level 12. Level 12. Lin Xiu was stunned. The experience points had been steadily increasing during his nightly cultivation, and now, with so much additional experience, leveling up was only natural. He quickly brought up his attribute panel. Level 12. Experience points 15. Experience required for next level 420855. Strength 105. Constitution 70. Speed 54. Overall combat power 758. Remaining potential points 12. Over 700 combat power already? Lin Xiu secretly praised in his heart. Not bad. As long as all 12 potential points are fully allocated and one more level is raised, I can advance to a first-rank warrior. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Xiu allocated all 6 potential points to speed, increasing it to 60 points. The remaining 6 points were added to strength, raising the strength attribute to 111 points. At the same time, the overall combat power also changed accordingly, climbing precisely to 800 points. Ding! Congratulations, master. Combat power has reached 800, earning the title first-rank warrior. Title? Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then noticed that a new section had appeared on the attribute interface. Title: First-tier warrior. Passive effect: increases the speed of rage accumulation when attacked. Seeing this effect, Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he still had to take a beating himself, but this wasn't so bad. The accumulation of rage for a charged strike was based on the damage inflicted by the enemy. Only when the rage bar was full could it be unleashed. Now, with the enhancement of his physical strength, it was almost impossible to trigger rage unless he was severely injured. Second-tier zombie. Suwon walked over at this moment, frowning as he stared at the zombie corpse lying on the ground. This type of zombie is completely different from first-tier zombies, with considerable speed and still posing a significant threat to martial artists. Unexpectedly, he managed to take them all down. Lin Xiu, your skills are really impressive. Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim as he witnessed this scene. As they were speaking, a dark figure suddenly leaped down from above, accompanied by a spine-chilling roar. Suwon reacted swiftly, wielding his battle blade and slashing horizontally upward. The figure had just approached Li Yi when it was cleaved in two, blood splattering and staining Li Yi. Be careful, don't die. Suwon glanced at Li Yi and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." Li Yi patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. The one split in half was a zombie, its gaping mouth revealing a full set of sharp teeth. Thinking about how he might have been bitten just now and ended up like that, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Be careful, something else is coming. Lin Xiu warned cautiously, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings. This street was eerily strange, as if it was hiding many terrifying creatures secretly watching them. Suwon was already walking at the front, and the group cautiously continued forward. It's just a few zombies. Isn't this mission way too easy? A few soldiers didn't take Lin Xiu's words seriously. Apart from the zombies they had encountered earlier, they hadn't seen anything else for the time being, which made them breathe a little easier. Indeed, I thought the zombies and monsters around the Fortress of Light would be terrifyingly numerous. A soldier nodded in agreement. When chosen, they were all scared to death. Each of the 5 cities sent 40 warriors to form the eradication teams. It is said that during the annual eradication missions, fewer than 10 out of 40 people return, and sometimes the entire team is wiped out, with an extremely high mortality rate. You'd better be careful. If you die here, don't blame me for not stepping in, Suwon snorted coldly. Yes, Captain. They agreed verbally but didn't take it too seriously. They had already planned to search the town more thoroughly, and if no zombies or evolved beasts were found, they could return early. Due to the harrowing experience just now, Li Yi's nerves were on edge. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, his weapon gripped tightly in his hands without the slightest relaxation. They're here. At the corner ahead, Suwon seemed to have noticed something and gave a cold warning. Here? What is here? A soldier walking in front froze, and immediately saw several figures rushing toward him. Before he could react, a zombie with a pale, ghastly face and rotting cheeks pounced on him. Its gaping mouth emitted a nauseating stench as it lunged straight for his neck. Die! In extreme panic, he swung his twin daggers, stabbing fiercely into the zombie's chest. Fresh blood spurted instantly, but the zombie seemed undeterred by the wound and instead bit directly at the soldier's neck. He was at the front, and at this moment, Lin Xiu and Suwon had no time to intervene. The zombie's mouth was like a meat grinder, and in just a brief moment, it tore all the flesh off the soldier's neck, causing his head to fall to the ground. This horrifying scene instantly turned the previously relaxed soldiers pale with fear, their faces filled with terror. It was only then that they suddenly realized this was not a vacation, but a life-and-death mission. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already pulled the trigger, a bullet piercing straight through the head of the zombie attempting to bite the soldier's corpse. Immediately after, Suwon charged forward, swiftly swinging the battle knife in his hand, slaying several zombies that lunged at them. Looking at the young soldier's face, Lin Xiu felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Just moments ago, it had been a vibrant life, now taken away in an instant. This type of zombie has a weakness in the head. Even if their heart is destroyed, they won't die, Lin Xiu said in a low voice as he pulled the gun barrel out of the zombie's head. Perhaps the blood spilled by the soldier earlier had attracted something, as sudden rapid footsteps echoed from the surroundings. What is that? A soldier's body trembled slightly as faint figures appeared in the distance. Zombies? They're all second-tier zombies. Lin Xiu looked into the distance, the dense figures making his spine chill. The sheer number was simply shocking. No wonder he had felt something was off earlier, so many second-tier zombies were lurking here. Laser guns, ready! Suwen's face changed drastically as he shouted sharply. Hearing the command, Li Yi quickly drew his laser gun from his waist and fired repeatedly at the group of zombies. However, these zombies are extremely terrifying. Unless shot in the head, the laser gun is completely ineffective. Lin Xiu gripped the long gun tightly, channeling source energy into Silver Soul, causing the gun's tip to instantly emit a cold gleam. He swung his arm forcefully, slashing fiercely, directly severing the necks of 5 or 6 zombies. A row of zombie heads fell to the ground in response. No, the laser gun can't be used anymore. Suwon raised the laser gun and fired a shot, only to find that the weapon's power was truly limited. No wonder almost no warriors use laser guns to deal with zombies. Although the laser gun can easily penetrate a zombie's body, as long as it doesn't hit the head, those zombies seem completely unaffected. The 8 of them took turns shooting with the laser gun, barely managing to take down 7 or 8 zombies, while Lin Xiu had already eliminated 5 or 6 with just a few slashes. Ready! The combined combat power of these zombies can actually rival that of a first-tier warrior. If they manage to pounce and bite you, the consequences would be absolutely troublesome, possibly ending up like that soldier just now. Fortunately, these zombies have almost no intelligence. Lin Xiu attacked with his spear while steadily retreating. lightning. The Silver Soul Spear, infused with source energy, emitted a silvery glow, as if the entire spear was brimming with radiant light. The sharp spear tip, wielded swiftly by Lin Xiu, sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Several zombie heads instantly fell to the ground. The system kept popping up notifications of gained experience in Lin Xiu's mind, but he had no time to pay attention to them. A single slip could cost him his life. Suwon watched Lin Xiu's desperate attacks from behind, secretly astonished. This was clearly a high school student, yet he fought so ferociously. Sky Split Slash. Suwon didn't think twice and directly unleashed his martial skill. Accompanied by a loud shout, he swung his battle blade, releasing a powerful air blade from its edge. In the direction of the slash, several zombies were instantly cleaved in half. These zombies lack intelligence. Although their combat strength shouldn't be underestimated, as long as you're careful and avoid being bitten, it's not a big problem. Lin Xiu glanced over and said to Li Yi, who was gritting his teeth in battle. Just now, his speed attribute had increased to 60 points, making him feel much lighter, and his reactions had noticeably quickened. Li Yi felt slightly relaxed upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, as if he had returned to the days of hunting evolved beasts, dodging while slashing. The surrounding soldiers also began to display their martial skills, and the number of zombies started to decrease noticeably. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground seemed to have turned into a river of blood. 100 birds facing the phoenix. Lin Xiu gradually began to feel strained. The number of zombies was simply too overwhelming. He watched as several zombies tightly grabbed his spear, trying to seize the opportunity to pounce and bite him. There was no other choice. Lin Xiu could only use 100 birds facing the phoenix. After becoming a tier 1 martial artist, he felt a significant increase in strength. Although it wasn't clearly reflected on the attribute panel, his body had become much stronger than before. No wonder the standard for official martial artists is a combat power of 800 or above. As Lin Xiu performed his martial technique, tiny flames instantly ignited at the tip of the silver spear. With a thunderous roar, a massive flaming bird erupted from the spear's tip, instantly reducing the zombie's arm, which had tried to grab Lin Xiu's silver spear, to ashes. Lin Xiu let out a cold snort, forcefully pulled out the silver spear, and charged at the surrounding zombies without hesitation, delivering a series of fierce thrusts. The sound of experience points notifications kept echoing in his mind. However, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix consumes a great deal of physical and source energy, and Lin Xiu felt he could barely hold on at this moment. The others were equally exhausted, like a spent arrow. The zombies were simply too numerous. This kind of fear was impossible to comprehend without experiencing it firsthand, as if the entire city was surrounded by hordes of zombies. Let's retreat for now, Suwon said through gritted teeth after slashing down 2 zombies. The others also nodded in agreement. Lin Xiu scanned the rear and noticed that the number of zombies there had significantly decreased, leaving only about a dozen. Retreating from there is the wisest choice at the moment. You retreat from the back. I'll cover with martial skills, Lin Xiu said, swinging his spear and slaying several more zombies. If you have plenty of energy, staying here to kill zombies would definitely be an excellent opportunity to level up. But the current situation doesn't allow it. Staying any longer might cost your life. When the soldiers heard Lin Xiu's words, their faces inevitably showed some embarrassment. Being protected by a high school student made them feel ashamed. However, now is not the time to be sentimental. Their stamina is almost exhausted. Please. Suwon gave Lin Xiu a deep look, then opened his mouth to make a request. Lin Xiu nodded, instantly channeling all his source energy into the spear. 100 birds facing the phoenix was unleashed once again. The massive flaming bird blocked the zombies' line of sight ahead and suddenly lunged at them. Go! Lin Xiu roared angrily, and everyone immediately retreated backward. The dozen or so zombies behind were slaughtered completely. Lin Xiu kept running, his stamina and source energy almost exhausted. If he continued fighting, he feared he wouldn't escape death either. Over there, let's go in and hide. Li Yi looked to the side, where there was a tall building with its door seemingly still open. Without hesitation, everyone rushed inside. Lin Xiu pulled down the rolling shutter with a swift motion, quickly closing it. Everyone was gasping for breath at this moment, as it was their first time encountering such a perilous situation. Leaning against the wall, Lin Xiu cautiously moved toward the nearby dark-tinted glass window. From this angle, he looked outside but saw no trace of any zombies. The zombies probably hadn't realized they had already hidden in here. Take a break. I guess those zombies can't catch up anymore. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and sat directly on the ground. The silver spear, Silver Soul, was also placed to the side. At this moment, he pulled up the panel to take a look and found that he had just gained over 200,000 experience points. This completely exceeded Lin Xiu's expectations. If we keep fighting zombies here, maybe by the time we return, I can advance to a second-tier warrior. Dezhu, what's wrong? At this moment, a soldier asked with concern, looking at the man sitting on the ground groaning in pain. Blood was flowing profusely from his leg. It seemed he had been bitten by a zombie. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward that man. Suwon walked up to him and directly rolled up his pant leg, revealing deep bite marks on his leg. There was no doubt that he had just been bitten by a zombie. What What should we do? Li Yi panicked at the sight. Being bitten by a zombie meant that the virus in its blood or saliva would quickly invade the wound, causing an infection. The remaining soldiers were stunned, their eyes full of helplessness. Directly infected, there's no way to stop it. Lin Xiu walked over and said in a deep voice. This is precisely one of the reasons why dealing with zombies is extremely dangerous. In contrast, evolved beasts are much better, as the virus mutates within their bodies. Even if attacked by evolved beasts, the virus won't infect. Impossible, there must be a way, a soldier suddenly shouted loudly, his eyes already reddened. Who could have imagined that comrades who were joking and chatting not long ago would turn into this in such a short time? At this moment, they could hardly accept it. Actually, there is a way. Warriors above the 6th rank can use their profound source energy to eliminate the virus in their bodies. But, Lin Xiu paused and said slowly, unfortunately, it is impossible to find warriors above the 6th rank here. No, not just here, even in Starshine City, 6th rank warriors are extremely rare, and the virus spreads incredibly fast. For 1st rank warriors, the virus can invade their brains in just a matter of minutes. By then, they will turn into mindless zombies. Hurry, kill me. De Shu clenched his teeth and shouted painfully at everyone. I don't want to see myself turn into a monster. Su Wen and the others looked at him, but made no move. The air instantly grew heavy, pressing down so hard it was almost suffocating. Ah! Daju's face twisted, veins bulging, as his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. There was no need to look further to know he was about to turn into a zombie. Hurry, kill me. He wailed in pain, saliva continuously dripping from his mouth, and his teeth had become sharp. Roar! The next second, he suddenly broke free and lunged at the nearest soldier. The soldier's pupils contracted sharply, and for a moment, he couldn't react, about to be bitten. Hurry! Daju seemed to regain a bit of sanity and said through gritted teeth. A silver spear pierced straight through his head. He was completely infected. Fortunately, he used his last ounce of strength to avoid biting you, Lin Xiu said with a complicated expression. This soldier had an exceptionally strong willpower. If not for his final desperate self-control, his throat would have been torn open long ago. Human nature contains both darkness and brilliance. Daju, the soldier who narrowly escaped, froze, his eyes quickly filling with tears. Bang! 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 At this moment, the rolling shutter door was being violently struck, producing urgent sounds. It seemed as if something was about to break in. What happened? Su Wen frowned, stood up, and quickly walked toward the source of the sound. Through the dark glass window, he clearly saw that dozens of zombies had already gathered outside. Their faces were hideous, and they were roaring madly. The rolling shutter door was scratched by a sharp claw, leaving a crack. It was about to be breached, and the zombies were about to pour in. Roar! A zombie spotted Su Wen and approached the dark glass window, continuously knocking on it. The glass began to crack. Zombies are here, Su Wen warned loudly. What? The soldiers, who had just rested for a short while, immediately stood up upon hearing this and looked out the window. More and more zombies gathered around the window. Go, hurry! Lin Xiu frowned deeply. Second-tier zombies possess the characteristic of group action. It may seem like there are only a dozen now, but once the fight begins, more zombies will quickly arrive, just like what they encountered before. Yes, the others, hearing Lin Xiu's words, quickly headed upstairs. On the second floor, there was another heavy iron door in front of him. Lin Xiu had just stepped onto the stairs when he waved his hand and quickly shut the door. This way, even if those zombies chased after them, it would be difficult for them to break in easily. After a while, not seeing any sign of his companions, he believed that the zombies would gradually disperse. This building had quite a few floors, and due to its age, the upper levels were piled with numerous corpses and dried blood stuck to the floor, making the entire environment as eerie and sinister as a horror movie scene. The higher they went, the denser the spider webs became, densely covering every corner. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What is that sound? Upon hearing the noise, a soldier couldn't help but swallow nervously, his voice tinged with unease. At this moment, Lin Xiu also felt his scalp tingle. The dense spider webs, combined with the strange sound, made it seem as if something unusual was hidden above. Could it be a mutant spider? Li Yi said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, just as they stepped onto the stairs, a dark shadow suddenly leaped down from the ceiling, landing directly on Li Yi's back. Ah, what is it? What is it? Li Yi felt a weight on his back and, in a panic, reached out to grab it, only to feel something furry and a few long legs. Lin Xiu, who was standing behind him, was also startled, having not noticed earlier that such a thing was hiding here. The Eye of Analysis activates automatically. First-tier black spider characteristics, mutated due to core pollution, enormous in size, and slightly venomous. It was just a first-tier evolved beast. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, swung his spear, and precisely pierced the spider's head, then flicked its corpse to the ground. Thank you. Li Yi turned around, saw the scene, and finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he was so frightened that his heart raced and he almost lost his composure. Shoo! Lin Xiu immediately signaled everyone to stay quiet as he noticed the strange noises from upstairs growing more frequent and louder, as if those things were quickly approaching. Could it be spiders again? Li Yi glanced at the giant spider corpse on the ground, feeling a chill chill run down his spine. Stop talking, don't invite more bad luck. Lin Xiu shot him a glare, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. He approached the corpse of the black spider and carefully examined it, but found no signs of any exotic crystal. Perhaps these creatures are products of nuclear pollution, different from ordinary evolved beasts, and therefore have no exotic crystals at all? This actually made Lin Xiu feel a bit disappointed. The staircase was limited in width, allowing at most 3 people to stand side by side, making it seem somewhat cramped. Moreover, a long spear like the one Lin Xiu was using was practically impossible to wield freely here. Spiders, spiders. Just as they were about to head to the 3rd floor, a soldier suddenly shouted in terror, his voice trembling. Spiders? Lin Xiu followed the sound and saw countless spiders crawling all over the walls, slowly making their way toward them. How can there be so many? Seeing the scene before him, Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted, and a trace of tension rose in his heart. Li Yi covered his mouth, annoyed as he secretly thought to himself that he really was a jinx, whatever he said always came true. These spiders were about the same size as the one from earlier, with a sinister and terrifying appearance. Open fire quickly. Su Wen's expression changed, reacting swiftly. Upon hearing the order, everyone pulled out their laser guns. Facing such a massive horde of evolved beasts, close combat was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Once entangled, it would be hard to escape. Here, take this. Su Wen noticed that Lin Xiu seemed to be without a laser gun, so he tossed him the laser pistol from the soldier who had just died. Lin Xiu accepted it without hesitation, gripping the silver soul spear in his left hand and the laser pistol in his right. He aimed at the group of spiders and fired continuously. Beams of laser rays pierced through the air, densely striking the giant black spiders, which fell to the ground one after another. 8 people maintained continuous fire suppression, and the spiders surging through the corridor were killed in large numbers. No one knew how long they had been shooting, but the spiders in the corridor were finally completely wiped out. The ground was covered with a dense layer of spider corpses. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Su Wen, should we keep going up? After finally clearing out the spiders, everyone seemed a bit exhausted. A soldier asked Su Wen. Su Wen remained silent for a moment, weighing his options. If they continued upward and encountered other monsters, the situation would worsen. Everyone was in poor condition now and needed a place to rest. But this was clearly not an ideal place to rest, and who knew if the zombies downstairs would catch up. Keep moving. Lin Xiu put the laser gun back into his pocket and started heading upstairs as he spoke. But upstairs, the soldier frowned and was about to say something, but was interrupted by the bang, bang, bang sounds coming from the iron door below. There was no need to guess. It was clear that the zombies had already caught up and were desperately ramming the iron door. No one objected, and everyone quickly followed Lin Xiu upstairs. The hallway was covered with spider webs everywhere, clearly traces left by those black spiders. Lin Xiu held a long spear, made a swift stroke, and lightly performed a martial technique, instantly igniting a flame. Spider webs caught fire immediately, and the webs in the hallway were gradually burned away completely, along with the small spiders and spider eggs within them. Finally, no more spiders. Li Yi let out a long breath and patted his chest. Although these spiders are not particularly difficult to deal with, their sheer number is disgusting to look at. Continuing upward, they didn't encounter anything unusual, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bang! Lin Xiu kicked open the tightly locked iron door of the rooftop. In an instant, the blinding sunlight poured in, casting everyone's figures clearly. Exhausted, the soldiers' tense nerves finally relaxed, and they all lay down on the ground, resting comfortably. Let's replenish some energy here first. Su Wen also sat down, took out a pack of specially made compressed biscuits from his pocket, and began to eat. Before setting out, everyone had prepared plenty of compressed food. These biscuits were small in size, high in energy, and easy to carry. The compressed food from the previous world couldn't compare at all to that of the future world. Lin Xiu also took out a few pieces of compressed food from his pocket at this moment to replenish his strength. Then, he stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked down, immediately noticing that the area below was still crowded with a large number of zombies. Moreover, in the central area, there was a massive evolved beast fiercely tearing into the zombie horde. As soon as the eye of analysis activated, Lin Xiu could clearly see that it was a second-tier Fang dog, with an abnormally large body and extremely agile movements. It swung its sharp claws, instantly slaughtering several zombies. However, the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming, and soon the Fang-toothed dog was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. As the saying goes, no matter how big an elephant is, it still fears ants. It is precisely because ants are so numerous that they can tear apart a massive elephant. The current situation was similar. The fierce Fang-toothed dog fought desperately, tearing through countless zombies, but within minutes, only a massive skeleton remained on the ground. Lin Xiu felt his heart tighten and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If he and his companion had continued to fight head-on just now, they might not have escaped such a fate. At this moment, he fully understood the dangerous nature of this mission. He continued to observe below and discovered that the strange crystal had actually been devoured by a zombie. A zombie can actually devour a strange crystal? Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the zombie that had swallowed the the exotic crystal. The zombie, which originally appeared frail, began to undergo noticeable changes after devouring the exotic crystal, becoming taller and more robust. Activating the Eye of Analysis once again, Lin Xiu was astonished to discover that this zombie, originally a Tier 2, had now evolved to Tier 3. So that's it. These zombies evolve continuously by devouring the exotic crystals of mutant beasts. Lin Xiu, what are you looking at? Li Yi saw Lin Xiu standing at the edge of the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the scene below. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, then followed his line of sight. Seeing the densely packed figures of zombies, Li Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, a chill running down his spine. The scene was truly terrifying. Were they really supposed to eliminate all these monsters? Let's take a break first. Lin Xiu patted his shoulder, then sat down on the ground not far away, pulling out the silver martial arts card Reign of Pear Blossoms from his pocket. Now that I am already a Tier 1 warrior, I should barely be able to start learning this silver combat technique, right? You're starting to learn the silver combat technique now? Suan said in surprise when he saw Lin Xiu's actions. You have to know, even for someone like him, who is close to being a Tier 2 warrior, practicing the silver combat technique is extremely difficult. In his eyes, Lin Xiu was still just a prospective warrior. Yeah, Lin Xiu, I suggest you wait a while before practicing, Li Yi also reminded at this moment. Because once a martial arts card is activated, the techniques and training methods recorded within it will flood into the mind. However, even after the memory infusion is complete, truly unleashing the power of the martial arts still requires continuous practice. Host, Lin Xiu. It's like forcibly implanting a master's memory into an ordinary person's mind. Even if they know how to use it, their body and muscles can't coordinate, rendering it useless. The memory of a bronze-level martial art can stay in the mind for about a week, while a silver-level martial art can last for 3 weeks. During these 3 weeks, he must do his best to completely master Storm Pear Blossom. Lin Xiu pressed the silver card against his forehead, and a cool metallic sensation instantly spread. As the martial arts card emitted a glow, he suddenly felt a surge of information flooding into his mind, as if he had practiced this martial art for a long time and could perform it at any moment. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage. Rage charge, 0/100. Feeling the intricacies of the martial art, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. He gripped the silver soul spear tightly and began practicing. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. The essence of Violet Rain Pear Blossom lies in the word speed. In an extremely short time, it delivers hundreds of strikes to enemies within range, leaving them no chance to fight back. You may block 1 or 2 strikes, but can you withstand hundreds of strikes unleashed in a single second? This martial technique is powerful, but it demands extremely high requirements from the user. Not only must their explosive power be strong, but their coordination must also be exceptional. Lin Xiu gripped the spear with both hands, approached the wall beside the iron gate, took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, and shouted, Rain of Pear Blossoms. Swish swish swish. The spear swept out, cold light flickered, and 3 or 4 holes appeared on the wall. However, the speed is still not fast enough, too slow. This guy. Suan watched Lin Xiu instantly thrust 3 or 4 times, his expression slightly changing. This speed, even he himself might not be able to withstand it. Just starting to learn silver-level martial techniques, and already able to reach this level? You should know that silver martial techniques consume the body far more than bronze martial techniques. Li Yi also stared intently at Lin Xiu. Initially, he only had a favorable impression of Lin Xiu because they graduated from the same school, but deep down, he always thought Lin Xiu was just an ordinary entry-level martial artist, or even just a prospective martial artist, completely incomparable to a true martial artist. However, after today's interaction, he discovered that not only was Lin Xiu calm and composed in battle, but his strength was in no way inferior to his own. No, it was very likely even stronger than his own. His gaze fell on the spear in Lin Xiu's hand. Such a heavy weapon, how could he wield it so effortlessly? Exclamation point. Li Yi stared at Lin Xiu in astonishment. In just 1 second, Lin Xiu had pierced 5 holes, 5 full strikes. Such rapid progress, even though it was just 1 more strike, was already incredibly terrifying. Damn, I can only thrust 5 times. Lin Xiu muttered to himself, a bit frustrated. The figure in his mind could unleash 100 thrusts in a second. That was the true power of Rainstorm Pear Blossom. It seems I still need to keep training. Just as Lin Xiu was about to continue practicing, wielding his spear to perform Rainstorm Pear Blossom, he sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding airflow. The collision and intertwining of air currents seemed to reveal a beam of light, as if guiding him to thrust in that direction. The spear tip thrust fiercely in that direction, accompanied by a deafening roar, and that wall suddenly collapsed with a crash. What was that strange sensation when performing the martial technique just now? It felt as if he had become one with the spear. How on earth did you just do that? Suwen's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply as he witnessed the scene before him. This level of mastery he had only ever seen in the strongest warrior of his family. Although many years had passed, that moment was something he could never forget. I can't really explain it either. Lin Xiu snapped out out of his thoughts upon hearing him and shook his head. Bang! What on earth is this? Why does it feel like its power is more than double that of your previous strike? Li Yi couldn't help but secretly marvel at this moment. It was simply too exaggerated. The moment he thrust forward, the surrounding walls actually cracked with a loud bang. That is the ultimate technique, the essence of martial arts, Suwon said in a deep voice. You're talking about this. Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted, and suddenly, some knowledge from the textbooks flashed through his mind. Although martial techniques are classified from bronze to diamond levels, even the lowest level bronze martial technique can unleash immense power if cultivated and comprehended to a certain realm. For example, Lin Xiu's explosive fist, no matter how he trains, its peak potential is ultimately limited and can never compare to martial techniques of gold level or higher. However, if he can comprehend the essence of explosive fist, the power it unleashes could definitely rival that of formidable gold level martial techniques. That said, comprehending the essence of a martial technique is by no means easy. It not only requires a profound understanding of the technique but also luck. That's right, it's luck. It is said that out of 1,000 people who practice the same martial skill to perfection, only a handful can successfully comprehend its essence. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's body was instantly filled with excitement. If he could comprehend essence, rainstorm pear blossom, its power would far surpass the ordinary rainstorm pear blossom, becoming unimaginably strong. Very good, use it again. Stormy rain pear blossom. Lin Xiu shouted loudly, gripping the silver soul spear tightly with both hands and thrusting it fiercely. As flashes of cold light appeared, 4 holes instantly emerged on the opposite wall. The terrifying move that could have collapsed the entire wall earlier did not reappear. Comprehending the ultimate essence is not that simple. You were really lucky just now, Suwon said with a hint of envy. Whether one can successfully grasp the ultimate essence depends on an indescribable feeling, and Lin Xiu's luck was simply off the charts. He had just used the silver martial skill card and unintentionally comprehended a bit of it. As long as even a tiny bit is comprehended, is there any fear of not achieving it in the future? Truly envious and jealous. Li Yi sighed, feeling that comparisons could really drive people mad. It's like when you're playing a game and trying to get rare equipment, struggling hard but never succeeding, while others casually get it with a single attempt. Isn't that feeling one of envy and jealousy? Lin Xiu smiled faintly and clenched his fist. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. As long as he continued to cultivate, he believed there would surely be a chance to fully comprehend it in the future. Alright, the rest is almost over. Get ready to move on. Suwon looked at the soldiers sitting on the ground and said. Just as they headed toward the stairs, a sudden noise came. Some of the zombies had actually broken through the iron door below and surged upward. Lin Xiu frowned tightly, quickly drew the laser pistol from his back and fired downward. Accurate aim, a direct headshot killed a zombie. The other soldiers also reacted, pulling out their firearms and opening fire. The sound of laser guns echoed one after another, penetrating the zombies, which fell to the ground. In a short time, all the zombies blocking the hallway were eliminated. Had enough rest? Next, get ready for the cleanup operation. Be careful not to get bitten, Suwon reminded as he walked at the front. The soldiers recalled the terrifying scene of being surrounded earlier, and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. But this was the mission. Deserters would not only be hunted themselves, but would also implicate their families. There was no retreat, only a fight to the death. You seem quite excited. Li Yiben was still somewhat scared, but seeing Lin Xiu tightly gripping the long spear and walking ahead to prepare for battle, he couldn't help but say, for the experience. Experience? Extremely fast. Ahem, the experience of killing zombies. Lin Xiu replied with an awkward smile. Just after killing the zombies and gaining a large amount of experience, Lin Xiu got a taste of the benefits. This place was hell for them, but for Lin Xiu, it was heaven. A leveling up paradise. A soldier walked toward the rolling shutter door. Just as he reached out to pull it up, a massive zombie suddenly lunged at him. He was startled. Just now, he hadn't noticed any trace of zombies through the nearby window. How did one suddenly appear out of nowhere? In his panic, he couldn't react in time. Bang! At the critical moment, a cold gleam flashed, and a bloody hole immediately appeared on the zombie's head. Be careful. Lin Xiu drew out his spear and said calmly. Hearing Lin Xiu's voice, the soldier immediately snapped awake and forcefully kicked the zombie's corpse away. Thank you. The soldier gasped for breath, casting a grateful look. This was just a minor episode. As they stepped outside, waves of roars echoed from outside. What is that? Suwon walked out, gazing in that direction, his pupils slightly contracting. Fangtooth dog, a second-tier evolved beast, Lin Xiu responded. It's the same as the one seen on the rooftop earlier, but its size is noticeably larger. Right now, it's fiercely battling a group of zombies. No, it should be a third-tier evolved beast. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock upon hearing Lin Xiu's words. The eye of analysis revealed it to be a Tier 3 Fangtooth canine leader. Extremely fast, with sharp claws and fangs. If a Tier 1 warrior were caught by it, they could be torn apart in mere minutes. I think it's just a Tier 2 Fangtooth canine, nothing to be afraid of, a soldier said coldly, gripping his battle blade tightly with both both hands. He had once killed this type of fawnhound. The combat strength of such creatures was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary first-tier warrior. As long as one was slightly cautious, there would be no mishaps at all. At this moment, the giant fawnhound let out a roar, instantly tearing apart the few zombies surrounding it. After defeating those zombies, it turned its head to look in our direction. Its scarlet eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. It crouched on all fours, suddenly exerted force, and instantly charged towards the side at an extremely high speed, courting death. The soldier, seeing this, immediately swung his battle knife and charged at the fang-toothed dog, ready to cleave it in half. Before setting out, everyone had already reached a consensus: kill the evolved beast, and the exotic crystal belongs to the killer. A second-tier exotic crystal could fetch a good price. Don't charge. Suwon originally didn't believe Lin Xiu's words, thinking it was nothing more than a second-tier fang-toothed dog he had seen before. But as the fang-toothed dog approached, he suddenly sensed that this fang-toothed dog seemed somewhat unusual. Not only was its body massive, but its strength far exceeded imagination. When it ran, the ground seemed to tremble. Die! The soldier charged at the fang-toothed dog, leaped into the air, and swung his battle blade down fiercely. However, just as the blade was about to fall, the fang-toothed dog collided with his abdomen at an extremely fast speed. What? At that moment, the speed unleashed by the fang-toothed dog far exceeded his expectations. The whole person was fiercely knocked to the ground. But the soldier, after all, was experienced. Although he fell, he reacted quickly and immediately swung his blade fiercely at the neck of the fang-toothed hound. The war blade slashed down abruptly, and a spray of blood instantly splattered onto his cheek. Bang! 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 But what was shocking was that the war blade got stuck in the neck of the fang-toothed hound and failed to decapitate it directly. How could this be possible? When he showed an incredulous look, the fang-toothed dog hesitated not a moment, opening its bloodthirsty maw, ready to bite down. Watch out! Suwon had already rushed forward, but the fang-toothed dog was always a step faster. It bit the man's neck, and as the artery was torn, blood gushed out. The man struggled a few times before losing his breath in an instant. A martial artist fell like this. Suwon's pupils suddenly contracted, and his right hand wielded the battle knife, slashing toward the body of the fang-toothed dog. Clang! At that moment, the fang-toothed dog's slender right claw suddenly blocked, and the blade collided with the claw, producing a piercing metallic clash. So sharp, the fanged dog let out a furious roar, violently shaking its head, and the battle knife stuck in its neck was flung away. The wound quickly stopped bleeding as well. Bang! A heavy stomp landed on the ground, crushing the warrior's head into a mess of flesh and blood. It didn't pause for a moment and swiftly lunged at Suwon for another bite. At this moment, Lin Xiu also charged forward, thrusting his spear straight at the fang-toothed dog's body. The cold light gleamed, and it was about to hit. Splash! But the fang-toothed dog nimbly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. What? This speed is just too fast. Although surprised, Lin Xiu quickly reacted and retreated several steps. The soldiers behind him had already drawn their laser guns and were frantically shooting at the fang-toothed dog. It's useless! Suwon shouted sharply while dodging. As the fang-toothed dog swung its claws again, he swiftly evaded. Swish swish swish, the sound of lasers echoed continuously as the rays struck the fang-toothed hound. But unlike dealing with zombies, they couldn't penetrate it, leaving only faint, shallow marks on its body. As expected, it's a tier 3 evolved beast. Several soldiers gritted their teeth and put away their laser guns. Evolution beasts above the 3rd tier have skin hardened to an extremely high degree, making ordinary laser guns completely ineffective. With no other choice, everyone switched to weapons forged from special metals and charged at the fanghound. Sky-splitting slash! Suwon shouted loudly, gripping the blade with both hands and slashing out a fierce blade aura. The blade's edge whistled through the air, carving a deep gash into the fanghound's pouncing forelimb, exposing white bone. Lin Xiu snorted coldly and hurriedly performed the martial skill from earlier, Rain of Pear Blossoms. Although it fell short of the true Rain of Pear Blossoms, he instantly thrust his spear 3 times. The essence of Rain of Pear Blossoms lies in body coordination and rapid spear strikes, with low source energy consumption and minimal physical strain, whereas 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix cannot unleash its power without source energy infusion and consumes a tremendous amount of stamina. A flash of cold light, Lin Xiu's 3 spear strikes were unleashed, 1 missed, while the other 2 hit the fanghound's eye and ear respectively. The eyes were pierced, the ears penetrated, and the sharp-toothed dog became even more ferocious due to the intense pain. It opened its large mouth, revealing 2 sharp and elongated fangs. If it attacked Lin Xiu, it would be countered by Suwon. If it attacked Suwon, it would be blocked by Lin Xiu. At this moment, other soldiers also rushed over. Although it was a 3rd-order evolved beast, it was difficult to withstand the siege of numerous warriors. Wounds on the fang-toothed hound's body kept increasing, blood dripping profusely. Suddenly, it let out a thunderous roar, its forelimbs leaping high into the air. Not good, it's about to unleash its ability. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted. Evolution beasts of the 3rd rank and above often possess special abilities, and it turns out this fang-toothed hound is no exception. Although the specific ability is unclear, judging from the current situation, the level of danger is extremely high. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the attacking soldiers quickly retreated. The fawn-toothed hound, with its front half rising into the air, suddenly had its eyes turn blood-red and lunged fiercely at Lin Xiu's body. The speed suddenly increased. However, Lin Xiu, who was already prepared, shifted his body to the side, deftly avoiding the attack. Bang! The sharp-toothed dog's front claws slammed into the ground fiercely, instantly cracking the surface and kicking up a cloud of dust. The strength increased significantly. It was evident that this fawn-toothed hound, in its life-threatening state, had unleashed at least 50% more power than usual. It seemed to regard Lin Xiu as its sole prey, launching a frenzied series of attacks. Soon, a bright red wound appeared on Lin Xiu's body. Whoosh! A sharp pain struck, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Injured? Damn it! After a roll and dodge, Lin Xiu stood up steadily. There was no choice but to use that move. 100 birds facing the phoenix. At the moment the fawn-toothed hound pounced again, Lin Xiu let out a thunderous roar, gripping the silver soul spear tightly with both hands, his voice shaking the heavens. He had been reluctant to use this move lightly, as it consumed an extreme amount of source energy, but there was no retreat now. A massive flamingo phantom accompanied by the swing of a spear was instantly unleashed. The flamingo charged straight at the fawn-hound, transforming into a burning tornado of flames upon impact, spinning relentlessly. The old wounds on the fawn-hound were scorched away by the intense flames, its fur reduced to ashes, and the high temperature penetrated deep into its body through the injuries. Roar! The fawn-hound let out a piercing howl of agony amidst the excruciating pain. Good opportunity! Su Wen shouted loudly upon seeing this, and immediately unleashed the air-splitting slash once again. Shura slash! Shadow strike! The other martial artists also seized the opportunity to display their respective ultimate techniques, launching attacks in unison. As a large number of martial techniques attacked from all directions, the sharp fawn dog, already enduring the assault of the 100 birds facing the phoenix, had been in a state of high-temperature combustion. Seeing these techniques strike it simultaneously, its body instantly shattered into pieces and collapsed. Finally, it's dead. Li Yi let out a sigh of relief, then collapsed directly to the ground from exhaustion. The other soldiers were the same, either slumping down or lying flat. Before setting out, they had been informed that during this clearing operation, the strongest evolved beast they would encounter would not exceed Tier 3, and Tier 3 evolved beasts were extremely rare here. Yet, they encountered one on the very first day. Lin Xiu's gaze swept across the ground and discovered a crystal-clear exotic crystal among the pieces of flesh. What should we do with this exotic crystal? Lin Xiu lightly prodded it with the tip of his spear, and the exotic crystal fell into his palm. After all, everyone had hunted together just now, so it wouldn't be fair for one person to monopolize the exotic crystal. Everyone's source energy was depleted quite a bit earlier. How about using this exotic crystal to help recover our source energy and absorbing it together? Su Wen looked around at the group and suggested. The soldiers pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. This thing isn't worth much if sold, and now even surviving to leave has become a problem. Extracting the source energy from the crystal to recover strength and cultivate is undoubtedly the best choice. One by one, they took turns holding the crystal and began absorbing the source energy contained within. Soon it was Lin Xiu's turn. He tightly gripped the crystal in his palm, wrapped it with both hands, sat cross-legged, and began practicing the cultivation technique. A large amount of source energy from the alien crystal was absorbed by him, and it was clearly felt that it was shrinking bit by bit. As the last warrior extracted the source energy, the alien crystal completely disappeared without a trace. Not long after killing that third-tier sharp-claw dog, waves of zombies began to emerge from behind. Damn it, those guys are here again. Li Yi had just lain down to rest for a moment, but upon seeing the zombies appear, he immediately woke up and quickly got up. This group of zombies left a significant shadow in his heart. The other soldiers were equally tense, pulling out their firearms and shooting at the zombies. However, long-distance shooting failed to hit their heads. Instead, the bullets pierced through the zombies' bodies, making them even more frenzied. Like sprinters in a 100-meter dash, the zombies madly charged toward Lin Xiu and the others. Second-tier zombies, and in massive numbers. Why are there so many monsters? Li Yi gripped his weapon tightly, ready to fight. Suddenly, a figure rushed out first. The terrifying zombies in the eyes of the soldiers became a large wave of precious experience for Lin Xiu. Holding the spear in his right hand, as he was about to approach the zombies, his left hand also gripped the spear shaft tightly. With a shake of his arm, the spear thrust out fiercely. Accompanied by the moves of Rain of Pear Blossoms, the heads of the 3 second-tier zombies in front were instantly pierced by Lin Xiu. This guy is really going all out. Su Wen secretly sighed. He was increasingly amazed by Lin Xiu, having never seen anyone use firearms so skillfully. He had originally thought firearms were difficult to master and hard to train with, but Lin Xiu wielded the gun with exceptional ease. Could it be that he had been practicing for over 10 years? Actually, Su Wen didn't know that Lin Xiu had relied on the quick comprehension card to intensely study basic gun techniques, which made his shooting appear so proficient. Seeing Lin Xiu fighting desperately, the others were also inspired and rushed out of the position to engage in fierce combat combat with the zombie horde. After all, zombies lack intelligence and are still relatively easy for martial artists to kill. At this moment, Lin Xiu was consumed by the frenzy of killing, with the sound of experience notifications echoing continuously in his mind. In the next second, he heard a crisp ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully leveling up to level 13. Level 13. This rapid speed left Lin Xiu astonished. He knew that the higher the level, the harder it was to level up. However, it's not surprising to gain abundant experience after killing so many zombies. Just 2 levels away, reaching level 15 will unlock the legendary gene lock. By then, strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiu excitedly brought up the attribute panel. Bang! Level 13. Experience 1005. Experience needed for the next level 899855. Strength 111. Constitution 70. Speed 60. Overall combat power 800. Remaining potential points 13. Lin Xiu did not hesitate much and directly allocated all 13 potential points to strength. The strength attribute instantly soared to 124, and the overall combat power also increased from 800 to 839. The attribute points had just been allocated, and Lin Xiu immediately felt his weapon-wielding arm become much lighter, making his attacks more fluid and precise. Great, with this momentum, he would wipe out all the zombies ahead in one go. While slashing and stabbing, Lin Xiu occasionally unleashed the Rain of Pear Blossom's skill. As his proficiency continued to improve, he felt himself stabilize from 3 to 4 strikes per second to a steady rhythm of 4 strikes per second, occasionally even managing 5 consecutive strikes. After reaching this level, Lin Xiu was no longer satisfied with taking down zombies one by one in place and simply charged straight into the center of the zombie horde. What are you trying to do? Li Yi's pupils contracted slightly at the sight, and he hurriedly reached out, trying to grab Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu was incredibly fast. Just as Li Yi extended his hand, Lin Xiu had already dashed into the zombie horde. From a distance, observing the battle, Li Yi saw Lin Xiu wielding his spear like a dragon weaving through the crowd. Each thrust gleamed with a cold light, and soon, bloodied holes appeared on the foreheads of the zombies. Amazing! The other soldiers witnessed this scene and couldn't help but freeze, then gasped in shock. This wasn't a first-tier zombie, but a second-tier zombie with strength comparable to an ordinary first-tier martial artist. Yet Lin Xiu had actually slain 3 of them in the blink of an eye, as if it were as effortless as playing a grass-cutting game. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Xiu's mind had already cast aside other distractions, focusing solely on the relentless swings of the silver spear in his hand. Each strike carried with it glimmers of cold light flashing outward. Suan stood to the side, watching Lin Xiu's movements, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had been observing Lin Xiu all along, and the Lin Xiu from before definitely did not possess this level of combat ability, at most reaching the level of a quasi-warrior. However, now, the strength Lin Xiu displayed was actually more formidable than those official martial artists around him who were battling zombies. You must know, their minimum strength was that of official martial artists. Could it be that Lin Xiu had advanced from a quasi-martial artist to an official martial artist in just one day? Thinking of this, Suan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Keep cleaning! He was momentarily stunned, and several zombies lunged at him from the side. With a furious roar, he raised his blade and continued to slaughter the zombies. Thanks to the experience accumulated from the morning's battle, the soldiers were becoming increasingly adept at dealing with the zombies. The entire street was instantly covered with zombie corpses, and blood stained the ground red. Not just Lin Xiu, but everyone was now lying on the ground, gasping heavily for air. An entire afternoon passed quickly, and hundreds of zombies had been completely cleared out. The number of zombies Lin Xiu killed alone was almost equal to the total killed by everyone else combined. From today until now, after countless intense battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. A second-tier zombie could yield over 2,000 experience points. This afternoon, Lin Xiu killed nearly 200, accumulating 4 to 500,000 experience points. He still needed about 300,000 more to reach level 14, and level 15 wasn't far off either. I say, Lin Xiu, why are you working so hard? Li Yi gasped heavily, looking at Lin Xiu lying beside him, unable to understand why he was pushing himself as if he were grinding monsters for loot. Completely crazy. Grinding monsters to level up, Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Li shook his head, thinking Lin Xiu was just joking. The sky gradually darkened, and the night also brought more unknown dangers. After resting for about an hour, everyone began to slowly stand up. Let's roast the fong-toothed dog for dinner tonight, Suan said, looking at the group who had regained their strength. The meat of evolved beasts is rich in protein and energy, making it more nutritious than regular meat. The fong-toothed dog's corpse had already been chopped into several pieces, and Suan had long since collected the chunks of meat and placed them on a rock. At this moment, he sniffed the air. The weather was cool, and the meat still looked fresh. The other soldiers also began searching for stones nearby to form a circle, piling up a heap of firewood in the center. Lin Xiu, sorry to trouble you, Suan said to Lin Xiu with a smile. They didn't bring any fire starters, so only Lin Xiu's 100 birds facing the phoenix fire-type skill could could ignite the fire. Lin Xiu nodded, swung the long spear forcefully, and a burst of flames surged out, rushing straight toward the pile of firewood stacked like a small hill. Soon, a raging fire ignited. Won't this attract zombies? Li Yi asked, still feeling uneasy. Although many zombies were slain today, 3 soldiers had already lost their lives, leaving only 7 members in the 10-person squad. It shouldn't be. The zombies in this area have already been cleared out by us. Lin Xiu recalled standing on the rooftop earlier, overlooking the area below, where only a few hundred zombies had appeared within his field of vision. If there were any more zombies, they should be farther away. That's good. Li Yi and the other soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was truly too brutal. Even the slightest mistake could cost their lives. Have something to eat first, Su Wen said. He used a wooden stick to skewer a piece of sharp-toothed canine meat and roasted it over the flames. Lin Xiu was also roasting a piece of beast meat. These pieces of beast meat were naturally rich in fat, and as they were roasted over the flames, the fat slowly seeped out. Although no seasoning was added, the air was filled with a tempting aroma. This was Lin Xiu's first time trying the meat of an evolved beast. The information in the book mentioned that the meat of such evolved beasts was rich in nutrients and safe to eat. Soon, after the meat was cooked, Lin Xiu took a bite and found the beast meat incredibly tender. Even without any seasoning, the flavor was still very rich. The meat of a 3-tiered fang dog was quickly devoured by everyone. After eating his fill, Lin Xiu couldn't help but pat his stomach and sit on the ground to rest. Killing zombies all day today was indeed somewhat exhausting. But not killing them isn't an option. It's the only way to improve his strength. Moreover, today's zombie kills not only increased his experience points but also significantly enhanced his proficiency in marksmanship and combat techniques. The more dangerous the place, the more it helps to improve one's strength. Hiss. At that moment, a faint sound rang out. Lin Xiu's ears were sharp, and he never relaxed his vigilance even while resting. He followed the sound and saw a red figure appear behind Su Wen. Su Wen, turn around and strike down. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed, and he shouted loudly. Hearing this, the other soldiers were startled, and Su Wen froze. But soon, he seemed to sense the danger and, without hesitation, swung backward fiercely without even turning his head. A fiery red snake head was severed on the spot, split into 2 halves. Second-tier winged red snake. Su Wen exclaimed in shock. Sure enough, it was this cursed thing. Lin Xiu saw that the other party had already taken down the winged red snake, and the scene from Area A20 involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The voice of that young girl shouting backstab seemed to still echo in his ears. Thank you. Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Xiu to say, if it weren't for your reminder, I would have almost been successfully ambushed by the winged red snake. It's nothing. Lin Xiu shook his head. Su Wen took a red crystal from the severed head of the winged red snake and tossed it to Lin Xiu, speaking firmly as if leaving no room for refusal. This is yours. Lin Xiu said nothing more and directly put the crystal into his pocket. By the way, do you know where the sacred domain is? Looking at the corpse of the winged red snake, the events that had occurred earlier resurfaced in his mind. The sacred domain? When Su Wen and the others heard this name, they were momentarily stunned, then quickly fell into deep thought. Seems like I've never heard of it. After a long while, almost no one nodded. Lin Xiu felt a bit disappointed in his heart. Could it be that she was just speaking casually, and this place doesn't actually exist? Wait, I think I've heard of it before. Li Yi, who had been deep in thought, suddenly jolted as if he had remembered something. Above the 5 major academies of the university, there is an even stronger academy called the Sanctuary Academy. Sanctuary Academy? Lin Xiu frowned. From what he knew about martial arts academies, aside from the 5 major academies, it seemed like there were no other renowned institutions in China. He hadn't heard of this Sanctuary Academy either, but somehow it felt quite prestigious. You certainly haven't heard of it. I heard about it from my brother-in-law, Li said, looking spirited. The Sanctuary Academy, a super warrior institution that surpasses the 5 great academies. Every warrior there is regarded as a genius by other academies. Is it really that exaggerated? A soldier curled his lips, looking unconvinced, as if he thought Li Yi was bragging. Even Su Wen showed a puzzled expression, as he too had never heard of this Sanctuary Academy. Nonsense, the minimum requirement is a high school graduate of at least Tier 2 to be eligible to apply, Li said solemnly, holding up 2 fingers. He wasn't originally aware of this either, but had unintentionally overheard it from his brother-in-law, who works as an official in the federal government. He had forgotten about it until Lin Xiu brought it up, which jogged his memory. Tier 2 is the minimum qualification? Upon hearing this, the other soldiers were stunned, then collectively gasped. Their current strength was only Tier 1, and they had already graduated from high school long ago, directly joining the federal government as soldiers. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. So the so-called sacred domain is actually a university-level academy? At first, he thought it was just a place name. Second tier? With 1 year left, reaching the second tier is merely a matter of time. But thinking of that girl, who is about the same age as him yet already possesses the strength of a third-tier warrior or higher, he couldn't help but feel defeated. No, I can't fall behind. When I become a high-level warrior and stand in front of her, won't won't that cold, frosty face of hers show a hint of surprise? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Lin Xiu, you're not seriously thinking about applying to that academy, are you? Li Yi asked instinctively. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the other soldiers burst into laughter. They had originally thought Lin Xiu was just a prospective martial artist. For a high school student to become a first-rank martial artist was far from easy. What are you laughing at? He is already a first-rank martial artist. Su Wen swept a cold glance over the group and said, "What?" The soldiers were stunned upon hearing Su Wen's words. Let's go. Although they knew Lin Xiu had performed valiantly today, they initially thought his desperate charge was purely reckless, not expecting his strength to be so formidable. After all, when Lin Xiu first arrived, he was merely a prospective warrior. I wasn't wrong, was I? Su Wen stared at Lin Xiu, his eyes carrying a hint of astonishment, as if he were looking at a monster. Today, when he saw Lin Xiu unintentionally display the essence of martial techniques, he had been paying close attention. He hadn't expected Lin Xiu's strength to not only reach the warrior level but even faintly surpass those soldiers who had long been first-tier warriors. Lin Xiu nodded without denying it. Tell me, how old are you this year? What grade are you in? Li Yi widened his eyes. Everyone was tense, trying to survive, and upon carefully recalling Lin Xiu's performance, it didn't seem like he was at the level of a prospective martial artist. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Xiu. Second year of high school, 17 years old, Lin Xiu answered without hesitation. Heavens, you've made me so angry I feel like banging my head against the wall. Li Yi listened and couldn't help but feel like crying without tears. He himself only reached the first stage of martial artist in his 20s, while Lin Xiu was already at the first stage at just 17. If his talent was good, advancing to the second stage next year wouldn't be impossible. Impressive. Su Wen gave Lin Xiu a thumbs up. The soldiers no longer regarded Lin Xiu as an ordinary high school student. After all, who had ever seen such a freakish high schooler? The sky had completely darkened, and apart from the glow emitted by the bonfire, the surroundings were pitch black and boundless. Let's take turns keeping watch, Su Wen suggested after thinking for a moment. Now there were only 7 people left. Lin Xiu, Su Wen, and Li Yi were responsible for keeping watch during the first half of the night, while the remaining 4 soldiers would take the second half. This way, they could ensure timely detection if monsters attacked. As for sleeping in those abandoned houses, no one dared to bring up the idea. After all, those houses had long been deserted, and who knew if mutated insects or something might be hiding inside. After all, that building today was full of large spiders, truly disgusting. At this moment, 4 soldiers were already lying directly beside the big tree, fast asleep. Lin Xiu held a long spear, practicing with vigorous swings. Basic spear techniques. Practicing so late? Li Yi yawned and asked. Well, I can't sleep anyway. Lin Xiu nodded and continued to wield. Although it was just an ordinary spear technique, when wielded by Lin Xiu, it appeared exceptionally powerful. Block, grab, thrust. These basic spear movements were executed with ease in his hands. As the silver spear swung under the moonlight, it shimmered with a layer of silvery white light. Su Wen was seeing someone wield a spear for the first time, and they did it so skillfully. No wonder Lin Xiu's strength was so formidable, and his progress so rapid. Even during the nights on watch, he refused to waste a single moment of practice. Alright, I'll give it a try too. Inspired by Lin Xiu, Su Wen also took out a weapon and began to swing it. Li Yi sat on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, his eyelids so heavy they were almost closed, with a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he was about to fall asleep. Practicing in the middle of the night? TSK, when your stamina runs out, that'll be the end of you. In the darkness, a figure concealed itself, gazing at Lin Xiu wielding a spear in the distance, murmuring softly, "You are just too insane." Under the moonlight, Su Wen practiced alongside Lin Xiu for quite a while, panting heavily, and finally placed his battle blade on the ground. In contrast, Lin Xiu seemed completely tireless, still wielding a spear much heavier than his battle blade. You still need more practice. You guys rest first, I'll take the night watch, Lin Xiu said with a smile, continuing to swing his spear. Although he was also quite exhausted, he still persisted in practicing the basic spear techniques. Having traveled to this futuristic world with a system on his back, Lin Xiu still felt a lack of security. The humiliating memory within his body made him yearn even more to become stronger. After all, strength is the only true reliance. Alright, I'll take a nap first. Call me when you're done resting. Su Wen nodded, truly exhausted. Lin Xiu continued to wield the long spear, while in the distance, that dark shadow was quietly approaching him. Extremely fast, as the shadow rushed toward Lin Xiu, the wind howled. Lin Xiu, who was wielding a long spear, twitched his ears slightly, catching the unusual sound. His ears were exceptionally sharp, and he immediately sensed the anomaly, instinctively bending at a 90-degree angle to dodge. Bang! A loud, piercing sound echoed, and Lin Xiu felt a small lock of his hair being sliced off. That strike was clearly a martial technique similar to Su Wen's Void Slash. The assailant must be a martial artist who had been observing him for a long time, waiting to strike fatally when he was exhausted. Before the words had even faded, Lin Xiu suddenly suddenly sprang up, only to see a cold blade thrusting toward his face. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xiu used the tip of his spear to block the cold blade. Clang! Oh! The man dressed in black raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly surprised by Lin Xiu's reaction speed. Who are you? Lin Xiu forcefully shook his spear, pushing him back. The man steadied himself with a backward roll, revealing under the moonlight that he held a curved dagger in each hand, exuding a chilling aura. The one here to kill you. The man licked the dagger in his hand and spoke coldly. He had a thin and frail figure, but Lin Xiu could sense the immense power hidden within him. A second-tier warrior? No, perhaps a third tier. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, clearly here to take his life. Who are you? Su Wen, who was just about to rest, suddenly opened his eyes. Witnessing the man in black, he was instantly shocked. It's none of your business. The man snorted coldly, brandishing a dagger, and two sharp air blades shot rapidly toward Su Wen. Su Wen exclaimed in shock and drew his battle knife to defend. You can also use Void Slash. Seeing two notches appear on the battle blade, he was astonished. This battle blade was forged from special metal, and for a martial skill to leave marks on it indicated that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, at least a second-tier martial artist. You all leave quickly, he's here for me. Lin Xiu looked at the gradually awakening soldiers and shouted in a deep voice. Judging from that killing intent, the target was himself. Combining all the previous clues, it is very likely that the assassin was sent by the Tang family. Are you from the Tang family? Lin Xiu stared at the man in black and suddenly asked. At the mention of the Tang family, a subtle change flashed in the other party's eyes. Though slight, it was caught by Lin Xiu. That's right, the guess was correct. I don't know what you're talking about. The man snorted coldly, his figure darting toward Lin Xiu like a phantom. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving almost only a blur of shadow. Kill him! Su Wen shouted loudly at this moment. The other soldiers did not retreat either, rushing toward the figure together, looking for death. Facing the man in black blocking his way, his body quickly spun, and the dagger in his hand traced silver light trajectories through the air. Silver combat technique, rapid whirl. Clang clang clang. Su Wen and the others were instantly shocked. As the man in black spun at high speed and charged forward, their weapons were fiercely struck by the silver streaks of the dagger. They immediately felt a strong impact, their palms went numb, and all their weapons flew out of their hands. Don't come over here. Lin Xiu felt somewhat moved as he saw Su Wen and the others desperately trying to block the man in black for him. However, they were no match for the opponent, and if they continued to pursue, it would be no different from courting death. Before the words had even faded, Lin Xiu's figure had already darted swiftly in another direction. The man in black's pupils suddenly contracted, but he ignored Su Wen and the others, chasing after Lin Xiu's direction. Soon, the figures of the two disappeared into the depths of the night. Who exactly is that person? Su Wen looked at the back of the man in black chasing Lin Xiu, his brows furrowing tightly. It was certain that the man's strength was anything but ordinary. This time, Lin Xiu was probably in big trouble. Su Wen, what should we do now? A soldier anxiously asked, looking in the direction where Lin Xiu had left. Of course, we're going to save Lin Xiu. Li Yi picked up his battle knife, slung it over his shoulder, and resolutely said to everyone, daring to make a move under the noses of the soldiers of Xingyao City, that's some nerve. Su Wen nodded, picked up his weapon, and charged forward with the others. Do you think you can escape? Lin Xiu had just run a short distance when the man in black suddenly appeared in front of him, sneering coldly. His hands still tightly gripped two daggers exuding a chilling aura, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiu as if looking at someone already doomed. Lin Xiu stared coldly at the man dressed in black and said calmly, I have no intention of running away. The moonlight, like silver, spilled over the surroundings, making the environment not seem dark. I just want to find a place where no one will disturb us, to finish you off. Arrogant. The man in black snorted coldly, then lunged at Lin Xiu with a dagger gleaming with a chilling light. His figure was as swift as a shadow, eerily strange. Lin Xiu frowned slightly. Could this be a movement technique martial skill? Such martial skills are extremely rare and almost never circulate in the market, making them precious treasures. With a shake of his spear, Lin Xiu thrust directly at the shadow. But the opponent was too fast, the spear failed to hit, and the man in black had already closed in, his right-hand dagger slashing toward Lin Xiu's neck. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively tilted his neck slightly backward, still feeling a sharp sting. A trace of blood quietly flowed out. The man in black was about to use the dagger in his left hand to sever Lin Xiu's head when he suddenly noticed Lin Xiu's right foot fiercely kicking toward his abdomen. Caught off guard, the man in black was kicked and sent flying. In midair, he flipped 360 degrees and landed steadily. What is going on? Haha, I didn't expect you to have some skill. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he licked the blood on his dagger, as if savoring a delicacy. Lin Xiu felt the blood flowing down his neck, his gaze growing colder. Anger surged in his heart. The weak are destined to be bullied. If it were his former self, he would have died countless times by now. Clutching the silver soul spear tightly in both hands, his eyes were fixed intently on the man in black. Sensing Lin Xiu's sharp killing intent, the man in black furrowed his brows, feeling as if he were being stared down by a venomous snake. An involuntary momentary wave of discomfort washing over him. Unbelievable, was I actually frightened by his murderous aura? Kid, who are you glaring at? He shouted angrily, his bizarre movements unfolding once again, swiftly closing in on Lin Xiu like a shadow. Lin Xiu held the gun with both hands, calm as ever, completely motionless. Die! The man in black leapt up instantly, his twin daggers gleaming coldly. Silver martial skill, falling blossoms. In an instant, the dagger transformed into countless illusions, indistinguishable between real and fake. This move is extremely difficult to counter, the only option is to evade. But with the speed of the man in black, if one evades, he will surely circle behind and slash the throat. This is a fatal blow. Violet rain of pear blossoms. To his surprise, Lin Xiu did not dodge but instead thrust forward fiercely with his spear. Battle intent surged, and the silver soul spear seemed to resonate with its master's fervor, emitting a resonant hum. Several explosive sounds echoed like air shattering as the spear transformed into a blur. Its tip radiated a chilling brilliance, piercing upward like a dragon emerging from the sea, targeting the black-clad man descending from above. 4 shots per second. You're courting death. The man in black's pupils contracted sharply as he gritted his teeth and continued his attack. But seeing Lin Xiu's fearless gaze, a trace of fear involuntarily arose in his heart. This guy is absolutely insane. He didn't want to die. No matter how much money he had, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it if he were dead. In the next second, the black-clad man's dagger pierced into both of Lin Xiu's shoulders. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu's spear had already deeply pierced through his clavicle, running straight through. It seems that I still win. The black-clad man, though in immense pain, knew that as long as he pulled out the dagger, a close-range strike could sever Lin Xiu's throat. Who said that? Lin Xiu's gaze was cold as he replied indifferently. What? The man in black's pupils contracted. Looking down, he discovered that, in addition to his clavicle being pierced, there were 3 bloody holes in his chest. You. The man in black's pupils shrank sharply, and with a pft, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. He never expected that he would actually die. No, to be precise, it was his fear of death at the last moment that allowed Lin Xiu to successfully kill him. But at this moment, he no longer had time to think. His consciousness instantly dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a 3rd-tier warrior and gaining 120,000 experience points. 120,000 experience points? That's quite a lot. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly felt everything before his eyes become blurry, and his consciousness gradually wavered. Bang! He fell to the ground. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lin Xiu seemed to catch the scent of roasted meat and slowly opened his eyes. The sharp pain from his shoulder reminded him of everything that had happened yesterday. That's right, he had just taken down a 3rd-rank martial artist. Lin Xiu, you're awake? At this moment, a voice filled with surprise called out. The sunlight was dazzling. Lin Xiu squinted slightly and finally saw Li standing in front of him. There was also Su Wen and other soldiers, cooking a pot of meat soup by the fire not far away. Yes, his clothes had been removed, replaced by thick white bandages wrapped around his shoulders. Are you okay? Su Wen and the others' concerned voices came from ahead. Lin Xiu shook his head and slowly sat up halfway. Goodness, you actually took down Wu Ji. Li gave Lin Xiu a thumbs up at this moment, his face full of admiration. Shadow? Lin Xiu frowned slightly, clearly a bit puzzled. Shadowless, one of the wanted assassins in Starshine City. Li explained excitedly. That's a tier 3 warrior. Kid, how did you take him down? Bringing his corpse back could earn you a hefty bounty. Lin Xiu recalled the thrilling scene from last night, still feeling uneasy. If it weren't for that guy hesitating before his death, his life might have ended right there. My arm is injured. Although I applied medicinal powder, it will take at least another day to recover normal movement, Suan said as he handed over a steaming bowl of meat soup. Although the medicines in the world today are far more advanced than before, injuries like Lin Xiu's are still not easy to heal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thank you. Lin Xiu took the soup made from the meat of evolved beasts and devoured the meat chunks while gulping down the broth. The sweet and savory broth and the chewy meat chunks made him lick his lips, looking somewhat unsatisfied. Not long after, everyone decided to set off again to continue the clearing mission once they had rested. Your injury, Li said with a hint of concern as he saw Lin Xiu gripping the silver soul spear once more. It's nothing serious. Lin Xiu shook his head. The wound had already begun to heal, and as long as he avoided intense activity, it wouldn't reopen. Moreover, he didn't want to hold everyone back. All right, Su Wen nodded. If they waited for Lin Xiu's wound to fully heal, it would probably waste too much time. Seeing that he was fine, she led the group to continue moving forward. Most of the zombies here had already been cleared out, and it was estimated that only a few scattered ones in the corners remained unhandled. If we just dropped a nuke here, wouldn't all the monsters be wiped out? Why bother with such a troublesome cleanup? Li said with a bitter smile. After resting for a night, they had to face these monsters again. Thinking of those hideous faces, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Do you think this place hasn't been cleared with nuclear bombs before? Lin Xiu stood in the middle and smiled. What do you mean? The soldiers looked at him curiously. They had no idea that Zone A20 had once been bombed with nuclear weapons. Deep within Zone A20, 20, the Federal Army once used nuclear bombs to clear the area, turning an entire city into ruins. But the monsters weren't completely wiped out. Instead, many of the survivors became even more terrifying due to nuclear contamination. We are only at the edge now. The place the instructors went to should be deeper in. Although the textbooks did not mention Zone A20 at all, Lin Xiu had acquired quite a bit of related knowledge from other sources. Although he used to be a loser in terms of knowledge reserves, he could be considered a living encyclopedia. I see. After listening, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. A monster that even a nuclear bomb couldn't kill, just how powerful could it be? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Keep walking forward, and the surrounding architectural style suddenly becomes completely different. The houses here are filled with numerous gears, exuding a strong mechanical vibe. Scattered around are many flattened or rust-covered mechanical remnants. Ahead lies a long railway track, with a broken steam train quietly resting on it. My goodness! Li Yi was so shocked by the scene before him that his eyes widened in surprise. During the year 2701 of the era, amidst the war with alien invaders, a unique retro steam machine era emerged, using exotic crystals as a new energy source. Various types of machinery were created, Lin Xiu said as he looked at the scene before him, the information quickly surfacing in his mind. I see, Suwon nodded, his eyes full of curiosity as he looked around. The scrap metal beneath their feet made a creaking sound before breaking apart and shattering. It seems this place has been here for quite some time, Lin Xiu muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. There were still some scattered weapons on the ground, long swords, machetes, and the like, but the weapons themselves were made of gears, appearing exceptionally strange. He casually picked up a long sword and noticed a depression above the hilt. What kind of sword is this? Li Yi stared at the interlocking gears of various sizes within the blade and the peculiar mechanical structure, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is a mechanical sword. Do you have an exotic crystal? Lin Xiu asked. Yes. Suwon unhesitatingly tossed out an exotic crystal, which had been obtained during a hunt earlier that morning before Lin Xiu woke up. Lin Xiu took the exotic crystal, feeling its cold and heavy texture. After some careful thought, he placed it into the groove above the hilt of the mechanical longsword. The size fits perfectly. Everyone watched Lin Xiu's actions, showing curious expressions one after another. Click. At the back of the mechanical longsword, there was a pressable button. Lin Xiu pressed it lightly, and the gears on the blade began to slowly turn, emitting a grating sound that made one's teeth ache involuntarily. It's moving! Li Yi exclaimed in surprise. The gear's rotation speed gradually increased, and the next moment, a bright white light emanated from the sword's body, enveloping the blade of the mechanical longsword. What is this? A soldier, upon seeing the scene, was so shocked that his mouth gaped open. It was truly amazing. Weapons made using exotic crystals as the driving energy, Lin Xiu explained calmly, then held the longsword and lightly slashed at a nearby piece of iron. Hiss! A strange sound echoed as white smoke billowed from the steel cut by the mechanical longsword, leaving deep cracks on its surface. Quite sharp, Suwon said with a surprised expression. The sharpness of this mechanical longsword was already comparable to weapons forged from advanced materials. His own saber probably couldn't carve cracks into an iron block so effortlessly. It was just like slicing through soft tofu. With a click, Lin Xiu pressed the button again, and the wildly spinning gears of the mechanical longsword instantly came to a halt. The glow emanating from the blade also faded away. Although the power is decent, the consumption of exotic crystals is too high. This type of heavy weapon with mechanical craftsmanship was phased out 100 years ago. Lin Xiu looked at the noticeably reduced exotic crystal in the groove, shaking his head with a sigh. That steam era only emerged during the special period of battling alien creatures and was ultimately abandoned. However, according to historical records, many highly powerful mechanical giants were created during that time. If one could find a complete unit, it would truly be a treasure. At this moment, Lin Xiu's gaze involuntarily fell to the ground, and he began to search carefully. The ground was littered with various discarded items, rusted gears, and piles of scrap metal and unknown parts scattered haphazardly. As the group continued to move forward, a strange sound suddenly echoed, as if someone was stepping on the debris, creating a chaotic noise. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, gripping the spear in his hand even tighter. Su Wen and the others' expressions also grew more serious. The sound was clearly someone or something moving ahead, either a person, an evolved beast, or a zombie, without a doubt. Sure enough, when the group rounded the corner, they saw 6 burly men standing there. They were dressed in combat uniforms and armed with various weapons, making it obvious at a glance that they were warriors. Well, Federation soldiers? A crew-cut man walked to the front, glanced at Lin Xiu and the others, and then revealed a strange smile. Looks like you found something nice. Another man's gaze fell on the mechanical longsword in Lin Xiu's hand, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. This area is extremely dangerous. Apart from federal soldiers carrying out cleanup missions, ordinary people would never venture here lightly. These people had clearly gathered information and knew that there were still relics of the mechanical era near the Fortress of Light. Although the machinery there has been rendered obsolete, it still holds holds considerable value as collectible artwork. The steampunk style attracts many, and it can fetch a good price. Hand over everything you found, federal soldier. We don't want to resort to violence, another man said with a sinister smile. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the others burst into laughter. What do you mean by this? Su Wen's face suddenly darkened. They clearly knew he was a federal soldier, yet they still dared to threaten him, obviously confident in their own strength. Su Wen glanced at the 6 people and found that 5 of them were roughly at the level of first-rank warriors. However, the man with long hair reaching his waist, standing at the back, gave him an indescribable sense of danger. What should he do? While he was hesitating, Lin Xiu suddenly tossed the mechanical longsword over. However, the exotic crystal embedded in the groove had already been secretly removed by him. Yo, kid, you're quite sensible. The man who took the mechanical longsword glanced at Lin Xiu and said, apart from some rust, the mechanical longsword was almost intact and could definitely fetch a good price. Just this stuff? You're not hiding anything, are you? The man frowned as he scrutinized Lin Xiu and the others. We're just federal soldiers here to carry out a mission. Su Wen responded with a displeased expression. Let me search. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes as he walked slowly toward Lin Xiu and the others. Su Wen and the others' pupils contracted slightly, their weapons gripped tightly in their hands, and their aura suddenly intensified. This is simply intolerable. Forget it, let's go. At this moment, the long-haired man who had been silent all along spoke. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, his expression slightly changed. He let out a cold snort, his tone carrying a hint of unwillingness. Consider yourselves lucky. That group of people, holding mechanical longswords, slowly turned around and left in another direction. Su Wen, why didn't you take out those guys? Li angrily demanded. They were practically robbing us. The arrogance of those people just now was truly infuriating. Other soldiers also cast their gazes. After all, Su Wen was the team leader. Without his orders, no one dared to act rashly, but they all felt deeply aggrieved in their hearts. Su Wen glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, do you all have a death wish? What do you mean? Li Yi froze, then immediately burned with anger. That person is a third-tier martial artist, Lin Xiu said calmly. What? As soon as Lin Xiu spoke, Li Yi and the others were instantly shocked. You know? Su Wen appeared somewhat surprised. Although he could sense the man's formidable strength, he was unaware of the opponent's martial artist level. Yes, Lin Xiu nodded without offering much explanation. As long as the eye of analysis was activated, he could see everything clearly. Li Yi and the others gradually calmed down from their anger at this moment. The strength of a third-tier martial artist is truly overwhelming, completely beyond their ability to resist. Moreover, Lin Xiu is injured, so if they rashly start a fight now, there's almost no chance of winning. Roar! Ignore those people, let's head over there first. Su Wen spoke up again at this moment. Understood, everyone responded. Walking forward, Lin Xiu looked down and discovered several scattered parts, some of which seemed unusually familiar. He examined them closely and gradually realized that they appeared to be components of some kind of machine. What is this? It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Thinking carefully, Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He cautiously picked up the parts and, while no one was paying attention, quietly hid them in a concealed corner. It's a bit heavy to carry directly now, and it's uncertain whether complete parts can be found, so it's better to leave it here for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Wen and the others' attention had already been drawn to the front. They hadn't seen any trace of monsters before, but now they spotted their target ahead. What kind of zombies are these? Su Wen looked at the white zombies crawling all over the walls and rooftops not far away, feeling a wave of nausea rise in his heart. Those zombies were slowly wriggling, and from a distance, they looked like crawling maggots. Second-tier zombies, crawlers. Lin Xiu put down what he was holding, walked over, and explained. The eye of analysis showed that this type of zombie was extremely fast, but at the moment, from a distance, they were wriggling slowly like insects. Lin Xiu, you're practically a walking encyclopedia. You know everything, Li Yi couldn't help but praise. Almost everything encountered along the way, Lin Xiu could recognize, making him have to admire it. Watch me go up and take them down. A soldier, seeing the zombies moving slowly, showed a slight smile on his face, gripped his weapon tightly, and prepared to rush forward, intending to release the anger suppressed by those people. Be careful, don't act rashly, someone hurriedly shouted to stop him. Just as everyone was preparing to rush forward, Lin Xiu immediately stopped them. What's wrong? The past few days of interaction had not only earned Lin Xiu the trust of other soldiers but also that of Su Wen. Those zombies are not simple. Although they appear to move sluggishly, there must be something wrong with them, Lin Xiu said in a deep voice, furrowing his brows. The eye of analysis would never deceive him. It clearly indicated that these zombies were characterized by swift movements, so the truth must align with this. As for why they were currently crawling slowly, Lin Xiu speculated that it was most likely a form of disguise. Bang, bang, bang. Just like certain creatures in nature, in order to hunt, they first disguise themselves and then launch a surprise attack when the prey approaches. At this moment, Lin Xiu tightly gripped the silver soul with his left hand, pressing it against the ground, while his right hand drew a laser pistol, aimed at the pure white zombie corpse on the wall, and decided decisively pulled the trigger. A laser beam swiftly shot toward the target. However, something strange happened. The crawling corpse on the wall dodged the laser with the agility of a nimble gecko. Impossible. The soldier witnessing the scene widened his eyes. How could the laser beam, moving at such incredible speed, be easily dodged? Roar! But there was no time to think now. The zombies ahead seemed to have been startled, and several crawlers leapt down from the wall at an astonishing speed. They pressed their limbs to the ground, quickly forming a row. From a distance, it was a vast, pale mass that made one feel nauseous. So many. Li looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but swallow hard. Be careful, just don't get bitten. Lin Xiu's face turned serious as he looked at the crawlers, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Although the wound on his shoulder had healed, it was still not fully recovered. With his physique, it would take at least 2 or 3 more days before he could wield a weapon without worrying about the wound reopening. Su Wen had already entered combat mode, gripping the longsword tightly in her hand. Roar! A crawling corpse opened its bloodthirsty maw, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a beast-like roar as it led the other crawlers in a fierce charge toward Lin Xiu and the others. They moved on all fours, crawling like cheetahs with astonishing speed. It was a stark contrast to their earlier slow, wriggling movements. Kill! Su Wen gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. A slash tore through the air, instantly slicing a crawler in half. The strength of a second-tier evolved beast is equivalent to that of a first-tier warrior. Though not weak, it is not enough to inspire fear. After these days of training, the soldier's courage and skills have greatly improved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xiu couldn't charge forward with a rifle and could only provide support from the rear using a handgun. When a crawling zombie tried to pounce on a soldier, it was precisely hit by a laser beam, its head directly pierced through. Thank you. The soldier trembled all over, then let out a sigh of relief. These crawling corpses move extremely fast and are numerous. Once someone is knocked down, the subsequent crawling corpses swarm in, pinning the person down completely, leaving their fate uncertain. Everyone, be careful. These damned things are too fast. Su Wen swung his battle knife, missing several attacks before finally slicing a zombie in half. Lin Xiu's gaze was firmly locked on the front, providing cover for their battle. As the number of shots increased, his marksmanship became increasingly precise. After becoming familiar with the attack patterns of the crawling corpses, he could even predict their movements. Help! There were simply too many crawling corpses, and before long, a soldier was overwhelmed and knocked to the ground due to exhaustion. A crawling corpse seized the opportunity, opened its mouth wide, and bit down hard on his neck. His artery was severed, and blood gushed out instantly. In the distance, Lin Xiu reacted swiftly, a laser beam precisely hitting the head of the crawling corpse and instantly blasting it apart, but it was too late. At this moment, the crawling corpses behind him seemed to go mad, frantically pouncing on his body and desperately tearing and biting. Witnessing this horrifying scene, fear surged in the hearts of the other soldiers. Once fear takes hold, the will to fight gradually dissipates. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Su Wen shouted loudly upon seeing this. If you don't want to die, kill them for me. Su Wen's furious roar was like a wake-up call, snapping the soldiers back to their senses. Clenching their teeth, they pulled themselves together and continued to fight with all their might. The sacrifice of the soldier just now ignited their fighting spirit, and everyone began slashing wildly. One by one, the crawling corpses were chopped into pieces, and blood flowed across the ground. At this moment, Lin Xiu, who was continuously firing from the rear, suddenly heard a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully leveling up to level 14. Leveled up. That makes sense. Each of these crawling corpses provides over 3,000 experience points. Combined with the previous accumulation, leveling up is completely reasonable. Lin Xiu instinctively brought up the attribute panel in his mind. Level 14. Experience points, 15. Experience required for the next level, 1,607,528. Strength, 124. Constitution, 70. Speed, 60. Overall combat power, 888. Remaining potential points, 14. Level 14. But seeing that the next level actually requires over 1.6 million experience points, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel it was too unfair. Killing a third-tier warrior only gives tens of thousands of experience points. To reach level 15, who knows how long it will take. Level 15 is a critical milestone, it unlocks the gene lock. Without overthinking, Lin Xiu directly allocated 10 attribute points to Constitution, while the remaining 4 were added to Strength. Just after adding the attribute points, he felt a wave of comfort throughout his body, and his wounds began to itch, as if they were healing faster. The number of crawlers kept increasing, seemingly endless. Su Wen and the others were already feeling overwhelmed. If this continued, they feared they would all be in danger. I can't go on, I'm out of strength. On the other side, Li, after slashing a zombie to death, felt the battle knife in his hand grow unbearably heavy, almost impossible to hold. He began to grow weak and powerless, but the crawler behind him showed no signs of stopping, madly charging toward him. It's over. Li looked up and saw several snow-white crawlers pouncing toward him, their bloody mouths wide open, ready to bite into his body. He instinctively closed his eyes, but the pain he anticipated never came. What's going on? He opened his eyes and saw a silver spear piercing through the corpses of those crawlers. Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao standing in front of him, Li Yi was utterly shocked. His arm had just suffered such a severe injury. How could he still hold a spear to face the enemy? Won't this cause the wound to tear and bleed uncontrollably? Don't just stand there, kill quickly. Lin Xiao swiftly pulled out the spearhead and swung it again. He himself was quite surprised. Previously, he had only allocated attribute points to physique, but he hadn't expected the wound to heal at such an astonishing speed. He speculated that the wound had already started to scab over. Keep attacking. Stopping means death. Su Wen, now consumed by bloodlust, roared the command. Everyone gave their all, slaying a large number of crawlers. No one knew how much time had passed. By the time the last crawler fell, everyone could barely hold their weapons, their bodies trembling from exhaustion. Lin Xiao was panting heavily, the white bandage on his shoulder already soaked with blood. There was no helping it. No matter how fast he recovered, in such intense combat, many of his wounds had reopened. Fortunately, all the crawlers were eliminated. However, the survivors, including Lin Xiao, were reduced to only 6 people. Zhang Qi. 2 soldiers saw the completely deformed corpse and burst into tears. Li Yi and Su Wen's faces also darkened, their hearts heavy and filled with unbearable sorrow. In just 2 short days, the original 10-member team had been reduced to 6. Each time he watched his teammates fall helplessly, even Lin Xiao's mood grew unbearably heavy. Let's go, find a place to rest for a while, Lin Xiao sighed and said softly. He had no other choice but to keep fighting. 1 month later. Time flies, so fast that you can hardly feel its passing. It has been nearly a month since the cleanup mission at the Fortress of Light began. Apart from the initial 2 days when 4 soldiers were killed, there have been no further casualties. It should be all cleaned up now. As Lin Xiao pierced the twisted head of the last zombie with a shot, Su Wen muttered softly not far away. Within this month, the zombies in nearby towns, as well as some mutated beasts evolved due to nuclear pollution, were completely eradicated by everyone. Now the entire town is empty. Apart from the 6 of them, almost no other living creatures can be seen. Lin Xiao withdrew the spear inserted into the zombie's head, swung it in a circle, and flung off the blood on the tip. In fact, apart from the first 2 days when there were many zombies, the number of zombies significantly decreased over the remaining 20+ days. Exposed to the sun and wind all day, in just a month, Lin Xiao's skin had taken on a bronze hue. Originally handsome like a pretty boy, he had now transformed into the dashing figure of a soldier. The muscles on his arms were smooth and well-defined, brimming with explosive power. Every night, Lin Xiao still persisted in practicing his techniques, as the daytime battles were a tremendous exercise for both his body and martial skills. At this moment, he once again brought up the attribute panel. Level 14. Experience points 1,534,529. Experience needed for the next level 72,999. Strength 148. Constitution 89. Speed 65. Overall combat power 1249. It has actually reached an overall combat power of 1249? Lin Xiao looked at the number and couldn't help but feel surprised. The combat experience here far exceeded what he could gain while training at the academy. He thought to himself, as long as he could reach level 15, he might just become a second-tier warrior. A second-tier warrior in the second year of high school, that would be an incredibly terrifying existence. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Unfortunately, he was still over 70,000 experience points short and couldn't find any zombies or evolved beasts to kill. On the way back, when passing through the small town with remnants of the machine age, Li Yi seemed to trip over something, muttered softly, and then fell to the ground. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Li Yi got up annoyed, holding a strange object in his hand that looked like a mechanical wrist, and said with a face full of resentment. Lin Xiao was about to throw the thing far away when he suddenly stepped forward quickly and stopped him. Don't throw it, let me take a look. It's nothing but some worthless scrap metal, Li Yi said, noticing Lin Xiao seriously fiddling with the object, a trace of curiosity appearing on his face. Over the past month, Lin Xiao had been collecting these strange pieces of scrap metal every day and bringing them back to their temporary residence, which left Li Yi very puzzled. What use could these things possibly have? Ah, it really is what I thought. Finally, it's complete. Lin Xiao exclaimed loudly, carefully inspecting the object in his hand, his face brimming with excitement. Gather what? Li Yi asked curiously, only to see Lin Xiao already running quickly toward their temporary residence. Hey, wait for me. Li Yi hurriedly chased after him. For the past month, their temporary residence had been set up in the lobby of a building, as there were almost no monsters around, making it a relatively safe place. Host, Lin Xiao. Looking at the pile of mechanical parts stacked like a small mountain in the corner, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. A month's effort, and finally all these parts have been collected. When Su Wen and the others returned, they saw Lin Xiao focused intently on assembling that pile of parts. Don't disturb him. Just as he was about to step forward and ask Lin Xiao what on earth this thing was, Su Wen stopped Li Yi. Li Yi nodded, but his eyes remained fixed on Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed completely completely immersed in assembling, paying no attention to the surroundings. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage. Rage charge, 0/100. Time flew by quickly, and with Lin Xiu's skillful hands, a robot prototype gradually took shape in no time. Is this a mech? Li Yi witnessed the scene before him, his eyes widening in shock. No, it shouldn't be. Su Wen shook his head. Although the machine looked very much like a mech, it resembled a robot more. Moreover, the robot clearly exposed many gears on its body, giving it an extremely retro appearance. An hour passed, and Lin Xiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering slightly out of breath, finally finished assembling. So cool. A soldier, upon seeing the mechanical giant taller than a person, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. They had long noticed that Lin Xiu often brought back what seemed like discarded parts and strange metal gears, but they never expected he could assemble a robot out of them. Combat robots from the mechanical era are said to possess the strength of a first-tier warrior, Lin Xiu explained. Looking at the mechanical giant he had assembled with his own hands, Lin Xiu felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction surge within him. The robot's body was covered in rusted gears, leaving its operational status uncertain. But then again, how would he know without giving it a try? In the middle of the robot, there was a circular groove. Lin Xiu opened it and placed a crystal inside. Immediately, he pressed a button on the robot's body. Suddenly, the clanking sound of machinery echoed as the robot began to operate slowly, and the gears started turning amidst the noise. Will this really work? Li Yi looked at the towering robot and couldn't help but ask. It should be fine, Lin Xiu nodded in response. Soon, the robot's body began to flicker with tiny lights. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Those seemingly rusty gears were actually just aged on the surface. As the machine moved, some of the rust fell to the ground. The strength of a first-tier warrior? Impossible, a soldier said, looking at the slowly moving robot, unable to hold back a laugh. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Xiu's gaze swept toward him, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fine, let's try. The soldier responded disdainfully, completely unconvinced that he would lose to this newly assembled, outdated machine. Attack, Lin Xiu commanded the robot. During the setup, he had already input his voice commands, so the robot could naturally recognize them. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Xiu's voice, the robot slowly started moving, emitting a clattering mechanical sound. Watch me knock this robot down. The soldier chuckled, clenched his fist, and fiercely punched toward the robot. However, the robot, which had originally been moving sluggishly, suddenly became astonishingly fast as its internal gears spun at high speed. Su Wen's pupils involuntarily contracted at the sight of this scene. The smile on the soldier's face instantly froze, and his expression became complicated. Bang! His fist struck the robot, producing only a dull thud, without causing any damage. Immediately after, the robot's massive fist suddenly slammed into him, knocking him to the ground in an instant. Stop! Lin Xiu ordered again, and the robot, as if frozen in place, immediately stopped where it was. Amazing! Li Yi watched in stunned silence. Ah, cough cough, is this really something from the last century? The defeated soldier got up, still incredulous. Yes, this was the most powerful invention of that century, but the downside is that it consumes exotic crystals quickly. Lin Xiu sighed helplessly. A first-tier exotic crystal probably won't last even an hour before it's completely depleted. Let's go, let's head back to the Bright Fortress. The instructors should already be waiting for us there. Su Wen glanced at everyone and said calmly. Hearing his words, everyone felt a surge of excitement. An entire month, a whole month of fighting here. They had seen the ferocious faces of zombies, witnessed the terrifying ferocity of evolved beasts, and even watched their teammates die tragically before their eyes. All of this feels like a dream. Some soldiers had moist eyes, gently wiping away their tears. Being able to leave here is like walking out of the gates of hell. Next year, I fear there will be new Federation soldiers coming here again, Lin Xiu said as he walked ahead, sighing. Although these monsters have now been cleared out, a year later, new zombies and beasts might surge out from the depths again. All of this feels almost like an endless cycle. When they passed through that mechanical town, they suddenly saw some long-lost figures again. Yo, it's you guys again. A man spoke with a sinister grin. Su Wen looked at the few people ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. Last time they encountered them, the mechanical longsword Lin Xiu had found was snatched away. Looks like you've done quite well with your mission, huh? The bags at your waists are filled with exotic crystals, aren't they? Another man stared at the bags hanging from Lin Xiu and his team's waists. Clearly, those were the exotic crystals they had obtained after killing evolved beasts. They had already learned that the Federation soldiers' cleanup mission would take about a month. Conveniently, they came back exactly a month later, and unexpectedly ran into them. Seeing the cloth bags at their waists and the massive robot beside Lin Xiu, a greedy glint flashed across their faces. These things will definitely make a fortune when sold. Do you know what the consequences are for extorting federal soldiers? Su Wen's gaze turned cold as he stared at them and said. However, not only were those people unafraid, but they also burst into a fit of wild laughter. The ones I'm extorting are precisely you people from the Federation. Behind those people, the long-haired long-haired man who had remained silent all this time spoke faintly at this moment. Su Wen frowned deeply. This man had at least third-tier strength, giving him a dangerous sense of threat. Kid, you really know how to find things. Last time, you found a mechanical sword, and now you've even gotten your hands on a Model 3 transforming robot. A man who recognized its value stared greedily at the robot beside Lin Xiu as he spoke. This kind of thing has almost disappeared now. Who would have thought to see such a complete robot here? If sold, it could probably fetch a large sum of alliance coins. When it comes to something both safe and profitable, they are naturally willing to act. Come on, put the stuff down, all of it belongs to us. Since Lin Xiu had cooperated earlier by handing over the mechanical longsword, the man walked straight toward Lin Xiu just as before. Are you really planning to take it? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked coldly. Nonsense, hand it over to me. The man sneered coldly, reaching out to snatch the cloth bag from Lin Xiu's waist. At that moment, a flash of cold light streaked by. The man's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively trying to dodge, but it was already too late. You. The man looked down at his chest, where a silver spear had already pierced through his body. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How could Lin Xiu, who had seemed so frail and weak earlier, strike without hesitation? Sorry, my things are not for the dead. Lin Xiu sneered coldly, pulling the spear out of his body. Last time, he had reluctantly compromised due to a shoulder injury. Now that the injury had fully healed, his strength had greatly improved. Coming to steal his belongings, could it be that they were deliberately seeking death and delivering experience points to him? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a first-tier warrior and gaining 4,500 experience points. 4,500 experience points? It seems this guy was close to becoming a second-tier warrior. The surroundings instantly fell silent. No one expected Lin Xiu to kill one of their companions without hesitation. Courting death. The men opposite snapped back to their senses, drew their weapons, and launched a fierce attack on Lin Xiu. They thought the person just now was killed due to carelessness. After all, Lin Xiu looked young and couldn't possibly be stronger than them. Kill. Su Wen's pupils narrowed slightly as he roared. Last time, they couldn't deal with Lin Xiu. This time, after a month of combat training, their strength had clearly improved, especially Su Wen, who had just stepped into the second-tier warrior level. As soon as the words fell, the robot beside Lin Xiu suddenly made a noise and quickly transformed. Is this a transformer? Li Yi widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and said in disbelief. A few seconds later, the robot transformed into a giant mechanical wolf crouching on the ground. That's right, in the mechanical era, the most formidable combat machines, transformable robots. Lin Xiu leapt onto the mechanical wolf and charged swiftly toward the enemy. Playing tricks. Several men rushing forward saw Lin Xiu riding the mechanical giant wolf, their faces instantly twisted with ferocity. They brandished their weapons one after another, using various martial techniques to counterattack. Be careful. Su Wen's pupils contracted as he couldn't help but warn. The mechanical giant wolf moved swiftly, capable of precisely identifying the trajectory of enemy attacks and dodging nimbly. Poof! Lin Xiu let out a cold snort. A month of training had greatly increased his strength, and a mere first-rank martial artist could no longer pose a threat to him. Silver-tier martial skill, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. The spear in his hand thrust forward fiercely. A flash of cold light instantly transformed into a dense and dazzling brilliance. Lin Xiu rode the mechanical giant wolf through the crowd. The standing warriors widened their eyes in disbelief as one or two bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Without even realizing they were dead, they collapsed to the ground, silent forever. A notification sound of gaining experience echoed in Lin Xiu's mind. Checking the attribute panel, he was just over 40,000 experience points away from leveling up. Amazing. Li Yi and the others, who were about to charge forward, couldn't help but gape in astonishment at the scene before them. Over the past month, Lin Xiu's progress was evident to everyone, but no one expected him to become this monstrously powerful. In just 1 second, he actually killed 5 first-rank warriors. These were first-rank warriors, not ordinary enemies you see everywhere. Clap clap clap. Storm of Pear Blossoms, 5 kills in 1 second, truly impressive. At this moment, the long-haired man in the rear watched his teammates fall without a trace of anger. Instead, he cast an admiring glance at Lin Xiu and said, the others couldn't see clearly, but he could. Just now, Lin Xiu's strike had astonishingly delivered 6 thrusts in a single second. Lin Xiu fixed his gaze on him and said calmly, Lone Wolf, Zhou. Oh, you recognized me? The long-haired man rarely showed a hint of surprise. No way, it's him. Su Wen, with excellent hearing, was shocked upon hearing the voice. This person, like the assassin Shadow whom Lin Xiu had previously killed, was also a significant wanted criminal. Zhou, who had once massacred a squad of Federation soldiers, had an even higher bounty, reaching 2 million alliance coins. Lin Xiu remembered it by chance and didn't expect it to really be him. This guy is a tough character. The lone wolf who slaughtered an entire battalion? Li Yi turned his gaze to the long-haired man, his mouth agape in astonishment. Captain. The other 3 soldiers also turned their eyes toward Su Wen. Kill him. Su Wen's face darkened as he stared at Zhou, his eyes filled with rage. A former comrade had had previously died at his hands. Kill me? Do you think you can? Zhou Diaoyu sneered coldly, then took out a weapon wrapped in black cloth from behind his back. When the black cloth was torn away, it revealed a giant sword, an extremely broad giant sword. The giant sword was as black as ink, forged from some unknown, peculiar metal. This type of greatsword is commonly seen in western regions but is extremely rare within the Huaxia territory. Moreover, it demands an exceptionally high level of wrist strength from its user. Stay out of this, leave it to me. Lin Xiu immediately spoke up to stop Su Wen and the others as they seemed ready to step forward. Before his words had even faded, he leaped down from the mechanical war wolf. This person's aura is extremely dangerous, clearly someone who has killed countless people. Being worth a 2 million Union coin bounty from the Federation is enough to prove his extraordinary strength. However, Lin Xiu was not afraid at this moment. Instead, a faint excitement surged in his heart. As long as he killed this guy, he could gain a large amount of experience, likely advancing to level 15. Thinking of this, the spear in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a resonant sound. Lin Xiu, he's not someone you can deal with easily. Don't act recklessly. Su Wen reminded solemnly, his expression grave. Although Lin Xiu was formidable, the gap between a first-rank warrior and a third-rank warrior was like heaven and earth, almost insurmountable. Li Yi and the others, though filled with fear, still gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Cowardice and fear of death are by no means the character of federal soldiers. What's more, Lin Xiu is their comrade in arms. Even if they were to die in battle, they would never abandon him and flee. Interesting. I just love watching you Federation soldiers put on an act. Ever since Zhou Diaoyu revealed his greatsword, his gaze had suddenly turned fierce, no longer as indifferent as before, now filled with murderous intent. Don't worry, he's no match for me, Lin Xiu said, shaking his head. Ha ha ha. Zhou Diaoyu burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. I see you're at most close to a second-tier warrior, yet you dare to say such things. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? His gaze turned cold as he spoke in a frosty tone. Before Lin Xiu could make a move, Zhou Diaoyu had already swung his giant sword and charged forward. The speed was incredibly fast. It was even swifter than the shadow from before. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted slightly as he shouted to Su Wen and the others behind him, "Quick, fall back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Diaoyu swung his sword down. The speed was unbelievably fast. Accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air, Lin Xiu instinctively dodged to the right. The clothing on his shoulder was slashed by the blade, instantly tearing apart. A wave of fear surged in his heart. He clearly knew that the black greatsword must be extraordinarily heavy, yet he saw Zhou Diaoyu wielding it with extreme ease, and with just one hand. How astonishing must his wrist strength be? Interesting. Zhou Diaoyu missed his strike, let out a cold laugh, and continued to swing his sword in a frenzied attack. The onslaught was incredibly fierce, leaving Lin Xiu with hardly any chance to counterattack, forcing him to keep dodging. The surrounding ground was pitted with countless dents from the giant sword, uneven and rugged. Are we really not going to help? Li Yi couldn't help but ask. The other soldiers also gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes all turning toward Su Wen. Su Wen gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and said, "Do you think we can intervene in this battle?" He clenched his fists tightly, his heart a mix of emotions. Lin Xiu's growth rate was astonishing. He had thought he had already broken through to a second-tier warrior, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiu was only first-tier and could still clash head-on with a third-tier. Although Lin Xiu seemed to be at a slight disadvantage at the moment, the fact that he could contend with a third-tier warrior without being instantly defeated, even managing to dodge attacks, was proof of his strength. Zhou Diaoyu frowned deeply, his heart uneasy. This guy is clearly a first-tier warrior, his strength barely approaching second-tier. How is it that every one of my attacks misses him by just a tiny bit? He clenched his teeth, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. At the moment the next strike missed, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity and counterattacked with his silver spear. Rainstorm Pear Blossom. The spear thrust forward like a silver serpent, creating countless illusions in an instant. A cold glint flickered, but it seemed to be blocked by something. Petty tricks. Zhou Diaoyu let out a cold snort, the massive sword's blade blocking horizontally, completely fending off Lin Xiu's Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the clanging sounds of metal collisions, all the spear tips struck the giant sword, failing to pose the slightest threat to Zhou Diaoyu. If you could master more than 10 strikes per second, you might be able to hurt me a little. What a pity. Zhou Diaoyu let out a cold snort. Just as Lin Xiu was about to thrust his spear again, the source energy within Zhou Diaoyu's body rapidly infused into the giant sword. With a sudden jolt, Lin Xiu, who was preparing to attack, was struck by the source energy from the sword's body. Like a kite with a broken string, he was violently sent flying. Let me show you what true martial arts really are. Watching Lin Xiu being knocked away, Zhou Diaoyu seized the opportunity to press the attack, shouting loudly as a massive amount of source energy continued to pour into the giant sword. Silver martial art, Holy Light Crescent Slash. At this moment, he gripped the giant sword tightly with both hands, and as the martial art was unleashed, the black giant sword emitted a dazzling light. A powerful energy fluctuation seemed to slightly distort the surrounding air. Su Wen saw this scene and couldn't help help but gasp. Is this the power of a third-tier warrior's martial skill? It's terrifying. Li Yi and the others looked at the situation before them, their legs even feeling a bit weak. At this moment, Lin Xiu, who had been knocked into the air, was struggling to stabilize himself. Seeing this scene, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Danger, extreme danger. Die! Zhou Diaoyu, fully charged with power, roared furiously as he swung the giant sword through the air toward the distant Lin Xiu. The light on the giant sword instantly condensed into a massive crescent moon, slashing toward Lin Xiu at an incredible speed. The nearby iron pillar was sliced by the crescent moon, instantly breaking into two pieces. The power of this strike was so overwhelming that even if Lin Xiu used a weapon to defend, he wouldn't be able to block it. Die! Zhou Diaoyu roared in his heart as the crescent moon shot straight toward Lin Xiu. A loud explosion erupted, raising a cloud of dust into the sky. Humph, still not dead? Zhou Diaoyu sneered coldly, his tone full of contempt. This move is something that ordinary martial artists of the same level can't withstand, let alone Lin Xiu, who is just a first-level martial artist. The terrifying attack almost reduced him to dust. Could he possibly endure it? Lin Xiu? Li Yi looked at the scene before him, his body trembling slightly. Su Wen's gaze was also fixed firmly ahead, his expression grave. As the thick dust gradually dispersed, the sinister smile on Zhou Diaoyu's face suddenly froze, as if captured in a still frame. How is this possible? Ha, I knew that kid Lin Xiu wouldn't die so easily. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh joyfully as he watched Lin Xiu standing with a spear in hand. Lin Xiu was panting heavily at this moment. If not for his quick reaction to immediately activate rage, significantly boosting his attribute points, he would have likely perished under that move. Now, a wave of intense pain surged through his entire body, and his battlesuit was torn to shreds. It seems this battle is getting more and more interesting, Zhou Diaoyu snorted coldly, hoisting his giant sword and charging straight at Lin Xiu. The speed was still astonishingly fast. The giant sword was swung single-handedly by him, as if the air itself carried the sharp sound of breaking through. Seeing Lin Xiu not dodging but instead charging forward with his spear, Zhou Diaoyu instantly flew into a rage. He had been famous for a long time, defeating over 80 of more than 100 martial artists under his hand, and this was the first time he had been pushed to such a state by a first-tier martial artist. Only by killing him could this humiliation be washed away. Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted. With the help of rage, his strength had already broken through 2 levels. Although he was still 1 level weaker than Zhou Diaoyu, his momentum could not show any weakness. This battle would be either life or death. The spear and the giant sword collided rapidly, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. Lin Xiu had originally thought that the black giant sword was not heavy, but during the battle, he discovered that the black giant sword wielded by Zhou Diaoyu was extremely heavy. Carefully observing, Zhou Diaoyu's 5 fingers were much thicker than those of ordinary people. The giant sword in his hand was as flexible as plastic, and he wielded it with incredible speed. No, although Lin Xiu's speed is not inferior to Zhou Diaoyu's, he still can't break through his defense. Su Wen's face was grim as he watched Lin Xiu's repeated attempts to use Rain of Pear Blossoms, only for them to be blocked by the giant sword's blade. His heart was filled with unease. Lin Xiu, fight with all you've got and take him down. Li Yi clenched his fists tightly, muttering to himself. He couldn't intervene in this battle at all. Acting rashly would only lead to his death. Kid, did you take a forbidden drug? Zhou Diaoyu frowned. He clearly felt Lin Xiu's strength and speed surge in an instant, almost matching his own. Fortunately, his source power was much deeper, allowing him to easily block the tip of Lin Xiu's thrusting spear before swinging his massive black sword fiercely at Lin Xiu. Clang! Lin Xiu braced the spear with both hands to withstand the fierce strike, but the powerful impact still forced him to retreat several steps. The soul left a deep mark. Shadow Flash triple slash. Zhou Diaoyu pressed the attack, letting out a roar as he suddenly kicked off with both legs, disappearing instantly from where he stood. Another silver martial skill. Li Yi and the soldiers exclaimed in shock. This is dangerous. Su Wen's pupils contracted. Shadow Flash triple slash was considered one of the finest among silver martial skills. This technique is executed extremely quickly, capable of delivering 3 consecutive strikes in a very short time, with each strike stronger than the last. Just now, Zhou Diaoyu had exhausted his source energy attempting to unleash the Holy Light Crescent Slash, to no avail. At this moment, he no longer had the strength for a large-scale attack and could only rely on this move to kill Lin Xiu. Where is he? A faint glimmer flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Dang! Lin Xiu instinctively used his spear to block behind him. A strong force transmitted to his hand, causing a numbness in his palm, making it almost impossible to hold the spear steady. Upon closer inspection of the spear shaft, there were faint marks left at the point of impact. This black greatsword is incredibly sharp. Second strike. Without any pause, the second strike followed immediately. This time, it was a downward slash. If it hit, Lin Xiu would likely be split in 2. This time, it seems there's truly no chance of survival. Zhou Diaoyu's gaze was fierce, as if pouring all his strength into delivering a strike that shattered the air. The black iron greatsword slashed down with a roaring sound. Violet Rain Pear Blossom. Lin Xiu roared, then shouted loudly. He had originally intended to save this move to catch Zhou Daoyu off guard and deliver a fatal blow, but now the opportunity was gone. With Lin Xiu's shout, the source energy within his body instantly infused into the silver spear, Silver Soul. Clang, clang, clang. The spear seemed to sense Lin Xiu's fury and began to tremble slightly. Flames rapidly spread from the base of the spear shaft to the tip, and then Lin Xiu thrust fiercely. The flames instantly transformed into fiery birds. Su Wen was utterly astonished at the sight before him. He was, of course, familiar with Lin Xiu's usual 100 birds facing the phoenix martial technique, but the energy fluctuation before him clearly could only be unleashed by a silver-level martial technique. That's right, the growth-capable 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix martial skill card has now been upgraded to a silver martial skill because Lin Xiu has fully mastered bronze-level power. Dozens of flaming fiery birds accompanied Lin Xiu's spear thrust, charging straight at Zhou Daoyu. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the scorching heat of the flames, slightly warping. Zhou Daoyu's pupils slightly contracted, but he did not dodge and still swung his sword to counterattack. The spear tip and the great sword clashed violently, sparks flying everywhere. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Lin Xiu's body was sent flying, crashing into a distant wall. Swish, swish, swish. Pain spread throughout his body, a dull ache in his chest, and a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The attacks of dozens of flame birds left Zhou Daoyu's hair singed black, his cheeks scorched dark, and a trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he burst into loud laughter, activating instant shadow triple strike, with each strike stronger than the last, capable of absorbing the power of the opponent's martial techniques to enhance the next strike. Although Lin Xiu had just unleashed 100 birds facing the phoenix, which was formidable, it also caused Zhou Daoyu's final strike to reach its peak power. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his entire figure vanished once again from where he stood. The blade of the black giant's sword was already flickering with specks of light. The sound of air being torn apart echoed continuously, reverberating through the atmosphere. Looking at Lin Xiu, who seemed to be able to stand only by leaning against the wall behind him, Zhou Daoyu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Everything is over. Lin Xiu's eyes were fixed on Zhou Daoyu charging toward him, his right hand gripping the spear even tighter, his fingers clutching it like iron, refusing to let go. I can't die. I absolutely can't die here. The intense desire to survive made his blood seem to boil. At this moment, Zhou Daoyu's towering figure was already pressing toward Lin Xiu, his hands tightly gripping a massive black sword, his muscles bulging. Centered around him, a strong wind swept through, lifting a large amount of dust into the air. This overwhelming pressure was so intense that even Li Yi and the others in the distance felt suffocated, as if it was stifling enough to make one gasp for air. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted tightly. At the critical moment, his heart was unusually calm. The wind intertwined and rose, colliding to produce a dazzling light. That's right, this was exactly what he had seen before. In the sword strike Zhou Daoyu was about to deliver, he noticed Lin Xiu showing a look of surprise and joy. He couldn't help but frown, but quickly relaxed. No matter what, he's doomed. Get out of the way, Lin Xiu, Li Yi shouted loudly. This strike, if not avoided, would completely shatter the body no matter how strong it is. Su Wen was stunned because he realized that Lin Xiu was smiling. Let me tell you what true storm of pear blossoms is. Lin Xiu roared, his body not dodging but instead gripping the spear tightly and thrusting it directly forward. A flash of silver light, and in an instant, countless illusions appeared before Li Yi and the others. In the air, Zhou Daoyu was swinging his giant sword, about to strike down, when suddenly there was a bang sound. The momentum of the sword froze, and he stood firmly on the ground. The black giant's sword in his hand remained in a slashing posture, as if immobilized. What kind of martial technique is this? Zhou Daoyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and then a series of explosive bang-bang sounds continued to echo. Countless blood holes appeared on his body, with blood spurting out from the openings. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing a third-tier warrior and gaining experience. Lin Xiu hadn't finished hearing the prompt in his mind when his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Time passed without knowing how long. Lin Xiu's head throbbed with pain. He tried to shake his head and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was still lying in a room. Looking closely, the arrangement of the room seemed somewhat familiar. Ha! Lin Xiu, you're awake? A familiar voice came from beside him. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Yi. By the way, after killing Zhou Daoyu earlier, I passed out due to the aftereffects of fury and my injuries. I killed Zhou Daoyu. How much experience did I gain? He thought to himself as he brought up the attribute panel. Level 15. Experience points 85,994. Experience required for the next level 3,599,984. Strength 148. Constitution 89. Speed 65. Overall combat power 1249. Potential points 15. Ah, finally level 15. Finally broke through to level 15. Lin Xiu jumped up excitedly, cheering loudly. After leveling up for so long, he finally reached this important milestone. At this moment, there was also an information information icon flashing continuously next to the attribute panel, as if there were many notifications yet to be checked. Lin Xiu, could you have gone mad? Li Yi, who was standing nearby, saw the scene and muttered to himself, his mouth wide open. Ahem. Lin Xiu finally noticed Li Yi beside him and said with a smile, Li Yi, are we on the airship now? Yes, you've been unconscious for an entire day. Seeing that he looked normal, Li Yi let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu, you're awake? As the automatic door opened, Suwen walked in and said excitedly, we're already on our way back, and we should arrive at Starshine City soon. Your weapon and that robot are outside. Suwen nodded and, as he spoke, took a silver card out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiu. This is... Lin Xiu looked at the card and couldn't help but pause for a moment. This is the reward you earned for killing Shadow and Zhou Diaoyu. I helped you apply for it, and it's already been approved. There's 3 million Alliance coins on it, Suwen explained with a smile. 3 million? Lin Xiu was instantly a bit surprised and then remembered that both of them were martial artists with bounties from the federal government. With this money, I can get myself a new set of equipment. By the way, what's the date today? After the excitement, Lin Xiu suddenly remembered that the end of the semester was approaching. If he couldn't make it back in time, he might not have any grades for this term. The 12th. Li Yi was momentarily stunned, then thought for a moment before answering. The 12th? Lin Xiu's heart tightened. Isn't that today? This is bad. If he doesn't hurry back, there will be big trouble. Don't worry, it's just past 4 in the morning. We'll definitely reach Star Glory City in 2 hours. Suwen patted Lin Xiu's shoulder, comforting him. Assembly. At that moment, a loud call for gathering suddenly blared from the nearby loudspeaker. The instructor is calling for assembly. Hurry up. Upon hearing the sound, Suwen's expression immediately turned serious. Lin Xiu, do you want to rest a little longer? Li Yi was about to leave and turned to ask Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu shook his head. I'm fine. He then followed the two of them outside, where quite a few soldiers were already standing. Compared to a month ago, these people were noticeably more tanned, with a few more traces of determination on their faces. Quickly, everyone lined up in 2 rows. The original team of 40 people now had only 18 left. As for the other 22, there was no doubt they had already sacrificed their lives. Very good. Is everyone here? Qin Chang walked over from the other side, accompanied by 2 instructors. The 2 instructors each held a black box in their hands. Let me first make a summary. Qin Chang glanced around at the group standing upright and spoke in a deep voice. This operation lasted for a month. 7 members of the first squad were killed in action, leaving only 3 survivors. Second squad lost 6 members, with 4 survivors. Third squad lost 5 members, with 5 survivors. Fourth squad lost 4 members, with 6 survivors. Hearing Qin Chang's words, everyone fell silent. The comrades who once fought side by side would never return. Many soldiers couldn't help but choke with sobs. Just as the old saying goes, men don't shed tears easily, only when their hearts are truly broken. One member of the instructor team has fallen. Qin Chang paused for a moment before continuing. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. The members of the instructor team were at least third-tier powerhouses, and yet there were casualties among them? Everyone couldn't help but take a sharp breath, secretly wondering in their hearts just how terrifying was the enemy they encountered this time. Alright, let's begin presenting the awards now. Before Qin Chang's voice had faded, the 2 instructors beside him simultaneously opened the black boxes in their hands. Inside lay several medals quietly, glimmering with light. You've worked hard on this cleanup mission. Each of you will be awarded a 1-star medal. Qin Chang glanced at the 2 instructors beside him and nodded. A 1-star medal? Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then utterly shocked. This is an honor that only members of the Federal Army are qualified to receive, with star levels ranging from 1 to 5. The higher the star level, the greater the achievements it represents. Don't underestimate this 1-star medal. Once you have it, you enjoy priority when using transportation, and the police cannot arbitrarily detain the holder. Bang! Each medal has a unique code on the back, which is certified on the Martial Alliance website, and it also provides certain discounts when shopping. Before long, the instructors helped everyone pin the badge of the 1-star medal onto their shoulders. Everyone saluted in unison and soon dispersed. Lin Xiu, come over here for a moment. Just as Lin Xiu was about to return to his room, Qin Chang suddenly called out. Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback but still followed him to the front hall. Qin Chang stood by the airship's porthole, looking out the window. At this moment, they were already flying over Starshine City, not far from the airport. Are you interested in joining the Federal Army? Qin Chang pondered for a moment, then turned to Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu's performance had greatly surprised Qin Chang. At first, he thought Lin Xiu had been assigned this cleanup mission because he had offended someone. Moreover, at that time, he thought Lin Xiu's strength had not yet reached the 1st tier, but unexpectedly, it has now almost approached the 2nd tier. This growth rate is simply unbelievable. Even the most talented individuals in Xingyao City would struggle to achieve such speed. What's even more shocking is that Lin Xiu actually single-handedly killed the 2 third-tier warriors, Shadow and Lone Wolf, who were both wanted by the federal government. If it weren't for the soldier's firm confirmation, Qin Chang would never have believed any of this. Seeing Lin Xiu remain silent, Qin Chang frowned slightly and continued, with your talent, joining the Federal Army would undoubtedly allow you to reach unimaginable heights within a few years. Even the rank of Major General is not just a pipe dream. Qin Chang fixed his gaze on Lin Xiu. Although the status of federal soldiers was not particularly prominent, possessing the rank of Major General was an unparalleled honor. This was an opportunity countless martial artists dreamed of. I refuse, Lin Xiu replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Qin Chang was stunned and instinctively asked, why? How could a normal person easily give up such an opportunity? Bang, bang, bang. Come on, I'm only a sophomore in high school, and I still plan to go to college, Lin Xiu said with a wry smile. Qin Chang heard Lin Xiu's determination, sighed, but still said firmly, alright, but if you're interested after graduation, you're always welcome to come find me. The airship quickly landed at the airport. Su Wen, Li Yi, and the others were preparing to return to the federal government, while Lin Xiu was heading back to Starshine Academy. After a month of life and death experiences together, they had already formed a deep bond. Lin Xiu hugged them goodbye and said with a smile, goodbye. Goodbye. Su Wen nodded, a warm smile on his face. Bang. Remember to come and visit us when you have time, Li Yi said reluctantly. Lin Xiu nodded, glanced at the time, then pressed a button on the mechanical giant wolf beside him and mounted it directly. Carrying a large wooden box containing the Silver Soul Spear, he sped off towards Starshine Academy. By the way, I just realized he has his final exams today. He's still in his second year of high school. Li Yi suddenly came to his senses and said with a bitter smile. After spending a month together, Li Yi and the others simply couldn't see Lin Xiu as an ordinary high school student. He will reach heights that none of us can ever attain. Watching Lin Xiu's figure gradually fade into the distance, Su Wen muttered to himself. The mechanical giant wolf's speed was extremely fast, comparable to that of an ordinary maglev car. The body featured a hollow design, allowing a clear view of countless gears spinning continuously. So cool. Some young men and women, seeing Lin Xiu speeding past on the mechanical giant wolf, couldn't help but show expressions of envy. Isn't this something that only exists in the mechanical era? Could it be a replica? Someone with a keen eye said in surprise. But that kind of technology is completely different from existing science, and the manufacturing process is entirely distinct. Even if there were replicas, they could never reach the level of the mechanical giant wolf Lin Xiu was riding. Meanwhile, in the Tang family's hall, Tang Mubai was sitting on a chair, his brows tightly furrowed. Not being able to contact him for a month, Shadow must already be dead. In order to prevent the situation from dragging on, Tang Mubai had long bribed a killer wanted by the federal government, a warrior nicknamed Shadow, and ordered him to eliminate Lin Xiu directly. However, after an entire month had passed, when he thought he could contact him to confirm the progress, he found that he couldn't reach him at all. It was as if that person had suddenly vanished from the face of the earth. Master! At this moment, a middle-aged man ran in, panting heavily. What happened? Tang Mubai frowned and asked as he looked at him. That kid named Lin Xiu isn't dead. He's back now. What? Hearing this news, Tang Mubai's pupils involuntarily contracted. Oh no, the written exam is over, and the final competition is about to begin. Why hasn't Lin Xiu shown up yet? In class 29, Luo Yu frowned deeply. Could it be he really sacrificed himself? Thinking of this possibility, Luo Yu couldn't help but grow anxious. Luo Yu, the end-of-term competition has started. Quickly take your people to the arena, said class 2's homeroom teacher, Lu Bai, with a cold smile. Tang Tian has already returned, and his strength is even greater than expected. This time, class 2 might actually have someone break into the top 10 of the combat rankings. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Having such a student undoubtedly brings him great pride. Finally, he could erase the shame of class 2 students being defeated by class 29 last time. Teacher Luo, hasn't Lin Xiu returned yet? Yang Tian asked anxiously. He wasn't sure where exactly Lin Xiu had gone. Luo Li only vaguely mentioned that Lin Xiu had gone to a dangerous area for training, which would take about a month. Let's wait a bit longer, Luo Li said through gritted teeth. The competition hadn't officially started yet, and Lin Xiu's number was further back, so he wouldn't be in the first round. Today is the day the federal soldier returns home. I just hope he comes back safely. Over at the playground, 20 sparring platforms have already been constructed with sturdy stones. The school leaders are seated in the front row, while 20 teachers are stationed at each sparring platform, serving as judges. The end-of-term competition is a special part of the final exams, with students from grades 1 to 3 of high school all participating in combat trials. Everyone has a code name, opponents are decided by drawing lots, losers are eliminated, and winners continue until the final victory emerges. It is said that the top 10 in this final competition will receive guaranteed admission to prestigious universities. Apart from the 5 major academies, where else can be considered prestigious? The admission threshold for the 5 major academies is extremely high, which excites the students immensely. Although most people know that their chances of making it into the top 10 are slim, their enthusiasm cannot be extinguished. The first match officially begins. At this this moment, Principal Guijunding announced loudly, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. The contestants were called to the martial arts stage according to their numbers and began an intense competition. Mr. Yi, many students have shown significant improvement in their abilities during this final exam. Principal Guijunding sat nearby and spoke to Mr. Yi in a low voice. There was a tone of respect in his voice. Indeed, not bad. Mr. Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping over class 29 of the second year, and he said with a hint of regret, however, it seems that a very promising student didn't show up. A promising student? The principal was stunned and followed his gaze. Apart from the relatively strong classes 1 to 10, the level gap among the other classes is obvious. Guijunding shook his head, thinking that the potential candidate Mr. Yi mentioned was definitely not in these classes. The competition was proceeding in an orderly manner. Shortly after the competition began, a martial artist was kicked into the air, landing heavily on the ground, covered in blood. Medical personnel, come quickly. A large number of medical staff rushed over and carried the injured away. Number 208, Tang Tian wins. Tang Tian? He actually defeated Lei Liang, ranked 98th on the top 100 list, known as Thunder Tiger? Yang Tian looked over in surprise. Moreover, it was a one-sided suppression, beating the opponent until they were covered in blood and unconscious. It seems that Tang Tian's strength has indeed improved significantly. I heard Tang Tian returned from training on the path of death, Zhang Yi said solemnly. Yang Tian's heart trembled. No wonder he felt Tang Tian's powerful aura even from afar. It seems that Tang Tian and Lin Xiu have both become much stronger compared to before. Next, number 1024, Lin Xiu. Before long, the referee's voice came from the 15th martial arts platform. Lin Xiu is up? Yang Tian was startled, secretly thinking that this was bad. The final exam's total score is equally divided between the written test and the martial test. If both scores are 0, then Lin Xiu is very likely to be expelled from the school. Lin Xiu has already missed the written test, and now he hasn't participated in the martial test yet. The situation is dire. The bottom-ranked student who can defeat Tang Tian? I really want to see how strong he is, but it turns out he doesn't even dare to show up. Chen Xiao laughed loudly while standing on the competition platform. Chen Xiao ranks 150th on the combat power list and is renowned in the academy for his swordsmanship. Haha, what a loser. Seeing that Lin Xiu still hadn't shown up, he couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. At this moment, the referee turned to look at the audience below and then shouted loudly, Number 1024, Lin Xiu, are you here? If you don't show up within 10 seconds, it will be considered a forfeit. 10, 9, 8. Damn, this is really the end this time. Yang Tian couldn't help but say anxiously at this moment. Luo Li's face also turned grim. Could it be that something has happened to Lin Xiu over there? 2, I'm here. Just as the last second of the shout ended, a thunderous roar came from afar. Luo Li was startled and quickly turned around, a flash of joy in his eyes. Lin Xiu! Yang Tian shouted excitedly. Heavy footsteps approached rapidly, and everyone around turned to look in that direction, their eyes filled with astonishment. That was a handsome young man, riding a mechanical giant wolf, rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Tang Tian's gaze instantly turned cold and sinister. Not dead, she's actually still alive. Good, this time I must kill her. Only this way can I wash away my shame. As he was about to reach the martial arts stage, Lin Xiu suddenly exerted force, propelling himself into the air. He was dressed in a camouflage combat suit, carrying a massive black wooden box on his back. His face was unusually resolute, and his jet black eyes exuded a mysterious aura. To say this was the same useless Lin Xiu from over a month ago, no one would believe it. At this moment, almost everyone in the audience surged toward the martial arts stage. Take a good look, this is Lin Xiu. Some students shouted excitedly, especially those students at the bottom of the combat power rankings. Lin Xiu had now completely become their idol. After all, he had risen from the bottom all the way to defeat Tang Tian, who was ranked among the top 100. Good, you're still alive. I will make sure you die by my hand. Tang Tian stared coldly at Lin Xiu, his fists clenched tightly. Luo Li felt a wave of relief in his heart when he saw Lin Xiu rushing back. After this incident, he clearly sensed that Lin Xiu's aura was completely different from before. Even as the homeroom teacher, he felt that Lin Xiu exuded a dangerous vibe. You are Lin Xiu? Chen Xiao held a golden machete, the tip of the blade pointing directly at Lin Xiu, his tone probing. Although he sensed something unusual about Lin Xiu's aura, he refused to back down and still wouldn't withdraw the blade. Lin Xiu nodded. At this moment, he had almost reached the level of a second-tier warrior. The Chen Xiao in front of him ranked over 100 on the combat power list, and he couldn't even be bothered to activate the Eye of Analysis. Lin Xiu seems to have gotten a lot stronger. Yang Tian gazed at Lin Xiu standing on the martial arts stage. stage, secretly amazed. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed intently in Lin Xiu's direction. Both sides, get ready. The referee first glanced at Lin Xiu, then looked at Chen Xiao, and spoke. Begin. At the referee's command, Chen Xiao swung the golden cup machete and charged forward. As he approached Lin Xiu, he suddenly leaped, the heavy machete slashing straight toward Lin Xiu's body. This golden machete of Chen Xiao's is forged from Gamma I Star's golden brilliant stone, extremely sharp. If Lin Xiu doesn't dodge, the consequences would be unimaginable, a student whispered below the stage. Although Lin Xiu once defeated Tang Tian, I think that was just because Tang Tian underestimated him. Chen Xiao's blade techniques are domineering and fierce. Lin Xiu is definitely going to lose this time. A classmate snorted coldly, firmly supporting Chen Xiao. Bang! Just as the machete was about to strike Lin Xiu suddenly moved. The palms suddenly clapped together, directly catching the blade, accompanied by a crisp sound. What? The students below the stage were all stunned. They had thought Lin Xiu would dodge, but unexpectedly, he tightly caught the blade with both hands, even preventing Chen Xiao from pulling back the machete for a moment. Damn it! Chen Xiao roared furiously, desperately twisting the machete in his hand. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling the sharpness of the blade as a faint pain pricked his palms. As Chen Xiao forcefully twisted the machete, Lin Xiu had no choice but to let go of the blade. Chen Xiao let out a cold snort, stepped back several paces, and his expression turned grim. Although he usually looked down on Lin Xiu, it was only after truly crossing swords with him that he realized Lin Xiu's terrifying strength. What was even more surprising was the massive black wooden box strapped to Lin Xiu's back, its contents shrouded in mystery. Ah! Chen Xiao roared through gritted teeth, brandishing the golden goblet machete and charging forward again. Bronze martial skill, Falling Leaf 9 styles. This martial skill emphasizes each strike being sharper and faster than the last. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and nimbly dodged, the blade lightly grazing his cheek. Chen Xiao took advantage of the momentum and didn't let up, each strike faster than Lin Xiu's, yet he never managed to hit the target. Always just a little off. Lin Xiu's luck is just too good, a student exclaimed, seeing Lin Xiu dodge every attack at the last possible moment. Only those who truly understood the intricacies of the situation felt astonished. Is it my turn? As Chen Xiao finished swinging the ninth slash, Lin Xiu's lips curved into a slight smile, and he suddenly launched a powerful punch. Chen Xiao quickly used the blade to block, but felt the force of the punch travel through the blade and reverberate into his chest, sending him flying to the opposite side. The entire audience erupted in shock. Chen Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled to his feet, and fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Xiu. No way out. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his strength in his arms and legs. Fixing his gaze on Lin Xiu, who was still standing in place, he shouted loudly, "Flying stream descends 3,000 feet. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sprinted forward, his legs exerting force as he rapidly approached Lin Xiu. Then, with a leap, he swung his machete diagonally downward. It's here! Chen Xiao's unique skill, a torrent of 3,000 feet. The students watching Chen Xiao shouted excitedly. This move is extremely rare. In the entire Xingyao Academy, only Chen Xiao has mastered it. It can be said that this is his ultimate trump card. I didn't expect him to use this energy-draining martial technique in the very first battle. Could Lin Xiuzhen really be that difficult to deal with? Someone murmured in confusion. You must know, this first day's competition is the critical battle to determine the top 100. If strength is not conserved, the subsequent matches will become increasingly difficult. At this moment, no one spoke again, and all eyes were fixed intently on the intense scene on the martial stage. As Chen Xiao slashed diagonally with this strike, countless slender wind blades shot out in an instant. On the martial stage paved with special stone, dozens of deep cracks immediately appeared. Get out of the way! Yang Tian shouted excitedly upon seeing the situation. However, Lin Xiu seemed completely motionless, still standing firmly in place. Courting death. A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. He knew well that this move was extraordinarily powerful, enough to tear an ordinary person into pieces, and even a martial artist would not escape serious injury. Clap. Lin Xiu's clothes showed slight cracks, while the wooden box behind him had already shattered into countless splinters scattered all over the ground. Amid the shattered wooden box, a faint glint of cold light emerged. What was hidden inside the box? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xiu suddenly made his move. His right hand swiftly clenched, grabbing the cold, gleaming object at the center of the exploding wooden box, and then charged toward Chen Xiao. So fast was his speed that everyone only saw a shadow flash by. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to swing his blade to strike, he suddenly felt a glint of cold light arrive first. Accompanied by a loud clang, the long blade was forcefully struck away by Lin Xiu. You lost. Lin Xiu coldly uttered these three words. On the martial stage, one man, one spear, seemed to exude an aura of dominance over the world. Chen Xiao stared at the spear tip pressed against his neck, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. Just one move, and defeated? I lost. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Chen Xiao still admitted it with a bitter smile. Ranked 150th on the combat power list, Chen Xiao defeated Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. The students below the stage shouted excitedly. This was truly astonishing. No one expected that the wooden box behind Lin Xiu actually contained a weapon, and it was a spear. Number 1024, Lin Xiu wins, the referee teacher announced at this moment. He looked at Lin Xiu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. That kind of attack power just now would have been impossible without an extremely skilled mastery of one's weapon. Mr. Yi, sitting in the audience, also couldn't help but be slightly astonished as he watched Lin Xiu. It seems this kid has improved quite a bit. Mr. Yi, look quickly. Zhang Chao, ranked 23rd on our top 100 list, is about to take the stage. The principal, sitting next to Mr. Yi, excitedly pointed in that direction and said, Mr. Ye's identity is special. Even the principal had to show him respect. Upon hearing the principal's words, Mr. Yi did not turn to look at Zhang Chao but continued to focus his gaze on Lin Xiu. His interest in Lin Xiu grew stronger, and he couldn't help but anticipate what other surprises he might bring. Lin Xiu, welcome back. Luo Yu smiled as he watched Lin Xiu jump down from the stage. Students from the other 29 classes also came over, their faces full of joy. After all, Lin Xiu had truly brought great honor to the class this time. You seem to have gotten much stronger again, Zhang Yi said. He had originally regarded Lin Xiu as the target he wanted to surpass, but Lin Xiu's progress was so rapid that he simply couldn't keep up. Lin Xiu gave him a slight smile without saying much. Kid, where did you go to train this month? Yang Tian walked over and gave Lin Xiu a punch on the shoulder. Ha, a very dangerous place, Lin Xiu replied with a laugh. At this moment, back at the academy, he couldn't help but feel emotional. That month-long cleansing journey at the Fortress of Light still seemed vivid in his mind. The test of life and death, and the genuine friendship among warriors, all left an indelible impression on him. Speaking of which, this time could be considered a blessing in disguise. He should thank the Tang family for giving him this opportunity. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth. Those grudges will be repaid bit by bit. By the way, what is this thing? Yang Tian curiously looked at the mechanical giant wolf beside him. The others also turned their attention to it. This highly mechanical giant wolf attracted the attention of many students. Just an ordinary mechanical mount, merely a means of transportation, Lin Xiu replied indifferently, without offering further explanation. After all, this was a masterpiece from the mechanical era, preserved so well and extremely valuable. If it attracts others' covetousness, that would be troublesome. I really haven't seen anything like this for sale. Yang Tian shook his head, not thinking much about it. The history of the mechanical era is not included in standard textbooks, so the vast majority of students have no knowledge of it. There was still some time before it was his turn to go on stage. Lin Xiu sat under a big tree in the back playground and began checking system messages. Previously unconscious, coupled with rushing all the way here this morning, there is still quite a bit of information yet to be reviewed. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 15. Congratulations, Master, on successfully reaching level 15 and earning a lottery chance. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the new skill, Disguise. Congratulations, Master, on successfully unlocking the gene lock. Would you like to begin unlocking the first order gene lock? A flood of information surged in, leaving Lin Xiu somewhat dazed. However, one thing was certain: he had acquired a new skill called Disguise. Clicking on the Disguise icon, he saw the skill description. Camouflage. After successful use, it can conceal the aura of a warrior, transforming into the state of an ordinary person. Unless the opponent's level is more than 2 tiers higher, it cannot be detected. Note: can be activated or deactivated at any time. Lin Xiu curled his lips, feeling that this skill wasn't very useful. For showing off? There was indeed one lottery chance, but Lin Xiu didn't plan to use it for now, as there were too many people around. He clicked on the option to unlock the gene lock, and the screen immediately displayed a prompt: unlock the first level gene lock now? Y/N. Note: the process of unlocking the gene lock carries a 10% risk of death, a 20% chance of coma, and a 30% likelihood of unpredictable situations? Exclamation point. Lin Xiu saw these lines of text and couldn't help but curse. Isn't this just a trap? After thinking for a long time, Lin Xiu still didn't dare to press the confirm button. This system was simply too treacherous. It even had the possibility of death, and the probability was as high as 10%. Adding in other risks, the success rate of unlocking the first level gene lock was only 40%. Lin Xiu simply didn't dare to take this risk. He checked his attribute page and decided to allocate all 15 accumulated potential points to strength. As soon as he added the potential points, Lin Xiu felt a surge of immense power spreading throughout his body. The previously heavy silver soul spear now felt completely weightless, becoming increasingly easy to wield. 1024, Lin Xiu. At this moment, the loud broadcast voice sounded again. Hearing his name, Lin Xiu walked straight in that direction. The ones drawn for the match were all beginner-level martial artists, with the strongest being only a quasi-martial artist, posing no pressure for Lin Xiu. It was simply a one-sided defeat of the opponent. The students below the stage were already numb, with many calculating in their minds that when Lin Xiu went to test his combat power, he would probably squeeze directly into the top 15 50 of the combat power rankings. He actually came back from the Bright Fortress. Director of Education Zhang Lin watched Lin Xiu easily defeat his opponent on the martial arts stage, his brows furrowing involuntarily. That's right, he was the school leader who had previously suggested sending Lin Xiu to the Bright Fortress to carry out the cleanup mission. The Zhang family was a vassal of the Tang family, and in order to curry favor with the head of the Tang family, he had used his connections to punish Lin Xiu. What on earth is going on? But unexpectedly, Lin Xiu not only didn't die in that place but came back even stronger. This won't do. I have to find a way to kill that guy, or Tang Mubai might think of me as useless. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Lin glanced at the computer with the lottery system not far away, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Lin Xiu, you won again. Yang Tian couldn't help but exclaim happily as he saw Lin Xiu defeat another opponent. What a pity, I only won one match, Lin Xiu responded calmly. Congratulations on successfully making it to tomorrow's top 100 finals, the homeroom teacher Luo Li walked over and said with a smile. From morning until now, it was already afternoon. After fierce competition among tens of thousands of students, only 100 remained to continue in tomorrow's elimination round. This is truly a 1 in 100 existence. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, his gaze directed toward Tang Tian not far away. At this moment, Tang Tian's eyes were cold, filled with murderous intent. The students standing beside him seemed to sense the chill and stepped back one after another. Lin Xiu met his gaze, and Tang Tian's lips moved slightly. Although no sound came through, Lin Xiu understood his meaning. I will kill you. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, let out a cold laugh, and thought to himself that the outcome was still uncertain. Look, the drawing is starting. Yang Tian's eyes were fixed on the direction of the school leaders' seats, and he immediately saw that the massive 3D projection had already begun the drawing. This drawing randomly pairs the final 100 victorious students for battles. A large number of students turned their eyes toward the projection screen. Whoosh! The final competition sometimes also depends on a bit of luck. Indeed, some entry-level martial artists advance to the finals because they are fortunate enough to face weaker opponents along the way. The outcome of the draw has a significant impact on the final match. Ha, Lin Xiu, it would be great if you drew that entry-level martial artist. You'd win directly and advance to the next round, Yang Tian said with a laugh. Contestants who make it to the finals will receive rewards, and the further they advance, the more generous the rewards become. Anyone is fine. Lin Xiu spread his hands, but his eyes remained fixed on the projection. If he were to face one of the top 10 on the combat power rankings, the situation would become much more complicated. After all, geniuses emerge from all regions, and the top 10 are not only exceptionally talented but also seasoned seniors in their final year of high school, preparing to graduate. Their strength might even surpass his own. Zhang Lin looked at the draw results on the 3D projection, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting into a smile. He had already made secret arrangements earlier. No matter how the draw turned out, the person Lin Xiu would ultimately face was certain to be that individual. As the matchups were gradually revealed, some people showed joy on their faces when facing weaker opponents, while others were paired with strong adversaries and immediately looked distressed. After all, no one wants to be eliminated in the first round after making it to the finals. It's your turn. Number 1024 versus number 8. Number 8, Yi Gulin? How could it be him? Luo Li watched the scene, his brows tightly furrowed. Although he had confidence in Lin Xiu, seeing such a matchup inevitably made him nervous. Yi Gulin, ranked 4th on the combat power leaderboard, a senior high school student, but he was often not on campus, instead training in high-risk areas overrun by zombies and evolved beasts. It is said that he had just returned not long ago, and it was unclear whether this prodigy had already reached the level of a tier 3 warrior. It seems a bit tricky. Lin Xiu frowned. He had heard this name long ago. Due to going out for training, he stayed back a year in the 3rd grade. Since he was not yet 19, the school also accepted his situation. His combat experience was extensive, and his skills were truly fearsome. Lin Xiu, get a good rest tonight, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, no one from our class has ever made it to the finals, and this time we actually have two. Luo Li reminded. Bang! 2. Lin Xiu was startled, then saw Zhang Yi walking over. I also managed to get in by luck, Zhang Yi said. He used to look down on Lin Xiu, but after more than a month of rigorous training, he began to acknowledge their respective strengths. In this battle, the opponents were only quasi-martial artists, which could be considered fairly lucky. But in the first round, I'm up against Tang Tian. Zhang Yi looked at the matchup table with a wry smile. Tang Tian's strength was already close to a first-tier warrior before. After undergoing the path of death training, his strength is likely to have far surpassed the first tier. Good luck. Lin Xiu patted him on the shoulder. During this period, Zhang Yi has changed a lot and is no longer annoying. Back at the dormitory, Lin Xiu took a hot shower and comfortably lay on the bed. For over a month at the Bright Fortress, he had hardly had a chance to bathe, and this time he finally quenched that thirst. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiu suddenly remembered that he still had a monthly lottery chance, and with the one he just earned today, he had accumulated 2 lottery chances in total. Without thinking much, he directed directly entered the system and opened the lottery interface. Sure enough, the number of draws was clearly displayed below, 2 times. Clicking to start the draw, Lin Xiu immediately entered the familiar big wheel interface. Soon, that familiar big wheel appeared once again. This time, the draw interface was almost the same as last time, with the wheel still divided into 10 sections. However, there were some subtle changes. 3 slots were for martial arts cards, 3 slots for exotic crystals, 3 for potential pills, and the last, particularly small slot, was still the grand prize. Exotic crystals? They don't seem to have much use. The gift pack also seems to have disappeared, and it appears that these slots change every time a draw is made. The pattern of changes should refresh once a day, right? Lin Xiu didn't hesitate much and directly clicked the start spinning button at the center of the wheel. The wheel instantly began spinning at an extremely high speed. Potential pills or the grand prize, these two are more appealing, while the other martial arts cards and exotic crystals are not very useful. After all, he has yet to master his 2 current martial arts techniques, and exotic crystals, apart from extracting the source energy within for absorption, can only be sold for money, but he already has enough money. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing the pointer seemingly about to stop on the grand prize, Lin Xiu was so excited he almost shouted out loud. The previous grand prize was the martial arts card 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. If he wins this time, who knows what good thing he might get. Just as Lin Xiu was filled with anticipation, the next second, the pointer slid to the martial arts card section. Damn, he cursed in his heart. This thing was such a scam. He had clearly thought the pointer would stop at the grand prize, but it unexpectedly slid at the last second. With one remaining draw, Lin Xiu decided not to use it for now. There wasn't much on today's wheel that would be useful to him. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiu suddenly remembered that he had one lottery chance every month, and today he had just received an additional bonus draw. Combined, he now had 2 chances. Without thinking much, he directly entered the system and opened the lottery interface. Sure enough, the number of draws was clearly displayed below, 2. Lin Xiu clicked to start the draw, and the familiar big wheel interface immediately appeared before his eyes. Soon, that familiar big wheel came into view once again. Host, Lin Xiu. This time, the draw interface was similar to the last one, with the wheel still divided into 10 sections. However, upon closer inspection, there were slight changes. 3 slots were martial arts cards, 3 were exotic crystals, 3 were potential pills, and the last slot, which was very small, was still the grand prize. Exotic crystals? They don't seem very useful. The gift pack seems to have disappeared again, and these slots change every time there's a draw. Perhaps this change refreshes once a day? Lin Xiu didn't hesitate much and directly clicked the start spinning button in the center of the wheel. The wheel began spinning at an extremely fast speed. Note, all indicators for a normal person are above 38. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage. Rage charge, 0/100. Potential pills or the grand prize. He felt that the other martial arts cards and exotic crystals were not very useful. After all, the 2 martial arts techniques he currently mastered were not yet perfected. Exotic crystals, apart from extracting the source energy within for absorption, could only be sold for money, and he wasn't short of money. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing the pointer seemingly about to stop on the grand prize, Lin Xiu couldn't help but get excited. The last grand prize was the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix martial arts card. If he won the grand prize this time, who knows what kind of treasure it would be. Just as he was filled with anticipation, the next second, the pointer slid to the martial arts card section. This was simply outrageous. It clearly looked like the pointer was about to stop at the grand prize, but it slid away at the last second. With the remaining chance to draw, Lin Xiu decided not to use it for now. Today's roulette contents didn't seem to have anything particularly useful. When he exited the system interface in his mind, a sudden flash of light appeared before his eyes, and a crystal clear card materialized in front of him. Silver martial skill card? Lin Xiu was stunned. He caught the martial skill card from the air and examined it closely. It turned out to be a blade technique martial skill card, which immediately left him greatly disappointed. This was truly a ripoff. Lin Xiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch involuntarily. Ding! Synthesis system activated. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Synthesis system? Lin Xiu was slightly stunned and quickly opened the system interface, discovering a new window had appeared inside. By using any 3 cards of the same level, you can fuse them into a martial skill corresponding to the weapon. Looking at this note, Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then a trace of delight flashed in his eyes. Does this mean that by using 3 martial skill cards of the same level, one can synthesize a martial skill card for spear techniques? In that case, why not buy 2 more cheap silver martial skill cards and test the fusion effect? Lin Xiu knew very well that the martial arts cards gifted by the system were completely different from those in this world and were unique. For example, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix, this type of martial arts card couldn't be found in any related materials. Forget it, let's set it aside for now. When there are more chances to draw next time, I'll draw a few more cards at once. After carefully storing the silver martial arts card, Lin Xiu lay back on his soft bed. Rarely able to sleep on such a comfortable bed, he quickly drifted into a sweet dream. At the same time, a photo caused a huge stir on the internet. A transformable robot from the machine era. And it's still so well preserved? Could this be fake? Where did the blogger take this photo? Some knowledgeable individuals couldn't help but get excited upon seeing this scene. Although the mechanical giant wolf in the photo is covered in rust, it is undoubtedly preserved quite well. After some investigation, it was discovered that the shooting location seems to be Starshine Academy, but the sleeping Lin Xiu was completely unaware that trouble was quietly approaching him. Time quickly moved to the next day. Although over 90% of the students were eliminated yesterday, a large number of students still gathered around the martial arts stage today. Those who made it to the finals were almost all experts in the academy. Watching experts compete greatly benefits a warrior's training. Lin Xiu, be careful, that guy is tough to deal with. Luo Yu waved to signal him, and as Lin Xiu approached, he whispered a reminder. Lin Xiu nodded, his gaze shifting to the other side. The final is scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's almost time now. 50 contestants are already preparing on 25 martial arts platforms, while Lin Xiu and the remaining students will appear in the second round. Gu Lin, we'll be counting on you later. Somewhere in the academy, Zhang Lin patted Yi Gu Lin's shoulder, his tone firm. No problem. Yi Gu Lin was a tall and burly man with a crew cut, and his eyes exuded a fierce killing intent. Even Zhang Lin couldn't help but secretly marvel. Thinking about the upcoming duel, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Lin Xiu must die. At this moment, the martial arts competition officially began. A large number of students crowded under the stage, shouting and cheering, rooting for their favorite contestants. Are you from class 29? Tang Tian stared coldly at Zhang Yi opposite him, his voice carrying a hint of threat. That's right. Zhang Yi gripped his battle blade tightly, responding with a cautious expression. Although you're strong, I will never give up easily. Is that so? Tang Tian sneered. At the mention of class 29, he couldn't help clenching his fists, his heart restless and uneasy. Zhang Yi frowned deeply, seeing that Tang Tian didn't even take a weapon, clearly showing disdain for him. Gnashing his teeth, he raised the knife and charged forward, fiercely slashing at Tang Tian. Tang Tian let out a cold snort and nimbly sidestepped as the blade approached. His right hand slid past the edge of the blade, suddenly grabbing Zhang Yi's arm holding the knife. With a powerful twist, the arm instantly twisted like a pretzel. The knife fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Click. Ah! Zhang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the intense pain made him cry out miserably. Tang Tian did not stop. His left hand tightly gripped Zhang Yi's other arm and exerted force again, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. I will break all your limbs. Tang Tian's face twisted with ferocity as he prepared to apply more force, but suddenly, he heard an angry roar rushing toward him. His pupils shrank sharply, and he instinctively swung his fist to counter. A dull thud echoed as the two fists collided. Tang Tian couldn't help but take a few steps back, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. That's enough, isn't it? Lin Xiu said, his gaze fixed firmly on him. Watching the scene from below, Lin Xiu understood clearly that Tang Tian had long transferred all his hatred for him onto the classmates of class 29. Which class are you from? You can't intrude during a duel. The referee teacher immediately stopped Lin Xiu as he jumped onto the dueling platform. Do you want to watch a student being beaten to death right in front of you? Lin Xiu coldly stared at the referee teacher, his gaze carrying a chilling intensity. Feeling Lin Xiu's icy stare, the referee teacher couldn't help but shudder. What on earth is going on? How could a student emit such a powerful aura of oppression? Lin Xiu, quickly help him down first. Luo Li had already called for medical personnel. Lin Xiu nodded and helped Zhang Yi off the martial arts stage. Bang! Lin Xiu. Zhang Yi, lying on the automatic stretcher, gritted his teeth and insisted, despite his hands hurting to the point of almost losing sensation, you must win. No problem. Lin Xiu nodded firmly. Watching Zhang Yi being carried away by the medical staff, Lin Xiu's gaze returned to Tang Tian on the martial arts stage. Tang Tian wins. The referee announced the result. Don't worry, when it's my turn to face you, I'll crush your limbs. Tang Tian stepped off the stage and coldly said to Lin Xiu, this time, even if your dad comes, I'll beat you so badly you'll be searching for your teeth on the ground. Lin Xiu responded with a cold snort. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Tang Tian's pupils slightly contracted, but he quickly regained his composure, staring coldly at Lin Xiu. Talk is cheap. You'll find out when the time comes. Watching Tang Tian's departing figure, Lin Xiu frowned slightly, feeling a faint sense of unease in his heart. His aura had become much more dangerous, and his strength had clearly improved significantly. Number 1024, Lin Xiu. At this moment, Lin Xiu heard his name from the broadcast. The next round of the competition was about to begin. Lin Xiu, be careful, that guy is quite dangerous. Yang Tian was already standing beside the martial arts stage and specifically reminded Lin Xiu as he saw him walking over. All right. Lin Xiu nodded, tightly gripping his long spear, Silver Soul, and steadily stepped onto the martial arts stage. Lin Xiu had just stepped onto the stage when Yi Gu Lin followed shortly after. Seeing Yi Gu Lin's figure, Lin Xiu's expression became noticeably more cautious. Intuition told him that this person was extremely dangerous. Without Without much thought, he directly activated the Eye of Analysis. Character: Yi Gulin, second-tier warrior. Strength: 222. Constitution: 100. Comprehensive combat power: 1867. Seeing these stats, Lin Xiu's pupils slightly contracted. Second-tier warrior. This strength is terrifying. Except for being slightly inferior in speed, all other attributes are far superior to his own. At this moment, a large number of students had already gathered around the martial arts platform where Lin Xiu was located, and most of the students from other platforms had also been drawn over. After all, this duel was highly anticipated. On one side was Yi Gulin, ranked 4th on the combat power list and known as the Tiger of Star Glory, who rarely appeared at school. On the other side was Lin Xiu, once mocked as a good-for-nothing, whose strength had now rapidly improved. Haha, Lin Xiu actually ran into Yi Gulin. He's definitely doomed, a student mocked loudly. In his opinion, no matter how strong Lin Xiu was, it was impossible for him to defeat Yi Gulin. The outcome is still uncertain. Hearing this, Yang Tian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, glaring fiercely at that student. If Lin Xiu wins, I'll eat this entire martial arts stage. The student, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Alright, I'll be waiting to see you eat it." Yang Tian responded without showing any weakness, meeting him head-on. Mr. Yi, sitting in the audience, fixed his gaze on Lin Xiu and revealed a meaningful smile. Mr. Yi, that is Yi Gulin, ranked 4th on our school's combat strength leaderboard. A few school leaders beside him introduced. So young, and already a second-tier martial artist. I actually think Lin Xiu is quite impressive, Mr. Yi said slowly. Lin Xiu? The group was stunned, unable to understand why Mr. Yi would favor Lin Xiu. Although Lin Xiu's previous duel with Tang Tian had caused a sensation throughout the academy, defeating Tang Tian, almost no one believed he could beat Yi Gulin. After all, Yi Gulin was a second-tier martial artist, and reaching this level before the age of 18 was extremely rare. You are Lin Xiu? On the dueling platform, Yi Gulin stared coldly at Lin Xiu, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he were looking at a man on the brink of death. That's right, Lin Xiu's whole body tensed up. This guy's attributes are astonishing, and he often participates in real combat. The battle techniques honed between life and death are far beyond what students in the ivory tower can compare to. Very well, I will kill you. Yi Gulin grinned. That smile seemed gentle, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Lin Xiu noticed that Yi Gulin's weapon was neither a knife nor a sword, but a massive warhammer. Both sides, get ready. The referee glanced at his hands and continued to announce, "Let the duel begin." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding students quieted down, staring intently at the movements on the dueling platform. Can Lin Xiu win this battle, or will he be completely crushed by Yi Gulin? This is the answer everyone most wants to know. I'll smash your head. As soon as Yi Gulin spoke, he charged forward fiercely, like a tiger unleashed. Lin Xiu originally thought the heavy iron hammer wouldn't be fast, but he didn't expect his movements to be astonishingly swift. The hammer had almost struck Lin Xiu, but Lin Xiu quickly sidestepped, nimbly dodging it. The hammer landed heavily on the ground, causing vibrations that even the students below could feel as a slight tremor. "Oh, you actually dodged it?" Yi Gulin remarked with a hint of surprise, but he still gripped the heavy warhammer tightly and continued his frenzied attacks on Lin Xiu. Yang Tian, watching the scene from below, couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. If that warhammer hit someone, their bones would probably break, right? After dodging several attacks, Lin Xiu quickly channeled his source energy into the spear, preparing to face the next wave of impact. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiu thrust his spear fiercely toward Yi Gulin's body. Although Yi Gulin's warhammer appeared both massive and cumbersome, he wielded it as if it were weightless, effortlessly blocking in front of him. Speed, 65. Is this all you've got? Yi Gulin sneered coldly, suddenly swinging the warhammer with great force, instantly forcing Lin Xiu back a few steps. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt a slight numbness in his palm. The power of Yi Gulin's warhammer was truly overwhelming, and not only did he handle the heavy weapon without any sense of clumsiness, but he also wielded it with remarkable agility. No, I can't use the rage skill right now. The cooldown time is a full 3 days, and once it's used, there's no way to use it again afterward. However, Yi Gulin didn't give Lin Xiu any chance to think, swinging his warhammer and continuing his fierce assault. This time, Lin Xiu didn't dodge but instead took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense, especially when facing such heavy weapons. Purely defending would only put him at a greater disadvantage. The clash between the two remained intense, with sparks flying as their weapons collided. Lin Xiu's gaze was cold and stern, his spear as agile as a venomous dragon, seizing every opportunity to strike continuously. However, Yi Gulin's defense was exceptionally solid, successfully fending off Lin Xiu's attacks with every move. Is this all you've got? Yi Gulin laughed out loud. The flaw has appeared. Lin Xiu ignored his taunts, his pupils slightly contracted, and he focused intently on the moment the opponent's weapon was withdrawn, unleashing all his strength and launching a sudden attack. Martial skill, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Yi Gulin's originally relaxed expression instantly turned serious, his body instinctively sensing danger danger, and he reflexively used the giant hammer to block. But it was already too late. He had never expected Lin Xiu to use such a martial technique. Within a second, Lin Xiu thrust his spear at least 5 times in succession, each strike accurately hitting a different part of his body. The numerous students below the stage held their breath, staring intently at this thrilling scene. They had just witnessed Lin Xiu's speed suddenly increase, followed by a continuous barrage of spear strikes like phantoms, each one gleaming with a cold light. The next second, Yi Gulin took a few steps back, and faint traces of blood seeped from his right shoulder. Yi Gulin actually got injured by Lin Xiu's attack. The students on the scene were in an uproar upon witnessing this. Don't forget, Yi Gulin is hailed as the Tiger of Starlight, a super strong fighter. He was actually injured by Lin Xiu? This surprised quite a few people. See that? Who said Lin Xiu would definitely lose? Yang Tian said smugly to the student beside him. Yi Gulin just hasn't gone all out yet, the student replied disdainfully. Looking closely at the martial arts stage, despite being injured, Yi Gulin instead revealed a faint smile. Not bad, really not bad. Lin Xiu frowned deeply. That last strike was truly a pity. He had thought he could directly take down his opponent, but in the end, he only managed to land one hit, while the other 4 were completely blocked by the opponent. And all of this happened under circumstances where he had meticulously calculated that the opponent wouldn't be able to react in time. Yi Gulin's reaction speed could be described as godlike, truly admirable. Director of teaching Zhang Lin silently observed from the side, his brows slightly furrowed, and made a throat-slitting gesture when no one was paying attention. Yi Gulin nodded slightly, and in the next second, he struck first, darting out like a shadow. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly realized that Yi Gulin's figure had vanished before his eyes. In the air, silver martial skill, Mount Tai crushing the summit, a student shouted excitedly. This move demands extremely high strength and possesses astonishing power. Looking up, Yi Gulin had already appeared high in the air, gripping a giant hammer with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. The heavy iron hammer was like a towering mountain, and the intense source energy fluctuations nearly left Lin Xiu breathless. Escape is no longer possible. Since there's no way to avoid it, I can only face it head-on. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, gripping the long spear tightly. As if sensing its master's determination, it emitted a resonant sound. Flames instantly spread from the base of the spear to its tip. What martial skill is this? Everyone watched the scene in astonishment. Yang Tian recognized it as the 100 birds facing the phoenix that Lin Xiu had used before. Go! Lin Xiu roared fiercely, sweeping his spear through the air, and dozens of flaming birds immediately flew out. What kind of martial skill is this? A spear instructor widened his eyes. Since becoming a martial artist, he had neither seen nor heard of such a spear technique. 10 flaming birds swooped down on Yi Gulin, who was wielding a giant hammer and smashing it down, instantly heating up the surrounding air. With a resounding crash, Yi Gulin's giant hammer struck the flaming birds, unleashing a powerful impact as the surrounding air surged continuously. The ground shook violently, with fine cracks appearing one after another. Moments later, Lin Xiu, holding a silver spear, retreated several steps. Dozens of flame birds were blasted away by the giant hammer, and Yi Gulin's figure suddenly appeared. This strike of his completely neutralized the flame birds of 100 birds facing the phoenix. Looks like I need to get serious. Yi Gulin touched his slightly singed hair from contact with the flames, and his gaze instantly turned icy cold. Is that so? Lin Xiu's throat felt slightly sweet, although it seemed evenly matched just now. He was slightly injured by the powerful source energy of Yi Gulin. Yi Gulin licked his lips, then with a swish, charged forward once again. Lin Xiu did not dodge and met him head-on. The two were like two shadows, engaging in a rapid exchange on the sparring platform. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Every time Lin Xiu blocked Yi Gulin's attack, his palm ached faintly, feeling as if the spear was almost shaken out of his grip by the warhammer. Bang! Yi Gulin's strength was simply too overwhelming, too domineering. He gave Lin Xiu no chance to catch his breath, swinging the warhammer down like a torrential storm. It seems Lin Xiu is going to lose, a school leader beside Yi Gulin said with a smile. Mr. Yi remained silent, his gaze still fixed on Lin Xiu. Have you already exhausted all your trump cards? Lin Xiu once again used Rainstorm Pear Blossom, but this time, not only did it fail to hit Yi Gulin, it was completely blocked by the opponent. Slow, too slow. Yi Gulin roared, gripping the hammer with both hands and shaking it forcefully, directly forcing Lin Xiu back several steps. Immediately after, like a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage, he continued to charge at Lin Xiu. Silver tier martial skill, Fierce Tiger breaks the cage. As source energy continuously poured into the warhammer, a massive phantom of a hammerhead materialized around it. Ha! Yi Gulin's signature martial skill. Lin Xiu is definitely going to lose. A student couldn't help but shout loudly upon seeing the scene before him. Other students also showed shocked expressions. This powerful martial skill, full of a sense of strength, made many people afraid to breathe loudly. Is this the representative martial skill of the 4th ranked on the combat power list? Many students widened their eyes, afraid of missing this rare and exciting moment. Get out of the way. Luo Li on the sideline saw this, his pupils pupils slightly contracted, glaring angrily at Yi Gulin. Even he couldn't withstand this move. It was clearly a killing blow. If hit, he might be smashed into pulp by the powerful source energy. Die! Yi Gulin's face twisted with ferocity, brimming with murderous intent. This move's attack range covers the entire arena, leaving absolutely no place to hide. What to do? Lin Xiu's expression changed drastically, his gaze fixed on the massive hammerhead phantom transformed from the warhammer, as if a ferocious tiger had broken free from its cage and was pouncing toward him. He gripped his spear tightly with both hands, gritting his teeth in preparation to defend. He cannot lose, and he absolutely will not lose. The spear seemed to tremble slightly at this moment, emitting a resonant clang. Get down! Jump down quickly! Luo Li shouted. Losing was one thing, but if he didn't jump down, he might lose his life. The surrounding students scattered one after another, no one daring to approach the dueling platform. As Yi Gulin's strike came crashing down heavily, an explosive roar erupted instantly. The martial arts stage instantly cracked with countless fissures, and thick dust rose from the center. Ah, you're not dead yet. Yi Gulin laughed loudly at this moment. That strike just now was his full-strength attack, one that even a second-tier martial artist of equal strength wouldn't dare to take head-on. Unexpectedly, that kid managed to withstand it. What a pity. Even though you jumped off the martial arts stage and lost, you definitely won't die so easily. As the thick dust gradually dispersed, the depression on the platform became clearly visible, especially the center, which was the most severely sunken. It should be noted that the stone material of this martial arts platform is extremely special, with a hardness almost comparable to steel, yet it was deformed to such an extent. Lin Xiu. Yang Tian stared at the platform in shock. Could Lin Xiu really have been crushed to death? Many girls covered their eyes, seemingly unable to bear looking directly at the tragic scene on the platform. Could it really lead to someone's death? The school leader on the seat frowned deeply. Although the death of an ordinary student wouldn't have much impact, it was still an unpleasant matter, especially with Mr. Yi present. However, what puzzled them was that Mr. Yi's lips were slightly curved at this moment, as if he was very interested in the situation on the martial arts stage. Almost got killed by you. The smile on Yi Gulin's face, which had been full of laughter, suddenly froze and turned serious. Lin Xiu is fine. Yang Tian rubbed his eyes and shouted excitedly. Clang, clang, clang. Those who had just covered their eyes also reacted, turning their heads to look toward the center of the scene. As the dust settled, Lin Xiu stood prominently in the center, holding a gun with both hands raised above his head in a defensive posture. His clothes were tattered and torn, making him look extremely disheveled. Whoosh! Lin Xiu took a deep breath and slowly pulled his foot out of the ground. He had originally planned to save the rage skill for the final match, but now there was no way out. If not for forcibly boosting his attributes with rage, he would have been finished just now. However, even so, he still suffered significant injuries. Impossible. How are you not dead? Yi Gulin's face twisted in fury, looking extremely unpleasant. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin, who had been smugly triumphant, was also stunned to see Lin Xiu unharmed. He actually managed to withstand such an attack? Clack, clack. Lin Xiu steadied himself, twisting his body as his bones emitted a series of cracking sounds. Rage only lasts for 3 minutes. I must defeat him within these 3 minutes, or it's all over. Lin Xiu fixed his gaze on Yi Gulin, who was charging at him again. His eyes narrowed as he gripped his spear tightly and thrust it forward with force. The spear thrust straight at Yi Gulin like a flash of lightning. Useless! Yi Gulin roared, instinctively dodging while swinging his warhammer fiercely at Lin Xiu. This time, Lin Xiu did not use the shaft of the spear to block but instead aimed the spearhead directly at the warhammer. Courting death. Yi Gulin sneered viciously. How could a spearhead possibly pierce through a warhammer? Utterly delusional. A deafening loud noise seemed as if it would shatter eardrums. Yi Gulin's hand holding the warhammer went numb, almost losing grip. With a massive infusion of source energy, the spear's silver soul became extraordinarily rigid. His warhammer couldn't bend the spear tip at all. Instead, the spear tip left a dent on the warhammer. Chaotic hammer storm. Yi Gulin's eyes were bloodshot, burning with rage, vowing to smash Lin Xiu into pulp. No one could make him so humiliated. The silver tier martial skill, Chaotic Hammer Storm, allows the user to unleash astonishing power in a short time, with the warhammer swinging like a phantom, comparable to the dominance of Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Lin Xiu showed no weakness, immediately displaying his own martial skill. The sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously, and Lin Xiu's spear successfully blocked each attack. Moreover, his thrusting speed was even faster. For every swing of Yi Gulin's hammer, Lin Xiu could strike twice with his spear. As Lin Xiu's offensive continued, Yi Gulin's clothes were torn apart. Impossible! Impossible! Yi Gulin went completely mad, never expecting Lin Xiu to have hidden his strength. Don't forget, his martial skill, Tiger Breaks the Cage, just now consumed an extreme amount of source energy, and now he has very little left. Once his source energy is exhausted, his combat power will drop significantly. Ah! At this moment, Yi Gulin seemed to have lost his mind, wildly swinging his warhammer and smashing it fiercely toward Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, shifted his body to the side, and and easily dodged the attack. The surface of the martial arts stage was pitted with dents from continuous impacts, left in a terrible state. Yi Gulin has lost, Luo Yu said with a sigh of relief, speaking slowly. Although it seemed like Lin Xiu was dodging at the moment, in reality, Yi Gulin was already exhausted and hoarse. As long as he avoided a direct confrontation, victory was within easy reach. Sure enough, after dodging dozens of attacks in succession, Lin Xiu's spear suddenly slashed, the tip of the spear fiercely cutting against the warhammer. With a loud bang, the warhammer was struck and flew several meters away. The tip of the spear steadily pointed at Yi Gulin's forehead. The surroundings instantly fell into silence. Ranked fourth on the power rankings and hailed as the Tiger of Star Glory, Yi Gulin actually lost? Many found it hard to believe for a moment, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Ha! Lin Xiu won! Lin Xiu won! Yang Tian shouted excitedly, completely ignoring the astonished gazes around him. As his shouts echoed, the crowd on site gradually came to their senses, and a clamor erupted instantly. Bang! Zhang Lin's face changed drastically, startled to the point of falling off his chair. How is this possible? Yi Gulin actually lost. Ha! Get ready to eat the martial arts stage. Yang Tian glanced at the student beside him and said mockingly. The student's face turned as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. After glaring at Yang Tian, he slinked away dejectedly. I now declare that in this battle, Lin Xiu is the winner. Lin Xiu! Lin Xiu! Knock, knock, knock. The entire venue erupted, and everyone cheered for this incredible victory. However, at this moment, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Yi Gulin's mouth, and he immediately took out a black circular object from his pocket. Lin Xiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief the moment the referee announced his victory. However, as soon as the rage state ended, the aftereffects followed. The 5 minutes of fatigue almost made Lin Xiu unable to stand steadily. He hurriedly used the bottom end of his spear to prop himself up and stabilize his posture. At this moment, Lin Xiu heard a deep voice. Turning his head, he saw Yi Gulin throwing a round black object toward him. Spread out quickly. The referee teacher's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this and shouted loudly. In the seating area, the school leader's expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, Mr. Yi had already moved. He slammed the seating area forcefully and leapt into the air. He was like a shadow, rushing onto the martial arts stage at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A loud bang echoed in all directions, and the ground seemed to tremble along with it. The nearest students were blown away by the intense impact. The martial arts stage collapsed in an instant. You're dead, you're dead. Amid the swirling dust, Yi Gulin laughed maniacally. That is the M12 bomb, ultra miniature yet with astonishing explosive power, something you can't find on the market. The explosion left Yi Gulin's clothes in tatters, his body covered in wounds, and blood stained his entire figure. Quick, call the medical team. Most of the people around were beginners or quasi-warriors, with relatively weak abilities, and many students were seriously injured. Yi Gulin stared straight ahead. When the dust settled, Lin Xiu was still standing tall, completely unscathed. Young man, you've gone too far. Mr. Yi stopped and turned his gaze to Yi Gulin. Upon closer inspection, there was a barely noticeable circular shield surrounding Mr. Yi. This was precisely an advanced technique of source energy, circle. Usually, 1st to 3rd tier warriors practice bronze and silver combat techniques, 4th to 6th tier can train in agility techniques, and above 6th tier, source energy can be externalized to form a circular shield to block various attacks. Yi Gulin's eyes widened. He wasn't a fool. It was obvious that the person in front of him was definitely a warrior above the 6th tier. Previously injured, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood with and, overwhelmed with anger, he directly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Are you okay? Mr. Yi turned around and asked Lin Xiu with concern. It's okay. Lin Xiu shook his head, still feeling lingering fear. If not for the timely appearance of the person before him, he might not have escaped injury or death. Mr. Yi nodded, revealing a faint smile. I have high hopes for you. He patted Lin Xiu's shoulder, and just as Lin Xiu was feeling puzzled, Mr. Yi pushed off with the tip of his foot and flew back to his seat. Medical staff, hurry over. Zhang Lin saw Yi Gulin collapsed on the ground and couldn't help but shout. He never expected Yi Gulin to be forced into such a situation, and what angered him even more was that Lin Xiu had actually survived, leaving him with no way to explain himself to the Tang family. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will deal with him personally. Tang Tian suddenly appeared behind Zhang Lin and said coldly, Mr. Yi, are you alright? A nervous school leader seated nearby asked. Instead of asking if I'm alright, you'd better go check on those injured students, Mr. Yi sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Hearing his words, the school leaders broke out in a cold sweat and respectfully said, Yes, you are absolutely right. Lin Xiu, how are you? Do you need to go to the medical station? Luo Yu looked at Lin Xiu, who was walking over from the shattered martial arts platform, and asked with concern. No need. Lin Xiu shook his head, still feeling fatigued, estimating that he wouldn't have much energy left for the next battle. Due to special circumstances, the next round of the competition is postponed. The broadcast sounded, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, giving himself some time to catch his breath. The impact impact caused by Yi Gulin this time was truly enormous, with nearly hundreds of students around suffering injuries to varying degrees. Damn it, that really scared me. I never thought that Yi Gulin would even use a bomb. What Starshine Tiger? Just a despicable scoundrel. Yang Tian walked over, patting his chest, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. He still felt a bit weak inside. If he hadn't happened to fail to squeeze to the very front to watch, he might have been the one injured. What's going on? The scene is still somewhat chaotic at the moment. The next round of the competition is postponed until noon. Everyone, take a break for now. Luo Yu clearly noticed that Lin Xiu seemed a bit exhausted, so he supported him and walked to the side. By the way, who was that person just now? Lin Xiu suddenly remembered the elder who had appeared in front of him earlier, using source energy to form a protective shield to block the explosion's impact. Mr. Yi? Luo Li's voice also lowered. He is a mentor from a prestigious academy and has been here for a while. He was also present last time when you participated in the martial arts competition. Prestigious academy? I'm not sure which one exactly, but he should be a mentor from one of the 5 major academies, Luo Li said after thinking for a moment. As for this visiting figure, Luo Li actually didn't know much, but judging from the reaction of the school leadership, his background was definitely significant. At this moment, Lin Xiu was sitting in the lounge, still replaying the scene from earlier in his mind. So this is the power of a high-level martial artist. That overwhelming source energy seems to still be resonating within his body even now. The martial techniques he had mastered were far too few, apart from 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix and Rain of Pear Blossoms, and both of these moves had already been used. Anyone observant enough would naturally find a way to counter them. If only he had drawn a spear technique skill card last night. Shaking his head, Lin Xiu once again opened the system's lottery page, and the prizes on the big will made him involuntarily show a surprised expression. A gift pack. Another gift pack appeared. At this moment, seeing this scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help but get excited. The last rapid growth gift pack brought him many benefits. What kind of gift pack would it be this time? Lin Xiu held his breath, focused his thoughts, and clicked the lottery button in the center. The wheel immediately began spinning rapidly. 3 slots are gift packs, 3 slots are martial skill cards, 3 slots are weapons, and the rest are grand prizes. The chance of getting a gift pack is 30%, which is quite high. A gift pack. Watching the pointer slowly decelerate, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and said, this time, his luck was extraordinary. The pointer actually stopped on the gift pack slot. Clang. Yes. Lin Xiu stood up excitedly. Fortunately, he was the only one in the lounge. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would definitely think he had gone crazy. Congratulations, Master, you have received a martial arts card gift pack. As Lin Xiu clicked to claim with his thoughts, a huge red gift bag appeared in front of him, exactly the same as last time. Martial skill card gift pack? Lin Xiu reached into the red gift bag, and in an instant, he pulled out 3 shimmering martial skill cards. 2 silver martial skill cards, namely the spear technique Rainbow Piercing the Sun and the blade technique Heaven and Earth Slash, along with 1 bronze martial skill card, the sword technique Frost Strike. Rainbow Piercing the Sun? Lin Xiu stared at the spear technique card, his eyes immediately lighting up. He carefully pondered it and realized that this move could greatly enhance speed when used, followed by a powerful thrusting attack. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiu frowned. This martial technique seemed mediocre, even inferior to his own, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Sword techniques and blade techniques were definitely of no use to him, but should he give this spear technique a try? Suddenly, he was startled and remembered that synthesis system. How about giving it a try? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu immediately activated the synthesis system at the back of his head, while taking out the previous silver martial skill card and the 2 newly obtained silver martial skill cards. 3 silver martial skill cards floated in the air. Please select the type of martial skill. A prompt sounded in his mind, and various martial skill options appeared on the system interface. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and directly clicked on Spear. Confirm synthesis? As Lin Xiu confirmed in his mind, the 3 silver cards instantly fused into one. A blinding flash of light streaked by, causing Lin Xiu to squint his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 3 silver martial skill cards merged into one. Congratulations, Master. The martial skill card fusion was successful. Lin Xiu took the newly fused martial skill card floating in the air. A shadow was engraved on the card, a tall figure holding a long spear, seemingly ready to break through the card at any moment, exuding an imposing aura. 2 golden characters were embossed in the center of the silver card, Judgment. Just hearing the name makes it sound powerful. Lin Xiu secretly swallowed his saliva. Although it was a silver-level martial skill, it looked quite formidable. Since there was still time, he didn't think much and directly absorbed the martial skill card into his mind. A large amount of information instantly flooded into his mind. After absorbing the information from the martial arts card, the card became extremely ordinary. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. This martial art, just like its arrogant name, seemed incredibly powerful. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Yi Gulin has been disciplined by the school for the injury incident. Don't underestimate the punishment. It means the 5 great academies will never accept him. him. For Yi Gulin, who dreams of securing a spot in the 5 great academies, this is the most unbearable penalty. You lost. A new round of the competition continues, 50-25. Lin Xiu, hurry up, the competition is about to start. Luo Yu waved and shouted at the tardy Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded and walked straight toward the martial stage. Having just defeated Yi Gulin, many students turned their gazes toward him. This was undoubtedly a legendary figure, going from the bottom of the school to defeating the 4th-ranked powerhouse on the combat strength list. Who else had such ability? This round, Lin Xiu's opponent was a girl who wielded dual rings as her weapon. Both sides, get ready. Match, start. After the referee gave the order, neither of the two on the field moved. Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled at this moment. The girl kept staring at him without making any moves, and he couldn't sense even the slightest fighting intent from her. Lin Xiu. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded, and in the next instant, the girl suddenly rushed forward. Is it about to start? Lin Xiu gripped his spear tightly, ready to face the battle, but the girl suddenly hugged him, then gently kissed his cheek and said with a smile, "Idol, I surrender." After speaking, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly jumped off the martial arts stage. Lin Xiu was stunned, then felt both amused and exasperated. What on earth was going on? At this moment, the students in the audience erupted into cheers and jeers. Lin Xiu had no idea that ever since his experiences were posted on the school forum, his popularity had skyrocketed. Especially with his handsome looks, he had won over a large number of female fans in the academy. Lin Xiu wins. The referee teacher's mouth twitched as he glanced at Lin Xiu with a hint of envy before announcing the result. Hee, Lin Xiu feels good, doesn't it? Yang Tian gave Lin Xiu a lewd smile as he walked down. Get lost. Lin Xiu glared at him irritably. He had originally planned to have a proper fight, but he hadn't expected it to end in such a dramatic way. He touched his cheek, where there seemed to be a lingering trace of warmth. However, now is not the time to overthink these things. Lin Xiu, who had traveled through time, had always lacked a sense of security. Become stronger. Keep getting stronger. Soon, after this round of competition ended, the drawing of lots began again. This time, it was 25 competing for 12 spots. Because there was one extra person, one group would have 3 people competing for one spot. The drawing of lots has started. If Lin Xiu encounters that quasi-martial artist, there will definitely be no problem. Yang Tian said excitedly as he looked at the 3D projection over there. When the drawing ended, Luo Li's eyes suddenly widened. Zhang Tao, Zhu Jun. It's a 3-person battle? Lin Xiu looked over there and couldn't help but smile wryly. This luck is really quite peculiar. Zhang Tao and Zhu Jun? Aren't they the 10th and 12th on the combat power rankings? Yang Tian showed a surprised expression at this moment. This might be troublesome. It's just a 3-person battle. They wouldn't knock me out first, would they? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and then spoke. Yang Tian glanced at him and said with a wry smile, not necessarily. I heard that these two have an excellent relationship. In this 3-person battle, it's very likely that the two will join forces against one from the start. 1 against 2. As long as their strength isn't as strong as Yi Gulin's, I should still have a chance to win. Go to hell. Although the newly learned martial skill isn't yet mastered, its power remains, and it can be used as a trump card when the time comes. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Lin Xiu practiced wielding his weapon on the nearby training field. As his strength improved, the weight of the silver soul spear seemed to have lightened significantly. Are you Lin Xiu? Before long, a figure approached, staring at Lin Xiu as he spoke. Lin Xiu glanced sideways and saw a tall, burly man whose gaze was firmly fixed on him. What caught Lin Xiu's attention was that he was also holding a long spear, its cold gleam dazzling under the sunlight. My name is Malone. I hope you make it to the next round. Then, I'll show you who the true spear king is, the man said coldly, full of arrogance. I'll take first place. As long as you can hold your ground against me, I'll show you what true spear technique is. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and responded without backing down. Whoosh. Arrogant. Malone snorted coldly and turned to leave. He had been practicing with the spear since childhood and never thought he would lose to Lin Xiu. Time flew by, and after a hearty lunch and more than an hour of rest, the competition to narrow 25 contestants down to 12 began. Boom. As usual, the martial arts stage where Lin Xiu was competing was surrounded by a crowd. Well, the one who got knocked off the stage last time actually came back? Yang Tian sneered as he spotted the same student from before. Last time it was just Yi Gulin being careless. The student's expression changed, and with a cold snort, he stared at the martial stage unwilling to back down, muttering, this time I can guarantee he will lose. What if he wins again? You won't go back on your word, will you? Yang Tian retorted angrily. If he wins again, I'll streak. The student responded furiously, embarrassed. The match had already begun. Lin Xiu, holding the silver soul spear, stepped onto the martial stage. As soon as Lin Xiu took the stage, a wave of cheers erupted. Feeling quite proud, aren't you? Zhang Tao was a short and thin man with an unremarkable appearance, but it would be a mistake to underestimate him because of that. His right hand was equipped with a steel claw, which was clearly his weapon. Another man, Zhu Jun, appeared appeared slightly chubby, holding a long staff. Both gazes simultaneously fell on Lin Xiu, clearly confirming Yang Tian's guess that their target was to defeat Lin Xiu first. Let the match begin. At the referee's command, the two exchanged a glance and instantly charged toward Lin Xiu. The short and thin Jiang Tao moved extremely fast, instantly rushing to Lin Xiu's front, his steel claw in his right hand striking directly. 9-claw prison kill. Jiang Tao unleashed his martial skill without hesitation, black energy coiling around his claw, each strike causing Lin Xiu's spear to clang loudly. The black energy emanating from the steel claw made Lin Xiu feel a sharp pain throughout his body. When Jiang Tao launched a fierce attack, Zhu Jun had already swung his stick down forcefully from above. Despicable, teaming up for a pincer attack. Yang Tian saw this and secretly marveled. Although they ranked 10th and 12th on the combat leaderboard, the two joining forces was much more troublesome than dealing with Yi Gu Lin alone. This isn't called despicable, it's called strategy, said a nearby student smugly. He's right, in a three-person battle, one must be eliminated first before the fight can continue, Luo Yu said in a deep voice, echoing the sentiment. Lin Xiu was unfortunate and became the target of the two joining forces. Mr. Yi, seated in the audience, continued to keep a close eye on Lin Xiu's performance. In a short period of time, Lin Xiu seemed to have grown even stronger, which surprised him quite a bit. According to the investigation data, Lin Xiu had always been at the bottom before. But over the past month or so, what exactly happened to cause such a dramatic change in his strength? This instantly aroused Mr. Ye's curiosity. Swish, swish, swish. While dodging the attacks of the two, Lin Xiu suddenly swung his arm, the silver spear slicing through the air, instantly releasing several flaming birds. Every match is recorded, and these two had clearly watched Lin Xiu's previous performances. The moment they saw the flame-encircled spear, they immediately dodged. It's useless. We've thoroughly studied your moves. You've lost. Jiang Tao, small and thin, moved with astonishing speed, easily dodging several incoming flame birds as he smugly smiled at Lin Xiu. And as for your Rain of Pear Blossom, though it's fast, we've already found a way to counter your martial technique, Zhu Jun added with a cold sneer from the other side. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, charged at Lin Xiu just as the flame birds dissipated. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, the earlier attack had left some wounds on his arm and neck. Let me show you my strongest martial skill, Sky Split. Jiang Tao shouted loudly, extending his right hand. As he charged toward Lin Xiu, a large amount of white gas surged around his claw, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Whirling storm. Zhu Jun gripped his long staff tightly with both hands and swung it fiercely. A thunderous roar exploded in the air, and the people around seemed to feel a raging wind sweeping through. Trouble, both of them are using their strongest martial skills directly. Yang Tian shielded his eyes with his fingers, as the dust stirred up by the fierce wind made it almost impossible for him to open them. Oh no! Seeing the scene before him, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Lin Xiu. Although Lin Xiu had just defeated Yi Gu Lin, his stamina was clearly not fully recovered. Now, he had to face the combined assault of two top-tier experts ranked 10th and 12th, and the danger was evident. Yet, strangely enough, Lin Xiu stood there without the slightest hint of panic. The spear in his hand remained firmly gripped, as if he were waiting for the perfect moment. Give up! Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun roared in unison, then both of their martial techniques launched a fierce attack on Lin Xiu. The ground shook violently, and dust filled the air. Victory! Mr. Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the scene, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. Yes, those two are Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun, ranked 10th and 12th on the combat power list. A school leader sitting next to Mr. Yi keenly observed the situation and immediately spoke. No, I wasn't referring to them. As the dust gradually settled, everyone turned their gaze toward the martial arts stage. The intense combat just now had left the stage in a state of disrepair. But the damage was not the focus of everyone's attention. What they cared about most was the outcome of the match. This can't be possible, can it? Many students, after seeing the situation on the stage clearly, widened their eyes in astonishment. Some even rubbed their eyes, afraid they were seeing things. He won. Lin Xiu won. Yang Tian shouted in surprise, his mouth wide open. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Xiu was still gripping his spear tightly, his body covered in wounds, looking somewhat battered. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun lay on either side of the martial stage, their bodies riddled with injuries. How is this possible? The two of them widened their eyes, still unable to believe everything that had just happened. They had clearly used their strongest martial techniques, yet Lin Xiu was able to counter and fight back. How exactly did he do it? Contestant 1024, Lin Xiu, wins. The referee teacher was stunned for a long moment before finally reacting and officially announcing the result. Zhang Lin's face darkened as he stared in Lin Xiu's direction, secretly puzzled. How did this guy win again? Is there a recording? Tang Tian walked over from the other side, his gaze falling on Zhang Lin as he asked. He had finished his match early and happened to witness Lin Xiu defeating Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun in an instant. But the speed at that moment was so fast that even he couldn't fully react. Yes, there is. Zhang Lin nodded and quickly responded. He walked to the back of the seat and pulled up the recent video on the computer. The scene of Lin Xiu battling Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun was undoubtedly recorded in full. Here, slow it down and watch carefully. Tang Tian stared intently at the screen, filled with doubts. What method did Lin Xiu use to defeat both of them at the same time? If this point isn't clarified, the subsequent battles might suffer significant losses. At this moment, Lin Xiu on the martial arts stage also walked over, exhaled lightly, and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I learned judgment. If I had chosen rainbow piercing the sun instead, there might have been a major disaster this time. Judgment is a martial technique completely different from ordinary ones. Its principle is using the opponent's method against them, allowing the user's martial power to directly rebound back at the opponent. However, this move is not omnipotent. If the opponent is stronger, its use may fail, and the user might suffer even greater harm. How exactly did you do that? Luo Yu asked in astonishment, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiu. I also used martial skills. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, not saying much. The list of the top 12 was quickly revealed. Apart from Lin Xiu and Tang Tian, almost all were top 10 experts on the combat power rankings. What was even more shocking was that the draw results directly matched Lin Xiu against Tang Tian. Lin Xiu, what a small world indeed. Yang Tian looked at the matchup table on the 3D projection, covering his mouth in surprise. Looks like I can take you down in the first round. Tang Tian walked over from beside Lin Xiu, sneering as he spoke. You, weren't you defeated by Lin Xiu last time? Yang Tian couldn't help but retort upon hearing Tang Tian's arrogant words. Yang Tian's words struck a nerve with Tang Tian, whose pupils contracted slightly before he threw a fierce punch. The punch was incredibly fast, leaving Yang Tian no time to dodge. At this critical moment, a fist suddenly smashed over from the side, colliding directly with Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian's pupils slightly contracted, and he quickly took a step back. When he looked up, it was Lin Xiu, who was already standing in front of Yang Tian. Isn't it a bit excessive to strike like this? Lin Xiu said with a cold sneer. If he hadn't blocked that punch just now, Yang Tian would likely have been seriously injured. This guy's attacks are truly ruthless. If it hadn't been for his father suddenly intervening last time, I might have been able to kill him directly. Moreover, in just over a month, Tang Tian seemed like a completely different person, with a much stronger aura of a martial artist. I'll let you live through tonight first. In tomorrow's final battle, you'll naturally see how formidable I am. Tang Tian snorted coldly and left without looking back. A cold sneer still hung on his face, because from the slow-motion replay just now, he had already figured out a way to counter Lin Xiu's move. Watching Tang Tian's figure gradually fade into the distance, Lin Xiu frowned slightly and then activated the Eye of Analysis. Not long after, Lin Xiu, who intended to check the analyzed data, was suddenly stunned. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. How is that possible? Could it be that Tang Tian's strength has already broken through to the level of a Tier 3 warrior? Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel shocked. A month ago, Tang Tian was just a quasi-warrior, and he himself didn't have such an upgrade system. How exactly did his strength skyrocket in such a short time? The 12-6 competition and the subsequent championship finals will both be held at the martial arts arena tomorrow, so the remaining time today is just right for resting. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the long spear Silver Soul that had accompanied him for over a month. Due to the continuous infusion of source power during battles, the spear's body had already developed slight cracks. It's estimated that after a few more battles, it will be completely unusable. Sighing helplessly, Lin Xiu turned on the computer and logged into the Warrior Alliance website. The Warrior Alliance not only had a wealth of information available for reference but also an online store specializing in the sale of various weapons. At this moment, Lin Xiu entered the weapons store, directly clicked on the firearms category, and was immediately presented with numerous weapon images. Black Fiend, crafted from extraterrestrial black obsidian, incredibly sharp, price, 130 million. Overlord. Looking at these spears, their beauty and imposing presence can be felt just from the pictures alone. However, the exorbitant prices made Lin Xiu secretly click his tongue. He finally found one with a relatively reasonable price and was about to click purchase when a login prompt popped up on the screen. Suddenly, Lin Xiu slapped his forehead, only to remember that he hadn't obtained a warrior certificate yet. Helplessly shaking his head, he turned to the Warrior Alliance's page and found the registration section. Upon clicking it, he saw that there was a warrior qualification trial scheduled for next month. Lin Xiu entered his personal information without hesitation and immediately signed up. As long as he obtained the warrior certificate, everything would go much more smoothly. That evening, Lin Xiu did not deliberately practice martial techniques but instead sat cross-legged in meditation, cultivating to absorb source energy. The body seems like a container. As source energy continuously pours in and reaches its limit, this container will gradually expand, allowing it to store more source energy in the future. At this moment, in the Tang family's courtyard, Tang Tian was still diligently practicing martial arts. Several screens around were playing recordings of every battle Lin Xiu had fought. This time, he was determined not to make any mistakes and vowed to defeat Lin Xiu. Young master, all the martial skill cards you wanted have been purchased. At this moment, a middle-aged middle-aged man walked in holding a silver case and opened it directly in front of Tang Tian. Inside the case, various martial skill cards were neatly arranged, each radiating a dazzling white light. Tang Tian glanced over them, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiu, I have already found a way to counter all your martial skills. Let's see how you respond. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Those familiar with the end-of-term competition all understand that contestants who make it to the top ranks have a chance to be directly admitted to the 5 prestigious academies. Therefore, every student who makes it into the top 12 gives it their all, as entering one of the 5 academies almost guarantees unparalleled future achievements. Now, with the final match upon them, no one wants to lose. It can be said that this final is a fierce battle between titans, exceptionally thrilling. The martial arts arena was already packed with people, with no empty seats left. The students without seats all crowded below the arena, standing. Although they couldn't participate in the fight, being able to observe experts exchanging blows up close was equally beneficial for them. Haha, I didn't expect Tang Tian to compete with that student from your class again. Lu Bai, the homeroom teacher of class 2, said to Luo Yu with a smile as they sat in the back row. He knows that Tang Tian's strength has greatly increased upon his return this time, and he will surely defeat Lin Xiu, washing away the shame of class 29's previous defeat. That's hard to say, Luo Yu responded with a cold snort. Lu Bai shook his head and said no more. With Tang Tian's current strength dominating the first place is almost a certainty. Lin Xiu. Luo Yu, who was sitting in his seat, saw Lin Xiu approaching and went up to greet him. Mr. Luo. Lin Xiu looked at him with some surprise. Luo Yu nodded and said solemnly, later, when you face Tang Tian, be careful. He's not easy to deal with. When Tang Tian appeared earlier, he had secretly observed him as well. His strength was unfathomable, even leaving him shocked. All right. Lin Xiu nodded in response. A huge matchup chart hung in front of the martial arts arena, clearly showing that he would face Tang Tian in the third match. Lin Xiu, go for it. Crush Tang Tian again in this arena. Yang Tian cheered, pumping his fist. Want to defeat my brother? Dream on. As soon as the words fell, a cold snort came from behind. Tang Ping had approached unnoticed, followed by a group of followers, sneering coldly. Whether we can win or not, we'll know once we're on the field. Lin Xiu responded coldly, his eyes slightly narrowed. He said no more and went straight to the seat prepared for the top 12 contestants. The first to take the stage was Bai Li Chang, ranked first on the combat power list. It was said that he was already a second-tier warrior, wielding a sword. Opposite him stood Long Patian, ranked second on the combat power list, whose weapon was a sharp blade. As soon as the match began, the atmosphere around instantly boiled over, and the audience was exceptionally excited. After all, these were the top 2 on the power rankings, and it was rare to even catch a glimpse of them. Lin Xiu's gaze involuntarily turned toward them. The strength of the two had already approached the threshold of third-tier martial artists. The battle was spectacular, their martial techniques dazzling and powerful beyond belief. However, the arena was surrounded by strict protective measures, so there was no need to worry about harming the students below the stage. Confirm. Bai Li Chang, I lost to you last time, but this time I will win. Long Patian shouted loudly, brandishing his battle blade as he charged at Bai Li Chang once again. However, Bai Li Chang remained calm, swiftly blocking the attack with the longsword in his hand. The duel did not last long, and the outcome was quickly decided. In the end, it was still Bai Li Chang's superior skills that secured the victory in the first round. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already closed his eyes in quiet contemplation, his expression solemn. Oomph, it seems he's already starting to get scared. Tang Ping, sitting in the back row, couldn't help but let out a cold snort upon seeing Lin Xiu's expression. On the other side, Tang Mubai's gaze also looked in that direction through the crowd. To have returned alive from the bright fortress and even significantly increased his strength was somewhat surprising to him, but it didn't matter. This time, Tang Tian was bound to win. Even if Lin Xiu was defeated in the martial arts arena, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Lin Xiu was just an ordinary student, and he could easily resolve the matter afterward using his connections. Soon, the second match ended, and a voice came through the loudspeaker. The third match, 12-6, number 1024 Lin Xiu versus number 85 Tang Tian. As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted once again, even more intensely than the earlier battle between the first and second ranked fighters on the power rankings. Last time, Lin Xiu defeated Tang Tian here. This time, will the result remain the same? Around the massive martial arena, tens of thousands of eyes were now all focused on the stage. Come on, Lin Xiu, take him down. Yang Tian shouted loudly from his seat. Tang Tian's eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xiu, a hint of a crazed smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Last time it was here. I didn't expect that, a month later, we'd meet here again. Indeed, this time I'll still crush you beneath my feet. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and responded in a deep voice. Gripping the silver soul spear tightly in his hand, Lin Xiu noticed that Tang Tian was stronger than ever, especially since Lin Xiu's analytical eye couldn't decipher his moves. It made Lin Xiu even more cautious, knowing he couldn't afford to let his guard down. This time, I will kill you. Tang Tian pointed pointed his sword at Lin Xiu, his tone resolute. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, the pupils of both men contracted sharply as they suddenly charged at each other. In the eyes of the surrounding students, they seemed to transform into two black shadows, colliding in an instant. Clang clang clang, the sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously. Well, it's these two little fellows again. Mr. Ye's gaze was fixed on the stage, his expression even more focused than when he had watched Bai Li Chang and Long Patian's match earlier. Although the other school leaders were somewhat slow to catch on, after these 2 days of competitions, they could see that Mr. Yi held Lin Xiu in high regard. Mr. Yi, I think Lin Xiu has a good chance of winning. After all, he defeated Tang Tian last time. Yes, yes. The surrounding school leaders chimed in one after another, their attitudes obsequious. Sitting behind the leadership table, Zhang Lin's expression was somewhat unpleasant, secretly cursing Mr. Yi as a fence-sitter. Mr. Yi had been at Xingyao Academy for some time, and Zhang Lin knew of his background as a mentor from a certain university, so he dared not offend him lightly. His gaze swept across the field, and he sneered, this time Lin Xiu will definitely lose, and lose miserably. Lin Xiu and Tang Tian continued their fierce battle. Both infused their weapons with their respective source energy, and the air seemed to explode upon collision. Lin Xiu was astonished by the power of Tang Tian's longsword, so strong that it caught him off guard. Surprised? This is the weapon I bought for 100 million, the Blood Fiend longsword, forged with the special metal of the Crimson Blood Star. Tang Tian appeared at ease, striking Lin Xiu's spear with his sword as he spoke. Lin Xiu frowned, his long spear faintly glowing red under the infusion of source energy. The Blood Fiend longsword was exceptionally sharp, leaving cracks on the Silver Soul spear with every slash. Lin Xiu knew he couldn't keep clashing head-on like this. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately unleashed Rain of Pear Blossoms. As the martial technique was executed, the long spear pierced through like a white flood dragon, transforming into 5 or 6 phantoms that thrust toward Tang Tian. The crowd at the scene gasped in astonishment. Lin Xiu seized the perfect opportunity. This time, it seemed Tang Tian couldn't dodge. However, unbelievably, just as the spear's phantom thrust forward, Tang Tian evaded like a fleeting shadow, his speed unbelievably fast. Is that footwork? Luo Li was shocked beyond belief upon witnessing this scene. That's right, Tang Tian is using the shadow movement technique, Lu Bai said with a smile, explaining. The students were in an uproar. A martial artist capable of cultivating a movement technique meant that Tang Tian's physical fitness had already reached the level of a third-tier warrior. This was truly astonishing, as even Bai Li Chang, ranked first on the combat power list, and Long Patian, ranked second, had only reached the peak of the second tier at best. Die! While evading Lin Xiu's Rain of Pear Blossoms, Tang Tian suddenly swung his longsword with his right hand, sending Lin Xiu's spear flying, while his left fist struck fiercely at Lin Xiu's chest. Shattering fist. Although it is a bronze-level martial skill, Tang Tian displayed immense power at this moment. Lin Xiu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He quickly steadied himself, stomped hard on the ground, and stopped the momentum of being blown away. The clothes instantly tore apart, a sweetness rose in the throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The power of this cracking fist was astonishing. Lin Xiu felt his internal organs shaken, the pain unbearable. Damn it! If it weren't for dealing with Yi Gu Lin yesterday, he wouldn't have had to use rage. The situation is now somewhat dangerous. Without much thought, Lin Xiu leaped with all his might and firmly caught the spear that had flown out. Indeed, it seems that kid left some marks on Yi Gu Lin yesterday while dealing with him. Zhang Lin stared at Lin Xiu's figure and couldn't help but sneer coldly. This was his insidious and ruthless plan, deliberately sending Yi Gu Lin to deal with Lin Xiu. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Xiu, he could still injure him. His next step was to bribe the backstage programmers to directly pit Lin Xiu against Tang Tian. What a flawless setup. TSK, so weak. Tang Tian's eyes swept coldly over Lin Xiu, revealing a trace of contempt. Before Lin Xiu could catch his breath, Tang Tian, already gripping the Blood Fiend longsword, charged forward fiercely. The moment Tang Tian closed in, Lin Xiu's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately swung his spear. With the title of first-level warrior, Lin Xiu possessed an aura that accelerated the accumulation of rage. Tang Tian's punch happened to meet the conditions for Lin Xiu's charged strike to be unleashed. Without hesitation, he swung in midair, and 100 birds facing the phoenix was released in response. In the charged state, the power of 100 birds facing the phoenix was significantly enhanced, and a massive burst of flames erupted instantly. You think I'd still be afraid of this move? Tang Tian shouted loudly as the Blood Fiend's sword in his hand suddenly slashed out diagonally. Silver-level martial skill, flowing clouds and water. A massive sword aura shot out from the Blood Fiend's sword. The sword aura seemed to carry a special attribute, instantly dispersing the surrounding flame birds as if they had encountered water, vanishing completely. As Tang Tian continued to slash diagonally with force, all the incoming flame birds were annihilated. 100 birds facing the phoenix was completely suppressed. The longsword mercilessly thrust straight at Lin Xiu's chest. What? Lin Xiu's expression changed. What kind of martial technique is this? It seems to be specifically designed to counter his 100 birds facing the phoenix. His sword speed was astonishing. astonishingly fast. In the next second, the longsword slashed down fiercely at Lin Xiu from above. This match was even more exciting than the previous two, especially when the students saw Tang Tian use flowing clouds and water to directly disperse the flaming bird released by 100 birds facing the phoenix, causing an uproar at the scene. Lin Xiu stared in shock as the blood-red longsword slashed down from above, unable to hide his alarm. He exerted force with both hands, swinging his spear through the air in an attempt to use judgment to rebound the opponent's martial skill power back at them. However, at that very moment, Tang Tian seemed to sense something and forcibly withdrew the final strike of flowing clouds and water, transforming it into an ordinary sword thrust aimed directly at Lin Xiu's body. Accompanied by a dull thud, the longsword pierced through Lin Xiu's shoulder. Seeing Lin Xiu still wearing an incredulous expression, Tang Tian revealed a sinister smile. Surprised, aren't you? I've completely deciphered your moves. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly pulled out the longsword that had pierced Lin Xiu's body, then swung it fiercely toward his neck. He's trying to kill Lin Xiu. Luo Yu, seated in the audience, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly. The sword strike earlier only hit Lin Xiu's shoulder due to his quick reflexes, but now Tang Tian aimed to slash at his neck. If the artery were struck, blood would splatter, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Yu, don't be anxious. Injuries are inevitable in a duel, and besides, Lin Xiu hasn't admitted defeat yet. Lu Bai glanced at Luo Yu and said with a calm smile. At this moment, he was already certain in his heart that Tang Tian's victory was inevitable. Luo Yu was furious, but after glancing at Lin Xiu, who was still persistently dodging in the arena, he said no more. Lin Xiu continuously used his long spear to fend off Tang Tian's onslaught, the sound of metal clashing ringing out incessantly. The Silver Soul spear already had cracks, and now it was being slashed by Tang Tian's blood fiend sword, making the cracks even more pronounced. Lin Xiu was drenched in cold sweat. This was the most perilous battle he had ever experienced. Tang Tian's face was filled with murderous intent, clearly determined to kill him. Do you know? I'm now a third-rank warrior. Tang Tian roared, slashing forcefully once again, instantly breaking Lin Xiu's spear into two pieces. Impossible. The scene immediately erupted in excitement. This match was absolutely thrilling, with even a weapon being cut in half. Right after, Tang Tian fiercely kicked Lin Xiu in the chest, sending him flying hard. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Lin Xiu fell to the edge of the stage. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. The wound on his shoulder had already stained a large area of his battle suit blood red. Ha ha! This time, victory is mine. Tang Tian laughed heartily, carrying the bloodstained blood fiend sword as he walked toward Lin Xiu. He planned to split Lin Xiu's body in half. Ha ha! It looks like Lin Xiu is doomed to lose this time. Tang Ping's lackeys laughed uncontrollably, flattering Tang Ping as they spoke. Tang Tian nodded, a ferocious smile appearing on his face. He wasn't doomed to lose, but rather, waiting to die. Lin Xiu, admit defeat quickly. Luo Yu stepped down from his seat and shouted loudly from below the martial arena. Just now, he had seen Tang Tian's eyes brimming with murderous intent from afar. He was sure Tang Tian would strike to kill. However, Lin Xiu seemed not to hear him, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Tian. I can't lose, absolutely can't lose. The thought of the gene lock flashed through his mind, with a success rate of less than 50%, and failure could even result in death. What to do? Watching Tang Tian closing in, Lin Xiu didn't have time to think further. He immediately accessed the system in his mind and clicked on the gene lock interface. Unlock the first tier gene lock now? Y/N. Note, the gene lock unlocking process carries a 10% risk of death, a 20% risk of coma, and a 30% risk of unpredictable conditions. The prompt remained the same as before. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth and clicked Y without hesitation. Instantly, he felt an intense pain erupt from within his body, causing him to tremble violently. It felt as if every cell in his body was violently exploding, the pain suffocating. Lin Xiu had never experienced such heart-wrenching pain, as if a sharp knife had been thrust straight into his heart, tearing apart his very life. His body was completely immobile, seemingly devoid of even the strength to wail. The gene lock, the most mysterious primal force of humanity in legend. Theoretically, if an ordinary person could activate the gene lock, they might unleash astonishing strength capable of lifting a car. Just like those people in the news who suddenly burst out with incredible strength when emotionally charged. As long as he successfully unlocks it, Lin Xiu firmly believes that his strength will undoubtedly make a qualitative leap. Die. At this moment, Tang Tian stared at Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground, and suddenly roared, slashing down fiercely with the blood-red longsword in his hand. Stop! Are you trying to kill someone? The referee teacher nearby shouted sternly. Tang Tian felt his body tremble and instinctively withdrew the longsword, a smile appearing on his face. How could I? Although he smiled outwardly, his heart was incredibly heavy. If that sword strike had landed, it would have definitely killed Lin Xiu, but why did he suddenly feel a strange force blocking him, rendering him completely immobile? However, he hasn't admitted defeat yet, has he? Tang Tian didn't think much of it and continued speaking. Afterward, he planted the blood fiend longsword to the side and stepped toward Lin Xiu. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing Lin Xiu's wide-open open eyes, unable to utter a single word. Tang Tian sneered coldly in his heart. Looks like this guy is completely scared out of his wits. He grabbed Lin Xiu by the collar and suddenly punched him hard in the chest. Put! Lin Xiu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Many onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cover their eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiu was covered in blood, with blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth, looking extremely miserable. The referee wanted to intervene at this moment, as Lin Xiu was now completely incapable of resisting and looked as if he might collapse at any time. However, at that moment, Lin Xiu struggled to speak. Hit harder. Is that all you've got? You're asking for it. Hearing Lin Xiu's provocative words, Tang Tian grabbed Lin Xiu's body with one hand and furiously pounded him with the other. The fist struck like a heavy hammer hitting a sandbag, producing a series of dull bang 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 sounds. Lin Xiu, just admit defeat. Yang Tian, watching the brutal scene from below the stage, couldn't help but shout loudly in persuasion. He wanted to push through to help, but there were too many people in front, making it impossible to get through. Luo Yu also stared at Lin Xiu in astonishment, completely unable to understand why he would say such a thing. In this situation, even the referee teacher no longer intended to intervene. But at this moment, although Lin Xiu on the field was continuously struck by Tang Tian's fists, his body seemingly shattered, he felt no pain at all. The agony of unlocking the genetic lock far surpassed these injuries. Moreover, as Tang Tian's fists hammered him repeatedly, Lin Xiu instead felt that the intense pain within his body seemed to be alleviated to some extent. Ah, die! Seeing Lin Xiu still staring at him with open eyes, Tang Tian instantly went berserk, suddenly smashing Lin Xiu to the ground. Then, he raised his fist and unleashed his full-force shattering fist, directly striking Lin Xiu's cheek, pressing his head harshly into the hard floor, causing the surrounding ground to crack instantly. The entire venue fell silent. Yang Tian and Luo Li watched this scene, their mouths wide open, unable to say a word for a moment. Mr. Yi. The other school leaders also looked nervously at Mr. Yi, their expressions somewhat uneasy. After all, they knew Mr. Yi had originally been very optimistic about Lin Xiu. Unexpectedly, he was now beaten like this, with his head smashed into the stone slab. Even if he were saved, he might end up as a fool. Wait a moment. Mr. Yi sensed something was amiss. Although the distance was a bit far, with his abilities, he could still feel the power within Lin Xiu's body, which seemed even stronger than before. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done. Just as the entire audience fell into dead silence, Tang Ping slapped his thigh, his laughter echoing thunderously. Although Lin Xiu wasn't killed, he was definitely beaten senseless. Killing him next would be as easy as pie. TSK, looks like even if you don't die this time, you'll end up a fool. Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh at the sight. If it weren't for so many eyes watching now, there was no way Lin Xiu would leave alive. He would have already stabbed him with a sword. Tang Tian wins. The referee looked at the scene before him and felt a pang of sympathy. He was about to announce Tang Tian's victory when he noticed that Lin Xiu, who had been lying limp as if dead, suddenly stretched out his hand, leaving the referee so shocked that his mouth fell open. Look, Lin Xiu, he. At that moment, the entire audience erupted. Lin Xiu, who had been beaten so badly that his head was buried in the floor and was lying there like a pile of mud, suddenly raised his right hand high into the air. At the same time, Tang Tian, who had just turned around to pull the blood-red sword embedded in the ground, instinctively turned his head upon hearing the commotion. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Clatter, clatter. Not only his right hand, but even his left hand began to move slowly. Lin Xiu exerted force with both hands, and his head gradually broke free from the stone slab. He's standing up. He's actually standing up. A large number of students exclaimed in unison. The scene was extremely shocking. Even Mr. Yi, who was seated, was stunned at this moment. The scene before him was something even he couldn't explain. Moreover, Lin Xiu did not take any illegal drugs, nor did he make any movements. He just suddenly started moving like this. Who? Lin Xiu's face was covered in blood, with multiple wounds on his body, but at this moment, he appeared exceptionally energized. He stood up, feeling that both his senses and vision had significantly improved, and his body seemed to be filled with unprecedented strength. The cells in his body seemed to have undergone an explosive transformation, but during the fission, new cells were generated, continuously dividing, completely transforming, and being reborn once again. As the cells in his body continuously cycled and divided, Lin Xiu felt a surge of power rapidly spreading within him, and the bleeding wound quickly coagulated and healed at that moment. Congratulations, Master, for successfully unlocking the first-tier gene lock. Congratulations, Master, for successfully unlocking the gene lock and earning 3 lottery chances. Congratulations, Master, for advancing to a second-tier warrior and earning 1 lottery chance. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the title second-level warrior. A large number of system notifications popped up one after another, and Lin Xiu understood in his heart that he had successfully unlocked the gene lock. Although others couldn't see anything unusual about Lin Xiu at the moment, he could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a series of profound changes, from cells, bone marrow, and bones to organs and skin. These changes, though imperceptible to the naked eye, had a significant impact impact on Lin Xiu's strength. That's right, he is now filled with immense power. Stop pretending. Tang Tian roared angrily and was about to pull out the blood fiend longsword beside him when he suddenly saw Lin Xiu throwing a punch at him. It seemed as if the air was filled with continuous explosive sounds. This was Lin Xiu's explosive fist. My shattering fist won't fear you anymore. Tang Tian roared furiously, his fist smashing forward directly. At this moment, his strength had already reached the third tier. Although Lin Xiu's explosive fist was incredibly powerful, under the suppression of levels, it was absolutely impossible to defeat him. Killing intent burned in Tang Tian's heart. After taking forbidden drugs to save his life last time, he narrowly escaped death but was left with aftereffects, making it impossible for him to break through and become a fourth-tier martial artist. Helplessly, in order to enhance his strength during the trials on the path of death, he took another potion, which was also a forbidden drug, causing his power to skyrocket in a short time. However, the price of this potion was that he would never be able to improve his strength again in his lifetime, a fate that had already been sealed for him. At this moment, Lin Xiu and Tang Tian's fists collided fiercely, accompanied by a loud bang, boom, shaking the entire martial arts arena. Tang Tian originally thought that with Lin Xiu's current strength, no matter how powerful his explosive fist was, Lin Xiu could never be his match given his own overwhelming power. But the moment their fists collided, Tang Tian immediately regretted it. An exceptionally powerful force emanated from Lin Xiu's fist. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted. Tang Tian felt a wave of excruciating pain sweep through his entire body, and his entire arm seemed to tear apart as if it had exploded. Ah, I will kill you! Tang Tian roared in fury, retreating a few steps before grabbing the blood fiend longsword beside him and slashing fiercely at Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu's eyes were fixed on him, his right hand swiftly and precisely grabbing his wrist. With a sudden twist, accompanied by the piercing sound of bones cracking, Tang Tian's wrist was twisted 180 degrees, and the longsword in his hand immediately fell to the ground. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tang Tian's mouth. Without the slightest pause, Lin Xiu delivered a direct kick to his abdomen, sending his entire body flying into the air. Lin Xiu, stop! Tang Ping saw this scene and shouted frantically, attempting to rush down from his seat to intervene. However, the crowd was too dense, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't get close. Mr. Yu revealed a trace of surprise at this moment, secretly wondering, what on earth happened? Why has Lin Xiu's strength suddenly increased so dramatically? And he clearly hasn't taken any prohibited drugs. This contrast made him even more curious. Lin Xiu, beat this guy to death for me. Yang Tian was also dumbfounded by the sudden reversal, but quickly regained his composure and shouted loudly. The scene instantly erupted. No one had expected such an earth-shattering reversal to occur in the end. Could it be that Lin Xiu had been hiding his strength all along? Lin Xiu let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as he looked at Tang Tian, who had been kicked away and fallen to the ground. Suddenly, he swung a fierce right hook, striking hard at Tang Tian's back. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Tang Tian was once again sent flying into the air. But this time, Lin Xiu did not continue attacking and instead let him crash heavily to the ground. Tang Tian's body slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly staining the area with fresh blood. Tang Tian, do you admit defeat? The referee teacher shouted nervously. After all, Tang Tian was a member of the Tang family. If something happened to him, the Tang family would inevitably be implicated, and this was no small matter. Get lost! Tang Tian's face twisted in pain as he roared angrily at the referee teacher, while his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiu. He continued to bellow, if you have the guts, kill me. There's no need for you to say it. I'll kill you. Lin Xiu's gaze was icy cold, showing no mercy. Whether it was the Tang family or the academy, all of it was cast aside by him at this moment. He suddenly charged forward, just like Tang Tian had earlier, furiously throwing a flurry of punches at his body. Ah, bring it on. The next second, Tang Tian suddenly let out a roar, and it seemed as if something inside his body made a faint sound. Lin Xiu looked down and discovered that certain parts of Tang Tian's body had been modified into electronic organs, especially his shattered right arm, where the bones were gone, replaced by cold, metallic electronic machinery. A cyborg? Lin Xiu had not yet reacted when a sudden glow lit up on Tang Tian's chest. Not good. The next second, Tang Tian's entire body exploded violently, shaking the entire martial arts arena. Fortunately, the stage was protected, and no audience members below were injured. Puff! Lin Xiu was knocked down to the edge of the martial stage by the explosion, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The students on site were dumbfounded, and the school leaders were even more shocked. Bang! Tang Tian actually went so far as to blow himself up just to kill Lin Xiu. And how exactly was the bomb hidden inside his body? This became an incomprehensible mystery for everyone. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing a third-tier warrior. A notification sounded in his mind, but Lin Xiu had already fallen into a state of dizziness. At the same time, Tang Ping rushed home, panting, and recounted everything that had happened to his father, Tang Mubai. What? Tiana is actually dead. Tang Mubai originally thought that even if Lin Xiu didn't die this time, he would be beaten to a pulp by Tang Tian Tian, so he went back first as there were still many matters that needed his attention. At this moment, hearing Tang Ping's voice, his entire body trembled with rage, and the teacup in his hand was instantly crushed into pieces. No matter what, Lin Xiu, I will make you pay with blood. At the same time, Lin Xiu felt as if he were surrounded by darkness, with a warm sensation gradually spreading through his body. Deep repair complete, the medical pod will reopen in 5 seconds. A synthesized electronic prompt sounded in his ears, bringing Lin Xiu gradually back to consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying inside the medical pod. Lin Xiu, you're awake? As the medical pod opened, a voice full of surprise came from nearby. Upon closer look, it was Luo Li. Mr. Luo. Lin Xiu slowly stood up. Your clothes are here. Luo Li handed over a set of brand new clothes and said. Lin Xiu nodded and quickly changed his clothes. At this moment, his body felt exceptionally comfortable, as if every pore was breathing. The treatment in the medical pod had completely healed his injuries. You've been here for almost 10 hours, Luo Li said. 10 hours? That long? But thinking about the injuries I suffered before, it makes sense. The competition. Lin Xiu was just about to mention the competition when Luo Li was about to respond, and suddenly a commotion came from outside. Where's Lin Xiu? Tell him to come out. Lin Xiu frowned and walked out together with Luo Li, immediately spotting Zhang Lin's figure. Lin Xiu, you're suspected of maliciously killing Tang Tian in the martial arts arena. Get ready to go with the federal police. Zhang Lin, without giving any room for explanation, threw a heavy accusation directly at Lin Xiu. At the same time, a magnetic levitation police car was slowly approaching from a distance. You're the one who suggested transferring me to Radiant Fortress last time, aren't you? Lin Xiu stared coldly at Zhang Lin, completely ignoring his accusations. What are you trying to do? Are you planning to assault a teacher? Zhang Lin was shocked upon hearing Lin Xiu's words and immediately shouted loudly. That's right, I'm hitting you. Lin Xiu let out a cold snort, grabbed his collar abruptly, and then threw a fierce punch. With a loud bang, Zhang Lin's teeth instantly broke and blood gushed from his mouth. Immediately after, Lin Xiu kicked again, landing directly on his abdomen, sending him flying to the opposite side. Such underhanded scheming from behind is utterly disgusting. Lin Xiu, he's still a school leader after all, Luo Li said anxiously. If the school punishes Lin Xiu, that would be a huge problem. Lin Xiu, you're finished. Zhang Lin struggled to stand up, and because of his missing teeth, his voice sounded both ridiculous and comical. At this moment, the federal police walked over, their gaze coldly fixed on Lin Xiu. Are you Lin Xiu? The police officer asked coldly. I am. Lin Xiu nodded. These people are truly vicious. Tang Tian blew himself up, yet they want to pin a murder charge on Lin Xiu? In the city, where law and order are strictly enforced, martial artists who commit murder are also sentenced to prison. We received a report suspecting you of murder, said the federal police officer, preparing to take out special handcuffs to restrain Lin Xiu's hands. Scum like this must be thrown in jail. Zhang Lin shouted loudly. As long as Lin Xiu was sent to the police station, with his methods, Lin Xiu was surely doomed. After all, the federal police are also martial artists, with formidable strength, making it impossible for ordinary martial artists to escape. Wait a moment, I have a 1-star medal. Can I avoid being handcuffed? Lin Xiu looked at the officer and spoke in a deep voice. A 1-star medal? The two federal police officers exchanged glances, immediately showing expressions of surprise. This type of medal is extraordinary. Its holder enjoys certain special rights, and unless convicted, they cannot be casually handcuffed. He's lying. How could he possibly have a 1-star medal? Zhang Lin froze, then pointed at Lin Xiu and shouted loudly. Lin Xiu sneered and immediately recited a string of numbers. Every 1-star medal has a unique identification code, which Lin Xiu had long committed to memory. The two federal police officers immediately took out their smart notebooks, entered the code, and instantly retrieved Lin Xiu's detailed information. Sorry, Mr. Lin Xiu. Seeing this scene, the policeman's expression softened, quickly putting away the handcuffs, and his attitude became respectful. I suspect he is framing me. Lin Xiu pointed at Zhang Lin and said coldly. Do you know the consequences of framing a holder of a 1-star medal? Mr. Lin, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. The policeman nodded solemnly, then walked toward Zhang Lin and put the handcuffs on him. What are you doing? You useless fools, it's him. Zhang Lin froze for a moment, then reacted and struggled desperately while shouting. We suspect you are framing a 1-star medal holder, the police said coldly. Zhang Lin was then escorted into the police car. Impossible. How could he have a 1-star medal? Soon, Zhang Lin was taken away. This dramatic scene made Luo Li widen his eyes. You actually have a 1-star medal? Luo Li looked at Lin Xiu in surprise. The 1-star medal carries a unique identification code, so Lin Xiu couldn't possibly fake it. Yes, I got it at the Light Fortress. Lin Xiu nodded in response. Luo Li hesitated to speak, sighed, and took a piece of paper out of his pocket. The teacher did his best, but the school leadership is all connected to the Tang family. Lin Xiu took the piece of paper, which undoubtedly stated that he was being expelled from the academy for maliciously injuring someone, indirectly causing Tang Tian's death. Seeing this paper, Lin Xiu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with endless killing intent. The Tang family again. Your teacher has connections with other academy teachers. Let me see if I can help you transfer schools, Luo Yu said, rubbing his temples. After being expelled from Xingyao Academy, transferring to another school is almost impossible. If he couldn't complete his final year of studies, Lin Xiu's future would be almost ruined. No need, at worst I'll join the army, Lin Xiu said coldly. No need to join the army. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Luo Yu and Lin Xiu were both stunned and turned their heads to look, only to see an elderly man with a flowing beard slowly approaching. Is it you? This person was undoubtedly Mr. Yi, who had been watching Lin Xiu's movements from his seat earlier. Mr. Yi. Luo Yu saw him approaching and spoke respectfully. Here. Mr. Yi handed a red-covered notice to Lin Xiu. Although Lin Xiu felt a bit puzzled, he still instinctively took it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an admission letter. This letter seemed to be made of special material, with many strange patterns engraved on it. However, the golden embossed characters in the center were particularly clear to Lin Xiu. Saint Domain Academy? Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Isn't this the mysterious and difficult to enter academy that those soldiers mentioned during their conversation earlier? At this moment, Lin Xiu's mind echoed the words of that young girl. Could the sanctuary she mentioned be this place? That's right, it is indeed the Sanctuary Academy. I've been observing you for some time. With your talent, you fully meet the admission criteria for the Sanctuary Academy, Mr. Yi said with a light chuckle, stroking his beard. Luo Yu was still in utter shock. As a teacher, he had, of course, heard of this most mysterious and top-tier academy, as lofty as the pinnacle of a pyramid, but he had always thought it was just a legend. He never expected it to actually exist. He now also understood why the school leadership and others had such a different attitude toward Mr. Yi. However, I've already been expelled from school, Lin Xiu said with a bitter smile. Sanctuary Academy has special admission privileges, so you don't need to take those useless college entrance exams. With your abilities, there's no need to attend senior year. On September 1st, just go directly to register. It's July now, which means, in another month it'll be just the right time. Alright, I will go. Lin Xiu clenched his fist at this moment and said excitedly. This truly aligns with the old saying, when you intentionally plant flowers, they don't bloom, but when you unintentionally plant willows, they flourish. At this moment, he could be certain that he had already taken one step into a realm that ordinary people could never reach. But, where exactly is this Sacred Domain Academy? Lin Xiu asked curiously at this moment. Previously, he had searched but couldn't find any information about the location of the Sacred Domain Academy, and this admission letter only had a few simple words written on it, without even an address. Walk to the end of the path of death, and someone will guide you, Mr. Yi said calmly, stroking his beard. The path of death. Upon hearing these 4 words, Luo Yu's expression immediately turned serious. The road of death refers not merely to an ordinary road but to an entire region. In the south, there is an area leading overseas, where in the past, hordes of zombies roamed along with the most powerful Tier 10 evolved beast. That region was once hailed as one of the most dangerous places on Earth, posing a significant threat to human survival. However, later, the Tier 10 evolved beast was slain by the joint efforts of the world's top 10 ranked martial artists, and many high-tier evolved beasts in the area were also eradicated. Although the danger has somewhat decreased, a large number of zombies still remain, making it an extremely perilous place. What's the matter? Are you scared? Mr. Yi asked with a smile when he saw Lin Xiu suddenly fall silent. No. Lin Xiu shook his head, then revealed a neat, white-toothed smile and said, I'm just a little excited. The road of death? So what? The more zombies and evolved beasts there are, doesn't that just mean I can gain more experience? It's simply a lamb delivered to the doorstep. Very good. Mr. Yi nodded and continued, you are now a special recruit of the Sacred Domain Academy, so you no longer need to attend classes at Starshine Academy. What are your plans next? Obtain the Warrior Qualification Certificate and then report to the Sacred Domain Academy, Lin Xiu replied firmly, looking at Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is incredibly powerful, and Lin Xiu could clearly feel that his aura was completely restrained, making him appear just like an ordinary person. But judging from the source power skill he demonstrated that day, he is undoubtedly an exceptionally strong high-level martial artist. Indeed, obtaining a martial artist certificate will greatly benefit your future development. Mr. Yi nodded, checked the time, and then took his leave. Lin Xiu, congratulations, Luo Yu said to Lin Xiu, who was beside him. He couldn't help but marvel at how Lin Xiu had undergone such a tremendous transformation in less than 2 months. Since he started teaching, he had never heard of anyone from Xingyao Academy being able to enter the Sacred Domain Academy. Thank you, teacher, for your care all this time, Lin Xiu responded sincerely. Speaking of the teacher, even before he transmigrated, Luo Yu had helped him a lot and could truly be called an excellent teacher. Luo Yu smiled, patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder, and didn't say much. It was still early, and the martial artist certification assessment was about to begin soon, so he could start preparing now. Back at the dormitory, Lin Xiu packed some things, slung on a black backpack and prepared to leave. Standing at the gate of Xingyao Academy, a trace of reluctance unexpectedly welled up in his heart. After all, having lived here for such a period of time, leaving inevitably makes one feel sentimental. Lin Xiao. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Lin Xiao turned around and saw Yang Tian and Zhang Yi. Phew, I'm exhausted. Yang Tian seemed to have just run up, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, then gave Lin Xiao a punch on the shoulder. You're really not being loyal, are you? Leaving just like that without saying a word? Lin Xiao smiled and didn't say much. I heard you're going to some sanctuary academy? Zhang Yi was still wrapped in many white bandages. He had been seriously injured that day and couldn't recover immediately even in the medical pod. Yeah, Lin Xiao nodded. This lousy school is such a scam. Tang Tian blew himself up and still made you take the blame, Yang Tian said, full of resentment. The news of Lin Xiao being expelled had already spread throughout the school, shocking many people. However, no one dared to say much, as the school's biggest sponsor was the Tang family. It's fine, this might actually be better. I was just planning to take the martial artist qualification exam, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Being expelled was no big deal. After all, there probably wasn't much to do in the third year of high school anyway, so he might as well take the opportunity to change direction. You're already a first-tier warrior? Zhang Yi, though he had suspected it earlier, was still somewhat surprised at this moment. Lin Xiao's growth speed was astonishing. Even he himself found it hard to believe. He didn't say much. Now his strength far exceeded the second tier. After unlocking the genetic lock, purely in terms of physical strength, he estimated he had already reached the level of a third-tier warrior. However, since the cultivation technique hadn't caught up yet, his overall strength couldn't truly be considered third-tier. Goodbye, take care. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, turned to look at Yang Tian and Zhang Yi, and said, take care. Zhang Yi and Yang Tian exchanged a glance, then solemnly responded to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded, then activated the switch of the mechanical giant wolf beside him. Carrying his backpack, he directly leaped onto the back of the mechanical giant wolf. Clack, clack. Accompanied by a teeth-gritting mechanical whirring sound, the gears inside the mechanical giant wolf began spinning rapidly. Looking ahead, Lin Xiao rode it southward at full speed without looking back. Heading all the way south, the mechanical giant wolf was incredibly fast, its full speed running rivaling that of an ordinary car. Passers-by were left dumbfounded as they saw Lin Xiao riding the mechanical giant wolf. In less than an hour, Lin Xiao arrived at the outskirts of Xingyao City. After leaving the city, the scenery changed dramatically. The bustling urban landscape vanished completely, replaced by a pristine wilderness-like environment. The trees here had mutated, each one enormous, as if stepping into a primeval forest. Almost no one traveling from Xingyao City to other cities would choose to pass through here, because no one could predict whether they would encounter a powerful evolved beast in the next moment. 1-star medal? Humph, even the Lord of Starshine City can't save you. At this moment, Tang Mubai looked at the news from his subordinates about Lin Xiao preparing to leave Starshine City, his face dark and sinister. Tang Tian's death filled him with rage, and now all that fury was directed at Lin Xiao. Seeing that Lin Xiao chose not to take a plane but to leave the city on his own, he was instantly overjoyed. This is simply a godsend opportunity. Dying in the wild, no one would ever uncover the truth. Lin Xiao rode the mechanical giant wolf out of Starshine City. As he moved forward, he noticed the surrounding trees were tall and dense, with only a narrow path in the middle that seemed to have been trampled by people. At this moment, Lin Xiao's ears perked up. He heard a faint rustling sound. Though subtle, it was clearly discernible. It seems the enemies delivering experience points are about to appear. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile. The next second, he suddenly exerted force, his whole body leaping into the air. His right hand clenched into a fist, and without hesitation, he swung it fiercely toward the dense forest. Accompanied by a dull explosive sound, a man was sent flying by the punch. Seeing Lin Xiao make his move, those people seemed to recognize his identity. Instantly, they stopped hiding and charged out in unison. Same here. Lin Xiao's gaze was cold and stern. Facing the enemies rushing at him from all directions, he remained calm and composed. With a cold snort, he dodged the war blade swung by the first man who charged at him, then immediately landed a punch on his chest. The man who was struck had his pupils contract sharply, his internal organs seemingly exploding in an instant, and a gush of blood spurted from his mouth. Congratulations to the master for killing a first-tier warrior and gaining experience. A notification about gaining experience echoed in his mind, but Lin Xiao had no time to pay attention to it as he swung his fists and continued attacking the surrounding enemies. The ambushing enemies were utterly stunned at the sight, clearly feeling Lin Xiao's weak aura. Why is his strength so terrifying? Just as they were in shock, Lin Xiao, barehanded, continuously killed several martial artists. The power of explosive fist lies in its extremely strong defense-breaking ability. Though the enemy's skin is tough, their internal organs are fragile, and one punch can shatter them. Within just a few minutes, all the ambushers had fallen to the ground, unable to rise. Camouflage. This skill is indeed useful. Those people let their guard down because of the faint aura. Time to show yourself. Lin Xiao cast his gaze toward a giant tree ahead head, sneering coldly. As soon as the words fell, a figure leapt down from the tree, eyes sharp as blades, glaring at Lin Xiu with overwhelming killing intent. I never expected your strength to have improved to this level. Tang Mubai held a long sword in his hand, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wished to tear Lin Xiu to pieces. Such nonsense. Lin Xiu snorted coldly, his right foot suddenly stomping on the ground, landing precisely on the tail end of a silver spear left behind by the deceased warrior. The silver spear immediately flew into the air, and Lin Xiu reached out to grab it. Although this spear was not as good as the previous silver soul, its quality was decent. Courting death. Tang Mubai's figure moved, lightly tapping the ground, his whole body darting forward like a dragonfly skimming the water. His speed was extremely fast, but Lin Xiu was not the least bit inferior. The weapons of the two clashed frequently, and each collision sparked countless sparks. Tang Mubai personally experienced the terrifying strength of Lin Xiu. Every strike from Lin Xiu's spear was immensely powerful, fully comparable to a third-tier martial artist. Lin Xiu felt a trace of pressure. Tang Mubai's strength was close to that of a fourth-tier warrior, making the battle quite strenuous, and the rage skill wouldn't cool down completely until tomorrow. Facing Tang Mubai's fierce offensive, Lin Xiu did not dodge. The next second, the spear swung out, and cold light flickered. Rainstorm pear blossom. Tang Mubai's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body instinctively dodged. Lin Xiu thrust his spear several times at the giant tree behind him, and with a loud boom, the trunk shattered. Tang Mubai, who had dodged, raised his long sword high and suddenly swung it in midair. A powerful sword energy formed a massive crescent shape, rushing straight toward Lin Xiu. The power of this crescent sword energy was astonishing, causing the surrounding air to hiss and making one's scalp tingle. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and he leaned back without hesitation to dodge. The sword energy instantly sliced through several giant trees behind him with precision. It's not over yet. Tang Mubai roared angrily as he saw Lin Xiu dodge, continuing to slash wildly in midair. Silver martial skill, Crescent Sky Slash. Crescent-shaped sword energy continuously emanated as Tang Mubai swung from afar. The surrounding trees broke apart instantly upon contact with the sword energy. Lin Xiu suddenly thrust his spear into the ground, using the force to propel himself into the air. Phoenix gathering of 100 birds. Lin Xiu let out a roar, and the silver spear in his hand emitted a resonant sound, as if wailing. From the tip of the spear, tiny flames began to spread, burning all the way to the very end. He suddenly gripped the spear tightly and swung it in midair. A massive flaming bird instantly appeared, charging forward to collide head-on with Tang Mubai's crescent-shaped sword energy. Bang! The flaming bird collided with the crescent sword energy, instantly erupting like a meteor crashing into the earth. A powerful energy wave spread out in an instant, as if a fierce wind swept through, causing leaves to fall to the ground. The entire ground faintly trembled. After the first flaming bird in crescent sword energy dissipated upon collision, the second flaming bird shot out as Lin Xiu swung the spear in his hand. One flaming bird after another flew out in succession, creating an exceptionally spectacular scene. Even if you have more flaming birds, I won't fear you. Tang Mubai's face twisted with ferocity, veins bulging as he suddenly swung his sword. Crescent-shaped sword energy surged out like a tide, clashing fiercely with the flaming birds Lin Xiu had sent flying. Logically speaking, as a peak third-tier martial artist, he should have been able to crush Lin Xiu's martial techniques. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be evenly matched, with no clear winner. Tang Mubai gradually calmed down, took a deep breath, gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and raised the long sword high. Golden martial skill, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Golden martial skill. Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned. Centered around Tang Mubai, a powerful surge of primal energy erupted from his body, directly channeling into the longsword in his hand. At this moment, the entire ground seemed to tremble slightly due to the intense fluctuation of this primal energy. Not only that, but the surrounding ground even began to slowly collapse. This golden martial technique is actually so terrifying. Lin Xiu stared in shock at Tang Mubai, who was poised in midair, and suddenly swung the spear in his hand. A flaming bird instantly charged toward him. However, to Lin Xiu's astonishment, after the flaming bird collided with Tang Mubai, it not only had no effect but also caused his source energy fluctuations to grow even stronger. What on earth is going on? Go to hell! Tang Mubai sneered coldly and roared. In the next second, his entire body seemed to be enveloped by a blazing flame, which astonishingly condensed into a phoenix reborn from the fire, a truly spectacular sight. Immediately afterward, the massive flaming phoenix charged fiercely toward Lin Xiu. Bang! At the center of the flaming phoenix, Tang Mubai wielded a long sword, thrusting straight at Lin Xiu. The momentum was overwhelming, with howling winds and dust rising from the ground. Lin Xiu quickly turned around to dodge, but was shocked to find that the phoenix was tightly pursuing him. You think you can escape? From within the flaming phoenix, Tang Mubai sneered coldly. Lin Xiu dared not use the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique again. That flame attribute martial skill was not only ineffective against Tang Mubai but would also enhance his power. With a cold gaze and clenched teeth, as Tang Mubai was about to collide with him, only one thought filled his mind: fight to the end. Judgment. The spear in Lin Xiu's hand traced a unique arc. Tang Mubai, who was about to strike Lin Xiu, had a slight change in expression because he sensed an aura similar to his own emanating from Lin Xiu. Upon closer inspection, he saw a massive phantom of phoenix flames appear on Lin Xiu, identical to his own phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. How is this possible? Tang Mubai was greatly shocked, and in the next moment, the two blazing fire phoenixes collided fiercely, erupting with a deafening roar. Dust flew up from the ground as Lin Xiu and Tang Mubai's weapons clashed, the intense sound of impact echoing continuously. Lin Xiu felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he was flung away, crashing heavily into the branch of a giant tree in the distance. Sure enough, it was impossible. The power of the golden martial technique far exceeded his own. Even using judgment to replicate the same martial technique for a counterattack, it was still difficult to contend with Tang Mubai. Ha ha ha, so you were just bluffing. I thought you could really use the same martial technique as me. Tang Mubai laughed heartily, unhesitatingly tapping his heel, his entire body darting toward Lin Xiu like a dragonfly skimming the water. Graceful movement technique. Such speed. Although Lin Xiu's whole body ached and his chest felt heavy, he quickly gripped his spear tightly, ready to face the battle. Attack is the best defense. Courting death. Tang Mubai was furious when he saw Lin Xiu not dodging but instead advancing, and his longsword thrust forward like a venomous snake striking. The clash of weapons echoed continuously, and the spear in Lin Xiu's hand was already covered in cracks. Tang Mubai frowned deeply. Lin Xiu was clearly not a third-tier warrior and was not skilled in movement techniques, so how could he be so swift, on par with himself? It doesn't matter. I don't believe you can keep resisting forever. Tang Mubai roared inwardly, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Lin Xiu secretly cried out in alarm, feeling the opponent's strength growing stronger, while he himself had just been injured and was struggling to continue resisting. What's more, Tang Mubai's weapon was extraordinary, while the one in his hand was just an ordinary spear. Go to hell. Tang Mubai clearly noticed this and suddenly swung his sword down. Lin Xiu was startled and instinctively blocked, the spear emitting a crisp clang sound. The sword struck the lower part of the spearhead, directly breaking the spear in half. Bang, clang. As the spearhead fell, Tang Mubai's pupils suddenly contracted, but the longsword pierced straight into Lin Xiu's shoulder, penetrating his body. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment he was stabbed, Lin Xiu reversed his grip and thrust the spear backward, striking Tang Mubai's chest hard. The spearhead is gone, and you still want to kill me? Tang Mubai burst into laughter, but his laughter quickly froze, as he felt the spear shaft had actually penetrated deep into his chest. Have you forgotten about source energy? Lin Xiu sneered coldly. Once source energy is infused, even a blunt weapon can be transformed into a sharp blade. At this moment, tiny flames erupted from the base of the spear, traveling along the shaft and scorching Tang Mubai's body. It's you who should die. Lin Xiu roared, and the flames surged along the spear shaft directly into Tang Mubai's chest. Although the flame bird of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix might not cause much harm by striking Tang Mubai's body, it was attacking the most vulnerable part of his heart and lungs at this moment. Ah! The flesh on Tang Mubai's cheeks tightened sharply due to the intense pain. Bang! Warm blood instantly spurted from his chest. Tang Mubai's eyes widened, and his entire body suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if dying with unresolved grievances. Lin Xiu thought to himself, wishing he could stylishly shout like in Stephen Chow's movies, who says a spearhead can't kill someone. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was no longer able to fight and collapsed to the ground in the next second. Congratulations to the master for killing a tier 3 warrior and gaining 547,821 experience points. Over 500,000 experience points? Lin Xiu was slightly surprised but found it reasonable. After all, this guy was nearly a tier 4 warrior. Huff huff. He panted heavily, enduring the intense pain in his shoulder, and finally mustered the strength to pull the longsword out of his shoulder. There were several packets of hemostatic powder in the backpack. Lin Xiu sprinkled the powder on the wound, and before long, the bleeding from the sword-pierced wound stopped. Phew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath, then picked up Tang Mubai's longsword, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and continued riding the mechanical giant wolf forward. The mechanical giant wolf was massive in size. Due to extreme exhaustion, Lin Xiu lay directly on it, letting the mechanical giant wolf carry him forward. Wait, he hadn't checked his current stats yet. He focused his thoughts, and the system interface immediately appeared in his mind. Experience points, 695,441, 299, 0537 needed for the next level. Strength, 251. Constitution, 100. Speed, 75. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage, Camouflage. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1875. Clang, clang, clang. Potential points, 0. Title, First Level Warrior. Seeing this attribute interface, Lin Xiu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He hadn't expected his attributes to improve so much in such a short time. The strength attribute has actually reached 251. If it weren't for the cultivation technique lagging behind, his combat power would have already surpassed 2000, advancing to a third level warrior. By then, he could also cultivate movement techniques, and his combat power would undoubtedly reach new heights. However, why is the title still first-rank warrior? Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then immediately clicked on the inverted triangle next to the title and discovered that a second-rank warrior title was available for selection. With a thought, he clicked to switch, and the system immediately prompted, "Do you want to switch titles?" After confirming, the title changed to second-rank warrior. At this moment, Lin Xiu clearly felt his strength slightly increase. Take a closer look at the note next to the title of the second-order warrior. Increases strength attribute by 5%. In other words, his strength has increased to 263, ignoring the fractional part. At this moment, Lin Xiu checked the system mail and remembered that he had gained multiple lottery chances upon leveling up. Looking at the lottery section, it had accumulated 4 chances. Lin Xiu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly opened the big wheel. This time, the wheel still had 10 slots, but to Lin Xiu's surprise, all the slots were marked with a, making it impossible to discern the specific items. Question marks? What does this mean? Congratulations, Master, on obtaining a lucky draw opportunity. Today's draw has a chance to yield multiple rewards. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Multiple rewards. But all the slots are question marks, so there's no way to know what they are. Forget it, there are 4 chances, might as well give it a try first. Lin Xiu focused his thoughts and clicked the central button of the spinning wheel, causing it to spin rapidly. Because they were all icons, he wasn't too excited, but his heart was still full of anticipation. What exactly will appear? Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a large amount of exotic crystals. When the roulette pointer stopped on a slot, the system prompt sounded immediately. A large number of exotic crystals? While Lin Xiu was in a daze, a beam of light flashed across the sky, and exotic crystals rained down with a clatter. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. Soon, he snapped out of it, jumped off the mechanical giant wolf, and crouched down to examine the colorful exotic crystals on the ground. Easily distinguished 3 pieces of third-order exotic crystals, 5 pieces of second-order, and 10 pieces of first-order by size and color. This really is a large number of exotic crystals, Lin Xiu muttered to himself with a wry smile. These exotic crystals can sell for quite a bit of money, but for now, they have no other use. As for high-grade exotic crystals, that's even more out of the question. Without much thought, he put all the exotic crystals into his backpack. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and decided to continue the lottery. The next second, the roulette spun again, and the grid was still marked as, leaving him clueless. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the legendary weapon, Crimson Moon. Boxing gloves? Looking at the pair of black boxing gloves floating in front of him, Lin Xiu was slightly stunned but quickly took them. The gloves were designed with exposed fingers, their appearance plain and unremarkable, but as soon as he picked them up, he felt a cool sensation. They seemed to be made of some special material. Although they didn't feel hard to the touch, they gave off the impression of black metal. Soft metal? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel shocked. The concept of this soft metal was completely different from the world he previously knew. It was a special metal collected from outer space. Although it deformed easily and wasn't as hard as steel, it was actually extremely resistant to damage. At this moment, Lin Xiu put on the gloves and found they fit perfectly. He put down the long sword, swung a few times in the air, and noticed that the color of the black gloves seemed to be changing. This filled Lin Xiu's heart with amazement. He looked at the massive black iron tree ahead and immediately grew more interested. Explosive fist. Walking up to the black iron giant tree, Lin Xiu suddenly threw a punch, and in an instant, his gauntlet turned crimson and scorching hot. It seemed that his punching power was greatly enhanced at that moment. The branches of the black iron tree were entirely pitch black and as hard as steel, yet this punch directly smashed into the trunk, forcibly creating a hole. A wisp of white smoke rose from the damaged area, clearly caused by the friction between the gauntlet and the trunk. Truly worthy of being the Crimson Moon, Lin Xiu was filled with delight. After infusing his fist with source energy and swinging it, it actually turned crimson, and its power was greatly enhanced. After all, his primary focus was marksmanship, with secondary training in fist techniques, which was extremely advantageous for him. This was truly an unexpected surprise. There are still 2 chances for the lottery draw, and Lin Xiu naturally didn't want to waste them easily. Now is a rare opportunity to obtain good items. The wheel spun again, and the pointer stopped at a question mark icon. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a large number of martial arts cards. As soon as the system notification sounded, a large number of martial arts cards scattered like they were being poured out. Lin Xiu looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Sure enough, it lives up to its reputation. It really is a large number of martial skill cards, Lin Xiu remarked as he collected the martial skill cards one by one. There were a total of 3 silver martial skill cards and 12 bronze martial skill cards. The 3 silver martial skill cards were techniques for using some obscure weapons, and none of the bronze martial skill cards contained martial skills that Lin Xiu found appealing or worth learning. After all, human energy is limited, and practicing more martial skills isn't necessarily better. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiu selected 3 bronze martial skill cards for obscure weapons weapons and immediately activated the synthesis system. The 3 selected bronze cards slowly floated up, then merged together, instantly bursting out a dazzling light. Congratulations, Master, synthesis successful. Lin Xiu took a closer look and found that after the synthesis of the 3 bronze martial arts cards, they had actually turned into a silver martial arts card. It can actually be synthesized like this. He was momentarily stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. So that's how it is. He had always thought that combining martial skill cards of the same rank would only result in cards of the same rank, but he didn't expect it could directly advance in rank. Oh right, he just remembered that earlier he hadn't specified the weapon to be used for the martial skill card. It seems that as long as a specific weapon isn't designated, there's a chance for the martial skill card to advance in rank after combining. Lin Xiu quickly combined the remaining 9 bronze cards, successfully creating 2 silver martial skill cards, but the last combination attempt failed, and all 3 cards disappeared. This made Lin Xiu unable to hold back and curse, "This damn system. I thought it was a guaranteed success, but it still pulled this stunt on me. Now I have 6 martial arts cards, all of them are blade techniques and sword techniques. These are completely unsuitable for me." Lin Xiu muttered to himself while holding the 6 glowing silver martial arts cards. Without thinking much, he activated the synthesis system once again. 3 silver martial skill cards slowly came together, and the next second, a bright white light suddenly burst forth. This time, he also did not specify a gun martial skill card for the synthesis, as he wanted to see if he could successfully synthesize a gold martial skill card. As long as it was a gold martial skill card, even if it wasn't for guns, he could sell it or trade it with others. Gold martial skill card. Gold martial skill card. Lin Xiu was so excited he almost jumped up. However, immediately after, the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations, Master, the synthesis failed!" Exclamation point. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, thinking that if the system were right in front of him, he would smash it to pieces. Using the word congratulations for a failure was simply mocking him. "I refuse to believe in this bad luck." Without hesitation, Lin Xiu took out the last 3 silver martial arts cards and attempted synthesis again. Just like before, a white light flashed, and all 3 cards in his hand disappeared. Failed again. "Congratulations, Master, synthesis successful." Just as he was feeling disheartened, a pleasant system notification suddenly sounded. "What's going on?" A card appeared floating in the air, radiating a dazzling golden light. "Gun, marksmanship?" Lin Xiu originally thought it would be a martial skill for another type of weapon, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a marksmanship martial skill card. This luck was simply defying the heavens. Lin Xiu took the golden martial skill card. The entire card shimmered with golden light, appearing noble and elegant. Faintly visible within the card was the silhouette of a person leaping high with a gun, lifelike, as if ready to jump out of the card at any moment. Golden martial skill, galaxy falls from the 9th heaven. An ancient poem says, "The torrent plunges 3,000 feet straight down, as if the Milky Way falls from the 9th heaven." The defining characteristic of this martial skill can be summed up in one word: speed. Not only is it incredibly fast, but the power it unleashes is also astonishing, as if 1,000 troops and horses charged together, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Lin Xiu trembled slightly with excitement, took a deep breath, and carefully placed the martial skill card into his pocket. With his current 3rd-tier physical condition, he could theoretically train in the golden martial skill. However, since his cultivation technique had not yet reached the required standard, he had not fully broken through the 3rd tier and was temporarily unable to unleash the full power of the golden martial skill. One more chance to draw a prize. Today's lottery brought Lin Xiu too many surprises. He hurriedly used his mind to activate the spinning wheel again. The wheel spun wildly, and within seconds, the pointer stopped. "Congratulations, Master, you have received a Phase 2 Rapid Growth Gift Pack. Would you like to use it immediately?" Lin Xiu's mind immediately echoed with the system prompt sound. Another Rapid Growth Package. Lin Xiu was slightly stunned for a moment, thought for a while, and then clicked confirm. The Rapid Growth Package from a month ago had brought him quite a good return. Although the process was somewhat troublesome, as long as it could increase attribute points, it was worth it. Just like before, the gift pack still contained a bunch of weighted gear, but this time the weights were significantly heavier than before. The wrist guards on each hand weighed an astonishing 40 kilograms each, the leg guards on both legs had soared to 45 kilograms each, and the most outrageous was the vest, which weighed a staggering 80 kilograms. "This is practically trying to kill someone," Lin Xiu muttered under his breath, cursing, but still took off his clothes and carefully put on the vest and other gear piece by piece. What slightly surprised him was that this time he didn't feel as if he couldn't catch his breath like before. After adapting for a moment, he felt he could still move freely, and his speed under the load was estimated to be about the same as when he was a quasi-warrior before. Equipment ready, rapid growth system activated. Progress 0/50,000. Note, completing this will grant 50 potential points. As Lin Xiu finished dressing, the system's notification sound rang out again. It seems to be the same as before, just with increased values. However, the 50 potential points still made Lin Xiu's heart stir slightly. Having used up the lottery chances, he mounted the mechanical giant wolf and continued moving forward. After driving for almost 2 kilometers, Lin Xiu suddenly heard a beast's roar in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce fight. Is anyone there? He frowned slightly, faintly hearing a cry for help. Ordinary people traveling to other cities would not choose to walk but would take other means of transportation. Those who came here were either seeking fortune or undergoing training. Quickly block him. At this moment, a man saw the silver-clawed black bear ahead and couldn't help but tremble. The second-tier silver-clawed black bear had a massive body, razor-sharp claws, and, most crucially, incredible speed. As the silver-clawed black bear was about to pounce on the man, he instinctively closed his eyes. However, the intense pain he had anticipated never came. Just then, a dull thudding sound suddenly echoed. The man slowly opened his eyes, only to see the figure of a young boy before him, his fist fiercely striking the head of the silver-clawed black bear. The previously ferocious silver-clawed black bear now seemed frozen in place, unable to move. In the next moment, as Lin Xiu's fist withdrew, the silver-clawed black bear collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Bang! The massive and formidable second-tier evolved beast fell, the sound deafening. It seems that with my current strength, dealing with a second-tier evolved beast is more than enough, Lin Xiu muttered to himself, waving his fist. Of course, the success of this strike was also because the evolved beast was focused on attacking that man, giving Lin Xiu the opportunity. Thank you, the man exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. Lin Xiu did not respond, his gaze falling to the ground where the head of the silver-clawed black bear had been shattered by the explosive punch, revealing a shining exotic crystal. He crouched down carefully and extracted the alien crystal, then swung it forcefully, instantly flinging off all the bloodstains from the crystal. Afterward, Lin Xiu put the alien crystal into his backpack. The man caught a glimpse of the shimmering alien crystals in Lin Xiu's backpack from the corner of his eye, and his gaze immediately lit up. Hello, my name is Lei Liang. The man proactively greeted Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at the tall and sturdy man and nodded. My name is Lin Xiu. Brother, are you also heading to Black Sea City? Lei Liang asked with a smile. As he spoke, he secretly sized up Lin Xiu. Based on the strength displayed in knocking out the second-tier silver-clawed black bear with one punch, he guessed the other party might be a first-tier martial artist? No, the aura doesn't feel strong enough, perhaps a quasi-martial artist? You are too? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked instinctively. That's right, it seems you're also planning to take the martial artist qualification exam, right? Lei Liang continued. Lin Xiu nodded, estimating in his heart that Lei Liang's strength was roughly at the first tier. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was 3 men dressed in combat uniforms, carrying large backpacks, each holding a battle knife as they walked over. Lei Liang, are you okay? One of them asked with concern. It's nothing. Lei Liang shook his head and then introduced. This brother is Lin Xiu, also heading to Black Sea City. He just saved my life. Hearing Lei Liang's words, they all turned their gaze toward Lin Xiu. Creak. They are Zhang Jimin, Yang Lin, and Wu Xiu. Lei Liang introduced to Lin Xiu. Bang. TSK, Lei Liang, you actually got chased into such a sorry state by a second-tier evolved beast, a man beside him teased. Bah, if I had enough strength today after killing that evolved beast, I would have taken it down long ago, Lei Liang retorted defiantly. Kid, it looks like you're also here to take the warrior assessment. Coincidentally, so are we. Let's go together, they said with a smile, looking at Lin Xiu warmly. Lin Xiu nodded, not minding traveling with them. After all, his combat strength had decreased due to carrying a load, and encountering a slightly stronger evolved beast might pose a danger. Snap. However, he also remained cautious, as there was always something about these people that felt off to him. Clack. At this moment, the mechanical giant wolf also walked up to Lin Xiu's side, and the group of people couldn't help but show surprised expressions at the sight. Lin Xiu, did you buy this thing? It's so flashy, way cooler than a maglev car. Zhang Jimin walked over and said with a smile, looking as if they were very close. Bought online. Lin Xiu responded calmly, without saying much more. Alright, let's hurry up and go. The assessment is in 5 days, and if we don't move quickly, we might not make it. Lei Liang urged with a smile. Walking ahead, Lei Liang picked up the double-sided axe he had accidentally dropped while fleeing earlier. Lin Xiu did not ride the mechanical giant wolf but instead walked forward slowly. He placed Tang Mubai's long sword in the area specifically designated for weapons on the mechanical giant wolf. After walking forward for a short while, he saw the figure of a man standing under a fruit tree ahead, picking bright red fruits and eating them. Lin Xiu, kid, let's go. Yang Lin shouted loudly toward the figure over there. As if hearing Yang Lin's voice, the young man turned around and looked in this direction. He was about the same age as himself, with slightly long hair reaching his neck, a handsome and fair appearance, and an extraordinary aura about him. His weapon was neither a sword nor an ordinary blade, but 2 long knives, hanging on either side of his waist. Dual-wielding knives? Oh. The young man nodded, then stuffed a red fruit into his mouth, chewing it with a satisfied expression on his face. He is also someone we met here, all companions heading to Black Sea City, but as for his name, we don't know, Lei Liang said softly to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu Xiu nodded. The strength of this group of people was roughly around the level of first-tier warriors, but the sudden appearance of this young man made Lin Xiu feel somewhat puzzled. His strength seemed very strong. They continued walking forward, and gradually, they began to notice white skeletons scattered on the ground around them. As they ventured deeper, the number of skeletons increased. Bang! Something seems off here. Wu Xiu, a slightly chubby man, carried a large machete and said while walking, his brows furrowed. Second-tier man-eating bird, a social evolutionary beast, carnivorous bird-type evolutionary beast, actively attacks living humans, Lin Xiu said calmly as he walked. How do you know? Maybe it's a man-eating giant beast instead. Yang Lin, a slim man, glanced at Lin Xiu and sneered. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, clearly a bit nervous. How stupid. Aren't there marks on the bones from being pecked by a bird's beak? The dual-blade youth glanced at Yang Lin at this moment, a sneer of contempt on his lips. Who are you calling stupid? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's face immediately darkened, his cold gaze fixed on the dual-blade youth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, sounds echoed from deep within the forest. A powerful aura surged forward, and Lin Xiu frowned deeply. They're here. Lei Liang and the others immediately gripped their weapons tightly, entering a state of alert. Lin Xiu's gaze shifted to the dual-blade youth, who stood with arms crossed, a relaxed expression, and a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, seemingly intrigued. Soon, a man-eating bird charged forward first. This man-eating bird was as large as a baby, with jet-black wings but a bald head, making it extremely ugly. As it flew over, a stench of decay filled the air, causing Lin Xiu to frown involuntarily. Lei Liang and the others unhesitatingly swung their weapons, focusing their attacks on the second-tier man-eating bird, and in the next moment, it was killed. Oomph, too easy. Lin Xiu watched as Zhang Jiming picked up his battle knife, swiftly dissected the corpse, and extracted a strange crystal. No, the danger has just begun. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the sunlight overhead seemed to be instantly obscured. A large number of man-eating birds swarmed in, their putrid stench growing even stronger, almost suffocating. This way. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly threw a punch. Explosive fist. As the fist swung out, the glove quickly turned red, striking a man-eating bird directly and instantly blasting it apart. Boom. Wow, you're pretty impressive, the dual-blade youth praised aloud. You don't look bad either. Lin Xiu cast his gaze toward him. This man was handsome, so much so that even Lin Xiu, who considered himself good-looking, felt quite pressured. What's your name? The dual-blade youth asked enthusiastically. Lin Xiu. My name is Bailey Haoling. Bailey Hao-in? Lin Xiu blurted out instinctively, then froze. Bailey Haoling's expression changed, glaring at Lin Xiu through gritted teeth as he corrected each word clearly. It's Bailey Haoling. You two brats, come help quickly. Lei Liang shouted loudly as more man-eating birds swarmed in from afar. Although these man-eating birds are not strong individually, their numbers are astonishing. Once bitten, the consequences are unimaginable. So weak. Bailey Haoling squinted his eyes. As his words fell, he leapt lightly and swiftly into the air. His speed was so fast that Lin Xiu's pupils contracted, and at the same time, he felt the intense killing intent emanating from him, an extraordinary kind of killing intent. Who exactly is this guy? Lin Xiu stared at him without blinking. Bailey Haoling swung his blade in the air, and the twin blades at his waist suddenly unsheathed. One after another, flashes of cold light streaked across the sky, dazzling like falling meteors. Clatter. In an instant, dozens of man-eating bird corpses fell from the sky. Lei Liang and the others, who had been on high alert, were all stunned at this moment. A dozen or so man-eating birds were instantly dismembered by Bailey Haoling's twin blades, their bodies falling to the ground one after another. Bailey Haoling slowly descended, his twin blades already sheathed, as clean and decisive as if they had never been drawn. He held a pile of exotic crystals in his right hand, his expression indifferent. So strong. Lei Liang gaped, unable to stop himself from exclaiming in awe. Zhang Jimian and Wu Xiu's expressions changed as well, especially Zhang Jimian, whose gaze lingered on Bailey Haoling's twin blades for a few extra seconds. How much did you pay for those blades? Yang Lin couldn't help but ask. Being able to slice through the corpses of those man-eating birds so effortlessly and neatly was clearly no ordinary feat. You mean these? My mom made them. Bailey Haoling glanced at the twin blades hanging at his waist and then smiled as he spoke. Yang Lin nodded at this moment. What a foolish boy, but this knife is quite good. Lin Xiu glanced at them, sneered, and thought to himself that Bailey Haoling's strength didn't lie in the twin blades, but in his own power. Even with different blades, he could probably achieve the same effect as earlier with ease. Let's go, let's go. Lei Liang breathed a sigh of relief at this moment and then spoke. Do you want it? Bailey Haoling handed the pile of exotic crystals to Lin Xiu. Ha! Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, almost failing to react. Then he said with a wry smile, are you seriously planning to give me these exotic crystals? These things are quite bothersome, and I find you pretty agreeable. Bailey Haoling thought for a moment and then spoke. Lin Xiu was completely dumbfounded. This guy can't be serious, right? These are a dozen or so second-tier exotic crystals. Selling them would fetch a fortune, and he's just giving them away? Either he's a fool or there's something wrong with his head. head. But the Bailey Howling in front of him didn't look like a fool at all. Forget it, no need. Bailey Howling curled his lips, and in the next moment, those exotic crystals gradually dimmed, quickly turning into a pile of discarded stones. How could he absorb them so quickly? You must know, even using cultivation technique to absorb exotic crystals takes time. Could it be that this person has already cultivated cultivation technique to such a level? Lei Liang and the others felt a pang of hidden pain in their hearts as they saw the exotic crystals turn into waste stones, thinking, why don't you just give them to us? Time flies, and the afternoon passed with almost no danger. As the day grew late, the group stopped at a riverbank ahead to rest and prepare to continue their journey tomorrow. After all, the night is the most dangerous time. At this moment, everyone sat around the riverbank. They had caught quite a few fish from the river and began roasting them by the fire. Are you from Liansheng? Lin Xiu asked Bai Li Haoling beside him while turning the roasted fish. No. Bai Li Haoling shook his head and continued to focus on grilling the fish, appearing somewhat excited, as if experiencing grilling fish for the first time. Lin Xiu looked at his demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, but he believed the other party wasn't lying. After all, it seemed like there wasn't anyone this strong in Liansheng. He vaguely felt that this person's strength might be comparable to Tang Mubai. At that moment, a beast-like roar suddenly came from the other side, startling Lin Xiu and the others gathered around the campfire. There shouldn't be any highly evolved beasts in this area, let alone ones that are generally unafraid of torches. If one appears now, it is very likely a tier 3 evolved beast, the blood-eyed lone wolf. What the hell is that? Lei Liang and the others immediately stood up. Normally, evolved beasts wouldn't dare approach flames at night, but this time, an evolved beast is actually charging over? That roar sent chills down everyone's spine. Seems like a wolf. Zhang Jiming frowned, his gaze fixed on the riverbank ahead, and immediately spotted a pair of blood-red eyes. Those eyes were filled with bloodlust and ferocity. No doubt about it, it's the blood-eyed lone wolf. Lin Xiu also stood up, his expression becoming exceptionally vigilant. This third-tier evolved beast is far from ordinary. It possesses a pair of blood-red pupils, moves with incredible speed, and is accustomed to solitude. Once it locks onto its prey, it fights relentlessly to the death. The eye of analysis immediately activated, and the displayed information matched perfectly with the description in his book. Before Lin Xiu could react, the blood-eyed lone wolf had already charged at them. Under the reflection of the black moon, it was like a silver phantom, closing in instantly. Damn it! Lei Liang's eyes narrowed as he swung his double axes at the pouncing lone wolf. However, the blood-eyed lone wolf shifted its body slightly, deftly dodging the axe blade, and instead pounced toward Lei Liang's body. Get lost! Zhang Jiming and Yan Lin quickly rushed forward, raising their weapons, ready to strike the blood-eyed lone wolf that had pinned Lei Liang down. Roar! The blood-eyed lone wolf seemed to sense the danger and nimbly dodged away. What? Zhang Jiming and Yang Lin were stunned. This creature's intelligence was unbelievably high. On the other side, Wu Xiu's body trembled slightly. They were all first-rank martial artists, while the blood-eyed lone wolf, as a third-rank evolved beast, had strength equivalent to a second-rank martial artist. The lone wolf leaped to the other side, its blood-red pupils standing upright like hooks, its gaze locked onto Lin Xiu. It seemed to sense Lin Xiu's faint aura, kicked off the ground with its legs, and charged toward him in an instant. Zhang Jimian and the others saw this scene, their eyes tightened, but they did not step forward to assist, only able to watch helplessly as the lone wolf pounced on Lin Xiu. The claws of the blood-eyed lone wolf are long and sharp, radiating a chilling gleam under the moonlight. Lin Xiu clenched his hands tightly, feeling no trace of fear in his heart. Instead, a surge of excitement for battle arose. Fool, go die. Zhang Zimin sneered inwardly as he saw Lin Xiu not dodging but counterattacking. Explosive fist. Lin Xiu suddenly threw a punch, causing a loud explosion in the air, with the gloves emitting a bright red glow. The fist collided with the sharp claws of the blood-eyed lone wolf, producing a deafening crash as sparks flew everywhere. Ho, how is this possible? Zhang Jimin was utterly shocked. This punch was actually evenly matched with the sharp claws of the blood-eyed lone wolf. As everyone knows, the claws of the blood-eyed lone wolf are exceptionally sharp. Oh, the gauntlets on his hands. They are definitely not ordinary items. Seeing this scene, a look of greed appeared in Zhang Jimian's eyes. The treasures on these two little brats are truly astonishing. Your skills are pretty good. By now, Bai Li Haoling had already finished eating a grilled fish, leaving only a fishbone. He patted his stomach, stood up, and, seeing Lin Xiu fiercely battling the blood-eyed lone wolf nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Come over and help me. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Although he had adapted to the weight after a day, the heavy burden still suppressed his strength and speed. At this moment, his abilities could only reach the level of a newly advanced Tier 1 warrior. The next second, the clothes on Lin Xiu's body were slashed open by the blood-eyed lone wolf, and blood immediately splattered out. Damn it, this guy is just too fast. Lei Liang and the others also showed fearful expressions, not daring to rush forward recklessly. After all, the opponent was a third-tier evolved beast. Bailey Haoling pondered for a moment, then rushed forward. Just as the blood-eyed lone wolf seized the opportunity and opened its mouth wide to bite Lin Xiu's neck, he instantly instantly drew the twin blades from his waist. The speed of drawing the blades was incredibly fast, so fast that only 2 flashes of white light could be seen. Roar! The blood-eyed lone wolf let out a sudden howl, and a tail fell to the ground. What a pity! Bailey Howling gripped the blades with both hands, watching as the blood-eyed lone wolf quickly leaped to the other side, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Almost got killed by it. Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief. The drawback of being overburdened was evident, making it impossible to fully unleash his strength. I think you should be quite strong. Bailey Howling stared at Lin Xiu for a while, then spoke with a hint of doubt. Lin Xiu's expression shifted slightly. He had used the disguise skill. Could the other party still sense his true strength? Lin Xiu, are you okay? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Lei Liang and the others ran over, standing in front of him and asking with concern. It's nothing. Lin Xiu shook his head, but secretly sneered in his heart. These people had been watching the show from the sidelines earlier, and now that the danger was gone, they dared to step forward. However, they were just a group of wilderness martial artists, so not much could be expected of them. Roar! Over there, the blood-eyed lone wolf's fur stood on end, as if sensing some terrifying presence. Its gaze was fixed on by Li Haoling. After its tail was severed, those blood-red eyes became even more crimson, flickering with an eerie glow like burning red light bulbs. Looks like something tasty has arrived. Bai Li Haoling gripped his twin blades tightly and slowly advanced toward the wolf. Gazing at Bai Li Haoling's back, Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes and then activated the Eye of Analysis. Unable to analyze, the system's prompt flashed in his mind, and Lin Xiu was instantly stunned. Unable to analyze? What was going on? Could it be his strength actually surpasses Tier 3? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu gasped, his heart filled with disbelief. Just came out and encountered such a strong opponent, and their age is actually similar to mine. At this moment, Bailey Howling faced the blood-eyed lone wolf and instantly seemed like a completely different person. With a cold snort, he gripped his dual blades and charged forward fiercely. Autumn Frostcut's Jade. Bailey Howling uttered these 3 words indifferently, then his entire figure transformed into a black shadow rushing toward the target, with flashes of cold light flickering in the night. Roar! The blood-eyed lone wolf let out an earth-shaking roar, attempting to pounce on Bailey Howling, but it couldn't catch even a trace of his figure. The next moment, Bailey Howling appeared behind the blood-eyed lone wolf, her twin blades stained with blood. A series of crisp blade sounds rang out, and the blood-eyed lone wolf's body instantly shattered. So boring. Bailey Howling waved her blood-soaked twin blades, flinging off the blood, then sheathed them again. She effortlessly completed the instant kill. Lei Liang and the others were dumbfounded, as if they had been completely stunned. This was no ordinary wild beast, but a level 3 evolved beast, the ferocious blood-eyed lone wolf. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, finally understanding why Bailey Howling could instantly slice the blood-eyed lone wolf so cleanly. In that moment, it was as if he injected a massive amount of source energy into the long blade, while simultaneously distributing the remaining source energy to his feet. His speed was astonishing, his dual swords incredibly sharp, cutting through the blood-eyed lone wolf as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Truly a master among masters. Impressive, little brother. Lei Liang and the others loudly praised, then sat back down by the fire, continuing to gnaw on their roasted fish. Glancing at Lin Xiu and Bai Li Haoling, who had just returned not long ago, they handed over 2 roasted fish with a smile and said, "Here, have something to fill your stomachs. If it weren't for you two, we would have been done for just now." However, Lin Xiu and Bai Li Haoling, sitting by the fire, remained completely still. "What's wrong with you two?" Lei Liang stared at their motionless state, suddenly taken aback. "Huh, you felt it too?" Bai Li Haoling curiously looked at Lin Xiu, who hadn't taken the roasted fish. Lin Xiu nodded. "What's wrong with you two? You don't even want the grilled fish. Are you afraid I poisoned it?" Lei Liang was a bit annoyed, as if he had been misunderstood. "It's not you, it's them." Lin Xiu pointed at Zhang Jiming and the others. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Jiming and the others' expressions changed. They frowned and glared angrily at Lin Xiu. "What do you mean?" Truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good person's intentions. Lei Liang snorted coldly. "You put something in the fish," Lin Xiu said calmly. Although they tried their best to conceal it, Lin Xiu understood that while he was focused on dealing with the blood-eyed lone wolf, he hadn't relaxed his vigilance toward other areas. Yes, Arlen, a colorless and odorless liquid. Just a few drops can make a level 3 martial artist lose their strength temporarily, Bai Li Haoling said with a light chuckle. "It is said that this kind of thing is only sold on the black market and at a hefty price. I didn't expect you to spend so much." As Bai Li Haoling exposed them one by one, Lei Liang and the others' expressions turned extremely grim. "That's right, it was us." Zhang Jiming stood up, gripping his weapon tightly. Although their strength was weak, they relied on this method every time to plunder warriors' weapons, exotic crystals, and alliance coins, among other resources. "I didn't expect to be seen through this time." Lei Liang and the others also stood up one after another, gripping their weapons tightly and staring vigilantly at Lin Xiu and the others. No, it should be said that they were most wary of Bai Li Haoling. Just now, he had easily killed a level 3 blood-eyed lone wolf as effortlessly as crushing an ant. What would dealing with them amount to? Those who had just been harboring a fluke mentality, thinking they could seize everything from Lin Xiao and Bai Li Haoling in one go, were now drenched in cold sweat, trembling with fear. If you want to kill us, even if it costs our lives, we will stand by your side, Zhang Jiming said through gritted teeth. No, I don't plan to kill anyone today. Bai Li Haoling shook his head and spoke coldly. Hearing his words, the group was instantly stunned. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight forever. Bai Li Haoling's tone was indifferent, yet carried a hint of murderous intent, causing the group to shiver involuntarily, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. However, they quickly came to their senses and immediately turned and ran. Finally, those annoying people are gone. Bai Li Haoling stretched lazily, looking relaxed. His face was exceptionally handsome, with fair skin and well-defined almond-shaped features. Lin Xiao, sitting next to him, could faintly catch a light fragrance emanating from him. Pa, I'm not gay. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a wave of nausea and quickly moved a bit farther away from him. Hey, I think your aura should be quite strong, so why does it feel so weak? Did you use some method to suppress your aura? Bai Li Haoling curiously looked at Lin Xiao and asked. Hearing this, a drop of sweat appeared on Lin Xiao's forehead. This guy's observational skills were way too sharp. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Bai Li Haoling pouted, then looked up at the sky, lightly tapping her lips with her finger, as if pondering something. Are you a third-rank warrior? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment but still asked. What do you think? Bai Li Haoling stared at Lin Xiao with great interest, a probing look in her eyes. She was clearly very intrigued by Lin Xiao. Around 17 years old, yet possessing such strong observational and perceptive abilities, and even able to hide his strength using some special method. However, he is still too weak now, like a stone hiding jade, yet to be fully developed. Probably. Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver under his gaze, secretly swallowing hard. Could this guy really be gay?